Introduction. Hodor has inexplicably transformed into the simpleton of Winterfell. Becoming Bran's steed? Absolutely not. With the prowess of a beastmaster, Hodor sweeps through the Seven Kingdoms. In the realm of power struggles, Hodor astonishes the world, as dragons yield and the gods tremble. Chapter 1. Hodor the Beastmaster. Hodor, hurry and clean up the horsemanor. Hurin, the stable master of Winterfell, bellowed commands within the stables. King Robert's entourage is soon to arrive at Winterfell. We must tidy the stables. Hodor nodded, uttering simply Hodor. In truth, Hodor is a time traveler, a former office worker who, during a gaming session of World of Warcraft, suddenly succumbed to an epileptic seizure and found himself here. He inhabits the body of the stable boy, Hodor. Hodor is a towering figure, simple-minded with brawn. To put it plainly, he is a fool, having only uttered the words Hodor before his transmutation. Fortunately, Hodor possesses skills. Before his arrival, he vividly remembers playing World of Warcraft. Perhaps that is why he has retained the skills of a beastmaster. For instance, he can summon holy light akin to a paladin, healing wounds and invoking a shield of light for defense. He can emulate a blade master, executing swift strikes with deadly precision. He can transmute base materials into gold like an alchemist, utilizing healing sprays. He can evade attacks like a demon hunter, shrouding his eyes from adversaries. He can even summon an owl for reconnaissance like a priestess of the White Tiger. However, all these abilities are contingent upon Hodor having mana. Mana, in this context, refers to magical energy. How does one acquire mana? By absorbing the negative emotions of humans and animals such as jealousy, hatred, fear, sorrow, and anxiety. Without magic, Hodor is merely an ordinary individual. Each day, Hodor engages in repetitive tasks, feeding horses, cleaning manure, and occasionally assisting the blacksmith, Mikken, in transporting iron. At times, he observes Robb, Theon, and Jon practicing swordsmanship in the training yard. Sir Roderick, the instructor of Winterfell, trains the children there, and Hodor silently memorizes the techniques of swordplay. On occasion, Hodor frolics in the Godwood with Bran, Rickon, and Arya. Recently, 5 direwolves have joined the woods: Robb's Grey Wind and Sansa's Lady, while the 3-year-old Rickon names the little black wolf with eyes like 2 green flames, Fluffy. Jon Snow's wolf, Ghost, boasts a coat as white as fresh snow, with eyes resembling red garnets. Arya's wolf is named Nymeria, after the legendary Dornish queen who once led her people across the seas to Dorne. As for Bran's little wolf, a name has yet to be decided. Hodor often feeds the pups, who have become quite affectionate towards him. Of course, Hodor also tends to the old wet nurse, his only family, who is his great-grandmother. In his remaining hours, Hodor frequents the library tower to immerse himself in books. The young brother Chael, tasked with overseeing the Tower of Tomes, was taken aback when Hodor visited for the first time. "Hodor, you cannot read? Why do you wish to peruse books?" "Hodor," was the simple reply from Hodor. Brother Chael refrained from further inquiry, allowing Hodor to engage with the texts. As a time traveler, Hodor was indeed literate. However, others perceive him merely as a simpleton, believing his attempts to read were akin to a blind man lighting a lamp. With an insatiable thirst for knowledge, Hodor swiftly acquainted himself with the histories of the Seven Kingdoms, even delving into forbidden tomes of magic to learn about the White Walkers, the Night King, and the Red God, Lawler. Hodor's reading was a quest to reshape his destiny. Understanding the peril of idleness, Hodor recognized that if he remained foolishly passive, he would inevitably become Bran's steed, bearing him until the long winter arrived, when the White Walkers would encircle them. To aid Bran's escape, Hodor would brace against the door, only to be torn to shreds by the White Walkers amidst cries of "Hold the door." The mere thought sent a tremor through Hodor. No, he resolved to seize control of his fate. The king's arrival in Winterfell presented an opportune moment. Robert's retinue reached Winterfell, greeted by Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn, accompanied by their children. Amidst the servants, Hodor caught sight of the king's guard, Ser Meryn, and the dashing, golden-haired Jaime, the Kingslayer. Queen Cersei was breathtakingly beautiful, yet exuded haughtiness. Beside Prince Joffrey stood Sandor Clegane, the Hound, whose face bore the marks of burns, his stature similar to Hodor's. As a child, Sandor had been held over a brazier by his brother, Gregor Clegane, the Mountain, nearly perishing in the flames. Thus, he harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Mountain, vowing to slay his brother with his own hands. The imp Tyrion, a dwarf and the brother of Cersei and Jaime, lacked the Lannister charm, being quite unattractive, with mismatched eyes. Eddard's brother, Benjen Stark, also mingled among the crowd, reputedly seeking the king's assistance for the night's watch. As the grand feast commenced, a bard strummed his lute amidst the throngs in the hall. Adu, amidst the bustling crowd, managed to snatch a few bites before retreating to a corner. He opened a tome titled A Dance with Dragons, illuminated by the flickering beeswax candle. Before long, the voice of Theon Greyjoy echoed through the hall. Lord Tyrion, the Tower of Tomes is unoccupied at night. You may read in peace. Winterfell lacks such avid scholars. Theon, Eddard's ward and heir to the Iron Islands at least, he claimed, to be was perpetually adorned with a smile. Upon spotting Adu, the imp's eyes widened in astonishment. No one reads? Yet this giant is engrossed in a book. Giant, what is your name? Adu, came the reply from Adu. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. What does a Joe mean, Theon? Is this a customary greeting among the Northmen? Theon smiled. A Joe is a stable hand, a simpleton. Though a Joe may be dim-witted, one cannot deny that he knows his own name. Tyrion glanced at the books belonging to a Joe. A fool reads books? If I were to believe you, I would be the fool. Theon shrugged. He truly is a simpleton, destined never to become a proper stableman. Bran and Arya approached, leading their dire wolves. Bran remarked, although a Joe cannot read, he has recently been engaging with literature. Tyrion paused beside a Joe. A Joe, tell me what you have been reading. Seizing the opportunity, a Joe cleared his throat. My lord, I have witnessed the corruption of humanity. Amidst the Blooddragon's wild dance, Queen Rhaenyra and Aegon II, driven by their own greed, have plunged the common folk of the Seven Kingdoms into turmoil. They engage in a game of power, while the Seven Kingdoms lie strewn with corpses. Lord Tyrion, those surrounding the Iron Throne, are dancing a deadly waltz. Bran and Arya widened their eyes, and Theon appeared as though he had received a punch to the gut. By the gods, the sun has risen in the west. A Joe has spoken so many words. Bran was filled with excitement. A Joe has spoken. Arya rushed off, exhilarated. I shall tell Jon. The dire wolves began to howl, soon joined by the dogs of Winterfell, while crows danced above. Chapter 2. The Shield of Saint. A Joe's battle with the Kingsguard. As a dwarf, Tyrion had always harbored a particular sympathy for the simple-minded, the disabled, and the weak. He had never encountered a stable hand so cultured and engaged in conversation with a Joe. At that moment, Prince Joffrey struggled past, clutching Robert's war hammer with both hands. Lord Eddard had already arranged a betrothal with Robert, and Eddard's daughter Sansa was engaged to Prince Joffrey, though Lord Eddard harbored no affection for the young prince. Robert's voice boomed from behind. Joffrey, you boast of your prowess, yet you cannot even lift my war hammer. What kind of hero are you? The warhammer was indeed too heavy. It was the very weapon Robert had used to slay the last true dragon, Prince Rhaegar. Many strong warriors could barely lift it, and for the still-growing Joffrey, it was a Herculean task. With a groan, Joffrey dropped the hammer, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the Hound, Jaime, and Kingsguard Ser Meryn and Ser Boros arrived. Before the king and the Kingsguard lay an opportunity to shine, and a Joe stepped forward, lifting the war hammer with ease, wielding it as if it were a mere straw, dancing with it effortlessly. Robert nodded approvingly. That brute possesses strength. Who are you? A Joe. Robert frowned. A Joe? What a peculiar name. Your Majesty, said Shaun, this is a fool. Tyrion chuckled. Indeed, a fool who possesses knowledge and insight. Far superior to Prince Joffrey. Upon hearing the term fool applied to Addo, Joffrey's countenance darkened immediately. A fool dares to be insolent? Dog, punish him. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, shrugged. Shall I strike a fool? You might as well kill me. Joffrey turned to Ser Meryn Trant, a lackey of the Lannisters, devoid of any sense of shame. Ser Meryn, teach this Addo a lesson. Meryn glanced at Robb, who replied, You may spar with Addo, but keep it light. Before long, a crowd began to gather. Addo spotted Queen Cersei, Duke Eddard, Benjen, Princess Myrcella, Prince Tommen, Robb, and Jon, all arriving in a swarm. Wielding his warhammer, Addo instilled fear in Meryn's heart. The towering figure could effortlessly swing the warhammer, strength evident, and he was a fool. The Kingsguard, tasked with protecting the king, comprised only 7 members, symbolizing the 7 gods of the new faith. They were esteemed as the finest knights in the 7 kingdoms. Engaging a fool like Addo would bring no honor to the Kingsguard if victorious, yet defeat would result in utter disgrace. With the warhammer in hand, Addo became the focal point. Under Robert's urging, Meryn reluctantly stepped forward. Meryn thrust his long sword at Addo, who parried with his warhammer. Addo, already possessing formidable strength, often observed training sessions at the yard, where he watched Roderick train Jon, Robb, and Shaun, frequently practicing swordplay in the Godswood. The Warhammer felt natural in Addo's grip, and with a series of powerful strikes, Meryn's longsword was sent flying. Jaime and the Hound exchanged doubtful glances, with the Hound remarking, "Is this a fool? Have you been outwitted by a fool?" Robert laughed heartily. "Buffoon. Boros, you're next." Boros, lacking the prowess of Meryn, quickly succumbed. Sandor burst into laughter. "Kingslayer, it's your turn." Robert pointed at Jaime. Cersei protested. "Why should my brother duel a fool?" Robert retorted angrily, "Silence, foul woman. A fool who has bested 2 Kingsguard is no ordinary fool." Jaime, initially disdainful of engaging a fool, found himself intrigued as he witnessed Addo defeat both Meryn and Boros, 2 esteemed Kingsguard. "You will regret this." Jaime unsheathed his longsword. Jaime was one of the most formidable warriors in the 7 Kingdoms. Unlike Meryn and Boros, he was a true member of the Kingsguard. Jaime's longsword moved like a dragon, his assault relentless. Addo could barely keep pace, soon finding himself at a disadvantage, as Jaime's sword clashed against the Warhammer, sending forth sparks of blue and white. Addo shouted for himself, while Robb, Bran, Rickon, Arya, and Jon Snow from House Stark rallied in support of Addo. The knights and attendants of House Lannister, including Joffrey and Tommen, cheered for Jaime. Jaime battled fiercely against Addo for an extended period despite having the upper hand. He failed to secure victory. Robert, who had always been at odds with Cersei, naturally looked down upon Jaime. Observing Jaime's futile attempts to prevail, he burst into laughter. "Kingslayer, is this all you are capable of? You cannot even best a stable boy. Perhaps you should consider tending to horses upon your return to King's Landing." Sandor, disregarding Joffrey's scornful glare, emitted a braying laugh. Frustrated, Jaime swung his sword with renewed fervor and finally discovered an opening in Addo's defense, aiming a strike at Addo's right foot. Joffrey's smile twisted into a cruel grin, while Arya, Sansa, Bran, and others gasped in horror. Addo absorbed the negativity around him. The malevolent energy coalesced within him like an invisible mist. Divine Shield. This was the defensive skill of the Paladin. As the shield materialized, no weapon of the enemy could harm him. At the moment Jaime's sword was about to pierce Addo's skin, the Paladin's holy light shield appeared, deflecting Jaime's blade. Jaime's sword rebounded uselessly. Startled, Jaime, seasoned in combat, was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Seizing the opportunity as Kingslayer hesitated, Addo struck Jaime's armor with his warhammer, sending him crashing to the ground. Watching the Lannister attendants assist the Kingslayer off the field, Robert's laughter echoed like a tempest. Cersei and Joffrey departed in anger, their expressions akin to having been stabbed in the chest. Addo! Robert roared, raising his fist in fury. Soon, Sandor, Tyrion, the blacksmith Mikken, Master Roderick, the Beastmaster Podrick, Chef Gage, Captain Jory Castle, Robb, Jon, and Theon joined in. Even some of the Lannister servants shouted for Addo. The entirety of Winterfell began to chant Addo's name. Robert summoned Eddard. Such talent as Addo's should not be wasted as a stable boy. He could serve as my Kingsguard. Eddard looked perplexed. Addo was not always this way. He was merely a simple stable boy. Tyrion interjected, "Lord Stark, Addo is a giant of the north." Sansa remarked, "Addo has defeated 3 members of the Kingsguard bards, shall surely sing of his name." Addo smiled, finally seizing his moment. Chapter 3. Sir Adair Tyrion and Adair, seated before the desk in the library tower, perused books together, sharing a mutual fascination for dragons and history. Tyrion chuckled. "Adair, you truly are a giant of the north. You have bested my elder brother, Jaime, who remains sulking in his chamber even now, since his defeat to you. Jaime has been in a foul mood, embarrassed to have lost to a mere stable boy." Tyrion conferred upon Adair the title of Giant of the North, lauding him as a colossus born in Winterfell. As he leafed through the yellowed pages, Tyrion remarked, "You possess not only extraordinary martial prowess, but also a wealth of knowledge. Sometimes I ponder, the gods are indeed cruel, bestowing strength, height, and wisdom upon you, while I am but a dwarf." Adair smiled gently. "My lord, you are the true giant of House Lannister." Tyrion gazed at Adair. "Adair, would you be my squire?" "You already have a squire," Adair replied, having met Tyrion's squire, a handsome lad named Jek. Tyrion sighed. "Though Jek tends to my needs, alas, his combat skills are woefully inadequate. I require a formidable mercenary to guard you. And you are the perfect fit. I can offer you a handsome sum. House Lannister has no shortage of gold, with veins of or aplenty beneath Casterly Rock. You could be my mercenary, and we could study together, discussing dragons, history, art, and whatever else may come to mind. Tyrion had long sought a strong warrior to protect himself, and Hodor seemed an ideal candidate. Hodor closed the book. My lord, you truly hold me in high regard. Regrettably, I am a man of Winterfell, bound to serve House Stark. Tyrion smirked. Hodor, after so many years as a stable boy in Winterfell, has House Stark truly recognized your merits? They have now, Hodor replied. I intend to seek a position within the Winterfell Guard. Upon leaving the library tower, Hodor returned to the stables. The stable master, Holland, approached him immediately. Hodor, you have triumphed over 3 Kingsguard. Your glory is unmatched. Go swiftly to Lord Eddard and request a promotion to stable master. Holland's son, Howland, who currently served in the Winterfell Guard, laughed. Father, have you lost your senses? How could Hodor possibly become a stable master? His combat prowess likely surpasses even Jory's. Jory Castle, the captain of the Winterfell Guard, was widely regarded as one of the strongest warriors in Winterfell. After Hodor's victory over the Kingsguard, Jory's reputation was naturally overshadowed by Hodor's. Holland glared defiantly at Howland. If Hodor is not to be a stable master, then what shall he be? He has grown up among the stables. Howland replied. Surely he should become a warrior. Lord Eddard will undoubtedly summon him to serve in the Winterfell Guard. Holland sighed heavily. To lose Hodor's extensive experience in the stables would indeed be a loss for Winterfell. Adu made his way toward the training grounds, where Chef Gage presented him with a slice of lemon cake. The Beastmaster, Fran, led a pack of hounds past, followed closely by Sansa and several companions. With a smile, Sansa exclaimed, It's Adu. Adu, you are truly like Florian. Florian, a legendary knight from the ballads, was perceived as a fool like Adu, yet he achieved remarkable feats. In the past, Sansa would not have spared Adu a glance, deeming him merely a filthy and odorous simpleton. However, she now regarded Adu as the knight from the verses, and alongside her friends, Jenapal and Beth Kazo, they would gaze at him with a mixture of awe and trepidation. Upon reaching the training field, Sir Roderick was instructing Jon and Robb in the art of swordplay, while Theon fiddled with a bow and arrow. Oh, the North's giant who defeated the Kingslayer has arrived. Jon and Robb immediately removed their helmets and encircled Adu. The direwolves, Grey Wind and Ghost, joined the gathering. Adu, teach us to wield the sword, Robb implored. Roderick stroked his snowy beard. It seems Adu is poised to usurp my position. No wonder. I have never bested a Kingsguard in my life. Adu humbly replied. My swordsmanship pales in comparison to yours. I am merely adept in brute strength, better suited for a warhammer. Jon, affectionately resting his hand on Adu's shoulder, exclaimed. Your muscles are quite impressive. Robert's warhammer, which both Robb and I attempted to lift, proved too heavy for us. Adu chuckled. You and Robb are still young. You will certainly grow taller and stronger, becoming excellent warriors in due time. Arya approached, wielding a small hammer. Her direwolf, Nymeria, trailed behind at a distance. Adu, teach me to use the warhammer. I pilfered this from Mikken's forge. She brandished the ordinary hammer, playfully tapping Adu's thigh. Adu lifted Arya above his head, eliciting a peal of laughter from her. Soon, Bran and Rickon joined, climbing onto Adu's shoulders, filling the training ground with joyous laughter. Sir Malin, appearing as a spectral presence, silently approached Adu. Foolish Adu, come with me. Malin, having suffered a complete defeat at Adu's hands during their sparring, still harbored resentment. Adu gently set down Rickon and Bran. What is it? He inquired. Robb, filled with youthful fervor, retorted, Malin, if you dare to trouble Adu in Winterfell, I warn you, there will be consequences. Robb unsheathed his sword. Calm yourself, young wolf, Malin replied, maintaining a stoic demeanor. The king seeks him. His Majesty Robert has invited a fool to dine with him, which is quite a rarity. Jon, Robb, and Bran exchanged amused glances. Jon encouraged, Adu, hurry along. An invitation from the king is a distinction indeed. Our dear Robert possesses little patience. Let us hasten, Marlon urged. King Robert and Duke Eddard awaited him in the small hall. For this evening's banquet, Lady Catelyn had specifically arranged for Sister Modin to select a pristine velvet gown for Adu. Desmond and Fat Tom had given Adu a bath. Typically, he bathed in the hot springs of the Weirwood Forest, but this was his first time utilizing a bathroom. Upon seeing Adu, Robert's face broke into a broad grin. Huh. Adu, do you know how many times I have mocked Eddard for you? He actually placed a formidable warrior in the stables as a stable boy. What a fool. You taught Jaime a lesson. The Kingslayer lost to a simpleton, becoming a jest, and Cersei is so furious she won't eat. Huh. Before long, Sir Boros presented a rosewood gift box, which, upon opening, revealed a warhammer. Adu exclaimed in astonishment. Is this the King's warhammer? It is a one-to-one replica of my own, crafted by the blacksmiths of Winterfell, and it is yours, Robert replied. This warhammer shall be named Robert's Hammer. I want you to wield it against the Kingslayer whenever the opportunity arises. Adu accepted the hammer, and Robert drew his sword. I hereby officially knight you, Duke Eddard remarked. It is a tremendous honor for the king to personally confer knighthood. Adu knelt on one knee as Robert, with his longsword, touched Adu's shoulders 7 times, symbolizing the 7 gods. You are now a knight, Sir Adu. According to tradition, I shall bestow upon you a moniker. Let it be Nightmare of the Kingslayer. Adu rose and accepted the warhammer. Robert inquired, Adu, would you be interested in accompanying me to King's Landing? As you have observed, the King's Guard is comprised entirely of inept fools. You could become one of my King's Guard. Adu replied, I have heard that the King's Guard consists of only 7 members, and it is a lifetime position. New members are only admitted upon the death of a current guard. Robert chuckled, look at Marlon and Boros. Such lackluster warriors would hardly last long on the battlefield. Once a vacancy arises, I shall choose you. Duke Eddard immediately protested, Robert, Adu has served Winterfell for many years. He is the only blood of the old Nan. The King's Guard vows not to take wives or father children. Would that not lead to the extinction of his line? Robert appeared somewhat disheartened. Very well, Eddard, you are soon to become the hand of the king. You must take Adu with you. I eagerly anticipate Adu triumphing over the Kingslayer and Balistan in the tournament. After Robert departed, Eddard said, Adu, my children hold you in high regard. Would you be willing to serve me? Adu nodded. Of course. Duke Eddard gazed out into the night. Jon Arryn is dead. Winter is coming. Adu. Winterfell and House Stark require your warhammer. Chapter 4. The birth in the stable. The old wet nurse sat in the courtyard of Winterfell, basking in the sunlight, a sewing needle in her hand as she recounted tales of the war against the White Walkers to Rickon and Bran. The moment Bran spotted Adu, he rushed over. Adu, is it true that King Robert has invited you to become a Kingsguard? Adu nodded. Indeed, such was the case. Bran, feeling a surge of anger, clenched his small fist and struck Adu lightly. Then why do you not accept? Being a Kingsguard is so glorious. My dream is to become a Kingsguard. If you agree, you will be renowned alongside Dawn's wielder, Ser Arthur Dayne, Prince Aemon the Dragon Knight, and the fearless Barristan Selmy. Adu smiled softly, caressing Bran's cheek. But have you considered this? If I become a Kingsguard, I cannot protect you or Winterfell. The Kingsguard is solely devoted to the royal family, tasked with safeguarding the king. Bran had not thought of this angle. He pondered for a moment. In that case, I would rather you never become a Kingsguard. Even if you remain a stable boy for life, you are still one of Winterfell's own. I do not wish for you to become a Kingsguard. Adu ruffled Bran's hair, remarking, You truly are a clever little rascal. Just then, Bran's wolf bounded over, licking Adu's palm. Have you thought of a name for your little wolf? Bran shook his head. No, I think White Ghost is a lovely name, but alas, it has been given to Jon's wolf. What has been troubling Jon these days? He seems perpetually angry. As Adu passed by the blacksmith's shop, he found Jon there, where the smith, Mikken, was handing him an assassin's blade. Jon toyed with the sword. Adu leaned in closer. Is this what you prepared for your journey to the wall? Jon lowered his voice. This is a gift for Arya. Do not tell anyone. Adu noticed Jon's furrowed brow. Why the long face? Jon sighed. Father is going to King's Landing to serve as Hand of the King. Robb will inherit Winterfell, and even you, Adu, are favored by the king. Yet I am destined to serve the Night's Watch, spending the rest of my days at the wall. I do not wish to complain. It is just that fate has indeed played tricks on me. This is Winterfell, the ancestral home of House Stark, and I, a Snow, must take my leave. Adu patted his shoulder. Within the Night's Watch, bastards can rise to high ranks. Some bastards even become the Lord's commander of the Night's Watch. Jon raised an eyebrow. Yet, the Night's Watch is destined to marry no one and sire no children. It is truly a tragic fate. I wish to follow Father to King's Landing, to serve in his guard, but he utterly disapproves. As for Lady Catelyn, well, she would gladly swallow me whole for taking an extra bite at the table. I still do not understand why Father forbids me from going to King's Landing. Is it because this bastard tarnishes his honor? Adu pondered in silence. I believe that Duke Ed has his considerations. The presence of a bast child at court indeed tarnishes Lord Ed's reputation. Jon remarked. I suspect it must be connected to my mother. I still do not know who she is. Is she in King's Landing? Adwell. I have heard that King's Landing gathers the nobility and merchants from the 7 kingdoms and the 9 trading city-states. Once there, discreetly inquire about my mother. Adwell readily agreed. And only then did Jon depart, satisfied. Smith Mikken presented Adwell's shield, adorned with the image of a giant wielding a war hammer, the mountain of a hammer. Many knights possess personal crests, and this was the emblem Adwell had chosen. The giant represented himself, while the war hammer was a gift from Robert, the hammer of Robert. Mikken snapped his fingers. Are you pleased with the shield, Sir Adwell? In the past, Adwell often assisted Mycon at the smithy, and now Mycon frequently jested with Adwell. Of course I am satisfied. Mycon, you are truly the embodiment of a smith. Captain Jory led the soldiers on patrol since the king's arrival at Winterfell. The guard had intensified its vigilance. Adwell, now a member of the guard, was held in high esteem by Duke Ed, thus exempt from standing watch or patrolling duties. Sandor Clegane obstructed the path. The Mountain Spawn, are you interested in a spar? This moniker, the Mountain Spawn, was bestowed upon Adwell by Joffrey. Ever since Adwell had triumphed over 3 Kingsguard, including Jaime, the Lannisters were left humiliated, while Tyrion generously conferred upon him the title of the North's Giant. Joffrey, however, deemed the Mountain Spawn more fitting. I have heard the Beggar King's sister, Daenerys, is called the Stormborn. Our Sir Adwell is indeed the Mountain's Spawn. Sandor Clegane, with his coarse voice and scarred visage, perpetually wore a menacing expression, and his hound helmet was enough to chill one's bones. Yet, as Sandor spent time with Adwell, their camaraderie flourished. Historically dismissive of knights, Sandor found it utterly astonishing that this fool had defeated 3 Kingsguard. That night, apart from Robert, Sandor was the loudest in laughter. With no sparring partners available, Sandor immediately thought of Adwell. In Winterfell, the only knight worth mentioning is that captain of the guard. What's his name? Jory. The rest are inept. However, you, lad, are something else. Defeating Meryn and Boros is one thing, but to best the Kingslayer, now that's impressive. Adwell chuckled. Sandor, had you intervened that day, I would surely have been defeated. Sandor scoffed. Quit your pretense. As Sandor and Adwell sparred, their hammers clashed against swords, and soon both were drenched in sweat. I relish training against a brute. Do you know why? Because I aim to slay the mountain. You may be a tad smaller than the mountain, but still, quite a rarity, Adwell replied. How do I measure up against the mountain? You are still far from it. Gregor's lance is steady, precise, and merciless with his great blade. However, you started late. Perhaps in the future, you might approach Gregor's level. Then, Sandor began to reproach Hodor. You too have become a knight. Humph. Gregor is also a knight. Just look at his miserable state. How many lives has he taken? Pray, has Ser Gregor ever honored the 7? The answer is no. He only knows relentless slaughter, serving as a hound for others, and thus he is deemed a knight. Hodor replied. King Robert himself bestowed the title. How could I refuse? I have also heard of the atrocities of the mountain. He has slain too many children and women. Perhaps I could assist you in eliminating him. The hound glared fiercely at him. The whelp is not your concern. Gregor deserves to die, but only I am capable of delivering that justice. You would do well to mind your own affairs. Chapter 5. Unforeseen Perils. Winterfell is a place rife with negative emotions. During the night, Hodor and the hound, Sandor, practiced extensively, both drenched in sweat. Sandor's heart brimmed with hatred. He cursed and roared during their sparring, venting his fury. Negative emotions seemed to manifest as colorless light, all absorbed by Hodor, transforming into magical energy. Hodor proceeded to the dog kennel, where a pack of dogs began to fight over a bone, their rage merging with the mournful howls of the dire wolves. The animals' negative emotions could also be transmuted into magical energy. In no time, Hodor felt his body suffused with magic. He was brimming with power. Hodor returned to his chamber. Previously, he resided in a dilapidated room adjacent to the stables. Now, he had become a favored guard of Duke Eddard, granted a clean and spacious room. Upon entering, he lit a beeswax candle and retrieved a collection of stones, ordinary rocks found in the fields, now of great utility. He lifted the stones, blue light coalescing above him to form a matrix of azure luminescence, with runes dancing upon its surface. The stones flickered in and out. Upon the conclusion of the spell, the stones in Hodor's hand transformed into teleportation stones. Spatial teleportation is a sorcerous skill of the archmages within the realm of beasts. By placing the teleportation stones at a location, one could potentially be transported from miles away. Winterfell lies in the heart of the north, which occupies nearly half of the landmass of Westeros. The combined territories of Dorne, the Stormlands, the Reach, the Vale, the Riverlands, the Crownlands, and the Iron Islands pale in comparison to the vastness of the north. In a few days, Hodor would accompany Duke Eddard south to King's Landing. The transportation within Westeros is quite inconvenient. Typically, one would travel along the King's Road directly south from Winterfell to King's Landing. Alternatively, one could take to the waters from White Harbor, traversing the sea to reach the capital. However, traveling by sea often depends on the whims of the weather. If storms continually oppose the vessels, the journey by water could be slower than the King's Road. Should war arise, returning from King's Landing to Winterfell would prove even more arduous. In the present day, the Stark family of the North and the Lannisters of the West stand on the brink of conflict. Across the narrow sea, the beggar King Viserys, harboring the wrath of the sleeping dragon, has bartered his sister Daenerys to Khal Drogo. Not to mention the schemers lurking in the shadows. War appears inevitable. Before departing from Winterfell, Edu resolved to leave behind a teleportation stone. This way, even if he found himself in King's Landing, 1,000 miles away, he would still possess the means to traverse space and return to Winterfell in a brief span of time. Edu had previously experimented with this. He had journeyed to the woods a few miles from Winterfell and placed a teleportation stone in the crypt beneath the castle, invoking the spatial transfer and instantly returning from the forest to Winterfell. Although he was uncertain about the feasibility of returning directly from King's Landing to Winterfell, given that he had never ventured so far, theoretically, it was plausible. Edu arrived at the crypt, under the watchful gaze of the statues of the North's past kings, and placed a teleportation stone beneath the effigy of Lyanna. Henceforth, this would serve as the teleportation point for Winterfell. The following day, Edu gifted a bracelet to Jon. Jon gazed at the stone embedded in the bracelet. "What is this?" he inquired. Edu replied, "It is a gift from the old gods, Jon. Carry it with you, and the old gods will watch over you." In truth, this was also a teleportation stone. Some of the Stark children would accompany Lord Eddard to King's Landing, such as Sansa and Arya, while others would remain in Winterfell, like Robb and Rickon. Only Jon was destined for the Wall, to the Night's Watch at Castle Black, which lay at the very heart of the Wall. Edu was aware that the king beyond the Wall, Mance Rayder, was gathering his forces beyond the Wall, and the White Walkers were stirring in the frigid center of death. The Wall would soon become the front line in the battle between humanity and the undead. Thus, Edu entrusted Jon with the teleportation stone, allowing him to better assist Jon in the future. Jon accepted Edu's gift, and Edu admonished him, "You must not remove this bracelet at any time, whether at Castle Black or beyond, or else I shall be vexed." Jon gratefully embraced Edu. King Robert rode forth, followed by Lord Eddard, Melisandre, and Boros. Joffrey, Tyrion, and Robb were also amidst the throng, but Jaime was conspicuously absent. Robert halted his horse before Edu. "The dream of the Kingslayer beckons. We depart south on the morrow. I wish to hunt. Come with me." Edu was immediately struck by an ominous premonition. "Your Majesty, I am afflicted with a stomach ailment. I fear I cannot attend." Joffrey sneered with contempt. It was no wonder. Hunting was a noble sport, and our Edu, hailing from humble beginnings, fell ill at the mere mention of it. Robert retorted angrily, "Little Joff, if you continue your prattle, you may return whence you came." Joffrey turned his head away in indignation. Robert turned his gaze back to Edu. "Edu, I initially intended to engage in a contest of wild boar hunting with you. However, since you are indisposed, we shall forego that endeavor." The hunting party has departed. In truth, Edu did not suffer from any ailment. Rather, he was preoccupied with concern for Bran. Jaime and Cersei remained in Winterfell, while the king ventured forth to hunt. Such a familiar narrative unfolds. Within the Godswood, Edu discovered Bran. "Bran, for heaven's sake, do not ascend or descend today. You may fall," Edu cautioned. Bran stubbornly shook his head. "My mother summoned Master Luwin and the old wet nurse to frighten me, claiming I would tumble down. I am not afraid. We are to set out for King's Landing tomorrow. I wish to climb the walls one last time, to stand atop Winterfell's roof and gaze upon the castle," Bran declared. As he attempted to run, Edu seized him firmly. "You must remain here today, regardless of your protests. Lord Eddard has entrusted me with your protection, and he forbids you from climbing." Bran, resigned, nodded reluctantly. "Very well. Release me, and I shall heed your counsel. I will not wander off." Yet, the moment Edu loosened his grip, Bran darted away. "Edu, you have been deceived. Come and chase me if you dare," he called, as he sprinted into the distance, prompting Edu to give chase. Suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through, causing the leaves of the Godswood to rustle, their branches brushing against one another, reminiscent of whispered conversations. Edu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he collapsed to the ground. The heart tree bore faces carved into its bark. Legend spoke of them as remnants left by the children of the forest. These faces could grant the children the ability to observe the world and detect the movements of foes. At times, Edu mused on the prospect of wielding the sight of the heart tree. Alas, his current abilities as a ward did not encompass such powers. He could only summon owls and dung beetles for reconnaissance, which, though less potent than the heart tree's vision, served his purpose adequately. Edu beheld the faces upon the heart tree come alive, their blood-red eyes fixated upon him. A raven alighted before him. "Edu, Edu!" The raven cawed, calling out his name, while Bran and his direwolf had vanished without a trace. Adu noticed that the raven bore a third eye upon its forehead, a three-eyed raven. A sense of trepidation gripped Adu. This three-eyed raven was a powerful green seer of the old gods, capable of easily accessing the site of the heart tree, allowing it to perceive events of the past, present, and future. The green seer was also the most formidable of shapeshifters, able to inhabit various creatures, including ravens and even humans. Adu! Adu! The three-eyed raven shrieked, and Adu felt another wave of dizziness engulf him. Time passed, though he could not discern how long, until he awakened to find the three-eyed raven had vanished. Where was Bran? Adu immediately rose and began his search. In the distance, he heard a wolf's howl, Bran's dire wolf. Soon, other dire wolves joined in the chorus. Adu recognized them as Summer, Grey Wind, Lady, and Shaggy Dog. Beneath a circular tower, Adu spotted Bran, lying prone upon the ground. The shrill screams of the maid, the baying of hounds, and the howls of wolves created a cacophony that left Adu in a state of deep frustration. How insidious! Little Bran, pray tell, are you not going to make me your steed again? Chapter 6. Healing Bran. Bran had fallen from the high tower, and Adu cradled him as he returned to the chamber. Shortly thereafter, Maester Luwin arrived, his chain around his neck clinking softly. Trained in the Citadel, the Maesters are skilled in medicine, history, science, and the arts, serving as advisors to noble lords in various castles. Lady Catelyn, Sister Modin, and Brother Chael soon made their appearances. Sister Modin and Brother Chael commenced their prayers. Yet Adu's thoughts were consumed by the peculiar three-eyed raven from the Weirwood Forest. It was that raven that had thwarted his attempts to prevent Bran from climbing the wall. Had the old gods intentionally intervened to save Bran? The more he pondered, the more unsettling it became. Lady Catelyn appeared frantic, struggling to hold back her tears, utterly at a loss. Bran climbs up and down every day, and I have always feared that such a calamity would occur. Adu knew all too well that Bran had been pushed from the tower by the Kingslayer, Jaime. Regrettably, Adu had not been able to catch him in the act, nor did he possess any evidence. Yet Adu felt no concern, for he was confident that Bran would awaken unscathed. Instead, his worries lay in what would transpire once Bran regained consciousness. Would he have to carry Bran about like a steed? Gazing at Bran's face, Adu silently wished, "Oh Bran, perhaps it is best for you to find peace." Maester Luwin began his attempts to revive Bran, and Adu, along with the other guards, were ushered out. King Robert and Duke Eddard returned from the hunt and hastened to Bran's bedside. Robb, Jon, Arya, and Sansa all crowded into the chamber. Finally, Adu re-entered the room, where Duke Eddard wore a troubled expression. "Luwin, how is Bran?" Eddard inquired, worry etched across his face. Maester Luwin gently stroked his chain. "My lord, I must confess. Bran's fall was severe, his injuries are grave, and he may pass at any moment. I have done all that I can. We must leave it to fate." Adu interjected. "My lord Eddard, rest assured, Bran shall survive." That night, Adu returned to his own chamber and quickly succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he found himself once again in the Weirwood Forest, the faces upon the fishbone tree gazing at him. Before long, the three-eyed raven appeared. "Adu, you have come," it remarked. Adu furrowed his brow. "Why did you not allow me to save Bran?" The raven replied, "That is Bran's destiny. Had he not fallen from the tower, he would have accompanied you to King's Landing on the morrow." Adu felt a surge of anger. Better to go to King's Landing than for Bran to become a cripple. "I simply cannot fathom why Bran cannot go to King's Landing." The raven lifted its gaze to the heavens, which had turned a deep crimson. "Adu, have you ever considered? Upon reaching King's Landing, who shall safeguard Bran? The heart trees south of the neck have nearly all been hewn down, leaving the old gods powerless in the south. Bran's arrival in King's Landing seems to herald a grim fate, destined to become a mere corpse." Adwo did not foresee this turn of events. He murmured, "So it is. Who, indeed, would bring about Bran's demise?" The three-eyed raven replied, "The new gods, the drowned god, the black goat, the red god Lawler. Who can say? This is a conflict among the deities. I am grateful to you for attempting to protect Bran. Adwo, your veins carry the blood of the ancients. I hope you will guard the north and its faithful followers of the old gods." Adwo replied, "I was born in the north, and I shall gladly protect its people." The three-eyed raven chuckled. "Adwo, the children of the forest and the northerners are steadfast believers in the old gods, yet their followers extend beyond the north. The free folk beyond the wall, the clans of the Vale, the house of Blackwood by the Weirwood, the Royces of Runestone, and even the rock dwellers of Skagos, all are children of the old gods. Winter is approaching, friend of the old gods, we need you. Henceforth, you shall be bestowed with the abilities of a dreamwalker, enabling you to enter the dreams of others, uncover the truth, and engage in communication." Adwo was both astonished and elated. A dreamwalker? How does one enter another's dreams? The three-eyed raven imparted to Adwo a set of runes. Inscribe the name of the dreamer upon your palm using these runes, and you shall enter their dreams. With that, the three-eyed raven vanished, and the weirwood grove began to tremble violently. Adwo awoke from his slumber, the dawn already breaking outside. A chorus of wolf howls echoed from beyond. As daylight emerged, Adwo hastened to Bran's chamber. Lady Catelyn and Lord Eddard appeared worn and weary. She had not slept a wink, keeping vigil beside Ser Roderick. Lady Catelyn forced a sorrowful smile. Adwo, I thank you. Had you not discovered Bran's fall so promptly, he may well have perished. Adwo reassured her, my lady. There is no need for concern. Bran will surely awaken. Lord Eddard sighed. Ser Roderick remarked, Bran remains in peril, his life hanging by a thread. Adwo calmly stated, in truth, I possess a modicum of medical knowledge. Allow me to attend to him. Ser Roderick's once sleepy eyes widened in surprise. Adwo, when did you acquire medical skills? Bran's injuries are severe. He cannot withstand further trials. Adwo smiled gently. Rest assured, Ser Roderick, I have no intention of usurping your role. Rather, I simply cannot bear to see Bran suffer. If you are unable to heal him and fate is to take its course, why not let me try? To be honest, I possess ancestral remedies. Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn exchanged glances, with Eddard saying, the old maester has cared for House Stark for generations. Perhaps he indeed possesses unique remedies. After all, why else would he have lived so long? Ser Roderick stroked his chain, deep in thought. My Lord Eddard, allow me to speak candidly. The so-called folk remedies have indeed been the subject of study within the Citadel. It is undeniable that certain concoctions may yield some efficacy against specific ailments. However, the majority of these remedies are utterly incapable of healing injuries or illnesses, and may, in fact, prove fatal. Bran is in such a frail state that, to be frank, he is barely clinging to life. Should you resort to Adwo's remedy, it could hasten his demise. At that moment, King Robert entered, followed closely by Queen Cersei and Ser Jaime. Cersei and Jaime gazed intently at Bran, who lay in bed, fearful that he might awaken. Would something befall the boy? Cersei feigned a sorrowful demeanor. Maester Luwin remarked that Bran could perish at any moment. Alas, such a heart-wrenching notion. Yet, despite this, Cersei's expression suggested a sense of relief. Upon hearing that Bran could die at any time, Adwo noted the exchange of glances between Cersei and Jaime. Duke Eddard declared, Adwo wishes to treat Bran. Yet Maester Luwin forbids it, claiming that the remedy may endanger him. Robert retorted gruffly, I support Adwo's efforts, since the Maester has no solutions. Why not allow Adwo to attempt a remedy? Shall we merely watch Bran languish? In Cersei's eyes flickered a cunning and malevolent glint. She was convinced that Adwo would bring about Bran's demise. In recent days, Cersei had conducted a thorough investigation into Adwo, discovering that he had spent his youth in the stables and had only recently begun to read and write, lacking any true medical knowledge. Cersei perceived this as an opportune moment to eliminate Bran via Adwo's hands. Let him try, she thought. With both King Robert and Queen Cersei in support of Adwo, Luwin, Catelyn, and Eddard reluctantly acquiesced. Adwo drew the curtains. Please wait outside, he instructed. Robert, Cersei, and Jaime exited in succession, and Adwo noticed the barely concealed smile on Cersei's face. Catelyn and Eddard followed suit, while Luwin cast a fierce glare at Adwo. Healing is not akin to delivering a mare. You shall be the cause of Bran's death, the maester warned, his face a mask of disapproval as he closed the door. Within the confines of the chamber, Catelyn's sorrow, Eddard's distress, Cersei's malice, Jaime's and Luwin's tension, all these negative emotions were absorbed and transformed into magic by Adwo. He felt invigorated, awash with magical energy. Divine light. Adwo invoked the skills of a paladin, ethereal golden runes appearing above him as a radiant light infused Bran's being. This sacred illumination expedited the healing of wounds and cured ailments. Adwo then unleashed alchemical arts, emitting a healing spray that enveloped Bran. This medical mist bore similar effects to that of the divine light and could heal multiple individuals simultaneously. Bran coughed lightly and gradually awakened. Adwo opened the door. Please, come in. Bran has awakened. The smile on Cersei's face instantly froze, vanishing like summer snow, replaced by tension and confusion as her features began to twitch. Jaime's clenched hand began to tremble. Catelyn and Duke Ed excitedly burst into the room. Maester Luwin's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The crowd gathered around Bran as Adwo raised his voice. Bran, how did you fall? Cersei and Jaime leaned anxiously against each other, Jaime's hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Chapter 7. The mechanic Adwo. Seeing Adwo questioning Bran about the fall from the tower, Cersei immediately interjected. The boy has injured his head and just regained consciousness. Why pursue him with questions? We should allow him to rest. Bran murmured, my head hurts. I don't remember anything. Lady Catelyn embraced her son. Bran, have you lost your memory? You wouldn't forget your mother, would you? Bran glanced at Catelyn and Duke Ed. Of course, I remember mother. Father, Maester Luwin, Adwo, and the Queen. I remember everyone. I just don't recall what happened when I fell from the tower. Cersei and Jaime breathed a sigh of relief. And the hand of the Kingslayer, which had been gripping the sword hilt, relaxed. Jaime forced a smile. Why compel this child to recall the terrifying fall? Let him rest. King Robert picked up a flagon, took a sip of wine, and approached Adwo, delivering a playful punch. Adwo, you truly are remarkable. Maester Luwin said Bran could not be cured, yet you revived him in no time at all. The esteemed Maester Pycelle is considered one of the best among scholars. Yet he is an old fool. Adwo, if you have no desire to be a Kingsguard, how about aspiring to the position of Maester? If you wish, I can have Pycelle removed at once. Adwo chuckled, Your Majesty, only the Citadel's conclave can decide the appointments of Maesters. One must first be a scholar. I haven't even set foot in the Citadel, so how could I become a Maester? Robert laughed. The Citadel is easy enough, with your martial skills, intellect, and medical knowledge. You surpass those bookworms. If you wish to be a Maester, there will always be a way. Huh, a Maester wielding a war hammer. What would old Pycelle think of that? Duke Ed interjected, Robert, do not think to lure Adwo away from me. He is our family's savior. Catelyn held Bran close. Your Majesty, you may take everything from Winterfell, but Adwo cannot go. News of Bran's revival spread throughout Winterfell. Soon, Robb, Jon, Theon, Sansa, Arya, and little Rickon all arrived, surrounding Bran and Adwo with laughter. Bran's dire wolf rushed in, climbing onto his bed as Bran gently stroked the creature. Adwo asked, Bran, have you decided what to name your dire wolf? Bran nodded, I have. I'll call him Summer. Bran survived, yet he remains disabled. Regardless of whether Adwo invoked the light of the divine or applied medicinal sprays, he was unable to walk. This left Bran in a state of discontent, with the summer ice wolves and Adwo accompanying him daily. Only in Adwo's presence would a smile grace Bran's face. Consequently, Duke Ed arranged for Adwo to carry Bran around. In truth, any of the guards such as Hal Wyn, Desmond, or Fat Tom could have borne Bran, but he held a preference for Adwo alone. Master Ruin and Tyrion devised a contraption, a basket with 2 openings at the bottom, allowing Bran's shins to pass through. Secured to Adwo's back, Adwo carried Bran to the training grounds and took leisurely strolls in the sacred woods. Ultimately, he could not escape the fate of being Bran's steed. However, this posed no challenge for Adwo. The next day, Adwo began sketching designs in the library tower. He aimed to create a mechanism that would serve as Bran's legs. The imp Tyrion furrowed his brow. After Adwo revived Bran, he increasingly perceived Adwo as an enigma. The imp had a penchant for saddles and possessed some knowledge of mechanics. Northern Giant, your design is excessively intricate. It is bound to fail, he remarked. Adwo scrutinized the blueprints. How about a wager, little imp? 10 golden dragons. Tyrion replied with a grin. Very well. I shall take your bet. If I win your coins, I shall indulge in some merriment with a few ladies. Adwo proceeded to the blacksmith shop, seeking Mikken, and summoned all the carpenters of Winterfell. Construct this according to the blueprint. Mikken frowned. Adwo, will this thing truly aid Bran in walking? It appears to me a sheer waste of iron. Adwo reassured, rest assured. I shall not make your efforts in vain. The carpenters delivered the cut wood to Mikken, who, together with his apprentice, forged wrought iron, encasing the wood in metal. And ultimately, they fashioned a spider-like contraption of iron and wood. Upon this structure rested a seat for Bran, with a steering wheel positioned at the front. The inspiration for this mechanical creation drew from the goblin mechanics in the realm of Warcraft. In that world, the cunning goblins, though diminutive, transformed into mechanical monstrosities while seated in their contraptions, capable of contending with formidable ogres and orcs. Adwo dispatched an apprentice to fetch Bran. Mikken expressed his irritation. After wasting so much time and resources, this is the result? This contraption is inferior to a mere wheelchair. Adwo countered. The little imp has bet against this device's efficacy, wagering 10 golden dragons against me. Mikken, if you are unconvinced, feel free to wager with me as well. Mikken extracted a handful of copper coins from his purse, clenching them in his fist. I'll wager it all. This cannot possibly assist Bran in walking. Joffrey and Sandor Clegane, accompanied by a retinue of Lannister attendants, halted to observe the mechanical creation before them. Joffrey sneered. This is the mechanical monstrosity you've created in the stable? Quite terrifying indeed. You wish to assist Bran, the cripple, in walking, yet this contraption is of no help whatsoever. Even a fool could see that. Oh, how could I forget? Our dear Ser Addo is also a fool. The Lannister attendants erupted in laughter, with only Sandor remaining stoic. Mikken and the carpenters glared at Joffrey with fury. The diminutive Tyrion approached. Joffrey, you truly are deserving of a beating. Joffrey's arrogance, his malevolence, and the scorn of his attendants, along with the contempt from Mikken and the carpenters. All negative emotions were absorbed by Addo, filling him with magic. Joffrey, you claim this thing cannot move. Dare you wager on it? Joffrey snorted dismissively. If this pile of scrapwood can move, I'll spend a day in the stable, serving as a stable boy like you fool. Tyrion gazed up at the mechanical creation. Joffrey, to witness you as a stable boy, I genuinely hope Addo succeeds, though I wager this contraption will prove useless. Desmond and Jory had already brought Bran, who sat atop the spider-like machine. Addo steadied the device. Joffrey, remember our wager. Joffrey revealed a wolfish grin. Let us wager then. Should I lose, I shall serve as your steed, and I'll wield a whip to beat you. Bran, seated atop the machine, placed his hands on the controls. Feeling somewhat anxious. Addo, if I get on this, will I truly be able to walk? Addo reassured him. Of course, Bran. Are you ready? As Addo activated the machine, infusing it with spells, it trembled momentarily, as if imbued with life. Bran gripped the steering wheel, and the machine's several appendages began to move. Mikken, Tyrion, Jory, and even Joffrey stood agape. Tyrion stared with one eye wide, and the other squinted. Yet this defies scientific explanation. Mikken murmured, how is this possible? Joffrey's expression darkened as he watched Bran move several meters away. Bran was filled with exhilaration. I can walk. Jory, Desmond, and Fat Tom cheered for Bran, while Bran's little wolf leaped onto the goblin machine. Tyrion produced 10 golden dragons, tossing them to Addo. Addo, whether a fool, stable boy, warrior, healer, or mechanic, you never ceased to amaze me. Mikken contributed all his coppers, which Addo returned, along with Tyrion's 10 golden dragons, to Mikken. This is the result of all the blacksmiths, apprentices, and carpenters. Mikken, distribute the funds among everyone. The blacksmiths and carpenters gratefully shared the money. Joffrey attempted to slip away, but Addo called after him. Joffrey, it is time for you to fulfill your wager. Joffrey rubbed his forehead. Did we even have a wager? Tyrion chuckled. Joffrey, if you wish to evade your fate, I shall not acquiesce. Let all bear witness to your wager with Addo. The terms were clear. Should you lose, you would serve as a stable boy and endure a night in the stables. At that moment, a stable boy passed by, carrying a bucket of manure. Tyrion intercepted him and handed the bucket to Joffrey. A Lannister always pays his debts. Let us not be the subject of ridicule for our inability to accept defeat. Joffrey's face twisted in disgust, wishing he could vanish into the filth. Addo laughed. Joffrey, I wish you a pleasant day's work in the stables. Joffrey pinched his nose, visibly retching as he limped toward the stable. Chapter 8. Joffrey's dagger upon arriving at the stables. Joffrey was immediately overwhelmed by the sight of the horses, the hay, and the manure, not to mention the pungent odor that assailed his senses. I refuse to be a stable boy. This place is revolting. I am the crown prince, the heir to the Iron Throne, destined to be king. I shall not stoop to the level of a lowly stable hand. Tyrion smirked. Are you attempting to flee, boy? Then why engage in a wager with Addo? Joffrey ground his teeth in frustration. Very well, I shall have my servants take my place as the stable boy, though surrounded by a retinue of Lannister attendants. Addo firmly rejected this notion. No, Prince Joffrey, you must fulfill your agreement. We stipulated that as long as Bran's contraption could move, you would serve a day as a stable boy, including an overnight stay. Joffrey's neck flushed crimson with rage. I shall tell mother. Tyrion promptly summoned his servant, Jack. Fetch King Robert at once. A servant had already informed Cersei, and she arrived outside the stables. Joffrey, feeling as though he had been granted a reprieve, threw himself into her arms. Mother, Addo and Uncle the Imp are forcing me to be a stable hand. Cersei's expression turned furious. That fool Addo dares to compel Joffrey to work as a stable boy? Addo interjected. Your Grace, you are mistaken. Joffrey is to serve as a stable boy, not a stable hand. Tyrion replied with a grin. My dear sister, given Joffrey's intellect, he might struggle to distinguish between the two. Being a stable hand could prove too taxing for him. Cersei shot a disdainful glance at Tyrion. You imbecile, colluding with outsiders to bully your own nephew. Robert, bearing a wine jug, approached. What is the matter? The imp recounted the events in detail. Robert furrowed his brow. A wager is a wager. Serving a day as a stable boy is hardly a grave matter. Cersei's anxiety escalated. They also demand that little Joffrey spend the night in the stables. Robert belched, the scent of alcohol wafting through the air. Then let him stay the night. He could use a lesson. Perhaps his hound can keep him company. As Robert departed, Cersei glared at Addo, her emerald eyes ablaze with fury. Addo, a Lannister always pays his debts. We shall remember this. With a flourish of her skirts, Cersei turned and left. Joffrey was left to endure a day in the stables, with the hound Sandor vigilantly stationed outside. Bran has acquired a mechanical vehicle, a contraption reminiscent of a spider, equipped with multiple appendages. He sits atop it, effortlessly maneuvering with a steering wheel. This mechanical beast allows Bran to ascend and descend stairs with its limbs, as steady as a spider's legs, and venture into the sacred woods. Robb, Jon, and Theon gather around Bran's mechanical marvel, observing in awe. Jon remarks, only a genius like Addo could conceive such a machine. Its appendages resemble those of a spider. Theon scrutinizes the creation closely. As Ironborn, we excel in crafting longships. This device would be invaluable aboard a vessel. Addo, how did you bring this design to life? Addo chuckles softly. If you delve into your studies, the answers will reveal themselves. The following day, Joffrey finally emerges from the stables. He heads to the bathhouse, cursing Addo as he bathes. The servants in the bathhouse promptly inform Addo of Joffrey's tirade. Addo, be wary. Prince Joffrey may seek retribution against you. 2 hunting dogs, embroiled in a quarrel over a bone, approach Addo, their negative emotions, anger and fear, absorbed by him. Just as Addo accumulates a modicum of magic, the dogs flee. Well, that suffices. He muses, summoning a sparrow that flits away, tasked with keeping a watchful eye on Joffrey to prevent any rash actions. The sparrow follows Joffrey as he approaches King Robert's chamber, where Robert stands by the window, reeking of alcohol, clearly inebriated. The sparrow perches on a nearby guard tree. Robert remarks, you finally emerged from the stables? There's no shame in spending a night there. He gestures towards Addo. Look at him, born in a stable. Yet he has become an exceptional warrior, healer, scholar, and mechanic. You ought to read more. Joffrey's face contorts in disdain. Father, you don't read yourself. How can you expect me to? Robert feigns a kick at him, prompting Joffrey to dodge swiftly. You little brat, can you compare yourself to me? I earn my keep with a warhammer. At that moment, Bran passes by in his mechanical vehicle, accompanied by the direwolf Summer. Robert frowns, his drunkenness evident. This child has survived, yet he has become a cripple, paralyzed from the waist down. The maesters say he will never recover. What is the point of living like this? Addo saved Bran, but was it truly a blessing? Living in suffering. I must confess, if I were Eddard, I would have let the boy die. The sparrow, stationed outside the window, listens intently. Robert's drunken ramblings are noted by Joffrey, who contemplates them deeply. Robert stumbles and collapses onto the bed, falling into a deep slumber. Joffrey gazes at Bran in the distance. Father says it would be better if Bran were dead. Perhaps I should arrange for someone to dispose of him. If Father learns of it, he won't berate me for my lack of ambition. All of these thoughts are conveyed to Addo through the attentive sparrow. Without hesitation, Joffrey drew forth a sharp dagger fashioned from dragonbone and Valyrian steel, a gift bestowed upon him by King Robert. As he toyed with the blade, he began to contemplate potential assassins. Upon King Robert's arrival in King's Landing, the throngs of followers included numerous free riders, sworn knights, jesters, butchers, cooks, and various servants. Joffrey, having taken a stroll through Winterfell, was shadowed from afar by a sparrow. Beside the pigsty, Joffrey encountered a drunken man, slumbering soundly. He delivered a kick to the man, who, upon waking and recognizing Joffrey, quickly exclaimed, Your Grace. Joffrey replied, It is well that you know who I am. What is your occupation? The drunkard responded, I am a free rider, called Donald, hailing from Brightwater Keep. However, I have lost my horse, armor, and sword to gambling. Donald, I require your assistance in eliminating a certain individual. The reward shall be yours, Joffrey declared, opening his coin pouch to reveal a bounty of silver stags. Donald, greed glimmering in his eyes, grasped the coins. Murder? Your Grace, this is Winterfell. If you seek a death, the Hound or the Kingsguard could do it. Why come to me? With a scoff, Joffrey retorted, Fool, because once you commit the act, you may vanish. I care not if you flee to Braavos, Old Town, or beyond the wall. Just ensure the deed is done. Donald nodded eagerly. I understand. But who is the target? Joffrey replied, It is Bran, the cripple who fell from the tower a few days past. He traverses the city daily in a mechanical contraption. Donald's eyes widened in alarm. Your Grace, that Bran is the son of Lord Eddard. I dare not. Joffrey lowered his voice conspiratorially. Fear not. This is the will of my father. The king has commanded it, and Lord Eddard would not dare oppose. Being a simpleton, Donald, lured by greed, acquiesced. Joffrey handed him the dagger. Wait for the opportune moment to strike. Take the dagger and do not linger here. You may find refuge in the stables, where there is ample room to rest. Having spent the day as a stable boy, Joffrey noted the stables were crowded with horses, those belonging to the king's retinue mingling with the steeds of Winterfell. The stables were sufficiently large to conceal someone. Donald, inebriated, stumbled toward the stables and collapsed into slumber. When he awoke, he found himself confronted by the towering figure of Hodor, who seized him by the throat. "What are you doing hiding here?" Donald drew the dagger and attempted to stab Hodor, but Hodor caught his wrist with a swift motion, snapping it with a crack. Donald screamed in agony as Hodor examined the dagger. A blade of dragonbone and Valyrian steel, perfectly balanced. Such a finely crafted weapon must be worth a fortune. "Speak. From whom did you steal this?" Meanwhile, the captain of the Winterfell Guard, Jory, arrived at Eddard's study. "Lord Eddard, Adao has captured a wandering warrior who was hiding in the stables." Eddard frowned. "Is it necessary to inform me of such trivial matters?" Jory remarked. "This man named Donald has confessed to plotting the assassination of Bran." Eddard's face was etched with shock. "Is such a thing possible? Take me to him at once." Chapter 9. The truth revealed. Duke Eddard and Jory arrived in the dungeon, where Adao, Desmond, and Harris Morland were interrogating Donald. Bound to a post. Donald exuded the stench of alcohol. Why would this drunkard wish to assassinate Bran? Because Prince Joffrey paid him. Adao presented the dragonglass dagger along with a pouch of silver stags. Eddard toyed with the silver stags. Why would Joffrey wish to kill Bran? They have no grievances against each other. Could it be related to Bran's fall? Adao replied, "That is a question for Joffrey. We have captured the murderer, the dragonglass dagger. And the payment for the assassination, ample evidence. I trust King Robert will ensure justice prevails." Eddard stated, "The assassin may attempt to kill Bran again. We must ensure his safety." Adao was assigned to protect Bran. Bran sat in his mechanical chair. "Adao, you have saved me once more. Had you not been a member of the Kingsguard, I might have perished." Adao gently caressed Bran's hair. "You know that." Bran tilted his head. "I do not understand why others wish to kill me." Adao reassured him. "Do not worry. While I am here, no one shall harm you. Winter is coming, and I will protect you." The Hall of Winterfell had been temporarily transformed into a courtroom. King Robert and Duke Eddard sat upon their chairs, while the Kingsguard, Meryn and Boros, stood guard nearby. Lady Catelyn, Robb, Bran, Jon, and Theon were all present. In the end, even the imp, Sansa, and Arya arrived. Bran sat in his mechanical chair, surrounded by Jory, Adao, and Ser Roderick. Bran's direwolves, Summer, Shaggy Dog, Grey Wind, Lady, and Nymeria, encircled him. Upon seeing this assembly, Prince Joffrey immediately became anxious. Cersei entered the hall, accompanied by Jaime. Her brow furrowed. "What is the meaning of this?" Robert bellowed, "Cersei, a murder has occurred in Winterfell. Duke Eddard wishes for me to pass judgment." Cersei and Jaime presumed it concerned Bran's fall, and both grew tense. Sweat beaded on Jaime's forehead as he forced a charming smile. "Your Majesty, what murder?" Robert gestured towards Bran. "Someone has attempted to murder Bran." Joffrey and Cersei's hearts raced. Fearing Bran had regained his memory and recalled that it was Jaime who had pushed him from the window. At that moment, the guards of Winterfell brought forth a filthy man. Duke Eddard remarked, "Adao has apprehended a man in the stables. His name is Donald. Donald claims that he was hired by Joffrey to assassinate Bran." Cersei and Jaime were taken aback. Tyrion, shifting his misshapen feet, scrutinized Donald. "How intriguing. Joffrey, did you employ this fool?" Joffrey, fuming, retorted, "Nonsense, I do not know him." Cersei coldly interjected, "Stark, your imbecilic stable boy coerced Joffrey into spending the night in the stables yesterday. I have refrained from holding you accountable, and yet you dare to slander my son?" Catelyn replied icily, "Your Grace, no offense intended, but we possess evidence." Eddard commanded, "Adao, present the evidence." Adao displayed a dagger before the assembly. Jaime dismissively questioned, "What can a dagger prove?" Adao asserted, "This dagger is forged from dragonbone and Valyrian steel. It is not merely a sharp weapon for close combat, but a masterpiece of art. Donald is merely a free rider, having lost his wager and sold both his horse and sword. How could he possibly possess this dagger?" Donald conceded that it was given to him by Joffrey. Cersei scowled. "Why should we believe this wretched man? Can his mere word be sufficient to tarnish Joffrey's name?" Duke Eddard inquired, "Your Grace, does anyone recognize this dagger?" Cersei scanned the room. "Who? Which of you has hired a charlatan?" "It is I," boomed Robert's voice. Jaime and Cersei were startled, and Cersei asked, "Do you recognize this dagger?" Robert replied, "I gave it to Joffrey. The mark on the hilt is unmistakable." This is indeed Joffrey's dagger. Cersei resembled a defeated hen, yet swiftly regained her composure. Surely Joffrey merely lost this dagger by accident. And it was picked up by a servant of Winterfell. They have since used it to fabricate a tale to incriminate Joffrey. Joffrey chimed in, "Mother is right. It must have happened that way. Robert demanded. When did you lose it? Joffrey insisted. It must have been yesterday. Robert furiously exclaimed. Nonsense. I saw you with this dagger this morning. Rising, Robert approached Donald. Donald, your assassination plot was thwarted by ado before it even commenced. If you confess your crimes, I shall grant you the opportunity to don the black garb. Otherwise, I will ensure your suffering is beyond measure. Donald, trembling, nodded vigorously. Your Majesty, this dagger was indeed given to me by Joffrey. I was sleeping by the pig pen when he handed me the dagger along with a sack of silver stags, instructing me to kill Bran. I sought the money. With wealth, I could buy wine and gamble. However, I lacked the courage to assassinate the Duke's son in Winterfell. It was only when Joffrey informed me that it was your command to kill him that I found my resolve. Robert, seething, glared at Joffrey. Joffrey, how dare you invoke my name? Adu perceived the rising fury of those around him. Arya resembled an enraged mother wolf. Why must Bran be slain? Under the intense glares of the crowd, Joffrey soon crumbled psychologically. Father, you were drinking at the time. Did you not say that Bran, this child, is destined to be crippled for life, and living is but a torment for him? You even claimed that had you been Duke Eddard, you would have long since allowed this child to die. I sought to please you by hiring an assassin to eliminate Bran. Nonsense. I was intoxicated, and you dare to spout such lies. Robert struck Joffrey down to the ground with a slap, causing one side of Joffrey's face to swell rapidly. Cersei helped Joffrey back to his feet. Robert, it turns out you are the source of this debacle. I believe this farce has gone on long enough. Chapter 10, The Dreamwalker. Daenerys. Cersei departed with the weeping Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, under the protection of Jaime and the Lannister guard. Robert suppressed his rage. Eddard, I truly apologize for raising such a wretched son. If it were not for Adu, Joffrey would have nearly committed a grave error. Robert regarded Adu with approval. Eddard, speak. How do you wish to deal with Joffrey? Eddard replied. Joffrey is still quite young. I believe he has learned his lesson. Catelyn averted her gaze in dissatisfaction. Adu inquired. Your Grace, what shall be done about this Donald? Robert responded. He is a fool. Let him be sent to the wall. Did not Benjen mention that the wall is always in need of manpower? Benjen assured. Your Grace, rest assured, I shall send this scoundrel to guard the wall. As winter approaches, serving at the wall during this season is a punishment more brutal than execution. That night, Cersei, accompanied by Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, was the first to depart Winterfell, shielded by Jaime and the Lannister guard. Following the revelation of Joffrey's plot against Bran, Cersei wished to linger in Winterfell no longer. Lady Catelyn addressed Eddard. Joffrey has indeed attempted to murder Bran. This child is so cruel. I believe the betrothal with Sansa should be annulled. Duke Eddard replied, My lady, this matter involves Robert. Joffrey claims he hired an assassin to harm Bran based on Robert's drunken words that Bran ought not to live. You do not understand Robert. He speaks nonsense when intoxicated, and his drunken words should not be taken seriously. Besides, Sansa has several years before she must wed Joffrey. We have ample time to break the engagement. That evening, Duke Eddard summoned Adu to his study. Catelyn, Robb, Maester Luwin, and Ser Roderick were all present. My lord Eddard, what do you require of me? Adu inquired. Eddard replied, Adu, you have saved Bran's life twice. You are my trusted confidant and family. As winter approaches, there are matters I wish to discuss with you. Maester Luwin is Eddard's advisor, Robb is the future lord of the castle, and Ser Roderick is the instructor and Eddard's deputy during his absence. Adu could discern that this was a confidential meeting. As expected, Catelyn said, My sister Lisa has written from the Eyrie. Eddard remarked, The letter states that Lisa's husband, the former Prime Minister Jon Arryn, has been murdered. Adan responded, Lord Jon Arryn is your adoptive father. Eddard nodded, affirming, Indeed, I must journey south to uncover the perpetrator behind Jon Arryn's demise. Catelyn will remain in Winterfell with Robb, Maester Luwin, and Ser Roderick. Adan, you shall accompany me to King's Landing. After the Mad King orchestrated the deaths of Eddard's brother Brandon and his father Rickard, fearing rebellion from the Stormlands and the north, he demanded Jon Arryn surrender Eddard and Robert, who were fostered at the Eyrie. To protect his wards, Jon Arryn raised the banner of rebellion against the Iron Throne, prompting the North, Stormlands, and the Riverlands to rally in support of the Vale. In a swift turn of events, 4 of the 7 kingdoms rose in revolt, leading to the disintegration of the Targaryen dynasty. Robert's victory over his nemesis Rhaegar at the Battle of the Trident rendered the fall of House Targaryen inevitable. The young Eddard and Robert could not have achieved this triumph without the invaluable contributions of Jon Arryn. Eddard harbored profound affection for Jon Arryn, and thus, he must venture south to unearth the true mastermind behind Jon Arryn's assassination. Catelyn cautioned, Adan, you are now in Robert's favor and possess a keen intellect. King's Landing is rife with treachery. Eddard is a formidable warrior, skilled in battle, yet utterly naive in matters of political intrigue. You must assist him. Adon reassured her. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Catelyn continued. Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, is my childhood friend. He now holds a significant position in the small council as Master of Coin. You should seek his acquaintance. Mention my name, and it will surely strengthen your bond. Adon maintained a stoic expression, yet internally mused. Befriending Littlefinger? That cunning old fox would rather see me dead. Adon was acutely aware that Robert's small council was populated by schemers and Lannister sycophants. During this visit to King's Landing, his priority was to help Eddard survive as best he could. After the meeting adjourned, Adon returned to his chamber, lost in contemplation. With Robb, Catelyn, and Ser Roderick in Winterfell, could they withstand the onslaught of war if it came? Once in King's Landing, news would be relayed by Raven. The distance between King's Landing and Winterfell was vast. Whether a raven could reach its destination was uncertain, and even if it did, the news might well be stale. Adon had set a teleportation stone in Winterfell's cellar, yet could such a long-distance teleportation succeed? Doubt plagued his mind. Closing his eyes, he fleetingly recalled the three-eyed raven. The raven had once imparted the Dreamwalker's magic to him, yet he had never employed it. By inscribing the name of the dreamer upon his palm, using runic incantations, he could enter another's dream and commune with their spirit. Should he manage to send a dream to Bran, Robb, and those left in Winterfell while in King's Landing, they would gain a strategic advantage in the ensuing conflict of war and intrigue. However, whether the Dreamwalker would succeed remained an untested possibility for Adon. He resolved to venture into the dreams of others. Yet, in a world teeming with souls, whom should he seek? A name flickered in Adu's mind. He inscribed that name in runes upon his palm. The runes began to emanate a dark crimson glow, pulsating erratically. Daenerys Targaryen. Daenerys, the daughter of the Mad King, was born amidst turmoil when Queen Rhaella fled with Prince Viserys to Dragonstone, giving birth to Daenerys amid a raging storm that obliterated the royal fleet anchored in the harbor, thus earning her the moniker Stormborn. After the queen's demise, Ser Willem Darry smuggled Viserys and Daenerys across the narrow sea to the continent of Essos. However, mere years later, Willem perished, and the plight of Viserys and Daenerys grew increasingly dire as they traversed through Braavos, Lys, Tyrosh, and Myr, the free cities of trade. Viserys had become the so-called beggar king, harboring his silent wrath. Now, Daenerys had wed Khal Drogo, a union orchestrated by the governor of Pentos, Illyrio, and her brother Viserys. Drogo, a barbarian, instilled a constant fear within her. One day, Daenerys found herself alone in her tent, drifting into slumber. Adu employed his dream-walking magic to enter Daenerys' dream. She found herself in an unfamiliar palace, where suddenly, a giant wielding a war hammer appeared before her. Who are you? Daenerys gasped in terror. Are you the usurper Robert? Robert, who slain my brother, Prince Rhaegar, has haunted my childhood with his shadow. Adu chuckled softly. Princess Daenerys, I am not Robert. Wielders of warhammers are not solely Robert. Daenerys felt a slight relief. Then who are you? Adu replied, you need not inquire about my identity. I am here to assist you. Just remember my face. Noticing Adu's attire, reminiscent of a Westerosi knight, Daenerys exclaimed, are you from Westeros? Will you take me home? Where's home? A moment's contemplation ensued before she responded. In Braavos, there is a large courtyard, with a lemon tree outside and a crimson door. I yearn to return. Yet I dare not speak of it to Viserys. Every time I mention it, he grows enraged, awakening the wrath of the dragon. Adu stated, Princess, regardless of where that courtyard lies, it is not your true home. Westeros, the Seven Kingdoms, is your home. You were born on Dragonstone. Remember, you are the blood of the dragon, while Viserys is merely the beggar king. Daenerys' eyes sparkled with wonder for the first time. She was addressed as the blood of the dragon. Viserys had claimed that once Drogo mustered his forces, they would return to the Seven Kingdoms and reclaim the throne. Yet, Drogo had yet to move. The governor of Illyrio remarked that in the Seven Kingdoms, men yearn for the return of the true dragon, while women quietly sew banners of the true dragon by night. Adora advised, you must learn to discern lies for yourself. Daenerys raised an eyebrow. But I long to return home. I have no affection for the Dothraki, a tribe of savages. I despise Khal Drogo, Khalasar, Karsi, and Kao. The tribe of Drogo was soon to journey 1,000 miles to visit the widowed Khaleesi of Vys Dothrak. Is this my fate? Adora brandished a warhammer. We must accept reality. To conquer all, we must first accept everything. Remember, you are the heir to the true dragon, Daenerys. Keep a watchful eye on your dragon eggs. Tomorrow, when you touch them, you shall recall our conversation in this dream. Daenerys was taken aback. In a dream? The towering figure and the unfamiliar palace vanished. Upon awakening, Daenerys retained a vivid image of Adora's visage, yet his name eluded her. She approached the 3 dragon eggs and, upon lifting the largest, seemed to hear a heartbeat within. Remember, you are the heir to the true dragon. For the first time in many days, Daenerys felt a resurgence of courage. But who, indeed, was that giant? Chapter 11. Southward to King's Landing. Adora, utilizing his dream-walking abilities, successfully entered Daenerys' dreamscape, where he encouraged her and urged her to remember his appearance. He had not anticipated how effortlessly he could traverse the narrow sea into Daenerys' dreams, and he was elated. Daenerys was destined to become the mother of dragons. Once her 3 dragons hatched, they would be of a power comparable to that of nuclear weapons in Westeros and beyond. By establishing contact with Daenerys early on, Adora had secured a potential ally for the future. More importantly, his foray into Daenerys' dream proved that entering another's dreams was indeed feasible. Adora would journey south with Lord Eddard Stark, while Lady Catelyn, Robb, Bran, Ser Roderick, and Maester Luwin would remain at Winterfell. Upon reaching King's Landing, Adora could send dreams to them, thus providing House Stark with a formidable advantage in any future conflicts. Jon Snow accompanied Bran Stark as they set forth for the Wall, followed by the imp, who wished to witness the Wall for himself. The unfortunate Donald, the would-be assassin of Bran, found himself bound to a horse. Jon's direwolf, Ghost, waited nearby. Adora arrived at the city gates to bid them farewell, and Jon embraced him. "Take good care of Arya, Sansa, and my father." Adora replied softly, "Jon, remember to wear your bracelet. It holds a lucky stone." Jon nodded earnestly. Previously, Adora had enhanced the stone he intended to return to Jon. It was a teleportation stone. As long as Jon brought it to the Wall, Adora would have the opportunity to use spatial teleportation and arrive directly there. If the bearer of the teleportation stone succumbs to extreme fear, sorrow, or despair, Adu will sense it. Tyrion sat astride his horse while his attendant, Howland, busily prepared their belongings. "The giants of the north, you refuse to accompany me on my journey to the Wall, making it a rather dull affair." Adu chuckled. "But do you not have Jon by your side? Besides, once we reach King's Landing, we shall reunite. While with Jon, I shall be sure to offer plenty of encouragement to that bastard," Tyrion replied with a grin. "Rest assured, on my way back to King's Landing, I will hire a mercenary more capable than you." Jon, Bran, and Tyrion vanished into the Wolfwood. Adu returned to Winterfell, where Lord Eddard approached with Howland. "Adu, you have bested 3 Kingsguard and have become a favorite of Robert, yet you lack even a single attendant." Adu replied, "I have no need for an attendant." Howland laughed. "Even the giants of the north find me wanting." Lord Eddard continued, "Here in Winterfell, you may not require one, but on the road, an attendant is essential. The distance from Winterfell to King's Landing is 1,000 miles. From this day forth, Howland shall be your attendant, responsible for your meals and comfort, both before and after your steed." Howland, the son of the stablemaster Holland, had served Adu as a stable boy for many years. Now, Holland's son had become Adu's attendant. Howland went to tend to the horses and luggage, while Adu summoned Robb and Bran. Adu produced 2 bracelets adorned with stones. Akin to the one he gifted Jon, these were teleportation stones. In the crypts beneath Winterfell, Adu had already placed a teleportation stone beneath the statue of Lyanna. However, with only 1 stone, Adu felt uneasy. Thus, he decided to grant each of Robb and Bran a stone. "This is a lucky charm." Adu coaxed Robb and Bran to wear them. "Do not misplace them, they encapsulate my efforts." Bran donned the bracelet. "I can no longer walk. So you won't take me to King's Landing." Adu gently caressed Bran's face. "You foolish boy, there is no place like home, be it King's Landing or elsewhere. Stay here. And remember to keep your direwolf close." Robb furrowed his brow. "Why?" Adu replied, "Because winter is coming. And if you happen to dream of me, pay heed to what I say in your dreams." Bran and Robb could not help but chuckle, but nodded in agreement. As Adu passed Arya's chamber, he found her toying with an assassin's dagger. "Arya, what are you doing?" "I must inform Sister Modin." Startled, Arya hid the dagger behind her back. "Adu, do not speak of it, lest Sister Modin tell father, and my dagger will be taken away." Adu snatched the dagger, smiling. "I recognize this blade. It is of Valyrian steel, forged by Micah, a gift from Jon, is it not?" Arya nodded. "Its name is Needle. Do not tell anyone." Adwo remarked, "Put it away properly." Once everything was prepared, Lord Eddard Stark and King Robert departed from Winterfell with their entourage. Lady Catelyn, Robb, Bran, Rickon, Ser Roderick, Maester Luwin, and others came out to bid them farewell. As Lord Eddard journeyed southward, numerous servants and guards from Winterfell accompanied him, including the steward Vayen Poole, the captain of the guard Jory Castle, the stable master Holland, Desmond, and Fat Tom. Sansa and Arya were seated in a carriage alongside Septa Mordain and Vayan Poole's daughter, Jane Poole. Following the assassination plot orchestrated by Joffrey, Queen Cersei had already departed a day early with the children, traveling in the royal carriage. King Robert chose to ride south to King's Landing alongside the Stark family, had it not been for Bran's unfortunate accident. Both Robert and Lord Eddard would have set off sooner. Eddard was to serve as Robert's hand of the king in King's Landing. The Queen's carriage was unreasonably slow, allowing the King's party to quickly catch up. One day, the company arrived at the village of the dead men. Robert roused Eddard and Adwo early in the morning. "Let us ride for a while. The affairs of the kingdom await our resolution." The Kingsguard, Ser Meryn Trant and Ser Boros Blunt, were mounted and stationed at a distance. Eddard inquired, "Why not in the tent?" Robert glanced at the bustling crowd around them. "There are too many idle onlookers here. It is better to ride into the wilderness." Eddard and Adwo mounted their horses, closely following Robert. The king galloped ahead, swiftly leaving the Kingsguard and the royal retinue far behind. Only Eddard and Adwo remained by Robert's side as they traversed through a series of desolate graves, arriving at a hillside where the three dismounted. Robert chuckled. "Riding brings such joy. Confined within the carriage, facing Cersei daily, I find myself utterly miserable. In King's Landing, my council is filled with sycophants and fools. I am nearly driven to despair by their incessant complaints. And the common folk of King's Landing, as I sit upon the Iron Throne, their grievances echo in my ears, driving me to the brink of madness." Eddard replied, "It is your toil that has brought prosperity and peace to the realm." Robert gazed toward the eastern horizon. "I fear that peace will not endure. Do you know what transpires across the narrow sea? The beggar king and a wealthy merchant from Pintos have sold Daenerys to a horse lord. Daenerys is the sister of the beggar king Viserys. It seems the remnants of the dragon wish to rise again with the aid of the Dothraki cavalry." Adwo cautioned, "Your Grace, the situation across the narrow sea is uncertain." Robert countered, "You do not yet know Varys. Once you meet that eunuch, you will understand that his information is indisputable. Varys has found an exiled knight in Pintos who confirmed that Daenerys has indeed wed the horse lord. The beggar king is urging the horse lord to hasten his invasion of Westeros." "What is that horse lord's name? Khal Drogo, was it?" "Regardless, the names of these barbarians are quite similar." Eddard inquired, "Who is this exiled knight? Why has he been banished?" Robert chuckled, "You must know this man. He is Jorah Mormont. Jorah Mormont is the commander of the Night's Watch, the son of Ser Jorah Mormont, originally the Lord of Bear Island. He was once a vassal of Duke Eddard. Years ago, Ser Jorah sold captured poachers to a slaver in Lys. The Seven Kingdoms prohibit the slave trade, and Ser Jorah violated the laws of the realm. Duke Eddard personally pursued him to Bear Island, yet Jorah managed to escape. Eddard holds deep disdain for Jorah. Not only is Jorah a disgrace to House Mormont, but also to the north. Is the slaver now acting as a spy?" Robert remarked, "Regardless, Jorah is a useful pawn. I have heard that this horse lord commands an army of 100,000. Should the Dothraki launch an attack, the lands across the narrow sea would face grave peril. Jon Arryn's son, Robert Arryn, is the Lord of the Vale, merely 6 years old, yet frail and sickly. This child bears my name. Yet he appears perpetually on the brink of death. I cannot allow him to confront Daenerys' horse lord army. The position of Warden of the East must change." Duke Eddard responded, "However, the Arryn family has always held the hereditary title of Warden of the East. The Lord of the Vale and the Warden of the East have historically been the same individual." Robert replied, "The horse lord's army is gathering across the narrow sea. How can I allow that weaned child of Lisa to assume the role of Warden of the East?" Addo interjected, "Your Majesty, whom do you intend to appoint as Warden of the East?" Robert stated, "Cersei has recommended Jaime. The Kingslayer is a decent candidate." Eddard was taken aback. "The Kingslayer? He who murdered the Mad King has proven himself devoid of honor. Furthermore, Lord Tywin is the Warden of the West. If Jaime were to become the Warden of the East, does that not suggest the Lannisters seek to dominate the realm?" Robert countered, "The problem is that there are no suitable candidates left. It shall be as it is." Eddard objected, "Jon Arryn has just passed, and we would strip his son of the title of Warden of the East. Do you believe that just?" Robert replied, "It is just. The realm comes first." And Jon Arryn would agree. Eddard earnestly attempted to preserve the position for House Arryn, yet Robert was resolute. Addo suggested, "Your Majesty, I believe there is another suitable candidate." Robert asked, "And who do you propose?" Addo replied, "For instance, I am a fool, a stable boy. I know horses better than anyone. Should the beggar king and the horse lord arrive and find a stable boy as Warden of the East, they would surely flee back across the narrow sea." Robert's laughter echoed like an impending storm. "You as Warden of the East? Huh, what a splendid idea. Cersei would be furious to learn I replaced her brother Jaime with a simpleton. To vex Cersei and Jaime, I shall consider this. Very well. Let Jon Arryn's son retain the position of Warden of the East. On the journey back to the camp, Ed approached Adu, expressing his gratitude, for without him, the Lannisters would have unjustly seized the guardianship of the East. Chapter 12. A chance encounter with Sam. King Robert's grand entourage continued southward along the King's Road, heading towards the Neck. As night fell, the army settled down to camp in the wilderness. Sandor Clegane sought out Adu for sword practice. Adu, pick up your warhammer. I must train diligently. Sandor polished his sword daily and honed his skills, for deep within, he yearned to personally slay his elder brother, the Mountain. The Mountain's imposing figure was matched only by Adu's own giant stature, making him a fitting target for Sandor's practice. Shouldn't you be accompanying Joffrey? Adu inquired. The Hound replied. Joffrey is busy with his betrothed, that charming little bird, Sansa. The young couple wishes to share their whispers in private, away from my presence. Ever since the debacle in Winterfell, where Joffrey attempted to murder Bran, he had been sullen and increasingly irritable. However, in recent days, Joffrey seemed to be in better spirits. Seeking Sansa's company each day, Adu lifted his warhammer, successfully blocking a powerful strike from Sandor. Is it Queen Cersei who has encouraged Joffrey's affections for Sansa? Sandor's scarred visage remained impassive. How would I know? Should I heed every word Joffrey's mother utters? Sansa was a naive girl, elegant and lovely, though at times she appeared rather foolish. She believed in the knights and princes of ballads, clearly viewing Joffrey as the prince from her tales. Adu speculated that it was Cersei who had urged Joffrey to pursue Sansa, for once he captured her heart, Cersei could manipulate her to her advantage. While Sandor and Adu were engaged in their sparring, Joffrey's voice echoed from a distance. Dog, come back to the tent with me. Sansa stood behind Joffrey as he kissed her hand. My lady, good night. May you have sweet dreams. My prince, you are so considerate, Sansa replied. Her voice as delicate as a whisper. Joffrey did not spare Adu a glance as he departed with Sandor. Sansa approached Adu. Adu, you actually practice swordsmanship with the Hound? I feel frightened every time I see him. Adu chuckled. Indeed, Sandor's face can be daunting, but he is a good man. Sansa flashed a sweet smile. I fear Sandor less now, especially with you safeguarding us. Adu, your strength surpasses that of the King's Guard. You are the knight of the ballads. Adu replied, my lady. Life is not a ballad. There will come a day when you shall be sorely disappointed. Sansa nodded, somewhat understanding, before taking her leave. On this day, Adu, alongside Jory, the captain of the Winterfell guards, and several knights, took on the role of scouts for the king's retinue. Scouts are those who advance ahead of the group, responsible for reconnaissance and vigilance. In the fields beside King's Road, a group of individuals armed with swords and shields gathered around a fire to partake in a meal. Hodor's gaze fell upon a corpulent young nobleman, feasting on dried beef. The lad, squatting on the ground, resembled a plump mass of flesh. He was clad in a gray velvet long robe, with a shield hanging from the horse nearby. The emblem on the shield depicted a swift-footed hunter. Hodor halted his horse, fixating his attention on the young nobleman. Who are you? He inquired. The overweight youth appeared taken aback, pondering for a moment before responding, I am Samwell Tarly. Hailing from Hornhill. A knight escorting him interjected, Sam's father, Lord Randall Tarly, is the Lord of Hornhill. Lord Randall has dispatched us to escort Sam to the Black Castle on the Wall, where he is to join the Night's Watch. Randall Tarly is a renowned warrior in the Seven Kingdoms, a vassal of the Duke of Tarly in the Reach, famed for his martial prowess. Sam surveyed Jory and Hodor, inquiring, who are you? Jory replied, we are scouts for King Robert and Duke Eddard. The King's party is approaching from the north. Upon hearing of the King's arrival, Sam struggled to rise and gaze toward the north. King Robert? Are you bound for King's Landing? Hodor nodded. Sam was on the verge of tears. Please, take me to King's Landing. I can read and write, do arithmetic, and I possess many skills. A knight from Hornhill admonished, Sam, you must go to the wall. It is Lord Randall's command. Hodor dismounted and approached Sam. Do you not wish to go to the wall? Do you not desire to become a member of the Night's Watch? Sam shook his head. I have read that the wall is exceedingly cold, and many soldiers of the Night's Watch are slain by wildlings. I grew up in the warm lands of the Reach and have never seen snow. I would perish from the cold at the wall in winter. Jory remarked. In these times, only thieves, poachers, and murderers are sent to guard the wall. You are of noble birth, unless you have committed a crime against the crown. Who would compel you to serve at the wall? Sam retorted coldly, my father would. Since childhood, I have preferred reading and writing over wielding a sword or spear. My father perceives me as a coward. He has summoned numerous instructors to train me. Some wielded whips to chastise me, while others forced me into women-esque garments, parading me through Horn Hill in hopes of inciting my masculinity through humiliation. Some even resorted to threats with knives. Yet, none of it was effective. I still exhibited not a shred of bravery. On one occasion, 2 sorcerers from Old Town slaughtered a cow and immersed me in its blood, claiming it would awaken my courage. Yet, I remained unchanged. My father subsequently punished the sorcerers and sent them away. When my brother Dickon was born, my father ceased to concern himself with me, allowing me to read and study to my heart's content. However, my father does not wish to pass his title to me. He has presented me with 2 choices: to become a member of the Night's Watch or await my demise. Left with no alternative, I must journey north to the Wall. Adele gazed at Sam with a look of profound sympathy. In truth, the Night's Watch at Castle Black is not as dire as one might imagine. The Black Castle possesses a wealth of tomes, chronicling the histories of wildlings, White Walkers, and the Night's Watch itself, surpassing even the libraries of the Citadel. Edric Stark's illegitimate son, Jon Snow, has also ventured to Castle Black. You shall encounter him there, accompanied by his dire wolf, Ghost. Both you and Jon were raised within the castle walls, so there shall be much to converse about. Sam trembled as he spoke, but I am still afraid. The Night's Watch does not favor cowards, do they? Adele produced a bracelet adorned with a teleportation stone. This is a lucky stone. Donning it will bestow you with courage. Jon took a similar stone to Castle Black, though there was but one. By bringing the teleportation stone to Castle Black, Adele will have an additional option for spatial transfer, enhancing the likelihood of success. With a face full of gratitude, Sam accepted the bracelet. Sam, look at me, Adele declared, just a month ago. I was merely a stable boy in Winterfell, a fool. Now, I have vanquished 3 Kingsguard, Meryn, Boros, and the Kingslayer, all of whom lay defeated at my feet. King Robert himself has knighted me. Sam was astonished. Impossible, my lord. Your eloquence and composure could never belong to a stable boy, much less a fool. Jory interjected. It is true. I have known Adele since childhood. He spent over a decade as a stable boy in Winterfell, without a doubt. A knight from House Karstark remarked. Is it truly so that you defeated 3 Kingsguard? Jory laughed. Indeed. The whole North has heard of it. Feel free to inquire at your leisure. Adele patted Sam on the shoulder. See? Even a fool of a stable boy can rise to knighthood, safeguarding the king and the realm. Sam, why can you not aspire to be an exceptional member of the Night's Watch? With newfound courage, Sam began to pack his belongings, continuing his journey northward to Castle Black. Chapter 13. Holland Reed. King Robert and Duke Eddard's retinue arrived at the Bay of Craggorn. The Bay of Craggorn is an abandoned fortress at the northern end of the Neck, serving as a crucial stronghold for the north, guarding the narrow causeway of the Neck. Historically, the Undulls crossed the sea, bringing with them the faith of the Seven, sweeping through the lands to the south. However, the seemingly invincible Undulls ultimately met their match at the Bay of Craggorn, where they were repelled by the king in the north. Countless Undulls perished at the fortress's gates, allowing the north to retain the faith of the old gods. The remnants of Craggorn's 3 towers are known as the Tower of the Children of the Forest, the Drunken Tower, and the Gate Tower. Together, these towers command the only approach to the north. To assault any of these towers, an army must wade through black muck that reaches their waists, traverse a moat teeming with lizard lions, and scale walls slick with moss, all while being exposed to the rain of arrows from the archers positioned in the other 2 towers. The Bay of Craggorn has never been taken by Southern forces in its storied history. Adele, accompanied by scouts, was the first to enter the Bay of Craggorn. At this moment, Carlin Bay is inhabited by only a handful of marsh dwellers and the garrison of Deepwood Motte. However, once war breaks out, Carlin Bay becomes the most vital stronghold in the north. Adu has placed teleportation stones in the 3 towers of Carlin Bay. Subsequently, the King's Grand Army enters the Neck, the border that divides the continent of Westeros from north to south. Adu and Jory lead the scouts, being the first to venture into the Neck, where the marshes and wetlands stretch to the horizon. To mount an offensive against the north by land, traversing the Neck is indispensable, rendering its strategic position exceedingly perilous. The soft silt is teeming with lizard lions and serpents, alongside vibrant blossoms and an abundance of mushrooms and fungi. Adu's horse inadvertently strayed from the embankment and became ensnared, only freeing itself with considerable effort aided by Sandor and Jory. King Robert and Duke Ed arrive on horseback. Ed, why is there not a soul in sight? Where are the fabled marsh dwellers? Robert inquires. Ed chuckles. Robert, you must understand. The marsh dwellers are elusive and mysterious, disinclined to mingle with outsiders. Robert scoffs lightly. I am the king, and you are the guardian of the north, the lord of the marsh dwellers. Are we truly considered outsiders? As we pass through, It would not be excessive for the marsh dwellers to present us with some local delicacies. Adu interjects, Your Majesty, the neck lacks fertile fields and does not produce grain. Their sustenance typically consists of lizards, frogs, and fish. If you desire lizards or frogs, I shall dispatch someone to seek out the marsh dwellers. The mere thought of lizards and frogs instantly extinguishes Robert's appetite. Perhaps not, he concedes. Sansa harbors a strong aversion to the neck. Remaining ensconced in the wagon with her direwolf lady, alongside Septa Mordain and Jane Poole. Conversely, Arya finds delight in this place. Scampering about with her direwolf Nymeria and a pig herder named Micah. Sansa refrains from befriending servants, while Arya revels in mingling with stable boys, butcher-s lads, free riders, and mercenary knights. Despite her petite stature, Arya finds it difficult to become ensnared in the quicksand, allowing her to forage for mushrooms and flowers throughout the marsh, even capturing a small lizard. Many of the flora and fauna in the neck are toxic, and within a few days, Arya succumbs to its effects, developing an itchy rash that oozes upon scratching. Duke Ed and Septa Mordain are alarmed. Among the king's retinue is a young scholar responsible for medical care. However, Duke Ed harbors doubts about the scholar's abilities and urgently summons Adu. When Bran fell from the tower in Winterfell, it was Adu who healed him, bringing him back from the brink of death. Both King Robert and Duke Ed regard Adu as a miraculous healer. Adu, you must save Arya. She is suffering from a pollen allergy, developing a rash, and has begun to fever. Duke Ed pleads anxiously, while Septa Mordain and Sansa are deeply concerned for Arya's well-being. These negative emotions were absorbed by Odair, transforming within him into magical energy. Odair accumulated a measure of magic. Duke Ed, you all may leave. Ed, Sister Modin. And Sansa stepped out of the tent, waiting outside. Arya opened her eyes. Odair, I feel an unbearable itch. My head is throbbing as if it were filled with a hive. Odair reassured her. Do not worry. I shall tend to you immediately. He summoned the Holy Light, a signature technique of paladins that dispels illness and hastens the healing of wounds. The flower poison within Arya was utterly powerless against the Holy Light. Instantly, she felt relief from the itch and the pain in her head subsided. Odair produced a vial of potion. Remember to apply this potion daily. After a few days, you will be well. In truth, the so-called potion was merely boiled water. Odair's intent was to conceal his magical abilities. Though he had healed Arya with the Holy Light, the absence of a tangible remedy would render his healing methods seemingly unscientific and unrigorous, possibly leading others to suspect witchcraft. Arya soon regained her lively spirit, and Duke Ed grew increasingly convinced of Odair's healing prowess. One evening, while strolling along the embankment of the neck, a figure emerged from the swamp. In the moonlight, Odair discerned that the individual wore tattered leather armor, overgrown with moss, and was of diminutive stature, carrying a net filled with frogs. As the person traversed the swamp, Odair called out, You will sink if you continue like that. Hurry to the embankment. The figure approached, and Odair soon realized that he walked through the muddy terrain as if it were solid ground. The mire seemed incapable of engulfing him. The small man smiled. Big fellow, I was born and raised in the neck. The mud beneath my feet is my homeland. I am a child of the swamp, and it cannot consume me. Odair replied, You are a marsh dweller. Upon reaching the embankment, the marsh dweller left a trail of water in his wake. Are you in service of King Robert? Odair nodded. Indeed. Strictly speaking, I am a subordinate of Duke Ed. The marsh dweller looked up at Odair. You are quite a large fellow. How fares Duke Ed? Odair responded. Duke Ed is to journey to King's Landing to serve as Robert's prime minister. The marsh dweller sighed. I have heard, yet he should not venture south. King's Landing lacks the protection of the old gods. Was it not in the south that Duke Ed's brother, Brandon, and his father, Ricard, perished? Odair stated, Times have changed. And so has the king. The marsh dweller remarked, I have never heard of such a large subordinate serving Ed. Who exactly are you? Odair introduced himself. The marsh dweller furrowed his brow. I believe I have heard of a giant squire named Odair in Winterfell. Forgive my candor, but he seems rather dim-witted. It cannot be you, can it? Odair confirmed, It is indeed I. You reside in the neck and yet possess knowledge of the stable hands of Winterfell? Have you ever ventured to Winterfell? The man from the neck nodded. I am a friend of Duke Eddard, Holland Reed. Odair was taken aback. He had initially assumed that this unremarkable figure, clad in moss-covered leather, was merely a fisherman from the neck. To his astonishment, he was indeed the Lord of Greywater Watch. Holland Reed. In years past, Holland had followed Duke Eddard into the War of Usurpers, traversing the lands in battle. He was also one of the 6 companions from the north who accompanied Eddard to Dorne to rescue Lyanna, participating in the famed battle at the Tower of Joy. In that brutal clash, 7 northerners faced off against the 3 Kingsguard, Sir Arthur Dane, the Sword of the Morning, Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull, and Sir Oswell went. Only Holland and Eddard emerged alive from that fierce encounter. The others perished. The man from the Neck constructed halls and cottages upon floating islands. And Greywater Watch was the only establishment in the Neck that could be deemed a castle, serving as the ancestral home of House Reed. However, few could locate Greywater Watch, for legend has it that it drifts through the marshes. Hodor scrutinized the man before him. You truly are Holland Reed? I mean no offense, but I presumed you were merely a fisherman. A lord should not be dressed in such a manner. Holland chuckled. I am indeed a lord, yet more importantly, I am a man of the Neck. Each day, like the others, I fish and catch frogs. One cannot traverse the mire clad in velvet, can one? It is only in times of war that I assume the role of lord, for I must lead the people of the Neck to safeguard our land and protect the North. Hodor gazed at him with admiration. The Neck is the throat of the North. My lord Holland, winter is coming. I hope you will remain vigilant in guarding the Neck. Holland replied, Hodor, you must also look after Eddard for me. Hodor inquired, why do you not go and visit your old friend? Duke Eddard is right in the tent. Holland shook his head with a smile. Given my appearance, perhaps that is best avoided. We men of the Neck may be modest and eschew extravagance, yet we do adhere to fundamental courtesies. Holland was reluctant to meet Eddard, and Hodor understood the true reason. In the past, Lyanna had perished at the Tower of Joy, leaving behind a child entrusted to Eddard's care. This child was the offspring of Lyanna and Prince Rhaegar, a Targaryen heir. Regarded by the world as a remnant of a fallen dynasty, Eddard publicly declared the boy to be his illegitimate son, naming him Jon Snow, raising him in Winterfell. Besides Eddard, only Holland knew the boy's true lineage, and Hodor speculated that this was the reason Holland had remained hidden in the Neck for so many years, never straying far from its confines. Holland cautioned, do not mention to Eddard that you encountered me. I must take my leave now, as the children await my return for dinner. Hodor asked, how many children do you have? Holland replied, one son and one daughter, Jojen and Mira. Hodor remarked, there is an opportunity for Jojen and Mela to visit Winterfell. Bran, Regan, and Robb would undoubtedly welcome them. Holland vanished into the mists of the marsh. Chapter 14. The arrival of the king's loyal vassals under the cloak of night. Hodor lay in his tent, soundly asleep. In his dreams, the three-eyed crow appeared once again. Landing upon him, Hodor, Hodor, the crow called out in a piercing voice. What brings you here? Hodor inquired. I wish to impart to you the ancient art of shape-shifting. The three-eyed crow replied. A shapeshifter can enter the bodies of wolves, dogs, cats, crows, and other creatures, gaining their sight and controlling their movements. A powerful shapeshifter can even inhabit a human or command ferocious beasts such as griffins, giant eagles, and dragons. The Stark children, Bran, Arya, Jon, possessed this innate talent to varying degrees. However, Hodor held a certain disdain for shapeshifting. To him, entering the body of a wolf, dog, or crow seemed somewhat foolish. After all, Hodor was a man endowed with the skills of magical beasts. With the aid of magic, he could summon holy light like a paladin, unleash swift strikes akin to a sword master, or call forth creatures like a beastmaster. Beyond these heroic abilities, he could also wield powers reminiscent of a druid, transforming into a great bear or even a raptor, dominating the skies. Hodor saw little value in learning shape-shifting. Even with the Green Prophet, the three-eyed crow, offering to teach him, he remained reluctant. The notion of mastering shape-shifting appeared to him utterly pointless. You possess the gift of shape-shifting, Hodor, the three-eyed crow insisted. A skill learned is never a burden. It will prove useful in time. The crow imparted several incantations, which Hodor committed to memory. You might practice with small cats or dogs. The Stark family's direwolves would also suffice. As the three-eyed crow disappeared, Hodor awakened from his dream. The sky still shrouded in darkness. He rose and wandered about the camp. A cage of ravens caught his eye, and finding no one around, he focused on one raven, channeling his inner energy until its eyes rolled back. In a short while, Hodor successfully took control of the raven. His initial attempt at shapeshifting proved remarkably effortless. After journeying for over 10 days, the king's retinue finally traversed the Neck, arriving in the Riverlands. This territory fell under the domain of House Tully of Riverrun, with Duke Host Tully being the father of Lady Catelyn. In the past, Duke Host had married Catelyn to Eddard and Lisa to Jon Arryn, thereby solidifying the alliance among the Riverlands, Vale, North, and Stormlands. However, the current Duke Host, now aged and ailing, lay bedridden. To the west of the Riverlands lies the domain of House Lannister, while to the east it borders the Vale of House Arryn. To the north, the expanse leads into the north, and to the south, it meets the fertile lands of House Tyrell. Southeastward, it neighbors the Crownlands, territories directly governed by the royal family. Across the Sunset Sea, the Riverlands even face the menace posed by the Iron Islands. The Riverlands serve as a crossroads within the Seven Kingdoms, a coveted battleground for military endeavors. Consequently, whenever war erupts in Westeros, the Riverlands become drenched in blood. It was here, at the Trident, that Robert once vanquished his arch-nemesis, Prince Rhaegar, securing his claim to the throne. The battlefield of the legendary Battle of the Trident lies nearby, and in good spirits. Robert commanded the camp to be set up amidst the fields. Ajo and Harwin erected the tent, sitting outside to polish their armor and war hammers, while Arya, accompanied by Nymeria, approached Ajo. In her hand, she clutched a wooden stick. Ajo, will you practice sword fighting with me? She implored. No, I am quite busy. Ajo replied curtly. Arya, indignant, retorted, Humph. You spend every evening practicing with the Hound. Why not play with me? Ajo chuckled. Sandor at least wields a real sword. What you have is merely a stick, not even a wooden sword. How can I possibly play with you? Leaning closer to Ajo, Arya lowered her voice. If we're talking about real swords, I do have one. Have you forgotten the needle Jon gifted me? It's hidden beneath my clothing trunk. If you wish to play, I can fetch it, and we can find a secluded spot to practice. Ajo responded. That is an assassin's blade, suited for the nimble and agile. Have you ever seen a giant wielding an assassin's sword? Once we reach King's Landing, I shall find you a suitable instructor. I've heard that the assassins of Bravos wield such blades. In a city as vast as King's Landing, there must be an appropriate teacher. Arya huffed softly. After traveling for so many days, we have yet to reach King's Landing. If you're truly looking for a teacher for me, who knows how long I shall have to wait. Just then, the Hound, Sandor Clegane, approached Ajo. Ajo, it's time for practice. Show us your warhammer. Arya interjected. Sandor, could you practice sword fighting with me? I have a stick. The Hound grinned wickedly. Little wolf girl, you might as well keep your broken stick for kindling. One swing of my sword could fell you. Wasn't Queen Cersei inviting you to the Red Keep to dine with Sansa? Why haven't you prepared for that? Unfazed, Arya replied. I have no desire to go to the Red Keep. That creaky wooden palace holds no appeal. Let Sansa go alone, since neither you nor Ajo will practice with me. Shall I seek out Mikey? The Hound raised an eyebrow. And who might Mikey be? Ajo answered. He is a pig-killing apprentice. As Sandor and Ajo began their sparring, clashing swords with war hammers, a group of horseback riders soon approached. The leader, clad in deep green armor forged from fine steel, shimmered like verdant leaves. A horned helmet adorned his head, with long, black hair cascading down to his shoulders. Another individual, adorned with a mane of silver hair and clad in exquisite porcelain armor, bore a flowing white cloak upon his shoulders. Adu recognized this mantle. It was identical to that of the regicide, Marlin, and the cloak of the Kingsguard. The third figure exhibited a cold demeanor, his face marred by pockmarks and his eyes sunken deep. He donned a rather unremarkable chainmail and bore a massive sword upon his back. The aged knight observed as Adu engaged in combat with the Hound. It was indeed a rarity for the Hound to encounter an opponent of equal prowess. The man in green armor regarded the warhammer in Adu's grasp. It was Robert's warhammer. The Hound suddenly halted, spitting disdainfully. What brings you here? The silver-haired knight replied. We have come to pay our respects to the king and queen. The man in green turned his gaze toward Adu. And who might this formidable fellow be? The Hound retorted, Adu, a fool, a squire, or perhaps a knight. In these times, even a fool can be a knight. The silver-haired knight appeared perplexed. Is fool a nickname? The Hound scoffed. His moniker is the nightmarish regicide. The giant of the north, the knight of the ballads. I advise you not to provoke Adu. Your 3 Kingsguard brethren have all been vanquished by him. The men in green and silver exchanged astonished glances. Adu then addressed the silver-haired knight. I recognize you. You must be the fearless Balistan. Even in the distant Winterfell, your name is renowned. In the 3 centuries of the Kingsguard's history, Balistan holds a distinguished place. His legendary exploits rivaling those of the Dragon Knight Eamon and the legendary Tall Duncan. The man in green chuckled. Adu, do not flatter excessively. Do you recognize me? Adu gazed at the antlered helm of the man in green. Your family crest is the crowned stag. You are undoubtedly a brother of King Robert. To my knowledge, Robert has 2 brothers, Stannis and Renly. However, since Stannis is over 30, you must be the king's esteemed advisor, Renly Baratheon. Am I correct? Renly laughed heartily. Do the fools of the north possess such sagacity? I am beginning to believe you truly defeated 3 Kingsguard. Renly introduced Adu to the imposing figure carrying the massive sword. It was Ser Island Payne, the king's executioner. Island Payne, a bannerman of House Lannister, had been rendered mute when the Mad King used red-hot pincers to sever his tongue. Adu and Sandor escorted Renly, Balistan, and Island Pane to meet the king and queen. Sansa awaited outside the round hall. Having spent most of her days in the company of Joffrey, the presence of Island Pane and Sandor frightened Sansa considerably. Cersei remarked, "Sansa, I had initially intended to invite you and Arya to dine with us, but as you can see, important lords have arrived in King's Landing, and our arrangement must be cancelled. I shall extend my apologies to Arya. Joffrey, ensure Sansa is well taken care of during your outing." Sansa was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could scarcely articulate a response. Joffrey remarked, "My dog will frighten you. I shall not bring him. Your wolf will scare the horses. So leave it at the camp." Sansa hesitated for a moment. "I did not know you had a dog." Joffrey chuckled. "He is our family dog. My mother had him protect me." It was then that Sansa realized Joffrey was referring to Sandor, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Sansa entrusted the dire wolf, Lady, to Podrick, saying, "Take Lady back to the pen. I wish to ride with Joffrey." Chapter 15. Shape-shifting control of the Ice Wolf. Sansa followed Joffrey into the wilderness for horseback riding. While Podrick noted the absence of Arya in the camp, he sought out the captain of the Kingsguard, Ser Jorah. "Where is Arya?" he inquired. Ser Jorah replied, "She has long since gone off with the butcher's boy to play." Arya mentioned the ancient battlefield of the Trident nearby. "She intends to seek the fabled rubies. Years ago, Robert had slain his nemesis, Prince Rhaegar, with a war hammer, causing the rubies embedded in the three-headed dragon to burst and scatter into the river. According to local legend, with a stroke of good fortune, one might still find remnants of those rubies near the shallows." Podrick, concerned that Arya might get lost, promptly mounted his horse and departed the camp, heading straight for Ruby Shore, the very site of Robert's victory over Rhaegar. Unfortunately, neither Arya nor the butcher's boy, Micah, was present. Podrick was left with no choice but to search along the riverbank. As he neared a wooded area, he finally caught sight of figures. It was Joffrey and Sansa. He stealthily trailed behind them as they entered the forest. Across the river, he spotted Arya and Micah. Arya's dire wolf, Nymeria, lay basking in the sun. The butcher's boy was engaged in a mock duel with Arya, wielding two sticks as makeshift swords. When Micah struck Arya's wrist, she cried out, dropping her wooden weapon. Micah laughed. "Arya, you lost. You cannot defeat me. I am the knight here." Sansa recognized the dirty Arya. "What are you doing, Arya? You are filthy, like a swamp woman." Arya retorted, "I am practicing my swordplay. Mind your own business." Joffrey and Sansa dismounted, and Joffrey unsheathed his ornate sword, its scabbard intricately engraved with a lion. He had named the blade Lion's Tooth. Joffrey looked disdainfully at Micah. "You aspire to be a knight, butcher's boy? Huh, you only bully girls. Pick up your sword and fight me." Joffrey's long sword gleamed menacingly in the sunlight. Micah was filled with dread. "Your Highness, I wield not a sword, but merely a stick." Joffrey pressed the blade against Micah's face. "I command you to pick it up." A crimson bloom of blood erupted from Micah's face, staining him. Podrick shouted, "Joffrey, stop." Joffrey turned. "Foolish Adu, cease meddling in my affairs. Do you not see? This little pig butcher is tormenting Arya." Joffrey brandished his sword, threatening to stab Mikey. Arya grasped a wooden stick and struck Joffrey upon the head. "Mikey, run." Mikey, terrified, hid behind Adu. Joffrey, cursing, turned around and swung his sword at Arya, who attempted to block it with her wooden sword, which shattered upon impact. Fearful, Arya stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Sansa screamed, "Stop it. You mustn't fight any longer." At that moment, the dire wolf Nymeria dashed forward. Adu, taken aback, realized it was too late to intervene. If the dire wolf harmed Joffrey, Cersei would undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon Arya and Nymeria, not to mention the pig butcher. Nymeria bared her teeth and lunged at Joffrey. Adu, unable to halt her, rolled his eyes in exasperation. Shapeshifter. Adu entered Nymeria's body and immediately restrained her fangs. The dire wolf knocked Joffrey to the ground, but did not inflict any injuries. Initially, Adu had held disdain for the shapeshifter abilities imparted to him by the three-eyed crow. Little did he know that it would be through this very skill that he controlled the dire wolf and averted tragedy today. Adu guided Nymeria out of the forest, then returned to his own body. He approached and separated Arya and Joffrey. "You must not fight." Joffrey scowled. "Arya struck me with wood, and she set the wolf on me." Arya retorted defiantly. "You swung your sword at me. It was Nymeria who bit you." Soon after, the dire wolf Nymeria returned, baring her teeth and growling ferociously. Adu remarked, "Joffrey, your hound is not at your side. Should Nymeria eviscerate you, we would have no choice but to inform the king and queen that you were devoured by a wild wolf." Joffrey shivered in fear. "I can hardly be bothered to argue with you. When I arrive in King's Landing, I shall raise a lion to kill you both." With that, Joffrey mounted his horse, taking Sansa with him, and departed. The butcher's apprentice Mikey was utterly terrified. Arya lamented. "It's a pity Nymeria did not bite Joffrey." Adu replied, "Arya, Joffrey is indeed a scoundrel, but do not forget his station. He is the crown prince. If Nymeria were to injure him, do you think Queen Cersei would spare the direwolf?" Arya pondered for a moment. They would send hunting hounds to kill Nymeria. "I had not considered that." Adu gently patted the butcher's apprentice on the head. "They would also eliminate Mikey. Arya, you possess the blood of the wolf. Having a wild spirit is a virtue. However, when faced with problems, one must also contemplate the consequences. Today, your recklessness nearly cost the lives of your friend Mikey and the direwolf Nymeria." Arya grasped Mikey's hand and embraced Nymeria. "I shall never act impulsively again." Adel, accompanied by Arya, Mikey, and Nymeria, returned to the camp. Had Adel failed to prevent Nymeria from biting Joffrey, the direwolf's attack on the prince would have incited Cersei's wrath, potentially leading to the demise of Nymeria, the noble direwolf. Adel averted a tragedy, allowing Sansa and Arya to retain their little wolves. Mikey, the butcher's apprentice, also escaped unscathed. Neither Joffrey nor Sansa mentioned the conflict by the riverside, and the matter simply faded away. Lancel, Baelish, and Alan Valerion arrived from King's Landing to welcome the king, joining the royal entourage. Baelish listened with admiration as Jaime, Marlon, and Boros recounted Adel's prowess in battle, having previously participated in the War of the Ninepenny Kings. The turmoil of the Vale, the War of Usurpers, and the tournament at Harrenhal. Baelish patiently answered Adel's inquiries about these events. Adel found Baelish's tales more captivating than those of the old wet nurse. Alan Valerion also mingled with Adel, although Sir Alan was mute. Adel often shared drinks and practiced swordplay with the Hound and Alan. Observing their camaraderie, Joffrey and the Lannister attendants mockingly dubbed the gatherings of Sandor, Adel, and Alan as the Feast of Fools, the Hound, and the Mute. Duke Lancel had always been fond of making friends. Each evening, he invited Adel to his tent for revelry and merriment. One night, beneath the glow of honeyed candles and after several rounds of wine, Lancel grasped Adel's hand. "Adel, your combat skills rival those of the Knight of Flowers. I am curious whether you could best Loras. However, the Knight of Flowers achieved success at a young age. While you are a late bloomer, you ought to serve me. I have heard you were a squire under Lord Eddard for over a decade, which reflects poorly on Lord Eddard's judgment. Serve me, and I shall treat all knights with exceptional care, for none in the court is more generous than I. As the Lord Chancellor, I am also the Duke of Storm's End. Should you pledge your service, you may choose to go to Storm's End or remain in King's Landing. Either option is acceptable." Adel replied with a smile, "Thank you for your kindness, Duke Lancel. However, my family has served House Stark in Winterfell for generations. How could I easily abandon my allegiance?" Lancel placed Adel's hand over his heart. "Sir Adel, do you feel it? This heart has shattered due to your refusal." Adel withdrew his hand. "Duke Lancel, you are intoxicated." Lancel tossed his long, ebony hair. "I long to revel with you, as true brothers, enjoying adventures, tournaments, and courtly feasts together." Adel chuckled. "My Lord Lancel, I believe that once we arrive in King's Landing, we shall have ample opportunities." Chapter 16. Jon Snow. King Robert's retinue arrived at Derry City, where Sir Raymond Derry awaited them at the gates. The castle of House Derry is modest in size, hardly capable of accommodating the vast retinue of King Robert. Adu and his companion Halwyn have set up a tent outside the castle to rest. At midnight, Adu lies on the straw mat within the tent, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. He muses, Jon Snow must have arrived at the Black Castle by now. I wonder how he fares. Adu opens his palm. By utilizing the Dreamwalker ability, he can effortlessly enter Jon's dreams, even from 1,000 miles away. Adu has successfully ventured into another's dream before. During his time in Winterfell, he managed to enter Daenerys' dream. In the palm of his hand, he inscribes Jon Snow's name using ancient runes. In the Black Castle, Jon Snow lies asleep in a dilapidated tower. The landscape beneath the wall is a desolate winter wonderland, where Jon has drifted into slumber, accompanied by his dire wolf, Ghost, who vigilantly guards him. Jon still wears the bracelet Adu gifted him, adorned with a teleportation stone. In his dream, Jon finds himself back in Winterfell, yet the town is eerily deserted. A flash of white light reveals a giant wielding a warhammer, standing before Jon. A chill runs down Jon's spine. "It is you, Adu. Where have all the people of Winterfell gone? Why are only the two of us here?" Adu places a reassuring hand on Jon's shoulder. "Jon, we are within a dream. May I inquire how your time as a Night's Watchman at the Black Castle has been?" Jon furrows his brow. "Not well at all. Before I came here, I envisioned the Night's Watch as a brotherhood of stalwart men, only to discover that it is rife with scoundrels, thieves, poachers, murderers, grave robbers, all assigned to the wall. Only Tyrion, on our journey, warned me that the Night's Watch is filled with such rabble. The imp is merely here for amusement, to witness the world's end, and in a few days, he shall return to King's Landing. Yet, I am condemned to rot here for eternity. It is a cruel place, where one could freeze to death. My father and Uncle Benjen never revealed the grim reality of the Night's Watch to me. What is the true nature of this situation? I feel as though I have been deceived into coming to the wall. Adu replies, Jon, no one has deceived you. This path was chosen by you. Jon continues, do you know? My idol is Aegon I, who ascended the throne at the age of 14 and accomplished the great conquest of Dorne. I wish to emulate Aegon, to achieve glory, which is why I joined the Night's Watch. However, now that I am here, I am utterly disillusioned. It is merely a place for idlers. Adu responds, while it is true that the Night's Watch includes many ne'er-do-wells and idlers, there are also numerous exceptional individuals. For example, Lord Commander Mormont, Maester Aemon, your Uncle Benjen, and Donal Noy. Each of them is a remarkable figure. Jon Snow raises an eyebrow. Adu, you have never been to the Black Castle. How do you know so many people from the Night's Watch? Odair chuckled. Indeed, these individuals are renowned far and wide. Take Donner, for instance. Do not be misled into thinking he is merely a blacksmith. He is, in fact, a legendary warrior. He once served Robert at the Fortress of Winds, and it was Donner who forged the hammer that Robert used to slay Prince Rhaegar at the Battle of the Trident. Robert still speaks of him often. Jon replied, Donner is our master of arms. I have conversed with him. He participated in the War of Usurpers and played a role in quelling the rebellion of the Iron Islands. After losing an arm on the battlefield, he came to serve in the Night's Watch. He is indeed a legend. Odair remarked, you could certainly aspire to be a man of the Night's Watch like Donner. Jon pondered for a moment. If I could spend every day in the company of extraordinary individuals like Donner and Uncle Benjen, I would gladly do so 100 times over. However, I am currently training daily with the new recruits of the Night's Watch, under a trainer named Alliser Thorne, who pales in comparison to Ser Roderick. Alliser Thorne relishes in berating others. It seems that mocking the recruits brings him joy. He has given each new recruit a nickname, reveling in their ridicule. He has dubbed me Lord Snow, a moniker I despise. Odair smiled. You have said it yourself, it is merely a nickname. Do not forget that back in Winterfell, everyone regarded me as a fool, including you, and there are still those who call me that. Would I wish to be called a fool? Does Tyrion desire to be known as the Imp? Would Jaime take pleasure in being called the Kingslayer? Nicknames are not worth fretting over. If Lord Snow were to rise to the position of Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, that title would surely resonate throughout the realm of Westeros. Jon inquired, could I truly become the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch? Odair replied, throughout the history of the Night's Watch, there have been many instances of bastards ascending to the position of Lord Commander, some at a very young age. Presently, only 3 castles are manned along the wall, Castle Black, Eastwatch, and Shadow Tower. The commander of Eastwatch, Cotter Pike, is also a bastard from the Iron Islands. Jon appeared somewhat encouraged, yet soon became disheartened again. What you say is indeed beautiful, but it feels somewhat out of reach. I must face Alliser Thorne every day. The recruits training alongside me may be unable to best me, yet they harbor jealousy over my noble lineage and resent my superiority. I look down upon them. Individuals like Pip, Gren, Dallion, and Toad. Each day I spend with them only deepens my disdain. I beat them mercilessly, and if they seek retribution, so be it. Odair responded, the individuals you speak of are but commoners. Prior to arriving at Castle Black, they may have never even touched a sword. You, however, have trained with a blade since childhood, with Ser Roderick overseeing your instruction. Not everyone has had such an experience. Jon, you must learn to accept your companions. Among them, many bear tarnished reputations, yet one must learn to accept this reality. We must maintain a vigilant awareness of the worldly and utilitarian nature of society, while also learning to navigate its currents. Otherwise, we will find ourselves at a standstill. Jon fell into deep contemplation. Are you suggesting that I should befriend Gren and PYP? Odair replied, of course, you are all brothers of the Night's Watch. Recognize their virtues and endeavor to assist others. You shall surely forge friendships. Jon remarked, Uncle Benjen said the same. He claimed that Lord Eddard would always hold a place in his heart. Yet now, in the Black Castle, the brothers of the Night's Watch are his true kin. Odair responded, Benjen speaks wisely. Your uncle is the first ranger of the Night's Watch, and you must not bring shame upon him. Jon clenched his fists. Rest assured, I will not disappoint my uncle. He is setting out the day after tomorrow to patrol beyond the wall, to the haunted forest, in search of the missing Ser Waymar Royce. I wish to accompany Uncle Benjen. I believe I am capable of being a ranger. However, he adamantly refuses, saying I am but a summer child. Ser Waymar Royce was long slain by the others, yet the Night's Watch still regards him as merely missing. In the haunted forest, Benjen can only encounter death. Hodor felt a chill in his heart, and visions of Benjen Stark, bloodied and lifeless upon the plains, flashed before his eyes. Jon, if Benjen ventures into the haunted forest, he will undoubtedly perish. You must prevent him. Jon was taken aback. Is that truly the case? Hodor said, remember the words from your dream. I will return to seek you tomorrow night. The world spun, and Hodor vanished, leaving Jon Snow to awaken from his slumber. The blood-red eyes of Ghost fixed intently upon him. Jon still recalled the words from his dream. Could it have been Hodor sending me a message? Is Uncle Benjen truly in danger? Chapter 17. The rescue of Benjen, the art of dreamwalking, is remarkable. Even though Hodor is now separated from Jon in the Black Castle by vast distances, he effortlessly enters Jon's dreams, offering encouragement. In this dream, Hodor learns that Benjen Stark is preparing to patrol the haunted forest, north of the Wall, a journey fraught with peril, as the forest has long been overrun by the others. Ser Waymar Royce met his end at their hands, becoming one of the Whites. Should Benjen pursue him, he would surely face death. Hodor must attempt to save Benjen. As the first ranger of the Night's Watch, Benjen commands great respect and trust from Lord Commander Mormont, a senior figure within the Night's Watch. With Mormont aging, Benjen is a leading candidate for the next Lord Commander. If Benjen survives, Jon will have a pillar of support at the Wall, and the Stark family's influence within the Night's Watch will endure. It is imperative to save Benjen. However, Hodor currently follows King Robert's entourage, journeying south through the Riverlands, 1,000 miles away from the Black Castle at the Wall. Although Adu had warned Jon in his dream to prevent Benjen from departing the Wall, cautioning him that this mission was fraught with peril, would Jon truly heed such advice? Even if Jon cautioned Benjen, would he listen? In the Black Castle, Jon Snow reminisced about Adu's teachings in the dream. He was to accept these brothers in black, endeavoring to aid them, not merely as friends, but as kin. Jon, shedding his previously aloof demeanor, took the initiative to assist Pip, Gren, and Todd on the training grounds, apologizing for inadvertently injuring them during earlier drills. Alicia Thorne scoffed. Oh dear, our esteemed Lord Snow has learned to humble himself. Ignoring Elisha's jibe, Jon guided Pip and Gren, swiftly mending their previous rifts. During mealtime, Jon spotted Benjen and promptly seated himself across from him. Uncle, will you patrol the haunted forest tomorrow? Benjen nodded, of course. Old Bear commanded us to seek out Waymar Royce. We must find the living or the dead. Jon replied, Uncle, I had a most peculiar dream last night. Adu spoke to me, particularly warning that your patrol beyond the Wall is fraught with danger. You must not go. Benjen chuckled. Adu defeated 3 Kingsguard in Winterfell. He accompanied Eddard and Robert to King's Landing. You wish to bask in Adu's glory. It is only natural for you to dream of him. Jon insisted, but I believe Adu's message was meant to warn you. Uncle, please do not venture into the haunted forest. There may truly be peril. Benjen stroked his black cloak. Jon, we chose to join the Night's Watch, donning this cloak, forsaking marriage and children, taking upon ourselves the weight of duty. Each foray beyond the Wall is indeed perilous. For wildlings lurk in the shadows, ready to shoot arrows, while shadowcats and wolves roam, and the extreme weather may lead to disorientation. I shall patrol tomorrow. As dangerous as ever, should I retreat in the face of danger? Jon, tell me, what is the oath of the Night's Watch? Jon replied, we are the sword in the darkness. We are the watchers on the wall. We are the fire that guards against the cold. We are the light at dawn. We are the horn that awakens the sleepers. We are the shield that protects the realm. Benjen laughed. The horn that awakens the sleepers. So forget your dream. It is time to wake up. Reluctantly, Jon conceded to Benjen's dismissal. In the afternoon, on the training grounds, Jon voluntarily assisted Dylan, Pip, Todd, and others, imparting the skills of sword handling and striking. These men were of common birth. Some were the offspring of craftsmen, others of farmers. And there were those who had traveled with a troop from a young age, roaming the various kingdoms. They knew nothing of swordsmanship. Sir Elisa Thorne resorted only to insults, mockery, and even physical aggression, showing no willingness to impart any foundational skills. With Jon's assistance, they made considerable progress, and these individuals began to draw closer to him. During breaks, Jon regaled them with tales from Winterfell, recounting the moments when he and Robb discovered the dire wolves, sharing stories of his little sister Arya, and the dragons and White Walkers from the tales of the old nurse. Pip, Todd, and Mira gathered around to play with Ghost. These stories quickly amused the surrounding companions, causing them to burst into laughter and Jon found camaraderie among them. That evening, as Jon lay in the tower's bed, he recalled Adu's words. It was precisely Adu's advice that had unlocked his heart, enabling him to win over a band of Night's Watch brothers. Jon murmured to himself. Recalling Adu's promise from the previous night that he would visit him in dreams again, he wondered if it would indeed come to pass. He nestled into Ghost's fur and drifted into slumber. In his dream, Jon found himself atop the wall, gazing into the ghostly forest under a starlit sky. Adu appeared beside him, akin to a specter. Jon was startled. Adu, how do you manage to appear and disappear so mysteriously? Adu replied. I told you I would come to your dreams tonight. Have you forgotten? Jon nodded. Adu, I truly thank you. You taught me that by helping others, I can forge friendships. Now, Grin, Pip, Dolorous Ed, and Todd all enjoy my company. I have a band of Night's Watch brothers who all adore Ghost. Adu responded. Congratulations on your progress. By valuing the bonds of brotherhood, you shall emerge as a leader among the recruits. Adu's tone shifted. I instructed you to warn Benjen. Did you convey my message? Jon replied. I shared my dreams of you with Uncle Benjen, but he dismissed me entirely. He claimed that dreams hold no weight, stating that the Night's Watch is merely the horn that awakens the sleeper, fearing not the prophecies of dreams. Adu remarked, Benjen is indeed a stubborn man. The Starks all possess this trait. Jon continued, Adu, since you firmly believe Uncle Benjen is in peril, perhaps I should accompany him. My sword could offer him protection. Adu replied, you are but a child of summer, while Benjen is a seasoned man of the north. If he cannot survive the ghostly forest, your presence would yield naught but death. Jon insisted, what then should I do? I cannot simply watch Uncle Benjen perish. Adu sighed. Tomorrow, continue to persuade Benjen to remain. If that fails, I shall devise another plan. Adu touched the teleportation stone on Jon's bracelet, and then he vanished. The surroundings of the wall began to collapse. And Jon awoke with a scream, drenched in cold sweat, realizing it had all been a dream. Having dreamt of Adu for 2 consecutive nights, he wondered if Uncle Benjen truly faced danger. Adu sensed the situation had become quite precarious. How could he save Benjen? Jon possesses a teleportation stone, and Hodor, utilizing spatial transference, could theoretically transport himself directly to the Black Castle. However, such an action would inevitably expose Hodor's magical abilities. Crucially, even if he were to traverse great distances, there is no guarantee that Benjen would heed Hodor's warning. What course of action should be taken? The king's entourage descends southward along King's Road, with King Robert's company encamping in a nearby village. The local villagers warmly welcome King Robert and his retinue. Among the king's free riders, stable boys, and servants from Harrenhal, a gathering forms where they engage in gambling. The atmosphere in the gambling den is thick with negativity, greed, jealousy, and regret permeate the air. As Hodor circulates through the establishment, these negative emotions envelop him like tendrils of smoke, all being absorbed into his essence. Such emotions can be transformed into magical energy, and Hodor finds himself invigorated. To save Benjen, who is miles away, he must accumulate a sufficient reservoir of magic. Hodor discovers an abandoned tower and steps inside. With his palms facing upward, he begins to channel his magic. In his vision, Jon Snow materializes before him. This appearance is a product of Hodor's skill, a modification of the prophetic vision from the Orc seer within the confines of the Warcraft universe, combined with the dream-walking abilities imparted by the three-eyed raven. Jon, adorned with the teleportation stone gifted by Hodor, becomes the focal point of Hodor's sight, revealing the surroundings of the teleportation stone's location from a great distance. Hodor observes Benjen Stark mount his steed and approach the tunnel beneath the wall at the Black Castle. 2 of Benjen's subordinates, Ozer humming an indecent tune, and Jifer, trail behind. Upon passing through the tunnel, they emerge outside the wall. Jon intercepts him. Uncle, you cannot go. If you proceed, dire consequences await. Benjen, upon his horse, darkens in countenance. What nonsense are you spouting now? Jon, earnest in his demeanor, replies, Uncle, I dreamt of Hodor again. He warned that this reconnaissance mission may prove fatal. Ozer scoffs, Lord Snow, you are cursing us. Benjen retorts sharply, dreaming of Hodor incessantly, using his words to frighten me. Have you gone mad with thoughts of Hodor? Foolish Hodor has become a lord, while you remain a simpleton. Speak such nonsense again, and I shall have you serve as a stable boy. With that, Benjen, accompanied by Ozer and Jifer, begins to enter the tunnel beneath the wall. Jon hastens to follow. Emerging from the tunnel, they find themselves in a landscape draped in silver, desolate and cold. Through his heightened vision, Hodor sees Benjen poised to gallop away. Now is the moment. The success or failure hinges upon this very instant. Hodor invokes his shapeshifter ability, merging with Banyan's essence. A scream escapes Benjen as he tumbles from his horse, crashing to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Ozer, Jifer, and Jon, faces etched with terror, rush to his side. Benjen feels the encroaching darkness envelop him. Chapter 18, The Dreamwalker. Jon and Daenerys, in their shape-shifting endeavors, found it relatively simple to possess animals such as cats, dogs, and ravens, albeit requiring years of dedicated practice. However, the possession of humans posed a far greater challenge, fraught with the peril of failure and the risk of becoming trapped within another's body. Adu, endowed with the arcane skills of a warlock and the wisdom of the four great races, night elves, humans, orcs, and undead, found the art of shape-shifting to be remarkably accessible. Utilizing the teleportation stone from Jon Snow's bracelet, Adu successfully activated his clairvoyant abilities to thwart Banyan's patrol in the haunted Shadow Forest. Adu decisively employed his shape-shifting skill to take over Banyan's body. Typically, a shapeshifter must visually identify their target before initiating the possession. However, Adu, situated in the Riverlands, attempted this feat from a distance of 1,000 miles, uncertain of his success. Fortunately, he triumphed. This marked what could be considered the most distant instance of possession in the annals of the Seven Kingdoms. Upon entering Banyan's body, Benjen immediately succumbed to a seizure. Foaming at the mouth, Jaforfa and Jon Snow hastily transported Benjen back to the Black Castle and laid him upon a bed. The Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Old Bear Jeor Mormont, along with Ranger Jeremy Lannister and Steward Bowen Marsh, arrived upon hearing the commotion. Old Bear gazed at Benjen, inquiring about his condition. Jon explained, "My uncle was preparing for his patrol when he suddenly began convulsing and fell from his horse." Soren Smowwood summoned Maester Aemon, who, though over 100 years old and blind, remained the only maester in the Black Castle. Adu relinquished control of Banyan's body, yet continued to observe him through his clairvoyance. Benjen gradually awakened from his stupor, bewildered by the events that had transpired, his head throbbing with pain. Seeing Benjen regain consciousness, Jon, Old Bear, and Bowen Marsh felt a sense of relief. Old Bear remarked, "You are awake." The raven perched on his shoulder cawed, "Awake." "Awake." Benjen sat up, demanding to know what had occurred. Jon replied, "Uncle, you fell from your horse." Benjen's expression darkened. "Impossible. I have ridden since childhood, and I have never fallen, even when injured in battle." Oth insisted, "Benjen, you truly fell from your horse." Jaforfa affirmed, "Indeed, I witnessed it myself." Benjen's disbelief was palpable. "This is utterly bizarre." Maester Aemon, seated beside Benjen, advised, "You must be overworked, leading to these convulsions. It is a sign that you need to rest." Benjen protested, "But I still need to patrol the Shadow Forest in search of Wymarwa." Old Bear countered, "You are ill. How can you possibly go? Jeremy Lannister, you shall take his place. I command you to remain in the Black Castle and recuperate." Through the eyes of the heavens, Adu observed that Benjen ultimately remained in the Black Castle, which put his mind at ease. At that moment, Adu's magical energy gradually dwindled, and the vision of the Black Castle faded away. That night, Adu once again entered Jon's dream. They found themselves beneath the tunnels of the wall. Jon remarked, "Adu, you have appeared again. I dreamed of you the past 2 nights." Adu replied, "This time, it is also within a dream." Jon inquired, "Why do I consistently dream of you?" Adu patted his shoulder and said, "Because we are both of Winterfell. Bran, Robb, and Rickon remain in Winterfell. I do not worry for them. Sansa and Arya are before my eyes every day. I do not fret for them either. The only one I am concerned for is you." Jon looked at him with gratitude. "You mentioned that Uncle Benjen would face danger patrolling the haunted forest just today. He stumbled out of the tunnel and fell from his horse, losing consciousness. Old Bear had no choice but to send out Jeremy Lake to substitute for him on patrol." Adu responded, "As long as Benjen stays in the Black Castle, he can evade disaster. For now, he is safe." Jon asked, "What about the future?" Adu smiled. "Who can predict the future? Do not forget, winter is coming." Jon said, "Adu, the methods you taught me truly work. Now Pip, Gren, and Totter are all on good terms with me." Adu expressed, "I am genuinely pleased to see you befriending so many brothers in black. By the way, a rotund fellow from the Bay, named Samwell Tarly, is currently making his way from King's Road to the Black Castle. He should be arriving soon. Though timid, Sam is a man of talent and worthy of deep friendship. Take good care of him and assist him." Jon exclaimed, "Really? Adu, I find you truly remarkable. Your warnings and teachings in dreams are always effective." Adu stated, "Let us keep the matter of our dream meetings a secret. It belongs solely to you and me." Jon smiled, "Of course I understand. You are nearing King's Landing, are you not?" Adu nodded, "Indeed, soon." Jon requested, "Please look after Arya, Sansa, and my father." Adu assured him, I shall. As night fell, Adu withdrew from Jon Snow's dream, lying on a straw mat, tossing and turning, unable to find rest. He pondered how Daenerys was faring at that very moment. At this instant, Daenerys, like Adu, was on her journey. Adu followed the King's retinue southward to King's Landing, while Daenerys trailed behind Khal Drogo's Khalasar, heading to V's Dothrak to visit the old crone of the Dothraki. Adu spread his palm and inscribed Daenerys' name in the air with dream runes. Daenerys was sleeping within the tent of the Khalasar. The journey across the plains was arduous. Each day, Daenerys rode in torment. She dreamt of a strange palace, where stood a giant wielding a warhammer. That giant was none other than Adu. Daenerys did not know the name of Adu, yet she recognized his face. When Adu first entered Daenerys' dreams, he encouraged her to remember that she was the true heir of the dragon. Daenerys gazed at Adu's face, astonished. The giant of the warhammer, you have finally arrived. Every night before I sleep, I pray to dream of you. Am I still dreaming this time? Adu smiled. Of course, Daenerys, how are you? Daenerys' expression turned sorrowful. Not well at all. I have followed your advice and repeatedly reminded myself that I am the true heir of the dragon, yet it has proven futile. I am nearly worn down by this interminable journey. My thighs are bruised from riding, and my bones feel as if they might shatter. Drogo has been exceedingly rough with me, and my brother Viserys constantly threatens me, while only Ser Jorah shows me any concern. You have not yet met Ser Jorah, have you? He hails from Bear Island. Adu replied, I know. His father is the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Daenerys lamented, I am sore all over. Even Ser Jorah's encouragement cannot sustain me. He says we must pay a visit to the crone of the Dothraki, but V's Dothrak is far away, and I genuinely fear I may not endure until then. I am the true heir of the dragon, the Khaleesi of the Horse Lords, yet the Dothraki scorn the weak. If they knew I could scarcely endure riding, they would surely look down upon me. I truly cannot go on. At times, I contemplate finding a rope to end my suffering rather than bear it any longer. Adu urged, Daenerys, you must persevere and feel your dragon eggs. In the past, Aegon the Conqueror and his sisters relied on the great dragons Balerion, Vhagar, and Meraxes to conquer the Seven Kingdoms. When your ancestors subdued the realms, they wielded 3 mighty dragons. A dragon has 3 heads, and you now possess 3 dragon eggs. It is fate that you should have these eggs. Daenerys looked perplexed. But the dragons are dead. They have long been extinct. My handmaids say the 3 dragon eggs gifted to me by Governor Illyrio are merely stones. Adu asserted. They are indeed dragon eggs. Remember, when you awaken, hold the dragon eggs, feel their warmth, and remember that you are the true heir of the dragon. The blood of the true dragon will heal your wounds. Would the true dragon fear the tribulations of mortals? Clearly not. Daenerys, hold this truth close. The giant of the warhammer vanished, and Daenerys awoke from her slumber. She approached the bedside, cradling the dragon eggs, which radiated a gentle warmth. Could it be that the dragon eggs truly possessed life? The giant did not deceive me. Clutching the 3 dragon eggs, she returned to sleep, savoring the warmth against her skin. The following day, Daenerys found her bruises much improved, and her bones no longer ached. In the ensuing days, Daenerys appeared considerably stronger. Her thighs had thickened, and riding no longer caused her pain. She mused, the giant of the warhammer truly did not deceive me. Who could he possibly be? Chapter 19. Arrival at King's Landing. Bran and Robb, in Winterfell, each possessed the teleportation stones gifted by Hodor, utilizing the Eye of Heaven. Hodor acquired a view of the surroundings of Robb and Bran. He observed Bran playing daily with Rickon, while Ghost and Summer frolicked in the Godswood. Though Bran was unable to walk, he increasingly relished his days atop the mechanized spider chair, where he moved with the steadiness of an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Robb busied himself with inspections of the villages surrounding Winterfell, addressing the grievances of the North's vassals. Although Ser Roderick served as the acting lord of the castle, the young wolf had begun to assume the mantle of leadership over Winterfell. The council comprised of Theon, Maester Luwin, Lady Catelyn, and Ser Roderick functioned as Robb's advisory circle. The atmosphere in Winterfell was tranquil, which put Hodor at ease. King Robert's entourage traversed the King's Road from the Riverlands to the Crownlands, ultimately arriving at King's Landing beside the Blackwater River. 3 centuries prior, the conqueror Aegon and his sisters had landed here, accompanied by 3 dragons, embarking on their journey to conquer the 7 kingdoms. Over the following 300 years, King's Landing evolved into the largest port and city of the 7 kingdoms, with the Iron Throne in the Red Keep witnessing the reign of generations of Targaryen monarchs. However, the Targaryen dynasty had long since fallen, and the banners that now fluttered atop the Red Keep were not those of the 3-headed dragon, but rather the crowned stag of House Baratheon. Hodor and Duke Eddard, accompanied by Sansa and Arya, arrived at the Red Keep. Duke Eddard took residence in the Hand's Tower, where the steward Vaon Poole, the captain of the guard Jory Castle, and the master of Horse Holland, along with the servants from Winterfell, busily transported numerous trunks of luggage inside. The royal steward awaited them, accompanied by servants. Sansa's direwolf, Lady, and Arya's direwolf, Nymeria, dashed about the courtyard of the Hand's Tower. The royal servants, having never encountered direwolves before, recoiled in fright. The royal steward remarked, "Is that a wolf? Quite terrifying." Hodor approached, gesturing for the two wolves to come to him. "Do not be afraid. Direwolves do not harm without cause," he reassured. Arya interjected, "Unless provoked. Is there an empty courtyard here?" Hodor inquired. "We can confine the two wolves there," the royal steward informed him. "There is an empty courtyard behind the Hand's Tower, used for storage." Hodor led the two wolves to the courtyard and closed the door behind them. The royal steward approached Duke Eddard. "My lord, Maester Pycelle has convened a meeting of the Small Council and hopes for your attendance." The Small Council convened under King Robert's rule included Maester Pycelle, the captain of the Kingsguard Barristan Selmy, the Duke of Storm's End, Stannis Baratheon, the Master of Coin Peter Baelish, and the Master of Whisperers Varys. Duke Eddard was to replace the late former Hand, Jon Arryn. The composition of the Small Council was not fixed, with occasional advisors joining the assembly. Duke Edd's face was etched with fatigue. "After traversing the roads for so many days, I am utterly exhausted. Perhaps it would be prudent to rest now and address matters tomorrow," he declared. The royal steward bowed respectfully. "Very well, my lord. I shall inform you that you are unavailable." Hodor approached. "Duke Edd, as newcomers, we must be cautious not to offend the esteemed officials from the outset." Duke Edd contemplated this for a moment. "You are right. I shall go. Hodor, accompany me." Hodor nodded. "Am I to serve as your protector, my lord? I presumed you would appoint Jory for that role." Duke Edd replied, "Not as a protector, but as an attendant." Hodor expressed his surprise. "An attendant? Only key officials are permitted to attend the royal council. I am not a member of the council." Duke Edd chuckled. "Robb shared a drink with me last night and mentioned your appointment as the king's advisor. You are now indeed a part of the royal council." Hodor retorted. "Robb's drunken declarations hold no weight." Duke Edd countered. "While drunken words may be disregarded, Robb woke this morning and specifically dispatched Ser Barristan to deliver your appointment notice. You are undoubtedly destined to be the royal advisor. Now, let us proceed." Hodor followed Duke Edd into the council chamber. The room was resplendent, with intricately crafted carpets adorning the floor, embroidered with the emblem of the majestic stag. In one corner stood a wooden screen from Tyrosh, engraved with ancient runes and exquisite florals, while the walls were draped with magnificent tapestries from Karth, Valyria, and Braavos. As Duke Edd and Hodor crossed the threshold, the eunuch Varys approached. Varys, the master of whispers, known as the Spider, possessed unparalleled prowess in gathering information throughout the realm. "My lord Edd, you have finally arrived. I have heard of your son Bran's unfortunate fall in Winterfell. Such a tragedy." Varys emanated a strong scent of perfume, which Duke Edd found distasteful. He had previously warned Hodor to remain vigilant of Varys upon their arrival in King's Landing. Duke Edd spoke in a measured tone. "Thank you for your concern. Bran has awakened under Hodor's care. Though he cannot walk, I am grateful he has survived." Varys leaned closer to Hodor, extending his powder-dusted hand. "You must be Sir Hodor. I have heard of your remarkable deeds in Winterfell. Our regicide, Balon, and Meryn, both fell beneath your warhammer." Hodor humbly replied, "It was merely a stroke of luck." Varys laughed lightly. "Sir Hodor, you are indeed modest." Loras approached, having previously met Hodor on the road, and the two had become fast friends. Loras's dark green tunic was adorned with 12 golden stags, a sight to behold. Hodor's warhammer was crafted in the likeness of my brother Robb's, and it is exceedingly heavy. Encountering Sir Addo at the tournament and on the battlefield is undoubtedly a harrowing experience. Peter Baelish, affectionately known as Littlefinger, approached with a sly smile adorning his face. Hailing from the Fingers of the Vale, Littlefinger had spent his childhood as a ward to Lord Hoster Tully in the bustling city of Riverrun. This connection allowed him to grow up alongside Hoster's daughter, Catelyn, her sister Lisa, and their son Edmure. From a young age, Littlefinger harbored deep affections for Catelyn, which led him to challenge her betrothed, Brandon Stark, to a duel upon their engagement. However, he was easily bested by Brandon, sustaining a profound scar that required a lengthy recovery. Following Brandon's untimely demise, Catelyn adhered to tradition and wed his brother, Ed, far away in Winterfell. Yet Littlefinger's devotion to her remained unwavering. Approximately a decade ago, former Prime Minister Jon Arryn brought Littlefinger to King's Landing. Utilizing his exceptional financial acumen, He dramatically increased the royal treasury's revenues within a mere 3 years, rising from humble beginnings to the esteemed position of Master of Coin. Littlefinger exchanged pleasantries with Lord Ed. I have heard that the Stark lineage is as frigid as ice, melting upon crossing the neck, he jested. Ed approached the chair. Fear not, my dear Littlefinger. Even if you were to be broken, I would not melt so swiftly, he replied. Littlefinger then moved to stand beside Addo. Indeed, you are a giant. Coincidentally, when my grandfather was knighted, his emblem was that of the Titan. It seems we share a remarkable connection. Master Pycelle, seated in his chair, appeared to be in his 80s, his white hair cascading down to his chest in a long beard. He acknowledged Lord Ed. Welcome to the small council, my lord. Ed took his place to the right of the king, a position symbolizing the king's hand. There are only 4 of you present, remarked Renly. Ser Barristan is protecting Robert, and my brother Stannis has returned to Dragonstone. Pycelle urged, let us commence our meeting post-haste, or I shall succumb to slumber. Age has its burdens. He cast a glance at Addo. My lord Ed, only the most esteemed can attend the small council. Your guard must take their leave. Varys chuckled, Master Pycelle. You may not be aware, but our good Robert has appointed Addo as his advisor. Ed frowned. Varys, Robert only officially appointed Addo this morning. How could you possibly know? Littlefinger interjected with a laugh. Varys has an insatiable curiosity. Master Pycelle looked visibly astonished. Addo has joined the small council? With all due respect. King Robert once wrote about Addo's victory over Ser Jaime during his time in Winterfell, referring to him as a fool and a stable boy. Pray tell, what merit does a fool possess to be deemed a council member? Addo replied, that is a question best directed to Robert. Renly chuckled, Pycelle, if you consider Addo a fool, then you are the true fool. He is an exceptional warrior, well-versed in mechanics, medicine, and history. Pycelle grew increasingly curious. For the Grand Maester was regarded as the most erudite individual, and he found it hard to believe that Addo possessed such extensive knowledge. Indeed, Addo resembled a scholar. Addo, perhaps we could exchange ideas when you have a moment? Addo recognized that the old man wished to test his intellect, and readily agreed. Peter Baelish remarked with a grin. Our Varys is a eunuch, and even he can fulfill his duties in the small council. Why shouldn't a fool be capable as well? Addo took a seat beside Eddard, gazing at Varys and Peter in front of him. He realized that the game of power had commenced. Chapter 20. The small council meeting. The small council convened in earnest. Duke Eddard surveyed those present. Renly, Grand Maester Pycelle, Addo, Peter Baelish, and Varys. Perhaps we should wait for Ser Barristan and his grace, he suggested. Renly laughed heartily. If we're waiting for my brother to grace us with his presence, we might as well wait an eternity. Duke Eddard appeared perplexed. Varys interjected. Our dear King Robert has far too many matters weighing on his mind. Trivialities such as these are left to our small council. Peter added. Whenever King Robert hears about finances, agriculture, naval affairs, or appointments, he becomes quite overwhelmed. Thus the governance of the kingdom falls upon our shoulders. Renly retrieved a piece of parchment from his sleeve. Yet Robert does not neglect everything entirely. Occasionally, he recalls his duties and delegates some tasks. Today, he commanded me to return to the city promptly and convey to you all that His Grace has decided to host a grand tournament to celebrate Lord Eddard's appointment as Hand of the King. Eddard frowned. Robert loves to create chaos. Why must he do so in my name? Addo spoke up. My Lord Eddard, this truly reflects King Robert's intentions. The Master of Whisperers, Peter Baelish, remarked immediately, a tournament? Robert must have established a generous prize fund. I wonder how much that will cost. Duke Eddard handed the parchment to Addo, who read aloud. The champion of the jousting tournament shall receive 40,000 golden dragons, the runner-up 20,000. The victors of the melee also 20,000, and the archery champion 10,000. Duke Eddard disapproved of tournaments, believing that warriors should earn their glory on the battlefield rather than flaunting their skills in a contest. However, Addo found himself quite fond of the tournament, already contemplating how to secure victory for himself. Varys chuckled. The prize truly is substantial. Addo declared, for this prize, and, more importantly, for the honor of the hand, I have resolved to compete. Renly laughed. Addo, you bested 3 Kingsguard at Winterfell, Jaime, Boros, and Meryn, and they are surely awaiting their chance for revenge. The total prize money amounted to 90,000 golden dragons, not including additional expenses. Peter wore a sly smile. Robb will undoubtedly host a grand feast, which necessitates our finding a sufficient number of cooks, maids, singers, carpenters, and jesters. Renly cast a glance at Otto. We are not lacking in jesters. We even have them in the small council. Duke Eddard remarked. Can the treasury afford such an expense? Peter chuckled. My Lord Eddard, you are indeed a newcomer, utterly oblivious to the state of King's Landing. The treasury has long been depleted, we shall need to borrow funds. If you are interested, I can show you the royal debt ledger. Duke Eddard replied, bring it to me immediately after the meeting. Peter nodded. I will have someone deliver it to the Prime Minister's tower. Duke Eddard continued, regarding the tournament, Lord Renly, please collaborate with Peter to devise a plan. After the small council meeting, Duke Eddard and Hodor returned to the Prime Minister's tower. Vaonpool had already arranged the study in the tower. Henceforth, Duke Eddard would conduct his affairs here. Eddard gestured to a nearby table. Hodor, this shall be your station. You will assist me in reviewing documents here. You are now the king's advisor, and we hold 2 prominent positions from Winterfell in the small council. This is a promising start. Duke Eddard specifically instructed Vaonpool to procure a large chair to accommodate Hodor's considerable size, adorned with a velvet cushion. Hodor and Duke Eddard took their seats. Duke Eddard remarked, recently, it seems Renly has been quite close to you. He appears to seek your company for drinks every night on the road. Hodor nodded. Renly seems quite fond of my war hammer and my might. He often jestingly invites me to serve at Storm's End. Eddard stated, Renly is flamboyant and frivolous. One may engage in reciprocity, but do not confide in him. As for Peter and Varys, their characters are profoundly lacking. The small council is filled with such individuals. No wonder Robb says it is comprised of either fools or sycophants. I intend to send you to investigate the cause of Jon Arryn's death. Jon Arryn's widow, Lysa, is Catelyn's sister. She has written to warn Winterfell that Jon Arryn was murdered by the Lannisters. Hodor responded, my lord. Jon Arryn's body has long been taken back to the Eyrie by the Silent Sisters. Where shall we begin our inquiries? At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Peter appeared at the entrance, holding a ledger. Eddard said, I presumed you would send someone with a ledger. Peter casually took a seat. With a new prime minister in office, I must be a bit more attentive. Here is the royal debt account you requested. Eddard opened the ledger, his expression growing increasingly grave. The royal family is indebted to the Lannisters for a staggering 300,000 gold dragons. Peter, how do you manage the finances? Peter replied with a grin, it is the prime minister and Robb who spend the coin. Do not lay the blame at my feet. In truth, the Lannisters merely serve as the royal creditors, and we are also indebted to the Iron Bank of Bravos, several trading houses in Tyrosh and Myr, and, of course, the church. Duke Eddard remarked, with such immense debts, it is remarkable that Robert still has the inclination to host a tournament. Littlefinger chuckled. This is actually a fortuitous event. The tournament will draw nobles and commoners from across the realm to King's Landing. The inns in King's Landing will undoubtedly profit handsomely, and vendors and courtesans will also find their fortunes. Blacksmiths selling armor and weapons will likewise reap significant rewards. Littlefinger cast a glance at the side towards Peter. My lord Eddard, I wish to speak with you privately. Eddard's expression remained impassive. Speak freely. Peter is my trusted confidant and a significant member of the council. A counselor to the king. Littlefinger smiled faintly. Very well, I shall be direct. I harbor feelings for your wife, Lady Catelyn. Hence, I have resolved to assist you. My lord Eddard, although you are greatly favored by King Robert, serving as hand of the king and occupying a high position, you must be wary of those around you. Take, for instance, the eunuch Varys. The spider is well acquainted with the secret passages of the Red Keep, and his little birds are scattered throughout King's Landing, monitoring your every move. We all dwell under the shadow of the spider. Moreover, consider Master Pycelle. Pycelle has served as Grand Maester in King's Landing for over 40 years, a figure of considerable repute. However, with age comes a tendency towards bias, if you catch my drift. Our esteemed Master Pycelle evidently has friends throughout the court and across the realm. Duke Eddard nodded. Littlefinger then took his leave. Eddard furrowed his brow. Could it be that Littlefinger's seemingly benign warning suggested that he had misjudged him? Catelyn often spoke of him, likening him to a beloved brother. Littlefinger had spent many years in King's Landing and was well acquainted with Jon Arryn, who had brought him to the capital. Perhaps we should seek him out to investigate the circumstances surrounding Jon Arryn's death? Eddard Stark was a renowned warrior, yet he was ill-equipped for the machinations of court politics. A mere hint from Littlefinger stirred gratitude within him, which was precisely why Peter had traveled south, to aid Lord Eddard in surviving the Game of Thrones. My lord Eddard, Littlefinger is no different from Varys or Pycelle. You ought to place the least trust in him. Chapter 21. The Web of Information. Lysa penned a letter to her sister Catelyn in Winterfell, revealing that Jon Arryn had been murdered by the Lannisters. Duke Eddard was utterly convinced of this, marking the beginning of his entrapment. As a traveler from another world, Peter understood all too well that the true perpetrators behind Jon Arryn's murder were none other than Lysa and Littlefinger. Lysa and Peter had grown up together in the Eyrie, and she had long harbored feelings for him. Indeed, it was Peter who had, in a drunken stupor, taken her virtue. After Lysa's marriage to Jon Arryn, her heart remained devoted to Petyr Baelish. Their union was merely a political arrangement. Given that Jon was old enough to be Lysa's grandfather, surpassing even her father's age. Following her marriage, Lysa suffered multiple miscarriages, and the only surviving son, Robert Arryn, was frail, frequently afflicted by seizures, as though his life hung by a thread. Each day, Lysa was engulfed in fear. While Jon Arryn served as Hand of the King in King's Landing, he was preoccupied with the affairs of the realm, leaving Lysa in solitude. It was Petyr who provided her solace. Although his affection was not genuine, he merely sought to exploit her. Emerging from humble beginnings, Petyr aimed to incite civil war across the Seven Kingdoms, seeking to seize greater power amidst the turmoil. During Jon Arryn's tenure as Hand, he began to harbor suspicions regarding the legitimacy of King Robert's children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, believing them to be the illegitimate offspring of Queens Cersei and Jaime. Once Jon and Stannis amassed sufficient evidence to send the children to Dragonstone as wards and accused Cersei and Jaime, Petyr commanded Lysa to poison Jon Arryn. He instructed her to flee to the Vale with their child and to write to Catelyn Stark in Winterfell, accusing the Lannisters of Jon's murder. This would conveniently place the blame on the Lannisters, who had ample motive to eliminate Jon. Now, with Lord Eddard Stark arriving in King's Landing to assume the role of Hand and investigate Jon Arryn's demise, Petyr began to ingratiate himself. His next move would undoubtedly be to subtly persuade Eddard that Cersei and Jaime were responsible for Jon's death. Should this conspiracy unfold, it could incite a conflict between the North S Starks and the West S Lannisters, allowing Petyr to exploit the kingdom's chaos, potentially even claiming the Iron Throne. Eddard Stark, a man of honor and inflexible principles, might not readily accept the truth if it were presented too bluntly. It would be prudent to allow Petyr to indulge in his machinations. Within the study, Adu remarked, "My Lord Eddard, we find ourselves in a perilous situation. The former master of the Hand's Tower, Jon Arryn, met his demise here, orchestrated by their machinations. Though there are no swords drawn, the air is thick with intrigue. And we must be prepared." Confused, Eddard inquired, "Are you suggesting that someone wishes to harm me?" Adu replied, "Did not Petyr say that Varys' spies surround you?" However, Petyr only revealed part of the truth. In King's Landing, within the Red Keep, there were not only Varys' eyes, but also those of Cersei and Petyr himself. "My Lord Eddard, I believe we should establish our own network of intelligence, hiring spies throughout the streets to serve as our eyes and ears." Eddard furrowed his brow, responding, "Robert invited me to serve as Hand. It would be ill-advised for me to start hiring spies upon my arrival. Robb may not be pleased to learn this." "My Lord Eddard," said Addo, "your actions are not only for the kingdom, but also to safeguard the king. Robb believes he is surrounded by sycophants, fools, when in reality, there are many cunning conspirators among them. We must ensure that Robb survives amidst these intrigues." The expression on Duke Eddard's face was one of shock. "Are you suggesting that someone intends to harm the king?" Addo chuckled. "My Lord Eddard, you needn't wear such a look of astonishment. If they could eliminate the former prime minister, what would prevent them from doing the same to the king? Thus, we must hire spies to gather intelligence." Duke Eddard leaned forward. "I believe that prying into the secrets of others is an ignoble act." Addo replied, "If it ensures peace for the kingdom, what is the sacrifice of personal honor?" "My Lord Eddard, while it is commendable to value honor, an excessive attachment to one's reputation will only hinder us." Eddard sighed in resignation. "Even if we were to hire spies, could we establish our own network of information in the lair of the octopus?" Addo asserted. "We must at least try." "Very well, I shall entrust this matter to you." In the following days, news of the tournament in King's Landing spread, drawing free riders, knights, commoners, and nobles from all corners of the Seven Kingdoms to converge upon the capital. Addo began to weave his network of intelligence. Duke Eddard suggested hiring individuals directly from the Flea Bottom, where orphans and the impoverished abound. However, Addo chose a different approach. He summoned his associate Mikey, a butcher's apprentice. On his journey to King's Landing, Mikey had nearly been killed by Joffrey, and it was Addo who had saved him, prompting Mikey's enduring gratitude. Standing before Addo, Mikey appeared bashful. "Sir Addo, what do you require of me?" Addo inquired, "Young man, would you like to open your own butcher shop?" Mikey's eyes lit up. "Of course. My father dreams of having his own store. But my lord, the rental prices in King's Landing are exorbitant." Addo reassured him. "I will arrange for you to have a shop in Flea Bottom. You and your father can move there." Mikey was overjoyed. "Really? Sir Addo, once my father and I earn from the butcher shop, we will ensure that all profits are given to you." Addo smiled. "Whether the business thrives is of little consequence. However, you must remember to make acquaintances and stay informed about happenings in Flea Bottom. Any news regarding the Red Keep, the king, the royal family, the Prime Minister. Or even from Casterly Rock, Highgarden, Dorne, the Iron Islands, the Stepstones, or across the Narrow Sea must be reported to me every evening. If I am unavailable, seek out Harwin. Addo provided funds to assist Mikey and his father in establishing their butcher shop in Flea Bottom. This money was earned during Addo's gambling with Duke Lancel. King's Landing is a convergence of nobles from the Seven Kingdoms, affluent merchants, and a multitude of impoverished souls. Flea Bottom serves as the city's slum, rife with swindlers and pickpockets, where small establishments sell a dubious broth known as brown stew. This concoction often requires extensive boiling, as it contains an assortment of meats, decayed beef, donkey flesh, the remains of cats and dogs, even rat meat, and potentially human flesh. Few are willing to pay for this stew, for the patrons of these humble eateries are predominantly destitute. Here, the impoverished barter any kind of animal for a bowl of brown stew to stave off starvation. To conquer Flea Bottom is to seize King's Landing, for the impoverished within are like fleas, scurrying about in search of sustenance. Addo strolled through the narrow lanes of Flea Bottom, where the odors of pigsties, stables, and sheepfolds mingled with those of taverns and brothels. Holding his nose, he navigated the bustling streets filled with children darting to and fro. Among them surely lurked spies of Varys, perhaps even the minions of Littlefinger and Cersei. Before long, a filthy boy approached Addo, colliding with him and tumbling to the ground. The youth quickly rose, bowing and apologizing. "My lord, I sincerely beg your pardon for my clumsiness." As the boy attempted to leave, Addo seized him. "You think you can just walk away? Hand over your coin pouch." The boy, intending to pilfer Addo's wallet, found himself thwarted. A woman interjected, "My lord, this lad steals daily from the streets. He should be handed over to the gold cloaks and imprisoned." The gold cloaks is the term used by the common folk of King's Landing for the city's guard, named for the soldiers' resplendent golden cloaks. Fear gripped the boy. "Please, my lord, do not turn me over to the gold cloaks. They will beat me to death. I have not eaten in days. Have mercy and let me go." Addo noticed the paint staining the boy's arms. "What is your name? What do you do?" The boy replied, "I am Romy, a former apprentice dye worker. My master passed away 2 years ago, leaving me to wander the streets. They call me Green Hand Romy." Addo took Romy to Mikey's butcher shop. "How many people do you know in Flea Bottom?" Romy responded, "Too many, my lord." "Why do you ask?" Addo explained, "Find some trustworthy individuals. If you assist me in gathering information, you will have food and a place to sleep each day." Romy's eyes widened with hope. "Will there truly be warm bread to eat?" Addo nodded, "Certainly." In the days that followed, Romy introduced Addo to a dozen impoverished youths, most of whom were orphans or homeless. Addo instructed Mikey to tidy up the cellar of the butcher shop, allowing these boys to reside there while they scoured the streets for news. Some of the youths worked as dock hands, others pushed carts selling fish, while some took to thievery on the streets. At long last, Addo has established a source of intelligence. Chapter 22. There are always stronger hands among the strong. News swiftly reached Littlefinger's ears. One day, within the Grand Hall of the Red Keep, he intercepted Varys. "Have you heard? Addo is weaving his own network of information. It seems he aims to usurp your position." Varys chuckled. "Littlefinger, you are indeed kind to come and warn me." Littlefinger flashed a sly smile. "For a long time, your little bird has ruled King's Landing. I have no desire to see your reign replaced by the fool Addo." Varys, with his perfumed hands, lightly touched his face. "Until now, the intelligence in King's Landing has been solely in the hands of you, me, and Queen Cersei's people. Now, the fool Addo wishes to join the fray. I fear Addo may be overestimating his capabilities. In fact, I received news on the very first night that his pig-headed apprentice opened a butcher shop in Flea Bottom. My little bird has never failed to deliver. Addo's subordinates provided him with nothing but stale news, devoid of any value, and among them were even my own people." Littlefinger remarked, "There are also my people. I suspect Cersei's men are mixed in as well. The fool Addo surely believes we remain oblivious. Let him indulge in his delusions of intelligence." Varys laughed. "Lord Eddard will undoubtedly be ensnared by Addo, wasting not only his money but also delaying his own plans." Littlefinger said, "Addo thinks he holds all the cards, unaware that he is merely a puppet dancing on our strings." A fly settled on a nearby pillar above Varys and Littlefinger, eavesdropping intently. This was Addo's familiar. Every word exchanged between Littlefinger and Varys was conveyed to Addo through the fly. Utilizing his beast summoning skills, Addo could call forth owls, sparrows, and crows for reconnaissance. Summoning flies and mosquitoes was child's play. At this moment, Addo lay upon his bed in the Prime Minister's tower. The words of Varys and Littlefinger reached his ears. Addo chuckled. Varys and Littlefinger believe they orchestrate the grand design, yet they are the jesters in this play. In truth, Adu had known from the outset that establishing a network of information in King's Landing would be a futile endeavor. The octopus spider had entrenched itself in King's Landing since the reign of the Mad King Aerys, with spies lurking in the Red Keep, Flea Bottom, brothels, and the city guard, all maintaining watchful eyes. Cersei and Littlefinger also had their own informants gathering intelligence for them. Under such circumstances, the newcomer Adu could hardly hope to disrupt the established dominance of Cersei, Littlefinger, and Varys in the realm of information within King's Landing. The intelligence network Adu set up in Flea Bottom was, in essence, a spectacle designed for the eyes of Littlefinger, Varys, and Cersei. In doing so, Adu could convince Varys and Littlefinger that both he and Lord Eddard were firmly within their grasp. In truth, Adu had no need to employ anyone to gather intelligence on the streets of King's Landing. To him, such methods were primitive and decidedly outdated. By merely absorbing the negative emotions of those around him, both human and animal, Adu could effortlessly transmute these feelings into magical power. With this sorcery at his disposal, he could summon sparrows, mosquitoes, and flies to scout on his behalf, while Varys referred to his myriad spies as his little birds. He remained oblivious to the fact that Adu could conjure actual avian creatures to uncover Varys's clandestine secrets. Though Varys, known as the Spider, was unaware that Adu had utilized his magic to summon a spider that had already woven its web in the ceiling of his chamber. Adu observed every movement Varys made within his bedroom. Adu resolved to allow Varys to savor his little secrets and schemes. On this day, Duke Eddard summoned Adu. Adu, I have arranged to visit Maester Pycelle today. It was he who tended to Lord Jon Arryn in his final moments. We ought to glean some information from him. In truth, Eddard had long wished to meet Pycelle, yet the demands of his new office had kept him occupied until now, when he finally found the time. Duke Eddard and Adu arrived at Maester Pycelle's abode. The room was filled with shelves brimming with books and various vials, many containing medicines. A lovely handmaiden served Adu and Duke Eddard 2 cups of honeyed milk. Maester Pycelle inquired, Duke Eddard, what brings you to me? Eddard replied, I have heard that you were the one who cared for Lord Jon Arryn in his final moments, and that you dismissed Ser Corman at that time. Ser Corman has served as a scholar in the Eyrie for many years. Pycelle stroked his beard thoughtfully. Indeed, Ser Corman is like a son to me. He possesses passion and skill in the healing arts, yet he lacks the necessary experience. At the time, he was attempting to induce vomiting in Lord Jon Arryn, which could have been effective. However, he did not consider the frailty of Lord Arryn's condition, which made such an action perilous. Adu interjected, yet, Lord Jon Arryn still perished. Pycelle acknowledged, true, I did my utmost, but regrettably, I could not save his life. Duke Eddard cautiously probed, did you notice anything unusual at the time of Lord Jon Arryn's death? Unusual? No, my lord. Death is, after all, a natural occurrence, especially for one of Lord Arryn's age. His passing was not remarkable in any sense. Adu remarked, but what if someone orchestrated Lord Arryn's death? For instance, through poisoning. Pycelle, whose eyes had previously been half closed, widened in alarm. Sir Adu, that is inconceivable. Any scholar with a modicum of medical knowledge can discern the difference between poisoning and natural death, let alone myself. Viscount Pycelle caressed the heavy necklace around his neck. Crafted from an array of metals including black gold, purple gold, lead, and tin. Adu, do you see this? This is the necklace of a university scholar bestowed upon me by the Citadel, the only one in the 7 kingdoms. It signifies my vast knowledge. I have served numerous Targaryen kings, and now I am in the service of King Robert. In King's Landing, I have healed many, yet I have also witnessed the sorrowful demise of others. I must reiterate, there was nothing unusual about Jon Arryn's death. Adu inquired, did Jon Arryn have any last words? Pycelle fell into contemplation. On the day Lord Arryn passed, he called out the name of Robert. Both Lady Lisa and I were uncertain whether he was summoning his young son or King Robert himself. Then he proclaimed something about the strength of lineage. What could that possibly mean? No one knows. Subsequently, Lord Arryn fell into slumber until he departed this world. Duke Eddard asked, was King Robert present at that time? Pycelle nodded. His Majesty was indeed by his side. Prior to his death, Lord Arryn visited me in search of a book, and at that moment, he showed no signs of ailment. Adu surveyed the bookshelf. What book was it? Pycelle replied, it was a hefty tome penned by Master Maegor, detailing the genealogies of the great houses of the 7 kingdoms. Adu expressed his desire to see this book. Pycelle promptly summoned a maid to fetch it. Duke Eddard and Adu departed from Pycelle's quarters, with Eddard cradling the time-worn volume. Why would Jon Arryn seek such a book? Adu mused with a smile. Surely there must be a reason, my Lord Eddard. Perhaps the secret of Jon Arryn's final moments lies within these pages. As Eddard and Adu walked, they encountered Jaime, who was on patrol. Ever since Jaime's defeat at Winterfell, he had been plotting his revenge. Adu, will you be participating in the tournament? Adu replied, I have signed up for archery, polearms, and the melee. Jaime remarked, well, it is fortunate that you have, for that gives me the opportunity to best you in the tournament. I shall never forget what transpired at Winterfell, where you mocked both me and Ser Marlin, bringing shame upon the Kingsguard. Adu chuckled. What? The Kingslayer, vanquished by a fool, has his fragile pride wounded? Jaime retorted with bitterness. Nonsense. I have heard the tales. You feigned ignorance in Winterfell for years, yet on that day, you found your prowess and defeated 3 members of the Kingsguard. I must exact my revenge, otherwise, the Kingsguard would indeed become a laughingstock. I shall defend its honor. Eddard scoffed. Kingslayer, when you took the life of the king you swore to protect, you forfeited your honor. With all due respect, your honor amounts to nothing more than a pile of refuse. Jaime stepped forward. Stark, spare me your pretentiousness. You and this fool shall both come to regret it. Chapter 23. Persuading Eddard. King Robert summoned Duke Eddard and Addo to the throne room. Upon their arrival, Duke Eddard and Addo found Robert seated upon the fearsome Iron Throne. In days of yore, the conqueror Aegon, accompanied by his sister Visenya and his younger sibling Rhaenys, swept through the 7 kingdoms with 3 dragons at his command. Aegon collected the swords of his vanquished foes, forging this menacing iron seat. Legend has it that he utilized approximately 3,000 blades in its creation. 7 Kingsguards stood vigil in the throne room, while Queen Cersei remained at Jaime's side. Robert, perched upon the Iron Throne, savored a flask of mead. Eddard, how goes the preparation for the tournament? He inquired. Duke Eddard replied, Robert, I have never held much interest in tournaments. I have entrusted this matter to Renly and Peter. Robert erupted into hearty laughter. Eddard, this tournament is specifically arranged to celebrate your ascension. Will you not participate? Eddard responded coolly, I shall not partake, though Addo will. Robert's gaze settled upon Addo. The usurper's nightmares, a giant from the north, a knight from the ballads. You triumphed over 3 Kingsguard in Winterfell. I anticipate great things from you at the tournament. Addo smiled. Your Majesty, rest assured, I shall not disappoint you. Duke Eddard interjected. Robert, your summons to the throne room cannot solely pertain to the tournament, can it? Robert glanced at Jaime and Cersei. Do you recall our discussion regarding the Wardens of the East? In my estimation, Jaime and Addo are the only 2 suitable candidates. The position of Warden of the East had traditionally been a hereditary title of House Arryn. However, following the death of Jon Arryn, his son Robert Arryn was but 6 years of age and frail in constitution. Daenerys had already wed Khal Drogo on the continent of Essos, and Drogo commanded thousands of cavalry. In light of the threats from across the Narrow Sea, Robert resolved to appoint a new Warden of the East, with Jaime and Addo as his chosen contenders. Cersei scoffed, Your Majesty, why should my brother compete with a fool for the position of Warden of the East? Robert retorted, Cersei, should Jaime wish to relinquish the title, I would gladly welcome it. Cersei asserted, though the position of Warden of the East may be nominal, it is nonetheless a title of supreme honor. My father, Lord Tywin, is the Warden of the West and the head of House Lannister, a position held by our family for generations. My brother is undoubtedly qualified to assume the role of Warden of the East. Cersei cast a venomous glance at Addo. Pray tell, what qualifications does the fool Addo possess? He is not but a stable boy raised in Winterfell, a mere groom. Robert chuckled. Simply the fact that Addo once bested the usurper, causing his noble visage to taste the earth. Yet, I find myself perplexed as to whom I should bestow the title of Warden of the East. During the martial arts tournament, numerous nobles from the 7 kingdoms would gather in King's Landing, and at that time, I would solicit their opinions widely. Cersei's complexion darkened. Jaime should not be discussed alongside a fool. Robert bellowed, Cersei, if you disapprove, let Jaime relinquish his post as the Warden of the East immediately. Cersei shot a glare at Addo and Eddard before turning to leave. King Robert descended from the Iron Throne and departed with Eddard and Addo. Duke Eddard remarked, Your Grace, regardless of who assumes the role of Warden of the East, it is bound to incite discontent among House Arryn and the nobles of the Vale. For this position has been hereditary in House Arryn for centuries. Such a move would only serve to provoke the lords of the Vale. If Daenerys and the Beggar King truly lead the army of the Horse Lords across the sea, the crown will require the support of House Arryn and the Vale's nobility. Robert chuckled. I am well aware that the position of Warden of the East cannot be changed lightly. I have proposed that Jaime and Addo contest for the role merely to vex Cersei. When I informed her that Jaime would be competing against Addo for the position, she was in an uproar. The more she reacts, the more I am inclined to grant her displeasure. He continued, Oh, and there is another matter. A raven has arrived from Casterly Rock bearing a letter from Lord Tywin. In the letter, Tywin requests that the imp be appointed as a member of the king's small council. Tyrion has accompanied Jon Snow to the wall and is now on his way back to King's Landing. Duke Eddard and Addo made their way back to the Hand's Tower. Duke Eddard queried, "Addo, why would Tywin request Tyrion to serve as the king's advisor?" "I have heard that Tywin harbors no fondness for the imp," Addo replied. "Tywin indeed dislikes the imp. When he was born, his mother died in childbirth. However, Tyrion is still Tywin's son. Once Jaime swore his oath to the Kingsguard. He forfeited his claim to inheritance. Regardless of Tywin's feelings, Tyrion is now the heir of Casterly Rock in the Westerlands. Presently, you are the hand of the king, and I have joined the small council. The north occupies 2 seats, while the Westerlands holds none. Tywin would certainly be displeased, which is why he has maneuvered to place Tyrion within the council." Duke Eddard stated, "Tyrion's presence in the small council poses no issue. He is not Jaime. For Jaime is a formidable adversary." Addo chuckled, "My lord Eddard, while swordsmanship and regicide may be 100-fold more formidable than the imp, Tyrion possesses intellect and cunning. He is undoubtedly far more dangerous than Jaime or Cersei. By inserting the imp into the small council, Tywin seeks to ensure Casterly Rock's influence in King's Landing. Tyrion is a powerful opponent. Given the choice, I would much prefer to contend with Jaime." Duke Eddard sighed. "King's Landing is rife with such intrigue and machinations. I would rather return to Winterfell, where the enemies of the north are simple, wildlings, and the bitter cold. The cause of Jon Arryn's death remains unresolved." Duke Eddard placed his hand upon the tome of the noble lineage of the 7 kingdoms, a work by Maester Merlin. "Why does Jon Arryn concern himself with such matters? The documents before him are nothing but tedious genealogies of nobility, detailing who married whom, the progeny they spawned, and the appearances, hair colors, and eye colors of their offspring. Utterly dreary." Hodor remarked, "My lord Eddard, the cause of Jon Arryn's demise may take some time to uncover. However, residing in King's Landing, we must constantly be wary of the treacherous foes such as Varys, Cersei, and Peter Baelish, not to mention the imp who is still en route. We ought to establish more informants and forge additional alliances. This way, our enemies will think twice before acting recklessly." Eddard moved to the window. "Have you not already employed numerous spies? What more do you desire?" "Hodor, I have told you countless times that I am disinterested in such factional intrigues. It is unbecoming and tarnishes one's reputation." Hodor joined him at the window. In the courtyard below, Arya was playing with her direwolf, Nymeria. Sansa was further away, strolling with Prince Joffrey, accompanied by Septa Mordane. Hodor continued, "Indeed, it is not honorable to cultivate friendships while feasting at the royal table. But think, my lord Eddard, what if you were to fail in King's Landing and find yourself imprisoned? What would become of Arya and Sansa?" Eddard's countenance darkened. "Could it truly come to that? Worst case, we could return to Winterfell." Hodor replied, "And abandon King Robert here? Do not be foolish, my lord. We both know that even if we shut our doors to visitors, we cannot prevent our enemies from breaching them. Your father, Duke Rickard, resided in Winterfell, harboring no ambitions for King's Landing, yet when Prince Rhaegar abducted your sister Lyanna, he was compelled to venture south. The consequence was death. The Mad King executed Duke Rickard and your brother Brandon. They perished in the throne room, the very place where Robert summoned us moments ago. Imagine a coup unfolding in King's Landing. What would become of Sansa and Arya? And what of Robb, Rickon, and Bran remaining in Winterfell, along with Lady Catelyn?" Eddard murmured, "I had not contemplated these possibilities. I simply wished to avoid actions that would compromise my honor. Furthermore, those northerners who followed you to King's Landing, Jory Castle, Wylis, Septa Mordane, Holland, Fat Tom, Desmond, they all yearn to return home. If, due to your excessive concern for your own honor, you refuse to engage in actions deemed dishonorable and consequently fail against our adversaries, all will face dire fates. My lord Eddard, you know well how the Lannisters treat the vanquished. Years ago, in King's Landing, Lord Tywin led his army to the gates of the city under the pretense of restoring order. The Lannister forces surged in, pillaging and burning throughout King's Landing. Rhaegar's widow, Elia Martell, was tortured and slain by the Mountain, Gregor Clegane. Rhaegar's young children were also murdered, their bodies swathed in crimson cloaks, laid before the Iron Throne in the throne room. Eddard recalled the scene vividly, thinking of Arya and Sansa, and immediately resolved to take action. "Ajo, you are correct. My personal failures are inconsequential. However, I must protect my family and my north. Let us proceed with determination. Forge new alliances." Ajo remarked, "In these days, the tournament in King's Landing attracts knights from all corners. We shall surely recruit exceptional warriors to serve our cause." Chapter 24. Enlisting soldiers. Arya, accompanied by her direwolf Nymeria, intercepted Ajo. The Stark family's direwolves had now grown to the size of hunting hounds and continued to grow. Arya brandished a wooden sword. "Ajo, practice with me." Ajo replied, "I am quite busy." Arya made a face. "You and Jory are always occupied, and Sansa spends her days strolling with Joffrey in the Red Keep. I am nearly dying of boredom. Did you not promise to help me find a sword instructor? Where is he?" "Ajo, you are a liar. Your words mean nothing. There is a master in the Red Keep. His name is Ser Alan Santigar, a Dornishman. Perhaps I should seek him out for instruction," Arya suggested. Ajo quickly interjected, "Please, my lady, you are a Stark. Do not wander about the Red Keep. Ser Alan Santigar is the instructor there, primarily teaching Joffrey and Tommen, and occasionally other noble youths. However, he never instructs girls. If Arya goes, it would be a wasted trip." Ajo continued, "King's Landing boasts many excellent swordsmen. I shall find one for you." Arya insisted, "Hurry, or my sewing needle will rust." As Ajo exited the Red Keep, he fortuitously encountered Ser Alan Santigar and Prince Jareb Baratheon. Prince Jareb hailed from the sunny Isles of the Reach, adorned in a feathered cloak, his skin akin to black jade. Years prior, he had suffered exile and remained within Robert's court. Each year, Prince Jareb petitioned King Robert, pleading for him to lead an expedition to reclaim his throne in the Reach. King Robert would respond each year with promises of future campaigns, yet never fulfilled them. Ser Alan Santigar inquired, "Ser Ajo, where are you headed?" Ajo replied, "I am going out to find a tutor for Lord Eddard's daughter." Jareb revealed a bright smile. "What sort of tutor are you seeking?" "Ser Alan and I know numerous individuals in King's Landing," his speech heavily imbued with the accent of the Reach. Ajo responded, "One capable of teaching a girl to wield a sword." Ser Alan chuckled, "It must be Arya who wishes to learn, as she often observes Prince Tommen practicing at the training yard. If Lord Eddard permits, I would gladly teach Arya. She is an intelligent girl." Ajo interjected, "How could I trouble Ser Alan? Arya wields an assassin's blade. We should seek someone specialized from outside." Jareb pondered the matter. "The last time I shared a drink with Soros of Myr, he was in the company of a Bravosi named Sirios Farrell. It is said that Sirios served as the chief swordsman under the Sea Lord of Bravos for many years, excelling in the art of the assassin's blade and embodying the grace of a water dancer." Alan Santigar scoffed, asserting that he had encountered this individual as well. Dismissing him as an exaggerator, he would undoubtedly falter in the tournament with his techniques. Adair chuckled, remarking that Sirios might indeed be suitable for the task, considering he would be instructing a child. "Where is Sirios now?" inquired Prince Jalaba. "He still resides at the Sun's Rise Inn, near the docks. He has long aspired to serve in the court, yet opportunities have eluded him. After all, he hails from across the narrow sea, and such individuals must undergo rigorous scrutiny to gain favor in the court." Adair, accompanied by his entourage, invited Sirios Farrell to the Prime Minister's tower, arranging a chamber for him on the ground floor. "From now on, you shall reside here, responsible for teaching Arya," Adair announced. Sirios replied, "Thank you, Sir Adair. For this opportunity, I shall cherish it." His words were imbued with a thick Bravosi accent. Adair patted him on the shoulder. "We are all family here. Lord Stark never neglects his servants, especially not someone as skilled as you." Sirios picked up a wooden sword and brandished it a few times. "Rest assured, I served as the chief swordsman under the Sea Lord for 9 years. I will not disappoint you." Adair cautioned, "The Red Keep may appear secure, yet it is fraught with peril. I hope you carry a steel sword rather than a wooden one. I desire not only for you to teach Arya the art of swordplay, but also to protect her." Heeding Adair's advice, Sirios donned a long sword at his side. Adair then led Arya to the hall of the Prime Minister's tower. Sirios Farrell tossed a wooden sword to Arya, who caught it, but let it slip to the ground. "Are you ready to learn the Bravosi dance of death, lad? Are you prepared to become a water dancer?" he asked. "I am a girl," Arya protested. "Well then, young lady, grasp your sword firmly." From that day forth, Sirios trained Arya diligently. His presence enriched the Prime Minister's tower with yet another formidable warrior. The swordsmanship of the dance instructor held its ground even against the Kingsguard. Adair continued to forge alliances in King's Landing. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, the King's Justice, and the Royal Executioner, Island Payne, frequently sought Adair for sword practice. He had befriended both on his journey to King's Landing. Yet, they were both vassals of the Lannisters. And should war truly erupt, would the Hound and Island Payne rally to Adair's aid? He could not be certain. Adair began to frequently invite Alan Santigar and Prince Jalaba of the Summer Isles to the Prime Minister's tower for drinks. A few days later, Soros of Myr also arrived. Soros was a corpulent red priest, a devotee of the Lord of Light, with a penchant for wine. Soros is most adept at igniting his long sword with flames, a maneuver he consistently showcases at every tournament. Many horses harbor a fear of fire, thus granting him a distinct advantage in combat. Soros frequently indulges in libations with King Robert, and he often encounters Hodor at Robert's feasts, where he never declines Hodor's invitations. After a few rounds of drink, Soros reclines in his chair, expressing with a hint of shame, "Years ago, I arrived in King's Landing to demonstrate the miracles of the Lightbringer to the Mad King. Sir Hodor, you are likely aware of the Mad King's pathological obsession with flames. Regrettably, my pyrotechnic swordplay failed to captivate him. Thus, I have remained in King's Landing, companioned only by wine, uncertain of how long I will continue to languish in this state." Hodor interjects, "You could easily regain your vigor and join the Prime Minister's guard. Together, we could protect the King's hand." Soros shakes his head. "I have lost myself. Even the Lightbringer cannot illuminate my path forward. Serving as the Prime Minister's guard is indeed a great honor, but as a devotee of the Lightbringer, I fear disappointing Lord Eddard and bringing shame upon my deity." Hodor responds, "Do you wish to squander your days in this manner? Stay with us. We have ample wine and brothers to practice swordsmanship with you." After much persuasion from Hodor, Soros finally concedes. Hodor then sets his sights on Jalabazar. "Prince Jalabazar, I invite you to join the Prime Minister's guard." Jalabazar looks taken aback. "Sir Hodor, what jest is this? I am a prince of the Summer Isles." Hodor understands that beneath the prince's resplendent feathered cloak lies a beggar, akin to the beggar King Viserys, wandering in exile while clinging to dreams of his ancestral throne. No offense intended, but even the noblest of princes must eat. It is said that the beggar King Viserys married his sister Daenerys to a Dothraki horse lord just to secure sustenance. "Prince Jalabazar, I am aware that some nobles may support you, but I believe serving the Prime Minister through your own merits is not beneath you." Jalabazar ponders for a moment. "I still find it rather unsuitable. Next year, King Robert plans to embark on a campaign to the Summer Isles, and I must prepare." Hodor chuckles, "Prince, do not deceive yourself. Robert said the same 5 years ago. You have squandered precious years of your life. Duke Eddard, as the king's hand, governs the north. By serving him, you may find that Duke Eddard could support you in hiring a fleet to reclaim the Summer Isles. Consider your homeland, the Red Flower Valley, and your people." Jalabazar is stirred. From that moment forth, the Prime Minister's guard welcomes one more member, Jalabazar. The prince moves into the Prime Minister's tower, residing alongside Soros from Meereen and Celio from Bravos. Jalabazar, an archer of remarkable skill, particularly excels in archery, possessing several golden wooden bows crafted from a rare timber found exclusively in the Summer Isles. These bows easily surpass ordinary ones in range. Chapter 25, The Target. The capital's guards Cersei and Jaime stood by the drawbridge of the Red Keep. That fool Hodor has gathered the Red Priestess Melisandre and Jalabazar into the Prime Minister's guard. What could he be planning? Jaime scoffed, "Who knows? Perhaps that imbecile Hodor intends to utilize Melisandre and Jalabazar for practice. I have heard whispers of his ambition regarding the melee tournament. He aims to claim victory in the spear contest." Cersei furrowed her elegant brows. Hodor has been incessantly active, not only employing spies in the streets to gather intelligence, but also cultivating friendships within the court. This stable-born lad is brimming with ambition. I had thought Eddard Stark to be the most formidable opponent, yet this Hodor proves to be even more troublesome. Jaime smiled. "Cersei, are you truly frightened by a fool?" Cersei retorted with ire. "At least that fool Hodor knows how to make allies. What about you? Why do you not attempt to recruit Melisandre and Jalabazar to our cause?" Jaime sneered. "Melisandre is merely a drunken fire-wielder, and Jalabazar is nothing more than a beggar prince. You expect me to endure Melisandre's tales of the great Lord of Light, or listen to Jalabazar recount stories of his distant realm in the Summer Isles? Spare me." Cersei grasped Jaime's hand tightly. "Are we to sit idly by while Hodor forges alliances?" Jaime replied, "Allies? That fool Hodor has merely befriended a heathen from Meereen and a beggar prince from the Summer Isles. And you are alarmed?" Cersei, growing increasingly agitated, exclaimed, "Are your eyes blind? Can you not see? Hodor has been making connections. He often drinks with Lancel, the hound practices swordplay with him, and even the mute Aelin Payne engages in conversation with him." Jaime remarked, "Aelin Payne may lack a tongue, but he is not deaf. Mutes often gravitate towards fools." "What of it?" Cersei insisted. "Do you not perceive the danger? Sandor Clegane is a personal guard of Joffrey, and Aelin Payne serves as the king's justice. Both vassals of the Lannisters. Hodor is attempting to win over Lannister vassals, and you fail to recognize the threat? He is far more perilous than Varys or Peter Baelish." Jaime stated, "Tyrion is on his way to King's Landing. Once he arrives, he will know how to deal with Hodor. Father has already arranged for Tyrion to join the small council." Cersei scoffed. "The small council is a veritable circus now. with fools, dwarfs, and eunuchs all involved. It is becoming a spectacle. Every day, Arya trains with Syrio Farrell, mastering the dance of death from Bravos. As Syrio begins to instruct Arya in the ways of a water dancer. Certainly, this requires immense effort. Arya practices standing on one leg daily, blindfolded to perceive the world around her, and has even begun to play with cats. New members of the Kingsguard, Syros from Mill and Jalabasser from the Summer Isles, soon grew fond of Arya, frequently joining her in training in the backyard of the Prime Minister's tower. Arya's little wolf, Nymeria, also took a liking to Syros and Jalabasser. As this spirited wolf, much like Arya, would run amok in the yard each day. Sansa's little wolf, Lady, remained in Sansa's room. Sansa's life was largely monotonous. Occasionally, Joffrey would take her for a stroll around the Red Keep, but otherwise, she spent her days with her companion, Janie Poole, the daughter of the steward, Vaon Poole, in their quarters. Arya delighted in interacting with strangers, whether they were stable boys, kitchen hands, or soldiers of the City Watch. She cherished making new acquaintances. In contrast, Sansa maintained an air of aloofness upon encountering Syros from Mill or the shadowy Jalabasser clad in a feathered cloak. Both Sansa and Janie Poole would merely smile and nod, but never engage in conversation. When Edho accompanied Duke Eddard to King's Landing, the Kingsguard consisted primarily of Jory Castle, who was deemed a capable warrior, while others like Hightower, Fat Tom, and Desmond exhibited average fighting skills. With the addition of the skilled Syrios Florel, Jalabasser, and Syros, the combat prowess of the Kingsguard had significantly increased. Edho then set his sights on the City Watch, the principal force guarding King's Landing, comprising approximately 5,000 men, currently commanded by Janos Slynt. Although the City Watch was nominally overseen by the Minister of Justice, in reality, it answered solely to the king, thereby rendering the Minister of Justice, Lancel Lannister, without direct command over the City Watch. This circumstance consolidated power in the hands of Commander Janos Slynt. Should Edho manage to win over the City Watch, he and Duke Eddard would gain a strategic advantage against Cersei, Peter Baelish, and Varys in the future. One day, while drinking with Sandor Clegane and the Red Keep's instructor, Alan Sandegar, Edho remarked, "I have a friend who wishes to secure a position within the City Watch. Does anyone here know Janos Slynt well?" The hound swallowed a hearty gulp of wine. "Janos Slynt is a slippery one. I have no regard for him," Alan Sandegar responded. Edho, as a high-ranking member of the Privy Council and the King's advisor, isn't it merely a matter of a word to arrange a position for someone in the City Watch? Edho replied, "If it were simply a matter of a common watchman, I would not trouble Lord Janos Slynt. However, my friend aspires to be a commander at the city gate." Sandor let out a derisive snort. "Your friend has quite the ambition, but I fear he may not succeed." Master Alan Sandegar remarked, "The hound speaks wisely. Ser Janos Slynt is a man of nepotism, aspiring to command the city gates. Even with a substantial sum of coin, he may not attain his ambition. The current commanders clad in gold are increasingly avaricious, accepting bribes with insatiable greed. Lord John Arryn once advocated for Slynt's dismissal, yet King Robert refused. Fearing that his successor might be even more corrupt, Sandegar filled his goblet to the brim. Among the commanders at the gates, only Ser Jane Baelish of the Mudgate stands commendably. Though he is a cripple, he possesses formidable strength and a sense of responsibility. Sir Baelish enjoys high regard among the soldiers in gold and the common folk alike. Yet he remains suppressed by Slynt. Innocents mingling with the dregs of society often suffer such fates. Lord Slynt favors the likes of Allard Dym, a man equally vile. The following day, Odair visited the Mudgate, where Commander Jane Baelish became the next target for his persuasion. Baelish, known for his integrity and esteemed among the lower soldiers and commoners, was a worthy ally to be garnered. The Mudgate, also known as the River Gate, stood adjacent to the Blackwater River. Should enemies land by sea and assault King's Landing, the Mudgate would be the first to face their onslaught. With the tournament approaching, many nobles and commoners arrived by ship at the docks of King's Landing, entering through the Mudgate. Sir Jane Baelish promptly greeted Odair with his men. Baelish, with sunken eyes and a pronounced brow, bore a prosthetic hand forged of iron after losing his right wrist to a sword during the campaign to quell the Iron Islands rebellion, where King Robert had dubbed him a knight. "What brings you here, Sir Odair?" inquired Ironhand. Odair replied, "With the tournament nearing, Lord Eddard has commanded me to assess the security of the city guard." Baelish invited Odair into the commander's chamber at the gate. "Do you have sufficient manpower?" Odair asked. "I have heard that the commanders of the Dragon Gate and Lion Gate are complaining to the council about the influx of people and insufficient personnel." Baelish reassured, "Lord Odair, while the other gold-clad commanders lament their lack of men, you need not worry. I face no such issue. As you can see, I have but one hand. Yet I remain capable of vanquishing foes, Hodor continued. The other gate commanders will seek funds from the Prime Minister, claiming the need for temporary guards, yet none will hire additional men, as the money will merely line their pockets. Baelish remarked, "It seems you are well acquainted with their game." "Rest assured, Lord Hodor. I have no desire for such ill-gotten gains," Hodor chuckled. "I am well aware of that. Sir Jane, Duke Eddard is aware of the turmoil within the capital's garrison, as have I heard of the frequent ostracism you face from Ser Geno Slint." Sir Jane Baelish let out a slight snort. "Lord Slint demands that his subordinate commanders surrender half of their wages to him, and former Prime Minister Jon Arryn intended to address this, with 2 junior officers from the garrison willing to testify against him. Yet, who could have foreseen that just as Lord Arryn was about to take action, these 2 witnesses met their untimely demise in a flea-infested den? King Robert shows no desire to replace him, and I suspect that both Lancel and Peter have accepted Slint's bribes." Adath interjected, "Sir Baelish, rest assured, Lord Eddard will soon rectify the situation within the capital's garrison, for King Robert places his utmost trust in him. When convenient, do visit the Prime Minister's tower, where we can share a drink. Both Lord Eddard and I would be delighted to receive you." Sir Jane Baelish nodded, expressing his eagerness. Chapter 26. A mysterious letter in the study of the Prime Minister's tower. Adath spoke to Duke Eddard, "My lord, I have invited Commander Jane Baelish of the Mudgate, and I have prepared a feast in the hall of the Prime Minister's tower. If you are available, we could meet him together." Duke Eddard furrowed his brow. "Is it not sufficient for you alone? Why require 2? Adath replied, "Because we must court Sir Baelish. The commanders at the various city gates are all confidants of Commander Geno Slint. Only Sir Baelish refuses to be complicit with Slint. He is a man of honor, impervious to bribery, and we must earn his trust through genuine friendship." Duke Eddard closed the thick tome he had been poring over, the noble lineage compiled by Maester Merlin. "It is not that I do not wish to meet Sir Baelish. Rather, I hope to unearth some clue from this genealogy sooner rather than later. Alas, I have made no progress. What else is there here besides noble marriages and progeny? Why did Jon Arryn find such a tedious pursuit necessary before his death?" Adath chuckled. "My lord, you have been studying this book for many days. A little longer will not matter. Even if we were to identify Jon Arryn's murderer, should it indeed be Queen Cersei, we would be compelled to secure the capital's garrison." Duke Eddard rose. "You speak wisely. It seems I must change into proper attire to receive Sir Baelish." The Iron Hand, Sir Jane Baelish, along with Adath and Duke Eddard, dined in the hall of the Prime Minister's fortress. The table was adorned with wine from the arbor, Dornish red, a roast pig, golden and crisp with an apple stuffed in its mouth, several larks, and honey-glazed roast chicken. The Iron Hand remarked, "My Lord Eddard, Sir Adath, your hospitality is indeed overwhelming." Adath poured a glass of golden wine for the Iron Hand. "Sir Baelish, you are our esteemed guest." Duke Eddard gazed at the Iron Hand of Sir Baelish. "Sir Bywater, I was present at the siege of Pike when your wrist was severed by the Ironman's axe. I recall the moment vividly. You were losing copious amounts of blood, and many believed you might perish. Lord Robert inquired about your final wish, to which you expressed a desire to become a knight. In an instant, he bestowed upon you that honor. As the memories of your washed over me, I sighed. In those days, I hailed from humble beginnings, devoid of the wealth necessary for knighthood. It was a great honor for me to be knighted by King Robert. Now, after more than a decade of peace in the realm, I find myself yearning for the days of clashing swords, though those times were fraught with hardship. At least the identity of the enemy was unmistakable, unlike the present, where I serve in the capital's garrison, appearing to bask in tranquility. Yet the adversaries lurk in the shadows, plotting and scheming. I despise this environment." Adath remarked, "My Lord Bywater, I have learned from Minister Lannister that Ser Geno Slint has been reported multiple times by the citizens of King's Landing, accused of selling positions and accepting bribes. His subordinates, including Commander Yaradim and those from the gates of the King, Dragonstone, Iron, and Lion, have all faced allegations of corruption, while you remain untainted by such accusations." Bywater chuckled bitterly. "It is precisely for this reason that Lord Slint views me as a thorn in his side. He has threatened my position in the garrison meetings more than once." Duke Eddard reassured him, "Fear not, as long as I serve as Prime Minister. Slint's nefarious plots shall never come to fruition. Sir Bywater, I shall not allow the wicked to trample upon the righteous." Adath added, "We shall be your support." "With gratitude." Bywater gazed at Eddard and Adath. "Thank you truly. To be honest, I feared my days in the garrison were numbered after the passing of Lord Jon Arryn." Adath inquired, "Did you see Lord Arryn in the days preceding his death?" Jacelyn Bywater replied, "Lord Arryn seldom visited Mudgate. However, he did make an appearance 2 days before his demise, accompanying Lord Stannis." They conversed for an extended period upon a ship by the sea. After Bywater departed, Eddard and Adow returned to the study. Duke Eddard noticed a letter resting on the desk, inscribed in High Valyrian. Adow summoned Captain Jory. Jory, from whom did this letter arrive? It was delivered by a stranger who claimed to be a rat catcher, sent by a lord to convey a letter. He did not disclose the identity of that lord and departed immediately after leaving the letter. High Valyrian is a tongue prevalent across Essos, particularly in the 9 free cities, including Bravos, Pintos, Myr, Lys, Tyrosh, Volantis, Coer, and others. While neither Duke Eddard nor Adow understood High Valyrian, they were undeterred by the challenge it posed. In the present day, within the Prime Minister's guard, the red-robed Soros hails from Meereen, while the dance instructor Cilio Frel is from Bravos, both of whom are well-versed in Valyrian. Adow sought out Soros, who, upon perusing the letter, wore an expression of bewilderment. My lord. The Valyrian in this correspondence translates to the eagle falls beneath the crescent moon to find the hunter who killed him. One must go to the Sea Lion Inn on Eel Alley. What could this possibly mean? Adow took the letter. This is a riddle. It seems we must venture to the Sea Lion Inn in search of answers. After Jory and Soros departed, only Adow and Duke Ed remained in the study. Adow remarked, My lord, the crescent moon falcon is indeed the sigil of Lord John's house. The letter S mention of the Falcon South demise beneath the crescent moon clearly alludes to Lord Elend's death. Duke Ed replied, The messenger must possess clues regarding Lord Elend's demise. Adow, we must head to the Sea Lion Inn at once. Adow cautioned, My lord, leaving the Red Keep is perilous. You may go, but we must prepare accordingly. Adow promptly dispatched a summons to his street informants at the Flea Bottom. Greenhand Romy and Mikey, accompanied by several orphans, first circled the Sea Lion Inn, confirming that all was well before Adow commanded Jory to deploy 20 guards throughout the streets of Eel Alley. As nightfall enveloped King's Landing, Duke Ed and Adow finally entered the Sea Lion Inn. This establishment, often a secluded refuge, was unusually crowded due to the tournament festivities. The common room was filled with patrons, while a portly innkeeper busied herself with the accounts. We are fully booked. You must seek lodging elsewhere. Some patrons cast curious glances at Ed and Adow, but none approached them. Ed furrowed his brow, pondering if Soros had erred in translation. Could this not be the inn? Adow chuckled. Soros grew up in Meereen. He could not be mistaken. This is indeed the place. Perhaps our intended guest has yet to arrive. Chapter 27. The clue from Littlefinger at the Sea Lion Inn. Ed and Adow found no sign of the person they sought. Just as they prepared to depart, a red-haired woman approached them with urgency. My lords, follow me. Ed and Adow complied, as the woman led them through the back door of the inn, across a narrow alley, and into a dilapidated courtyard, flickering candlelight illuminating the scene. The person you wish to meet awaits you inside. The red-haired girl swiftly departed. Adow and Duke Ed entered, where Littlefinger was engrossed in a book by the light of a beeswax candle. Littlefinger offered a sly smile. My lord Ed, I thought you might not come. I presumed you were too dull to decipher the contents of the letter. Taking their seats before him, Duke Ed inquired, Why must we converse here, rather than in the Prime Minister's tower? Littlefinger remarked, Throughout the Red Keep, one can find the watchful eyes of Varys, and the streets of King's Landing are no exception. Yet, perhaps the little birds here may be caught napping. Today, we shall deliberate on the cause of Jon Arryn's demise. My lord Eddard, you are a trusted ally of Robert, with the North as your stronghold. You need not fear the Lannisters, while I am utterly terrified. The influence of Casterly Rock is immense. Our esteemed Ser Jaime, Queen Cersei, and Lord Tywin, none are foes I dare to provoke. My lord Eddard, this meeting bears considerable risk for me. Peter continued, So, you also believe, my lord, that Jon Arryn was murdered? Littlefinger replied, As for the manner of Jon Arryn's death, I cannot say for certain. At the time of his passing, only Maester Pycelle was at his bedside. I hear you sought out Pycelle. It would be a wonder if you could extract any information from that cunning old man. Did Pycelle provide you with a tome? Can you discern the identity of Jon Arryn's killer from its pages? Lord Eddard responded, I have no other leads. When Lisa departed, she took Jon Arryn's servants and guards with her. All who were familiar with Jon Arryn now reside in the Eyrie. Littlefinger chuckled, You refer to the majority. But to my knowledge, a few remain. One girl, a pastry chef in the kitchens, is with child and has wed the stable master of Lord Renly. A stable boy donned a golden cloak and now serves in the city watch. Additionally, a scullion was expelled for thievery of Lady Lisa's jewels and now toils in a flea pit. Furthermore, one of Jon Arryn's former attendants has also stayed. Eddard's eyes brightened. One of Jon Arryn's attendants remains? The attendant, responsible for caring for his lord's needs, would be well acquainted with his whereabouts and daily routines. Littlefinger replied, The attendant's name is Cersei. He was knighted by King Robert following Jon Arryn's death and remains in King's Landing to participate in the upcoming tournament. You must act swiftly, for Cersei's mother resides in the Vale. Once the tournament concludes, he will undoubtedly return home to share the joy of his knighthood with her. Lord Eddard expressed his gratitude. My Lord Peter, I owe you a great debt for providing such vital information. Littlefinger rose. I do this for Catelyn and for Jon Arryn. It was Jon Arryn who brought me to King's Landing, granting me the opportunity to rise. My Lord Eddard, you are not the only one who cares for Jon Arryn. As Littlefinger stepped into the night, he vanished from sight. Eddard turned to Peter. Peter, have we been overly cautious with Littlefinger? This time, he has risked defending the Lannisters to furnish us with such crucial information. I believe we might consider trusting him henceforth. Peter replied, My Lord Eddard. One sweet morsel, and you are utterly beguiled. Littlefinger claimed that he was willing to take risks for Jon Arryn and Catelyn. Yet I find not a single word of it credible. Deceit is second nature to Littlefinger, even though his words may contain a few useful clues for us. One must remain vigilant, for it is highly likely that he is orchestrating a far grander trap. Duke Eddard felt a twinge of anger. If we harbor no trust in others, do we not betray their goodwill? Such actions cast aside any notion of honor. Hodor remarked, My Lord Eddard, the so-called moral honor holds no weight in the face of bloodshed. Hunters always use bait to lure their prey into traps. My lord, the Moonlight Falcon has already perished in King's Landing, and the hunter has yet to reveal himself. You, the Ice Wolf, must be cautious not to fall into the snare. The following day, Duke Eddard promptly dispatched Jory to seek out Cersei. Jory returned swiftly. My Lord Eddard, Cersei refuses to cooperate. He stated that he would be interested in conversing only if you, Duke Eddard, were to inquire personally. As for the captain of the Prime Minister's Guard, he is unqualified to interrogate him. This lad, newly knighted, believes himself quite important. I doubt we shall glean much from him. Duke Eddard replied, If you will not speak. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. Adon suggested, My Lord Eddard, allow me to undertake this task for you. When Adon found Cersei at an inn near Steel Street, he was busy trying on his newly crafted armor. The armor bore the sky blue cloak of House Arryn, and the emblem of the Moonlight Falcon was engraved on both his armor and shield. Hugh, I wish to speak with you. It is Cersei, he promptly corrected, his golden hair and freckled face betraying his irritation. He appraised Adon. So you are Adon? I've heard of you. You defeated 3 Kingsguard in Winterfell. Adon nodded. I wish to inquire about certain matters. Hugh placed a finger to his lips. Enough. I have no desire to waste time conversing with you. You seem significantly more arrogant than the previous captain of the guard, but as I have stated, I will only speak with Duke Eddard. Adon chuckled. Am I not worthy of such a conversation? Hugh replied. You are a prominent advisor to King Robert. Your status is not insignificant, but do not forget. I once served Lord Jon Arryn daily. He was the former Prime Minister. Therefore, if you wish to learn about the former Prime Minister, I suggest you have the current one come to me. Otherwise, this discussion is over. With a flourish of his sky blue cloak, Hugh turned to leave. Adon returned to the Prime Minister's tower. My Lord Eddard, Hugh insists he will not speak of Jon Arryn unless he sees you. Duke Eddard remarked. I have long asserted that it would be wiser for me to approach him directly. Adon added. This fellow is rather full of himself. Perhaps we should let him simmer for a while. Pressing him will only inflate his vanity further. Did the Littlefinger not mention a kitchen maid, a stable boy, and a server? We should inquire with these 3 first, Duke Ed responded. This time, I shall personally see to it. Chapter 28. Following the clue. Discovering Jandryad and Duke Ed first sought out a woman who had once worked in Jon Arryn's kitchen. This woman, named Laura, had married Lord Lisa's stableman after becoming pregnant and now resided in a dilapidated courtyard in Flea Bottom, recuperating. Upon their arrival, she was alone. Ad spoke. We wish to ask you about Jon Arryn. Laura pondered for a moment. My Lord Ed, Sir Ad, Jon's death was indeed sudden. He always had a hearty appetite, though he would occasionally complain about the food from the kitchen. I heard that he had been arguing frequently with King Robert of late, and his relationship with Lady Lisa was strained, particularly concerning their child, who often had fits. I'm sure you've heard. Duke Ed inquired, when did you last see Jon Arryn? Laura chuckled. My lord, as mere kitchen help, we seldom see the lord and lady. We might catch a glimpse of him in the courtyard. It was perhaps 7 days before his passing that I saw him from afar, leaving in the company of the king's brother. Duke Ed frowned. Was it Stannis or Renly? It was Lord Stannis, Laura replied. Ad asked, did Jon exhibit any unusual signs in the days leading up to his death? Laura answered, no, I recall the night prior. The steward instructed the kitchen to prepare an extra lemon cake specifically for Jon. Ad and Duke Ed then encountered a young man who had once served under Jon Arryn in the same establishment. He was now hauling carts in Flea Bottom. My lord, the young man said, Jon Arryn was in good health before he passed. He often went out, and I heard Maester Corman mention that he intended to send his child to Dragonstone as an adopted son. Dragonstone is under Stannis' domain, managed in Robert's name. When Ed arrived in King's Landing, Stannis had already retreated back to Dragonstone. Ed frowned. I distinctly recall King Robert mentioning he planned to send Arryn's child to Casterly Rock to be fostered by Lord Tywin. How could it possibly be Dragonstone? Are you certain you are not mistaken? My lord, that is what Maester Corman said, but I cannot say for certain, the young man replied. Ad inquired, do you recall whom Jon Arryn interacted with in the days leading up to his demise? The young man thought for a moment. I once heard Jon's captain of the guards mention that Lord Arryn and Lord Stannis had gone to Steel Street to consult a master armorer about commissioning a splendid set of armor. Duke Ed and Ad then allowed the young man to leave. Duke Ed remarked, these are merely hearsay. There is not a shred of certainty. Jon Arryn had never been fond of ostentatious armor. He once remarked that armor was merely armor, not an ornament, and that it sufficed to be sturdy and functional. Adon commented, My Lord Eddard, it is quite natural for Jon Arryn, having served as the hand of the king in King's Landing for over a decade, to develop a taste for luxurious armor. Eddard replied, that is true. However, I find it perplexing why Jon Arryn consistently remained in the company of Stannis. I distinctly recall that while they exchanged pleasantries, their acquaintance was merely superficial. Why, then, did their relationship suddenly intensify before Lord Arryn's demise? Moreover, it is curious that when Robert marched north to Winterfell, Stannis retreated to Dragonstone. Could it be that Stannis had a hand in Jon Arryn's murder? Adon suggested. Perhaps Stannis was intimidated by Lord Arryn's death. Duke Eddard shook his head stubbornly. You do not understand Stannis. He is a serious and almost rigid individual, devoid of a sense of humor, a fierce warrior. When I opposed the Mad King alongside Robert, Stannis held the fort at Storm's End, while the Tyrells from Highgarden and the Redwyne fleet besieged it from land and sea. Even when the fort faced starvation, Stannis never capitulated. It is hard for me to imagine what could frighten him. Adon remarked, among the witnesses mentioned by Littlefinger, there is one who once served as a squire under Lord Arryn. He now serves in the City Watch. Perhaps he can illuminate our inquiries. Duke Eddard and Adon sought out this individual at the Dragon Gate. The young man in the golden robe, with red hair, stated, My lord, I served as a squire under Lord Arryn for a few months, but I swear I shall never touch a horse again. Adon inquired, Why is that? The red-haired youth gazed at Adon with admiration. Sir Adon, it is all because of you. After Lord Arryn's death, I initially intended to seek another employer and continue as a squire. However, upon hearing that you defeated 3 Kingsguard, including the Kingslayer, while serving as a squire, I realized that one could wield a sword for a living. You are an idol for squires and stable hands across the 7 kingdoms. You inspired me to enlist in the City Watch. Adon responded, I hope you find joy in this position. Did you see Lord Arryn in the days leading up to his death? The golden-robed man nodded. Yes, Lord Arryn frequently rode out. Duke Eddard asked, Did Lord Arryn exhibit any unusual symptoms? The golden-robed youth replied, None. Lord Arryn was as robust on horseback as Lord Stannis beside him. No one anticipated his sudden passing. Adon then asked, Do you know what Lord Arryn and Stannis were doing together? The golden-robed man responded, They went to a brothel. Duke Eddard's expression darkened. What utter nonsense. Lord Aelin, of such esteemed status, how could he possibly venture into a brothel? The man in the golden robe trembled in fear. My lord, you inquire of me. And I merely speak the truth. They indeed went to a brothel. Several members of the guard accompanied Lord Aelin. Upon their return, they were conversing outside the stables. And I overheard them, Odair stated. Which establishment did they visit? The golden-robed man shook his head. I cannot say. Odair produced a silver stag and rewarded the man, who departed with a cheerful demeanor. Duke Eddard remarked, This fellow is spinning tales. Lord Aelin would never frequent a brothel, and Stannis even less so. While it is widely known that Robert enjoys dalliance, Stannis abhors harlots, having once suggested that all brothels in King's Landing be shuttered. Such a man would never accompany Lord Aelin to a brothel. Odair replied, My Lord Eddard, visiting a brothel may not necessarily be for pleasure. They could be attending to matters concerning the king. Eddard raised an eyebrow. Could such a thing truly occur? Odair continued, We are uncertain of which brothel Lord Aelin and Stannis visited, but we might first send Jory and Ser Davos to inquire. Let us proceed to Steel Street, to the smithy that Lord Aelin and Stannis frequented. Perhaps we can glean some information. Eddard and Odair spurred their horses towards Steel Street, situated atop the Visania Hills, its elevation steadily increasing. With the upcoming tournament, the business of each smithy flourished as many free riders, knights, and wandering warriors sought to commission armor and weaponry. Free riders and knights traversed Steel Street. At the end of Steel Street, Eddard and Hodor located the smithy. Hodor remarked, "The proprietor, Tobelmort, is a renowned armorer in King's Landing." As they entered, the apprentice, recognizing Eddard's direwolf sigil and Hodor's Warhammer giant sigil, hurried inside. Shortly thereafter, Tobelmort emerged, clad in a blue linen long robe. "Duke Eddard, Sir Hodor, are you perhaps seeking to forge a full suit of armor? You have come to the right place." Eddard replied, "We do not require armor. Lord Aelin and Stannis have visited here before. What brought them?" Tobelmort pondered for a moment. "Lord Aelin came to see a child." Hodor said, "We wish to see the child as well." Moments later, Tobelmort brought forth a robust youth, with thick black hair and pale blue eyes. Eddard gazed intently at the boy, while Hodor inquired, "Child, what is your name?" "I am Gendry," the boy replied, clutching a bull's helmet. Hodor asked Gendry, "What did Lord Aelin say when he came to see you?" Gendry contemplated for a moment. "He inquired whether I found this place agreeable and if I enjoyed working here. And he also asked about my mother, her identity, and her profession." "This child's mother passed away long ago. She used to be an innkeeper," Tobelmort remarked. "My lord, I wish to avoid any trouble," Hodor replied. "We are merely making casual inquiries." "Janley, would you consider becoming a guard? The Prime Minister's guard is recruiting." Janley shook his head. "No, I only wish to be a blacksmith." Hodor chuckled. "Winterfell is also in need of blacksmiths. As long as you accompany me, you can forge armor and war hammers for me. We have an abundance of lemon cakes and honey-glazed duck." Janley became intrigued. "Really?" Tobelmort protested, "Sir Hodor, this child has not yet completed his training. He is incapable of crafting armor and war hammers that would meet your satisfaction." Hodor declared, "I have faith in him, Janley. I am determined." Tobelmort, somewhat irritated, responded, "My lord, I have raised this child since he was young. In a few years, he will be ready to begin his training. It is rather ungracious of you to poach him." Hodor offered a silver stag. Such a sum for a still untrained apprentice should be considered fair, would it not? Tobelmort's eyes brightened as he accepted the coin. "My lord, it is not merely a matter of money. If you truly wish to take Janley, feel free. I would not dare to hinder you." Janley packed his belongings and followed Duke Eddard and Hodor away from the blacksmith shop. Hodor said, "Lord Eddard, you are well aware of who this child is." Duke Eddard lowered his voice. "He is the bastard son of Robert. I do not understand why Jon Arryn and Stannis would seek out Robert's illegitimate child." Hodor replied, "There must be a reason. As long as we keep Janley close and at the Prime Minister's tower, that will suffice." Chapter 29, The Bastard's Evidence. Tyrion returns. It was Janley's first time entering the Red Keep, and everything appeared novel to him. He rode on horseback, gazing about in wonder. Upon reaching the Prime Minister's tower, he was greeted by Ser Jorah Mormont and Prince Jalabarathor of the Summer Isles. Hodor led Janley to a room on the first floor. "Janley, you shall reside here from now on. Your neighbors are Ser Jorah, Jalabarathor, and Celio. They are all accomplished warriors, and you may seek their guidance when you have the time." Janley clutched his bull's helmet. "I know that Red Priest, Ser Jorah. He often visits Master Tobelmort's weapon shop to purchase swords, and he always ignites his longsword with fire. Every time he does so, the sword suffers considerable wear. Master Tobelmort despises him, believing the Red Priest should not squander steel in such a manner." At that moment, the door opened, and the direwolf Nymeria entered. Janley recoiled in fright. "A wolf?" Arya followed closely behind. "You need not be afraid. Nymeria does not bite without cause." Nymeria approached Janley and affectionately licked his bullhorn helmet, which put him at ease. Arya scrutinized Janley. "Who are you?" Zandelli remarked. "I am Zandelli. You may call me Daniel." "Are you the maid here?" Adu chuckled. "This is Duke Ed's daughter." "Elia." Zandelli was taken aback. "So she was the Prime Minister's daughter. My apologies, Mississippi." It was no wonder Zandelli had made the mistake. Elia was drenched in sweat, clutching a wooden sword, and was dirty from practicing swordplay and chasing cats. Elia smiled. "Just call me Elia. Are you here to enlist in the military?" "My father's guard has been recruiting." Adu chimed in. "Zandelli can not only serve in the military, but also forge iron, craft armor, and create longswords. He is quite skilled." Elia picked up Zandelli's horned helmet. "Did you make this helmet? It's impressive. Could you craft me a wolf's helmet?" Zandelli frowned. "There is no forge here, nor raw iron. I could return to my shop in Tobmode and create one for you, but I must warn you, I have never made a wolf's helmet, and it may not turn out to your liking." Elia made a playful face. "Daniel, I was merely speaking whimsically, yet you took it to heart. With your robust build, why not accompany me in sword practice?" Zandelli felt a bit flustered. "Sword practice?" Adu laughed. "Our Elia has been training daily with the water dancers of Bravos, particularly with Cilios." "Zandelli, if you have the time, you could join Elia for practice. Elia tugged at Zandelli, leading him to the hall for swordplay. Duke Ed and Adu returned to the study. Duke Ed opened the genealogical record of the 7 kingdoms compiled by the Master Melian. Sighing deeply, I truly cannot fathom why Jon Arryn sought out Robert's bastard before his demise. Adu chuckled softly. Surely there must be a reason. Duke Ed, does His Majesty Robert have many bastards? Duke Ed replied, is that even a question? Robert has sown his wild oats far and wide. Back in the Vale, when I was a foster son to Jon Arryn, he was merely 16 when he fathered a daughter out of wedlock. I recall that girl also had dark hair. She must be 17 now, older than Robert was when he fathered her. Quite peculiar. Indeed, Adu continued. I have heard that His Majesty Robert also has a bastard at Storm's End. Duke Ed nodded. Indeed, that child is named Edric Storm, the only bastard Robert has publicly acknowledged. Edric's mother hails from noble blood, being a cousin of Stannis's wife from House Florent, making it impossible for Robert to deny him. That child now resides at Storm's End, under the care of the Regent of Highgarden. I have never seen him, but I have heard he too has dark hair. Duke Ed remained puzzled as to why Jon Arryn sought out Robert's bastard, but Adu understood all too well. Robert has fathered multiple bastards with various women, some with red hair, others with honey blonde, chestnut, or bright silver locks. Regardless of the hair color of any woman, the offspring produced in union with Robert will undoubtedly possess a mane as dark as night. Cersei's children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, are all golden-haired. Stannis and Jon Arryn intended to use Robert's bastards to prove that Queen Cersei's progeny were not the true heirs of King Robert, thus lacking any claim to the throne. The noble genealogy of Melisandre meticulously documents the intermarriages among the great houses, detailing each instance of the Lannisters' unions with the Baratheons. Adar had taken special care to examine that record. Each time a lion mated with a crowned stag, the offspring invariably bore dark hair. He left Gendry at the Hand's Tower, thus acquiring evidence against Cersei and the Lannisters. Gendry became a guard at the Hand's Tower, and since Arya frequently roamed the Red Keep, Adar decided to have Gendry accompany her daily to ensure her safety. Adar continued to send men to seek the brothels visited by Lady Arryn during her lifetime, convinced that one of these establishments would harbor Robert's illegitimate children. On this day, after visiting a brothel, Adar exited only to be confronted by a group approaching on horseback. Among them was the imp, Tyrion Lannister, flanked by his 2 attendants, Jack and Morris, along with a stunningly alluring woman, and to her left, a fearsome mercenary. What a surprise to find you here, exclaimed Tyrion, gazing at the brothel. I did not expect you to indulge in such pleasures. Adar chuckled. I am here in service to the king and the Hand. Tyrion, you've returned from the Wall. I thought you would miss the tournament. Tyrion replied, the Wall is truly magnificent, Adar. You must visit it someday. Adar said, as a Northman, I shall have ample opportunities in the future. King Robert has appointed you as his advisor. Tyrion retorted, and you are likewise appointed. We shall be colleagues henceforth. Tyrion's inclusion in the royal council was, in fact, a request from Lord Tywin to bolster the Lannisters' influence in King's Landing. Adar's gaze lingered on the enchanting woman beside Tyrion. Who is this beautiful lady? He inquired. The lady offered Adar a sweet smile. My lord, I am Shae, the handmaiden of Lord Tyrion. Adar responded, such beauty is wasted as a handmaiden. Tyrion, how could you allow Shae's delicate hands to toil in such labor? Adar then regarded the mercenary beside Tyrion. And who might this sturdy fellow be? The mercenary replied, I am Bran. Tyrion explained, I encountered some minor trouble on King's Road. A band of brigands attempted to rob me, but thanks to Bran, who dispatched 3 of them, the rest fled in terror. Adar remarked, with skills like yours, Bran, you ought to join my service. The Hand's Guard is always seeking new recruits. Tyrion chuckled. Adair, it is rather unseemly of you to poach before my very eyes, Balin jested. My lord Adair, if you were to offer a higher bid, I would gladly abandon Tyrion to serve you. Tyrion chuckled. Do you see? Mercenaries are all of this ilk. Their sole master is gold. Adair inquired, Balin. The tournament is about to commence. Will you participate? Balin nodded. Of course. I have heard that the champion of the Lance tournament will receive 40,000 golden dragons, a considerable sum indeed, and I must certainly give it a try. Chapter 30, Cersei's Conspiracy. The opening of the tournament. Cersei stood upon the seaside battlements of the Red Keep, gazing out at the boundless ocean. Foolish Adair. He has audaciously brought one of Robert's bastards to the Red Keep. This is an affront to my very face. Jaime leaned against the railing. Cersei, the blacksmith's apprentice, serves in the Hand's Guard. Neither Ned nor Adair is likely aware that this apprentice is Robert's illegitimate son. Cersei appeared taken aback. Do you consider Adair and Stark to be fools? Jaime smirked mockingly. Adair is indeed a fool, And as for Stark, he is not far behind. Cersei suppressed her fury. This must be the idea of foolish Hodor. He has been mocking us since Winterfell. Jaime remarked, "Why must you contend with a fool?" Cersei retorted, "If you truly regard Hodor as a fool, then you are the one who is beyond redemption. Can you not perceive the peril here? Why is Hodor so intent on seeking out Robert's bastard? They covet the boy's dark hair, a hallmark of the Baratheon lineage. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen all possess golden locks. They intend to use the bastard to usurp young Joffrey's claim and ultimately to eliminate him." Jaime's countenance darkened. "If they dare to do so, I shall slay them with a single stroke." Cersei scoffed, "You are all brawn and no brains. When will you ever think?" Many years ago, when Joffrey was still a child, Robert had intended to bring a bastard daughter from the Vale to court, and I forced him to abandon that notion. Now, Hodor brazenly brings Robert's bastard to serve as a guard at the Hand's Tower. Sooner or later, Hodor will reveal our secrets to Robert, and then Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen shall surely lose their lives. Jaime pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should eliminate the blacksmith's apprentice. This way, Ned and Hodor would possess no evidence. Cersei smiled. "At last, you have shown some progress, though regrettably, your learning comes far too slowly. The one called Gendry is Robert's bastard. Should you kill him? It would merely diminish the evidence in Hodor and Ned's hands." Jaime asked, "What then shall we do?" Cersei tossed her golden locks. "Do not forget, Storm's End harbors another Edric Storm, and the Vale has another bastard daughter. I recall Robert mentioning one named Mia Stone. This is still within my knowledge. I harbor doubts about Robert's escapades in Flea Bottom, Smoke Tree Alley, and the numerous illegitimate offspring he may have sired. During his time in Winterfell, Robert consorted with those handmaidens, and it is conceivable that a year hence, yet another bastard may be born within the Stark domain. Can you truly eradicate all these bastards? Even if we were to take such a drastic step, it would hardly counterbalance Robert's rampant seed-sowing." Jaime clenched his fists in frustration. "It seems we are doomed to perpetual unrest. Perhaps it would be better to wait until Robert next graces the Iron Throne in the throne room, where I could dispatch him with a single sword thrust." Cersei scoffed. "And then what? You would be torn to shreds by your sworn brothers?" Jaime retorted with indignation. "If I have slain one king, why not a second?" Cersei's face blossomed into a radiant smile. "We shall indeed eliminate Robert, but we must devise a safer method. The upcoming tournament presents an excellent opportunity to rid ourselves of him. Once Robert is deceased, the foolish Adar and Ed will follow." The highly anticipated tournament finally commenced. Organized by King Robert in celebration of Duke Ed's ascension, the venue was situated outside the walls of King's Landing, along the banks of the Blackwater River, where tents had been erected in abundance. These tents belonged to free riders, hired knights, and nobles from all across the Seven Kingdoms. Duke Ed dispatched Grand Maester Pycelle, Master of Coin Peter Baelish, Master of Whisperers Varys, and the Master of Laws Lancel to the prime viewing area. King Robert and Queen Cersei occupied the high seats. Sansa and Arya were present in the audience, accompanied by Septa Mordain and Jane Poole, with Gendry standing guard nearby. Duke Ed was not fond of tournaments and had originally intended not to send his retainers to compete. However, after Adar's persuasion, he changed his mind. The Prime Minister's formidable champions were set to participate in the jousting, team combat, and archery contests. Among them were Ser Jorah Mormont, Prince Garland Tyrell of the Reach, Captain of the Kingsguard Ser Jorah, Adar, and several members of the Kingsguard including Desmond, Valehar, and Harwin. Since his victory over Jaime, Boros, and Marlon of the Kingsguard in Winterfell, Adar's renown had soared, with his name echoed throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Adar had never participated in a tournament before, and the people of King's Landing, along with nobles from across the realm, eagerly anticipated his performance. The common folk referred to Adar as the Giant of the North, the Knight of Ballads, and the Nightmare of Kingslayers, but his most resounding moniker remained the Fool. This title was not derogatory, as the commoners revered Adar as a knight as great as Florian the Fool, who guarded the Lady of Winterfell in the songs. Adar registered for the jousting, team combat, and archery events, though the challenge of securing victory was formidable, particularly in the jousting competition, which drew the most audience attention. The 7 members of the Imperial Iron Guard are all masters of the long spear, particularly the fearless Balistan Selmy and the Kingslayer, Jaime, who have both claimed multiple championships in martial contests. Jaime approached Adho, saying, "Foolish Adho, I hope to encounter you in the finals. Do ensure you are not eliminated prematurely. I am counting on avenging myself." Adho chuckled in response. "Kingslayer, I fear you may find yourself defeated by me once again this time." Jaime turned and left. At the ominous mountain of magic, Gregor Clegane, riding a black warhorse, towered like a giant as he strode forward. Gregor was even taller than Hodor, an innate machine of slaughter. His brother, Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, was also a formidable warrior. When Ser Loras Tyrell, the Knight of Flowers, made his entrance, a wave of cheers erupted. He is the youngest son of the Tyrells of Highgarden, strikingly handsome and valiant, having recently won the tournament in King's Landing. That tournament was held to celebrate Joffrey's name day, where Loras unexpectedly toppled the favored Jaime in the finals, leaving many gamblers who had bet on the Kingslayer in utter ruin. Dismounting, Loras approached Renly, who whispered something in his ear, prompting Loras to smile. Hodor walked over, pondering. Is this truly the legendary Knight of Flowers? Loras offered a friendly smile, stating, I am Loras Tyrell, and you must be the giant of the north. Hodor. Renly interjected. Loras, Hodor is my close friend. I believe you two will be the finalists. Loras replied, I fight solely for the championship. Renly then turned to Hodor, saying, Sir Hodor, I believe your steed is ill-suited for the tournament. I have prepared a gift for you. A stable hand led forth a magnificent white warhorse. This horse hails from across the narrow sea, bred by the Dothraki. I spent quite a fortune for it. A fine steed for a hero. Here it is. Hodor took the horse, inspecting it closely. This truly is a rare specimen. A flicker of jealousy crossed Loras's eyes. Lord Renly, when I visited Storm's End, you would not part with a horse for me. Why bestow one upon Hodor? Renly replied, Does Highgarden lack for steeds? Your brother, Willis, has amassed countless noble horses. Loras huffed. I believe Sir Hodor does not lack for horses. After all, he comes from a stable background and has grown up among them. I hardly covet a horse from you. Once I defeat Hodor, the horse will be mine. According to the unspoken rules of the tournament, the victor is entitled to claim the armor, weapons, and horse of the vanquished, though the defeated may redeem them for a price. Renly regarded Loras, saying, Loras, do not behave childishly. Loras stormed away in a huff. Regrettably, Loras, said Renly, do not hold it against him. This lad has always been this way. He was once my squire, and I have always thought of him when I possessed something of value. This time, when I bestowed the warhorse upon you, he was displeased. Hodor nodded, acknowledging the profound friendship between them. Chapter 31. Ser Hugh faces the Mountain of the Moon's Gregor Clegane, Sandor Clegane, the Knight of Flowers, and Ser Balon Swan undoubtedly stood as formidable adversaries at Hodor's tournament. However, the other noble youths hailing from the Seven Kingdoms were equally formidable and should not be underestimated. Among them were heirs of noble houses and those of distinguished lineage who, despite their lofty birth, held no claim to inheritance. Hodor beheld the likes of brisk Harlan from the fringes, and the bronze-clad Jon, adorned in bronze-scale armor engraved with ancient runes. This ancestral armor of House Royce was said to be imbued with ancient enchantments, ensuring victory in battle for its wearer. Accompanying Jon was his brother, the second son of House Royce, Ser Robb. Marquis Walder Frey, a prominent lord of the Riverlands, was absent, yet a multitude of his descendants had gathered, including his illegitimate son, Martin Rivers. From the Isle of Shadows came Horace and Hodor, their shields emblazoned with the emblem of grape clusters, both offspring of the esteemed House Treadwyn. The Treadwyn family was one of the most powerful lords in the Riverlands, and the fleet of the Isle of Shadows was deemed one of the mightiest across the Seven Kingdoms, rivaled only by the royal fleet of King's Landing and the Iron Fleet of the Iron Islands. Amidst the throng, Hodor also spotted Count Jason Mallister of Seaguard and his son, Patrick. Seaguard served as a bastion against the Iron Islands pirates. Ser Balon Swan, hailing from the fringes, was the second son of Lord Gellian Swan of Stonehelm. In addition to these noble youths, the ranks of hired knights and free riders were not to be dismissed. These individuals, gathered from Dorne, the Riverlands, the Vale, the Stormlands, and even the Iron Islands, aspired to achieve notable success in the tournament in hopes of gaining favor from a lord and securing a position. Among them was Tyrion's mercenary, Porridge, blending seamlessly into the crowd, and Hodor also noted Ser Hugh. Ser Hugh had been a squire to Jon Arryn during his lifetime, and following Lord Arryn's demise, Robert had knighted him. Hodor cast a glance at the list of matchups. Ser Hugh's first opponent in the joust was none other than Gregor Clegane. In the face of the mountain, Ser Hugh stood little chance. With over 100 participants, the odds of drawing such a formidable opponent as the mountain were slim. Yet he had drawn him. Hodor could not help but wonder who might have orchestrated such a turn of events. Did someone seek to have Ser Hugh eliminated by the mountain's hand? Hodor summoned the Master of Ceremonies. Is the drawing of lots for the tournament truly fair? He inquired. The Master replied, My Lord Hodor, no one can guarantee absolute fairness. Lord Baelish revealed the matchups for the first round. Hodor initially suspected that Cersei was behind it all, only to discover it was Littlefinger. Upon seeing Littlefinger in the stands, Hodor exchanged a few light-hearted jests with Varys before departing. Hodor summoned a fly from his palm, which darted after Littlefinger. In the midst of this tournament, the atmosphere was thick with negativity, filled with greedy gamblers, anxious competitors, and despondent losers. Hodor effortlessly transformed these adverse emotions into magic, which surged through him. The fly he summoned trailed after Littlefinger, who entered a tent emblazoned with the sigil of 3 dogs. That of House Clegane. Inside, a squire was donning armor on Gregor Clegane. Littlefinger chuckled, "My lord Gregor, you appear quite menacing today. I genuinely worry for your first-round opponent." Gregor scoffed, "A nameless wretch." Littlefinger replied, "But Sheriff is a squire to Lord John Arryn, and he often boasts to the red cloaks and gold cloaks that he could defeat the mountain with one hand." The mountain's expression darkened. "Did he truly say that?" Littlefinger laughed. "Ah, the youth enjoys boasting." The mountain coldly declared, "I want him dead." The exchange between Littlefinger and the mountain reached Hodor's ears through the fly. Hodor mused that he had thought it was the Lannisters who sought to kill Sheriff, only to realize it was Littlefinger's machinations. Duke Eddard was about to inquire about Sheriff, for if he were slain by a vassal of House Lannister, Eddard would suspect Cersei and Jaime, thereby deepening the mistrust between the Starks and the Lannisters. Littlefinger, with great cunning, sought to sow discord between the two houses, and Hodor felt it best to let Littlefinger revel in his schemes for the time being. Hodor approached Sir Sheriff and assisted him in donning his armor. "You have no squire?" Sheriff remarked with a pout. "Once I defeat the mountain, I shall claim his armor and steed, and then I shall have everything." The mountain's armor was forged of fine steel, and his imposing stature made him resemble a mobile fortress clad in iron. Hodor inquired, "But what if you lose?" Sheriff scoffed lightly. "Even in defeat to the mountain, I would find no shame." Sheriff, teetering on the brink of death, remained blissfully unaware that a single thrust from the mountain could end him. Hodor resolved to assist Sir Sheriff. As he helped him into his armor, he noticed the gorget was damaged. Nevertheless, it mattered not, for Hodor invoked the light. The paladin's blessings enveloped Sheriff's armor, gorget, and helm. At that moment, the announcer called out Sheriff's name. The next pair of combatants, from the Vale, Sir Sheriff, would face the mountain from the Westerlands, Gregor Clegane. Hodor enhanced Sheriff with the light, saying, "Good luck, Sir Sheriff." 2 figures stood resolutely in the arena, with Gregor Clegane seething with rage as he brandished his lance, charging towards Shufu. Shufu thrust his spear at Gregor, only to have it effortlessly deflected by Gregor's own weapon. The lance of the Mountain of Magic aimed for Shufu's throat, and it became evident to the mountain that Shufu's defenses were compromised. Just as the lance sought to pierce Shufu's neck, the sacred light left by Adu formed an invisible shield. In the presence of this divine barrier, the mountain's lance shattered instantly. Gasps echoed among the spectators, and even Shufu was taken aback as he retaliated with a thrust aimed at the mountain's head. Enraged, the mountain seized Shufu's lance with his bare hands, sending Shufu tumbling to the ground. The announcer proclaimed, "Sir Shufu has fallen. The mountain prevails." In the crowd, Littlefinger's expression darkened. After the contest, Sir Shufu, leading his steed and bearing his armor, approached the mountain. According to the rules, the defeated in the tournament forfeited their weapons, mounts, and armor to the victor. "Sir Gregor, my armor and horse now belong to you." The mountain gripped Shufu tightly. "How dare you, boy, speak so boldly behind my back, claiming you would defeat me?" Before Shufu could react, the mountain's steel fist struck him squarely in the face. The mountain's strength was lethal, and with the divine light's blessing now vanished, Shufu lay bloodied on the ground. The mountain lunged forward to deliver another blow, but Adu intervened. "Sir Gregor, why bully the youth?" The mountain shook off Adu's restraint and retreated into his tent. Duke Ed, Soros, and Jory approached, the duke's brow furrowed. What transpired? Adu helped Shufu, whose face was covered in blood and unconscious. It seemed Shufu had offended the mountain, who retaliated with a punch. Duke Ed remarked, "His injuries are severe. We must summon Chancellor Pissel." Adu chuckled, "Let Pissel tend to him, and Shufu may die even faster." Duke Ed then realized that Pissel was a lackey of Queen Cersei, who would relish the opportunity to eliminate Shufu. "What shall we do?" the Duke asked anxiously. Sensing the gravity of Shufu's condition, Adu replied, "Leave it to me. Whether he lives or dies is now in the hands of fate." Chapter 32. The Shining Tournament. A single punch from the mountain had sent Shufu into a state of unconsciousness, likely due to a concussion. Fortunately, this challenge was not beyond Adu. As a man endowed with beastly skills, Adu was well versed in various forms of magic, including that of a shaman, paladin, alchemist, and apprentice mage. He lifted Sir Shufu onto a cart and invoked the healing arts of the troll shaman. A wave of healing energy coursed through Shufu's body. The lad had returned from the brink, yet remained in a stupor. Adu called for Fat Tom. Take Sir Shufu back to the Prime Minister's tower for recuperation, and assigned 2 guards to his side. Fat Tom departed with Sir Shufu in tow. The hand of the King's tournament continues. Hodor is about to take the stage. Facing his first opponent, Virelward, a knight loyal to Harrenhal. Halwyn leads forth Hodor's steed, a magnificent snow-white warhorse bestowed upon him by Duke Lisa, which has incited the envy of the Knights of Flowers. Hodor names this noble steed the White Dragon. As he mounts the White Dragon, the announcer is about to call the match when King Robert suddenly gestures for silence. Standing beside Hodor, King Robert's booming voice resonates through the arena. Now entering the fray is the Giant of the North, the Knight of Ballads, the Slayer of Kings, Sir Hodor. The audience, comprised of nobles and commoners alike, erupts in thunderous applause. His opponent is Virelward, loyal to Harrenhal. Hearing the king's proclamation of his name, Virelward nearly falls from his mount in excitement. King Robert approaches Hodor, saying, "Hodor, do not let me down. Queen Cersei believes you shall falter at the hands of the Slayer of Kings, but I anticipate you will once again send Jaime tumbling into the dirt." Hodor replies, "Your Majesty, I shall not disappoint you." As Virelward appears before Hodor, the 2 knights charge at one another. Hodor typically wields a warhammer. Yet in preparation for the tournament, he has been practicing with a lance alongside Soros, Sandor, and Alinsanta. The paladins of the realm, such as Turallion, Uther, and Tyrion Fordring, are without exception the pinnacle of knighthood. Each time Hodor channels the holy light, his skills in horsemanship, lance, and swordsmanship flourish. Furthermore, Hodor possesses the skills of a beastmaster, allowing him to communicate telepathically with his steed, elevating his riding prowess beyond that of ordinary knights. Though Virelward is an accomplished knight, he soon finds himself vanquished before the augmented might of Hodor, tumbling from his horse. Duke Lisa, King Robert, Sansa, Arya, and Tyrion all cheer for Hodor, and even Eddard, who typically disdains tournaments, wears a smile. Among the contestants from the Prime Minister's tower, Soros, Jalabar, and Jory have also advanced to the next round, while Halwyn and Ellen faced unfortunate eliminations, with Halwyn falling to the Kingsguard's Marlin and Ellen to Sir Balon Swan. Sir Virelward, leading his warhorse and bearing his armor, approaches Hodor. "Sir Hodor, my warhorse and armor are yours, yet my longsword, after years of service, I cannot bear to part with. I am willing to pay for its return." Hodor laughs and replies, "Sir Virelward, I am not in need of such things. Your warhorse, armor, and longsword may remain with you." The value of these items is considerable, and Virelward's gratitude is evident. "Sir Hodor, you are truly generous. To have lost to you is an honor. I never imagined King Robert would call my name at the King's Landing tournament." Hodor inquired, "In King's Landing, opportunities abound. Sir Velry, might I ask if you are a landed knight or a mercenary knight?" The landed knights possess estates and small castles, often governing the inhabitants of several villages, thus regarded as minor lords. In contrast, mercenary knights lack any lands, their entire possessions typically consisting of a steed, armor, and the sword in their hand. Velrywood replied, "My brother is a landed knight. He has inherited the family estate. I once served Lady Herrenberg as a mercenary knight, and I am currently seeking my next employer." Hodor declared, "I shall employ you. You may join the Prime Minister's guard." Velrywood's prowess rivaled that of Jory, thus Hodor secured a reliable knight for himself. Hodor's second opponent was Barristan Darlene, the Earl of Blackport, whose black shield bore the engraving of a lightning bolt. Earl Barry was a close ally of Soros, and each time he visited King's Landing, he would seek out the Red Priest for a drink. In the ensuing clash between Barristan Darlene and Hodor, 3 lances shattered. Yet ultimately, Barristan was defeated. As the tournament progressed, the caliber of Hodor's adversaries intensified. He eliminated the bastard Martin River from Twin Rivers, only to face Sir Mandon Moore of the Kingsguard next. Though Sir Mandon was formidable, he was unseated by Hodor's lance. Hodor then encountered Sir Marlon, who vowed vengeance for his previous defeat at Winterfell. However, fate was unkind to Sir Marlon once more, as Hodor concluded their duel in merely 2 exchanges. Following this, Hodor, after 3 vigorous charges, triumphed over the formidable Baron Swan. The diminutive yet bold mercenary, Podrick, initially shone brightly but was soon unseated by a mercenary knight from the Vale named Roseau-Bran. Podrick, lacking proficiency in lance combat, ultimately succumbed to defeat. Roseau-Bran also eliminated Jory Castle, marking him as the most surprising contender of the tournament. It was only in the later stages that he was ousted by the Mountain. The Knight of Flowers, Loras, equally displayed remarkable prowess, as did the diminutive Preston Greenfield and the Kingsguard members Alice Oakhart and Boros Blunt. all of whom fell to his lance. The Hound, Sandor Clegane, vanquished Briston Cairn, Horace Redwine, and even unseated the beloved Lord Renly in the eyes of the people of King's Landing. The Mountain, Gregor Clegane, swept through the tournament, leaving many of his opponents injured in his wake. The afternoon culminated in a pinnacle confrontation as Hodor faced the Kingslayer, Jaime, in a fateful encounter. The victor would secure a place among the final four. Jaime's gilded armor shimmered under the bright sun. Foolish Hodor, I had intended to deal with you in the finals. I did not anticipate our clash occurring so soon, Jaime taunted. Hodor calmly replied, Sir Jaime, alas, this time, you shall not prevail against me. In the stands, Littlefinger remarked. 300 golden dragons bet on the Kingslayer's advancement. Renly chimed in. I'm in. I continue to place my faith in Hodor. What of you, little imp? Whom do you wager on? Tyrion pondered for a moment. I have faith in Hodor, yet I must lend my support to Jaime. After all, he is family. King Robert sat upon the dais, his gaze fixed upon the unfolding battle. A squire presented a lance, and Jaime and Hodor charged forth. A thrust from Jaime nearly caused Hodor to lose his footing, but Hodor swiftly regained his balance, pivoting to strike Jaime's gilded armor with his lance. The lance shattered upon impact, and Hodor's formidable strength sent Jaime hurtling through the air. He landed heavily, his helmet crumpling inward, obscuring his vision. Lannister squires hurriedly pulled the dazed Jaime from the arena, while Robert's laughter roared like a tempest. The crowd erupted in chants of Hodor's name, and Cersei averted her gaze, muttering a curse under her breath at the foolish man. The lance tournament raged on, ultimately culminating in Hodor, the Hound, the Mountain, and the Knight of Flowers advancing to the semifinals. As dusk fell, King Robert announced that the remaining matches would be held the following day. The spectators began to disperse, and lanterns were lit in the riverside tents. King Robert did not depart. Instead, he lingered in the stands. That evening, those who had fallen to Hodor, including Baron Swan and Beric Dondarrion, approached, leading their horses and bearing armor, shields, and weapons to present to the victorious Hodor. Hodor promptly declined. You are all valiant opponents. How could I accept your armor and steeds? Take them away. However, I cannot let you go unacknowledged. I would like to invite you both to dine at the Handess Tower tonight. What say you? Count Beric replied. I have heard that Soros is in your employ. I was intending to seek him out for a drink, so it would be fortuitous to share a table. Sir Baron remarked. I cannot refuse the invitation of Lord Hodor either. At that moment, a quarrel erupted in the stands between King Robert and Queen Cersei. You wretched woman. My affairs are none of your concern. Cersei, her face a mask of fury, departed with Jaime's escort. Hodor and Duke Ed arrived at Robert's side immediately. Hodor inquired, Your Majesty, what troubles you? Robert replied, I wish to partake in the team tournament, yet Cersei insists I refrain, claiming it is too perilous. Does she have any right to dictate my actions? Sir Barristan escorted Robert away, and they soon vanished into the night. Chapter 33. The conspiracy of the team tournament. Robert held no fondness for the lance tournament, yet he had a particular affinity for the team tournament. This event involved a band of knights clashing on the battlefield, wherein warriors would occasionally unite to fend off foes, only to turn upon one another in fierce conflict. The last standing would be crowned the champion of the team tournament. Participating in the team tournament stirred fond memories of Robert's past glories on the battlefield. However, the chaos of the team tournament was fraught with peril, with broken bones and bloodshed a common occurrence. As night enveloped the arena, Duke Ed voiced his concern. What if Robert were to be injured during the tournament? Hodor chuckled softly. Injuries are trivial. My true fear lies in the possibility that someone may seize the opportunity to assassinate His Majesty amidst the tournament. Duke Ed's heart trembled at the thought. Could there truly be someone audacious enough to strike at the king? Hodor remarked, Pray tell. When could a chaotic tournament ground be more suitable for an assassination attempt on His Majesty? My Lord Ed, you need not worry. Tomorrow we shall together dissuade Rob from participating in the competition. Outside the tent, the royal chefs were preparing for an al fresco banquet, while the king's jester, Moon Boy, pranced about on stilts, mocking everyone with his sharp tongue, casting doubt on how such a clever wit could possess a simple mind. Sansa held a forget-me-not in her hands. Hodor inquired, Sansa, who bestowed upon you this lovely flower? She placed the blossom over her heart. It was the Knight of Flowers. He is as if sprung from a ballad, and he gifted me this flower. How can there be such a handsome and strong man in this world? I find Count Beric far more dashing, replied Genevieve. He moves with the swiftness and valor of lightning upon a shield. I truly wish to marry him. Sansa pouted. Count Beric is decent, but he is far too old, several years my senior compared to Loras. The Knight of Flowers is certainly more handsome. Sansa evidently regarded the Knight of Flowers as her ideal romantic figure. However, Hodor understood that the knight had no interest in Sansa whatsoever. He suspected that the knight might not be inclined towards any woman at all. Upon reaching the Prime Minister's tower, Jandrai escorted Sansa, while Arya returned to her chamber. Hodor and Duke Ed summoned Fat Tom. Hodor asked, "Tom, has Sir Hugh awakened?" After the tournament concluded, Sir Hugh had been knocked unconscious by the mountain. Tom replied, "He has awakened, though he remains quite weak." Hodor entered Sir Hugh's chamber, where he lay in bed covered by a crescent cloak. Fat Tom lit a honey candle, illuminating the room, and Sir Hugh opened his eyes. Upon seeing Hodor, his face lit up with gratitude. "Sir Hodor, I have heard it was you who saved me. That cursed mountain nearly ended my life. What did I do to provoke him?" Hodor responded, "The mountain needs no reason to kill. Just ask Sandor, and you shall know. I suspect someone sought to use the mountain's hand to eliminate you." Fear was etched across Sir Hugh's face. "Why would anyone wish to harm me? I have wronged no one." Hodor explained, "You were a squire to Jon Arryn in his lifetime, and we suspect Lord Arryn was murdered. There are those who fear we might glean information from you, hence they decided to eliminate you. Though the mountain failed to take your life this time, they will not rest until they achieve their goal." Sir Hugh was filled with terror, realizing it was indeed because of Lord Arryn. Hodor reassured him, "Stay here and recover. This is the Prime Minister's tower, and you are safe here." After leaving the room, Steward Vaonpol approached him. "Hodor, your guest, Count Beric, and Ser Wylis have arrived. By the way, there is also a knight named Verward who claims you promised him a position within the Prime Minister's guard." Adel remarked, "Have Jory arrange accommodations for Sir Verward. He shall henceforth be a member of our guard." In the jousting tournament, Adel triumphed over Count Barib and Baron Swin, subsequently inviting them to dine with the Prime Minister. Upon entering the study, he found Duke Ed was engrossed in the noble genealogy of the Master of Marion. "My Lord Ed, Baron Swin, and Count Barib have arrived and are now in the hall. I believe it prudent for you to meet them." The Duke frowned. "I have no time. They are your guests. Why not greet them yourself?" Adel replied, "My Lord Ed, Count Barib hails from a prominent family in the borderlands and is a renowned warrior in his own right. As for Baron Swin, his prowess and character are equally esteemed. I understand your reluctance to consort with the powerful, but here in King's Landing, we must cultivate connections. There will come a time when we may require their assistance. And dining with the Prime Minister is a considerable honor. We have only brought 50 guards from Winterfell. Surely you do not expect to confront the Lannister lions with just these 50? The Duke closed the book. "I am skeptical of friendships forged over feasts. Yet you speak truth. I must endeavor to broaden my circle." Together, Duke Ed and Adel made their way to the hall, where Vaonpor and his servants began serving the meal. Baron Swin and Count Barib took seats beside Adel, and soon after, Soros of Myr and Prince Jalabasar of the Summer Isles arrived. Soros and Count Barib were old acquaintances, embracing warmly. Adel poured wine for Baron Swin and Count Barib, saying, "You two are formidable warriors, both hailing from the Dornish borderlands. Upon reflection, even Ballistan Selmy is from the same region. What is it about the borders that births such exceptional warriors?" Count Barib chuckled. "We dare not claim to be esteemed warriors in the face of the giants of the north. After all, both Baron Swin and I are but your vanquished foes." Baron Swin added, "Sir Adel feigns praise for us, whilst truly extolling his own virtues." Laughter erupted among the assembly. The following day, the tournament resumed. Early in the morning, Adel and Duke Ed visited King Robert's encampment. The king's tent was the most striking in the riverside camp, adorned with the banner of the crowned stag. Inside, a young squire was frantically assisting Robert in donning his armor. "You dolt! You cannot even help me with my armor. Hurry and assist." Adel noticed the squire's sandy brown hair and recognized him as Lancel, the cousin of Queen Cersei and son of Kevin Lannister. Robert struggled to fit into his armor, which had become stuck around his belly. In recent years, his indulgence in feasting at court had rendered him increasingly corpulent. Robert sighed, "Do you see this? Lancel, this fool, cannot even assist me in donning my armor." Eddard and Hodor discerned the crux of the issue. "Your Majesty, it is not the fault of the boy, rather, it is your predicament. You are excessively corpulent," declared Duke Eddard. "Excessively corpulent?" Robert's expression darkened as he set down his wine jug. "Did you hear that? The Prime Minister has proclaimed that the king is too fat to don his armor. Quickly, fetch Ser Alan Sanagar and a pair of tongs." Robert lamented, patting his beer belly in dismay. "Eddard, how have I sunk to such depths? I am so rotund that I cannot fit into my own armor." Hodor interjected, "Your Majesty, does this mean you are resolute in your intention to participate in the tournament? I have heard that Queen Cersei is opposed to your involvement." Robert scoffed. "Cersei meddles in everything. I shall do precisely the opposite of her wishes. I am determined to enter the tournament. Duke Eddard cautioned, competing in the tournament is perilous, Robert. You ought to reconsider. You may incur injury. Robert thumped his chest, declaring, with a hammer in hand, I am an invincible king. No one can best me. If they wish to harm me, let them try, if they possess the skill. Eddard's pleas fell on deaf ears, and Hodor stated, Your Majesty, should you partake in the team tournament, it would compromise the fairness of the competition. Robert furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Hodor explained. Because no one would dare strike the king. They would be too fearful. Consequently, the tournament's excitement would be significantly diminished. Robert sighed in resignation. This cursed crown has robbed me of the very joy of competing in the tournament. Within a tent, Lancel approached Cersei. Your Majesty, King Robert does not intend to participate in the tournament. Cersei sneered coldly. She had originally planned to seize this opportunity to eliminate him once and for all. Yet was taken aback by Robert's decision to withdraw. Lancel lowered his voice. Shall we proceed with our assassins for the team tournament? Cersei replied, Of course. Although Robert is not participating, there remains the fool Hodor. It is imperative that those two Iron Islands assassins eliminate Hodor. Chapter 34. The champion of the Longspear tournament. The Hand of the King tournament entered its final day, during which the long-awaited champions of the Longspear, archery, and team competitions would be determined. The Longspear contest commenced first. After a fierce contest, only 4 competitors remained. The Mountain Gregor Clegane, the Hound Sandor Clegane, the Knight of Flowers Loras Tyrell, and Hodor. In the first bout, Hodor faced his old friend, the Hound. Sandor had been practicing swordsmanship with Hodor nearly every night. And in preparation for the Longspear contest, they had resumed training at the Red Keep's practice grounds. They were well acquainted with one another. In the waiting area, Hodor spotted Sandor, with Joffrey and Sansa standing nearby. Throughout the tournament, Joffrey had continually sought opportunities to ingratiate himself with Sansa, presenting himself in a seemingly refined manner. Hodor knew this behavior was orchestrated by Cersei. Joffrey gazed at Sandor with a look of disdain. Dog, teach this fool a proper lesson. Aren't you hungry today? This is your bone. The Hound let out a grunt, remarking that this was indeed a challenging bone to chew. If I can defeat you and reach the finals, I stand to earn at least 20,000 golden dragons. King Robert has promised 40,000 for the champion of the jousting tournament and 20,000 for the runner-up. Sandor yearned for that gold. Adorned in his armor, he said, Sandor, if you desire that sum, I might as well let you win. The Hound scoffed. I intend to defeat you fair and square. I have no need for your concession. I hope the mountain can vanquish Loras. Then I shall have my chance to strike him hard in the finals. Sandor donned a hound-shaped helmet and slipped into his ash-gray armor before mounting his spirited steed, which he named Moccasin. Adorned on his own horse, a gift from the Duke of Lannister, Adorn named his white stallion White Dragon. In the stands, the Duke of Lannister, Peter Baelish, Varys, and Tyrion sat together. Leaning back in his seat, Tyrion had the mercenary Bran standing by his side. 500 golden dragons bet on the Hound reaching the finals. The Duke chuckled. I wager that Adorn will advance. Haven't you always favored Adorn? Tyrion mused, gazing into the distance at the mountain. The mountain was likely to advance, and the Hound was eager for vengeance. The giants of the north could not quell the Hound's hunger. Peter chuckled. The mountain may not necessarily advance. The Knights of Flowers are not to be trifled with. Upon the announcer's declaration of the beginning of the match, Sandor charged forth like a wild hound unleashed. His lance aimed for Adorn's heart, which Adorn parried skillfully, causing their lances to collide with a resounding crack, scattering wood shavings across the arena. The two riders returned to their starting point, where their squires provided them with fresh lances, and they surged forward once more. After breaking 7 lances, Sandor grew increasingly agitated and was ultimately cast from his horse by Adorn. Dismounting, Adorn helped Sandor to his feet. My golden dragons are gone. Damn it. I should have chosen a gentler horse. Moccasin is too temperamental, Sandor grumbled. Once I claim the championship, you shall have your share of the prize, Adorn reassured him. Sandor replied, forget it. However, if the mountain reaches the finals and you dare lose to him, I shall demand your Warhammer giant badge be replaced with a dog-headed insignia. Adorn chuckled, a dog-headed insignia? If I triumph over the mountain, your 3 hound sigils will have to transform into that of a she-dog. The Knight of Flowers approached. Sir Adorn, you stand no chance against the mountain, for your true opponent in the finals shall be none other than me. Loras Tyrell, radiant like a golden rose under the sun, had his chestnut hair cascading lazily over his shoulders, while his snow-white steed was adorned with white and red roses. His cloak burst forth with thousands of forget-me-nots, all the flowers on Loras' armor, and cloak intricately carved from sapphires, shimmering with enchanting hues in the light. He is exquisitely slender and strikingly beautiful, a paragon of handsomeness that elicits waves of ecstatic screams upon his entrance. Sansa, Janipal, and the other young women and matrons present are captivated, cheering and marveling at Loras. However, when the Mountain makes his appearance, a hush falls over the crowd, and applause is scarce. Yet, the Mountain appears indifferent to the lack of acclaim. Towering nearly 8 feet, with broad shoulders and arms as thick as tree trunks, his steed, a magnificent horse, appears almost toy-like beneath him. The citizens of King's Landing will not forget that during the War of Usurpation, it was Tywin Lannister who forced open the city gates, allowing the Mountain to wreak havoc. It was he who, at the tender age of 17, fatally hurled the infant King Aegon against a wall. In his youth, the Mountain, in a fit of rage over Sandor playing with his toys, had thrust his brother into a brazier, resulting in grievous burns to Sandor's face. The Mountain's father met an inexplicable demise during a hunting expedition, and his sister also perished at home, with tales suggesting that her chamber echoed with her anguished screams on the day of her death. After the demise of Gregor's father, he inherited the family stronghold, and Sandor departed from Harrenhal that very day, never to return even to his doorstep. Now, as Gregor prepares for his third marriage, the mysterious deaths of his previous wives, shrouded in chilling rumors, haunt him. It is said that Harrenhal, under Gregor's dominion, is perpetually cloaked in terror, with servants vanishing inexplicably, and even dogs shying away from the hall. In recent years, Gregor has remained largely within his domain, rarely venturing beyond the castle except for warfare and tournaments. This time, he has journeyed from the Westerlands to participate in the Hands tournament in King's Landing. The Knight of Flowers rides a mare, while Sir Gregor is mounted on a tempestuous stallion, a creature he favors for its fiery temperament and lack of discipline. The stallion, catching the scent of the mare, begins to stir restlessly, rearing up, and Gregor struggles mightily to maintain control. The two knights approach the royal box, bowing to King Robert and Queen Cersei before entering the arena. As a squire hands over their lances, Gregor and Loras charge forward. Gregor looms like a towering fortress, while Loras dances with grace. However, even from the outset, Gregor struggles to rein in his steed. As they near Loras, the Mountain manages to thrust his lance with great effort. Loras deftly evades the attack, and the mare's presence exacerbates the stallion's agitation, causing it to whinny wildly. Loras expertly strikes the Mountain's armor, sending him tumbling from his mount. Gregor's immense size causes even his horse to be overpowered. Sandor's loud, piercing laughter rings out, and many nobles and commoners of King's Landing shower Loras with applause and cheers, interspersed with the curses of gamblers who had wagered on the Mountain's victory, only to witness a dismal defeat. Loras circled the arena, basking in the adulation of the crowd, while Ser Loras smiled and acknowledged him with a nod. Tyrion remarked, "Loras must be aware that the mare will cause Gregor's steed to lose control. The Mountain has always favored ill-tempered and undisciplined warhorses, and this time he has fallen to the hands of the Knight of Flowers." The Mountain rose from the ground. "Bring me my sword." The servant, quaking in fear, complied and handed over the massive sword to the Mountain. With a single swing, he cleaved the steed in twain, showering the arena in a warm rain of blood. Amidst the audience's stunned gasps, the Mountain brandished his bloodied sword and advanced toward Loras, who remained oblivious to the impending danger, still jesting with the spectators. Duke Lisa and Peter sensed the peril and shouted, "Stop Gregor!" But their voices were drowned in the tumult of the crowd. By the time Loras comprehended the threat, the Mountain was upon him. Sir Loras too called for a sword, but the Mountain's massive blade was already descending upon him. With a resounding crash, a war hammer flew through the air, intercepting the Mountain's sword. The Mountain turned, and the hammer clattered to the ground as Addo lifted it aloft. To take advantage of another's misfortune is not true knightly spirit, Gregor. The Mountain growled, "This lad has played tricks with a mare. Is that what you call knightly spirit?" He swung his massive sword at Addo, but was blocked by Sandor. "Gregor, do you even dare to speak of knightly spirit? Spare us your repugnant claims." The Mountain cursed as he furiously hacked at Sandor, while Addo joined the fray. Soon, Loras too wielded his sword, entering the melee. Although the Mountain was formidable, he found himself beset by the Knight of Flowers, Addo, and the Hound, quickly caught in a precarious position. The Mountain, in a fit of rage, focused his assault on the Knight of Flowers. His colossal sword struck the rose-patterned shield of the knight, sending forth blue and white sparks. "All of you, cease this at once," roared King Robert, his voice echoing throughout the arena. Only then did Gregor storm off in fury. In the final match, Loras and Addo contended for the championship. Loras gazed at Addo's steed. "That white horse was originally mine. Duke Lisa should not have given it to you, Sir Addo. I intend to reclaim it." Addo chuckled. I fear I have no intention of yielding it willingly. Loras and Addo engaged in combat, with Loras's agility and lance work proving troublesome for Addo. However, it appeared that the earlier clash with the mountain had drained Loras of considerable energy and stamina. After the two had broken 5 lances, Addo managed to pierce Loras's shoulder, causing the Knight of Flowers to tumble from his mount. In this instance, both Duke Lisa and Peter had wagered on the Knight of Flowers, while only the imp had put his faith in Addo. Tyrion counted the gold dragons sent by Lisa and Peter, reveling in delight. If Loras is the Knight of Flowers, then our Sir Addo is the Withering Bloom. Chapter 35. The archery tournament. Addo triumphed over the Knight of Flowers, claiming victory in the King's Hand tournament and thus earning the title of the Withering Bloom. In the Grand Arena, Adair's friends, including Tyrion, Lancel, Balon Swan, Jorah Mormont, and Ser Alliser Thorne, rose from their seats to cheer for him. From the north came Desmond, Ellen, Jory, and Fat Tom, all chanting Adair's name. In this magnificent tournament, Adair triumphed over the finest warriors of the 7 kingdoms, securing the championship on behalf of the North, marking a glorious victory for his homeland. Arya and Sansa screamed with excitement amidst the crowd. Adair approached King Robert and Queen Cersei, who was sipping a goblet of golden wine. Adair, I always knew you would be the champion. Neither the Kingslayer, the Hound, nor the Knight of Flowers could stand against you, Robert proclaimed. Cersei smiled faintly, remarking, the fool has claimed the tournament as crown. It appears the era of Florent has returned. Ignoring Cersei's jibe, Robert gestured to the herald, who presented a garland crafted from forget-me-nots, roses, and tulips. Ser Adair, according to the tradition of the tournament, you may choose a lady of beauty to crown as the Queen of Love and Beauty. Cersei cast a sidelong glance at Adair, initially hoping that Jaime would seize the championship and bestow the crown upon her. This would have allowed her a moment of glory at the tournament hosted by her old rival, Stark. Now, with Adair as the victor, she felt that she remained the most noble and beautiful in all of King's Landing. Adair gazed at Cersei, who felt a chill run down her spine. Did this fool intend to place the crown upon her head? Humph. At least he has some discernment. A fool is still a man. And perhaps I can wield my beauty to manipulate Adair. As Adair approached her with the crown, Cersei's heart raced. She recalled the ill-fated spring of the Harrenhal tournament, where Prince Rhaegar claimed victory, leading her to believe he would crown her as Queen of Love and Beauty, only for the garland to adorn Lyanna's head instead. What would she say if she were crowned? Although being crowned by a fool was humiliating, it was still the crown of love and beauty. Just as Cersei prepared to deliver her acceptance speech, Adair walked past her without a glance. Her anticipation instantly morphed into indignation. Adair made his way to the royal box, his gaze landing on Sansa and Arya. Littlefinger remarked, it seems the crown of love and beauty shall rest upon Sansa's head. She radiates as brightly as her mother. Catelyn. Varys clapped his plump hands in agreement. Lady Sansa deserves this honor. Sansa's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her youthful emotions overwhelming her as she turned her head away nervously. Adair reached Sansa and placed the crown of the Queen of Love and Beauty upon Arya's head. The surrounding crowd gasped in disbelief, and even Arya was taken aback. Arya Stark of Winterfell, Queen of Love and Beauty. The citizens of King's Landing, along with nobles from Dorne, the Riverlands, and the Vale, erupted in cheers for Arya. Sansa felt a pang of anger. Ah, do. I had expected you to adorn me with the crown of love and beauty. Why should it not be I? Arya, with her horse-like visage, is utterly unattractive. Sister Mira rebuked. A well-bred young lady would never attack her sister's appearance out of jealousy. Sansa, by uttering such words, you render yourself unworthy of the crown of love and beauty. Adu remarked, Miss Sansa, you are exceedingly beautiful. There will be ample opportunities for you to become the Queen of Love and Beauty in the future. Arya's horse-like face, I fear, will only grow more whimsical with time. I must hasten to crown her with love and beauty before the opportunity slips away. Soros, Jayla Baser, and Joricaso lifted Arya amidst the cheers of the audience. Witnessing her sister bask in the limelight, Sansa felt a pang of sorrow. You deceive me. You are clearly biased towards Arya. In a few years, my betrothed Joffrey will appear at the tournament. He shall defeat you, and then he will naturally crown me with love and beauty. Adu chuckled. Joffrey winning the tournament? That would require the return of dragons to this world. Sansa looked earnest. Little Joffrey has claimed that in the future, Jaime, Lancel, the Hound, the Mountain, the Flowers, and you will all be no match for him. He will personally vanquish you. Next came the archery tournament. Many hired knights, free riders, and squires participated, though the number of noble competitors was not as numerous as in the jousting events. The appeal and allure of the archery contest paled in comparison to that of the jousting, as evidenced by the prize money. In this Hand of the King tournament, the champion of the jousting received a bounty of 40,000 gold dragons, while the team contest awarded 20,000, and the archery only yielded 10,000. Tyrion's mercenary, Boron, also entered, but he faced elimination in the first round. Baron Swan performed excellently, advancing with ease. Jayla Baser took to the field wielding the unique Goldenwood longbow of the Summer Isles, its range only surpassed by the Valyrian longbow. Prince Jayla's archery skills shone brightly, allowing him to progress steadily. In the final four, only a Dew and a young Dornishman named Ongai remained. Ongai, with his striking red hair and a face dotted with freckles, held an unremarkable bow, yet consistently struck the bullseye. In the competition at a distance of 100 meters, Ongai hit the target 7 times, while a Dew managed 6. Baron Swan and Jayla Baser only hit the target 4 times each and were eliminated. Only a Dew and Ongai remained on the field. Ongai gazed at Prince Jayla's retreating figure, reflecting, "The people of the Summer Isles believe that the Goldenwood longbow guarantees victory. How laughable it is, for it will ultimately fall before me." The target was moved to a distance of 150 meters, and a gust of wind arose, causing the golden cloaks of the city guard to billow as sand swept across the archery range. Ongai chuckled, "Sir Adair, I have practiced archery in the deserts of Dorne since childhood. The winds and sands are my allies. It appears that the gods above have destined this championship for me." Adair replied, "Unfortunately, this is neither Dorne nor a desert, Ongai. You are certain to lose to me." In the stands, a group of gamblers began placing their bets. Ongai casually drew his bow, releasing the arrow into the tempestuous winds towards the target. The announcer proclaimed, "Ongai of Dorne strikes the bullseye." The onlookers, both commoners and nobles, erupted in cheers, and Ongai swelled with pride. As he reached for his quiver, the wind intensified, swirling sands obscuring the target in the distance. Whoosh! Ongai's arrow shot forth like a meteor, soaring towards the bullseye. Ongai hit the target's center for the second time. He raised his count to 5. The audience roared with applause, rallying behind this humble man. However, on his 8th attempt, the wind proved too fierce, and Ongai missed the mark, his arrow veering off course. Alas, even the 7 gods would not allow me to surpass 7 hits. Nevertheless, I trust in my abilities and feel assured of victory. Now it was Adair's turn. At this moment, the tempest raged even more violently, the winds and sands more ferocious than when Ongai had taken his turn. Singers, attendants, jesters, and knights tightened their bets. It was clear, Adair was destined to lose. With such winds, no one could surpass a streak of 7 bullseyes. Had the skies been calm, Adair might have had a chance to turn the tide, but how could he prevail now? After the jousting concluded, the gamblers hoped to wager once more in the archery contest. In the stands, Robert remarked, "It seems Adair is certainly doomed to lose." Tyrion chuckled. Once, Adair triumphed over the Kingsguard as a squire. Now, as a high-ranking official, he faces defeat at the hands of a commoner. Cersei laughed. "It appears Adair is fated to fall at Ongai's hands. Ensure that this Dornishman is generously rewarded." Joffrey sneered. "Foolish Adair has met his match. He ought to tend to horses and learn archery. It's utterly laughable." The gamblers scrambled to place their bets, those who had lost eager to recover their fortunes, while those who had won sought to amass even more. A tempest of greed and anxiety enveloped the arena, all of which Adair absorbed within himself. He knocked an arrow and activated his beast-like skills. In that moment, he was bestowed with the legendary archery of Queen Sylvanas. Those struck by Sylvanas would perish in agony and curses, turning to skeletons. Suddenly, Adair felt his arm brimming with vigor. He could sense the breath of the storm, and the target beneath the swirling sands became vividly clear. This was the fabled ability to hit the target from 100 paces. Adair drew back his longbow and began to shoot. The winds howled. The North-Est giant struck the bullseye once. The betrayer hit the mark twice. The Stableborn hit the target for the 3rd time. Squire Adair struck the bullseye for the 5th time. The Withering Blossoms hit the bullseye for the 7th time. The surrounding spectators inhaled sharply, their throats tightening in disbelief. In the midst of the tempest and the astonishment of the crowd, Adair equaled Ongai's performance. Both Ongai and the gamblers were left stunned, while Adair's display continued unabated, ultimately culminating in a remarkable 9 successes. King Robert proclaimed Adair the champion of the archery contest, leaving Joffrey livid and Ongai despondently slumped to the ground. "I had wagered my last few silver stags on my own victory, and now I faced utter ruin." Chapter 36. Varys' warning. The runner-up of the Lance tournament received a reward of 20,000 gold dragons, yet the archery competition offered a winner-takes-all prize. Ongai triumphed over countless competitors to secure second place, yet he found himself without any reward, akin to those eliminated in the first round. He even lost the last of his silver stags in a gamble, plunging him into despair. King Robert, Duke Eddard, and the audience present at the tournament applauded Hodor. Approaching Ongai, Hodor remarked, "You have lost. What are your plans now?" After a moment's contemplation, Ongai replied, "I came to King's Landing to gather funds. Having borrowed from every friend and relative I could think of, I believe the archery championship was destined for me, yet I lost to you. Now, I am at a loss. How can I return? I plan to join the city guard here in King's Landing, to become a gold-cloaked man." Hodor chuckled. "What future does a gold cloak hold? You must know that even if you ascend to the position of gate commander, half of your salary must be given to Lord Janos Slent, the commander of the city guard." Ongai frowned so greedily. "Is there truly no place for me in this vast King's Landing?" Hodor replied, "You are a rare talent. The Prime Minister's guard is still recruiting. Come work with me." Ongai pondered, "What about the food? Where will I stay?" Hodor assured him, "You will reside in the Prime Minister's tower, where there is meat and wine every day. Duke Eddard and I will not neglect you." With a heavy sigh, Ongai conceded, "I have nowhere else to go. I shall follow you to the Prime Minister's guard." Hodor waved his hand, and Jory approached. "Ongai is now a member of our guard. You shall escort him back to the Prime Minister's tower." Ongai's archery skills were among the finest in the Seven Kingdoms, and Hodor had found himself an exceptional warrior. King Robert, holding a goblet of Dornish red wine, offered it to Hodor. "Hodor, I thought you, like myself, were solely a warrior of strength, yet you possess the skill to shoot with remarkable precision. You have already claimed victory in both the lance and archery competitions. Will you also emerge victorious in the final team event?" Hodor downed the Dornish wine in one gulp. The team event presents some challenges. The chaos of the arena leads to greater unpredictability. Robert erupted into a booming laugh. "Those bards are ever eager to sing praises of the lance competitions, yet to my mind, the team event is the most exhilarating. For its disorder and intensity evoke the true essence of battle. On the battlefield, do enemies wield their lances in a static stance, awaiting your arrows like mere targets? Clearly not. They arrive in formidable groups, brandishing swords, polearms, maces, axes, and an array of weaponry in a chaotic melee, akin to a collective contest of prowess." Hodor nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty speaks with great wisdom," he remarked. "In my humble opinion, the spectacle of a group contest far surpasses that of lance dueling or archery. What is the point of aimlessly jabbing with a staff? You and Eddard would not permit me to partake in the group contest, insisting that my participation as a king would compromise the fairness of the competition. I acquiesced and withdrew from the contest. However, Hodor, should you fail to claim the championship of the group contest, I shall hold you accountable." Hodor chuckled as he returned the goblet. "I shall do my utmost." Upon returning to his tent, Hodor found Halwyn and Ellen had prepared several roasted chickens, which they devoured alongside onion-infused beef. After feasting, Halwyn and Ellen exited the tent, leaving Hodor to recline on the velvet blanket for a brief afternoon nap to prepare for the group contest ahead. A shadow loomed over him as the eunuch Varys appeared like a specter. Startled, Hodor opened his eyes. "Varys, what brings you here?" Varys placed a finger to his lips, urging silence. "There are ears everywhere, Sir Hodor. I have come to issue you a warning." "A warning?" Hodor inquired. "After several days of observation, Sir Hodor, I have discerned that you, like myself, are wholly dedicated to the service of the realm. Thus, I have taken the risk to forewarn you." "And what is this warning?" Hodor asked. "Do not participate in the group contest. They are plotting to eliminate King Robert. With your and Lord Eddard's intervention, Robert has withdrawn, but their resolve remains unshaken. And now their sights are set upon you." Hodor chuckled. "They? You mean Queen Cersei and Jaime Lannister? You are quite astute. It seems I have not misjudged my allegiance." Varys replied, "Sir Hodor, you have already triumphed in the lance and archery contests, basking in the limelight. Were I in your position, I would withdraw from the group contest. They have employed 3 Iron Islanders, masters of a perilous dance known as the finger dance, where 2 adversaries hurl axes at one another, with one either evading or suffering grievous injury. The dance typically concludes with a shriek as a finger is severed, reminiscent of the brutal Iron Islands rebellion, where many brave souls perished beneath the axes during this deadly performance. Cersei has recruited these 3 experts, who originally intended to slay Robert during the group contest. With Robert's withdrawal, their aim has shifted to you. You are the master of intelligence. If there is an assassination plot against the king, why not directly inform him?" Varys offered a wistful smile. "Sir Atto, while I have indeed relied on the little birds for intelligence, may I inquire what evidence I possess? Should I confront our esteemed Queen Cersei, A eunuch from a foreign land accusing a member of House Lannister, let alone the queen herself. Who would believe the unfortunate Varys? Addo replied, "Since you dare not make the accusation, I shall take it upon myself to unearth the truth. Once the assassin from the Iron Islands hurls his battle axe, murder will ensue." Varys' eyes widened. "My lord Addo, are you truly contemplating such a venture?" Addo chuckled. "I shall not take risks, for I am assured of victory." "My dear Varys, you risk offending the Lannisters merely to remind me, and I am profoundly touched." Varys responded, "Do not say so. My actions are solely for the peace of the realm." Addo raised an eyebrow. "The imp acts for his family, Peter for himself, yet you, my lord Varys, act for the kingdom. Your character is truly magnificent. Compared to you, the denizens of King's Landing seem diminutive." Varys, with his powder-laden hand, touched Addo's. "You certainly know how to amuse me, Sir Addo. I am utterly devoted to the kingdom. The people across the Seven Kingdoms only speak of the malice of the spider. Yet who understands the heart of Varys that yearns for peace in the realm?" Varys cast a wounded look at Addo and turned away. In truth, Addo held no belief in Varys' claims. Varys professed to be a slave from Lys, but no one knew the veracity of that assertion. When the Mad King began to grow suspicious, he invited a eunuch from across the narrow sea to serve as the kingdom's master of whisperers. It was the spider who provided the Mad King with intelligence, leading to the demise of many. After King Robert ascended to the throne, Varys began to serve House Baratheon, a foreigner treating the intelligence affairs of King's Landing as his own, professing his love for the kingdom and Dawn. Addo could not bring himself to believe it. Addo understood that Varys' actions were merely a ploy for future collaboration. Varys often engaged in such tactics, offering small bits of information to gain others' trust. The melee tournament officially commenced, with over 40 participants. Many nobles looked down upon such contests, for a melee paled in comparison to the nobility of jousting. Thus, the majority of participants comprised impoverished knights, free riders, and squires. These rugged heroes yearned to claim the championship of the melee. For the title came with a reward of 20,000 golden dragons. Addo made his entrance onto the field, and Cersei smiled. Lancel leaned close to Cersei's ear. "All is prepared. They will act during the tournament." Cersei replied with a smile, "Let us see how Addo escapes this time." "Lancel, have you prepared wine for our champions from the Iron Islands?" Lancer remarked. "Prepared is the most authentic golden wine from Chinting Island. The Ironborn of our Iron Islands have praised its extraordinary sweetness. It is their first encounter with such a drink in their lifetime." Chapter 37. The Iron Islands assassin Adu rode upon the White Dragon, surrounded by a cadre of armored warriors clad in chainmail and plate, wielding flails, battle axes, longswords, and lances, an array of weapons at their disposal. The folk of the Iron Islands favored axes. However, nearly every individual bore one at their waist. Adu was uncertain which among them were the finger-dancing assassins hailing from the Iron Islands. Amidst the throng, the red-robed monk Soros from the Prime Minister's tower also appeared. He was Adu's sole companion on the battlefield, yet in the chaos of a melee involving over 40 combatants, the influence of a single ally was significantly limited. Many competitors in the tournament were young squires, enveloped by anxiety and trepidation. The spectators surrounding them were equally on edge. The pervasive negativity that shrouded the tournament casting a heavy pall over Adu, who had amassed a considerable reservoir of magic. He was fully charged. As the participants arrived in the waiting area, Soros placed his hand upon his longsword. "O King of Light, illuminate the path ahead." A fierce flame erupted from Soros's sword, startling the mounts nearby, causing one to rear in fright, prompting an irate figure to curse loudly. King Robert announced, "The competition begins." Once the contest commenced, the combatants surged into the arena on horseback, immediately engaging in a fray. Some clearly had formed alliances prior to the match, yet the scene soon devolved into chaos. Blurring the lines between friend and foe, Adu swung his warhammer, unseating a squire from Fairy Island, followed swiftly by dispatching a knight from Storkworth. Soros of Mill wielded his blazing sword, striking a warrior's steed, igniting its tail, and causing the rider to be thrown violently to the ground. As Adu sought his next adversary, an axe hurtled towards his head, swiftly followed by a second and a third from various directions. Even amidst the melee, throwing weapons at opponents was prohibited. Soros, witnessing this turn of events, was rendered speechless in astonishment. The three assassins from the Iron Islands were masters of the finger dance, and their hurled axes possessed formidable force. The axes flew with speed and ferocity, rendering Adu's warhammer inadequate to deflect the simultaneous assault. Sanctuary Shield. The holy light of the paladin enveloped Adu, as the axes struck his head and neck, failing to penetrate his defenses. The three Ironborn assassins were momentarily stunned. Adu seized the opportunity, targeting his foes, who all bore a cluster of axes at their waists, and charged toward them. The Ironborn were renowned for their prowess in naval combat. However, they were generally less skilled in mounted warfare. With a decisive swing, Adu toppled the first of the Ironborn assassins. The second individual hurled his axe once more, the weapon slicing through the air in a fierce arc, only to be met by Odair's warhammer that sent it crashing to the ground. The assailant reached for the axe at his waist, but was swiftly felled by Soros. Odair then turned to the third person, who, feeling a chill of dread, retreated to the opposite side of the arena on horseback. Odair launched his warhammer, the storm hammer of the King of the Hills. The heavy weapon soared forth, striking the Iron Islands assassin, who let out a wretched scream as he tumbled into the dust. The Iron Islands assassins were utterly vanquished, leaving Cersei visibly disappointed as she scornfully remarked, "A bunch of worthless fools." At this juncture, fewer than 5 individuals remained in the arena. Odair and Soros joined forces to defeat the last 3. After a fierce exchange, Odair's hammer knocked Soros's flaming sword from his grasp, causing him to be unseated. Odair emerged as the final champion. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he approached the 3 wounded assassins, who lay on the ground, injured. Grasping one frail assassin, he demanded, "Who sent you? Speak." The assassin attempted to respond, but only emitted a series of strange gurgles, reminiscent of Ellen Payne. "Have you lost your voice?" Odair then noticed that the 3 assassins from the Iron Islands appeared to be poisoned. It was revealed that Cersei had commissioned these 3 assassins, fully aware that regardless of their success in assassination, they would inevitably face interrogation. To prevent them from revealing her involvement, she had arranged for Lancel to provide the assassins with golden wine from the arbor before the competition, laced with a toxin. This poison would render the assassins mute, leading them to an agonizing demise. As Odair interrogated the Iron Islands assassin, King Robert and Duke Eddard approached. King Robert exclaimed, "Odair, you truly are remarkable, securing the championship of the tournament. Huh, all the prize money from our contest falls into your lap. I fear some may suspect foul play." Duke Eddard gazed at the fallen Iron Islands warriors. "Are these 3 injured? Why do they lie there?" Odair replied, "These 3 attempted to assassinate me during the tournament, hurling axes at my head." King Robert expressed astonishment. "Assassins in a tournament?" Soros stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Odair speaks the truth. I witnessed these 3 simultaneously throw their axes at him. Look, they still have many axes hanging from their waists." Robert raised an eyebrow. "Take these 3 assassins and throw them into the dungeon for rigorous questioning. I must uncover the mastermind behind this." Odair interjected, "These individuals seem to have been poisoned. They can no longer speak." King Robert and Duke Eddard exchanged glances at the gurgling assassins, an understanding passing between them. Duke Ed spoke, "Rob, it is evident that the mastermind behind the assassination attempt is apprehensive that these assassins might be captured and reveal his identity. Thus, he had the foresight to prepare poison." Odair added, "Your Majesty, do you recall? Initially, you intended to participate in the melee, and I suspect these assassins were originally targeting you." Rob scoffed lightly. "I withdrew at the last moment. These assassins must have thought I was afraid. Had I known, I would have faced them and dispatched them on the field." The news of the assassination attempt on Odair during the melee quickly spread, drawing Tyrion, Lancel, Peter Baelish, and Varys to the scene. Cersei and Lancel emerged from the crowd. Cersei's face pale with terror as she gazed at the 3 Iron Islands assassins lying on the ground. "Can you believe someone dared to attempt an assassination on our esteemed hand of the king, Odair, during the tournament? Your Majesty, this matter must be thoroughly investigated." Rob replied, "Regrettably, these 3 are already poisoned." Odair remarked, "Your Majesty, it is likely that these 3 are now utterly mute due to the poison and may soon perish. However, if we induce vomiting, they might survive. As long as they live, we can certainly extract the identity of the true culprit. The assassins must also know that it was their employer who poisoned them. If they survive, they would surely be willing to name their master." The 3 Iron Islands assassins glared menacingly at Cersei, making gurgling sounds. Cersei managed a slight smile. "Your Majesty, Odair is correct. We must summon Maester Pycelle forthwith to tend to them." Maester Pycelle approached with trembling steps. "Rest assured, these 3 assassins will be entrusted to my care." Odair understood that Pycelle was a loyal hound to Cersei. Should he take the assassins away, they would likely meet a quicker demise. Odair insisted, "Allow me to treat these 3 assassins." Maester Pycelle stroked his chain. "Sir Odair, only I possess the greatest expertise in healing and administering poisons. These 3 are deeply poisoned. You would be unable to treat them." Odair laughed. "You are aged and frail. Given the severity of their poisoning, it is uncertain whether you can save them." Rob grew impatient. Cease your quarrel and treat them together. Hodor has healed Bran in Winterfell. His skills are commendable. Pycelle, you and Hodor shall collaborate. At least one of these fools must be left alive. Cersei began to grow anxious, while Tyrion scrutinized the assassins on the ground, glancing at Cersei's furrowed brow, already piecing together the situation in his mind. Chapter 38. A startling display of skill. Hodor triumphed in the long spear tournament, the archery contest, and the melee, having also injured the 3 Iron Islands assassins sent by Cersei during the melee. Now, the 3 assassins languished in the black cells, and Cersei began to fret. In the Red Keep's tower, Cersei summoned Lancel. Ser Jaime stood nearby, gazing out at the sea below the castle. As soon as Lancel arrived, Cersei immediately began her interrogation. How could you let this happen? I did not instruct you to poison the wine. Ensuring that those 3 fools from the Iron Islands would vanish without a trace during this assassination attempt, Cersei remarked. Rest assured, they shall not survive. The dosage of poison I administered is more than sufficient. Those 3 Ironborn cannot possibly endure it, Lancel responded. Cersei scoffed lightly. Yet, the fool Hodor claims he can save them. Do not forget, Hodor once revived Bran in Winterfell. Should those 3 imbeciles survive, they will undoubtedly betray us. Lancel dismissed her concern. Even if Hodor manages to revive these 3 assassins from the Iron Islands, they will be rendered mute. How could they speak? Cersei retorted. Are the mute incapable of communication? Have you not seen how Ellen Payne, despite having lost his tongue for many years, still serves as the king's justice? We cannot afford to take risks. Hurry and find Pycelle. Robert has instructed Pycelle to treat those 3 imbeciles alongside Hodor. Tell Pycelle to find an opportunity to eliminate them. Lancel departed, leaving only Jaime and Cersei in the tower. Jaime furrowed his brow. Have you lost your mind? Hiring 3 fools from the Iron Islands to assassinate Hodor? How can the axes of the Iron Islands possibly overcome the war hammer in Hodor's hands? Cersei played with her golden hair. I initially intended to send these 3 assassins to eliminate Robert during the melee, but who knew that Eddard and the fool Hodor persuaded Robert to forego the tournament? Regardless, I have already paid them. I might as well have them attempt to assassinate Hodor during the melee. Who knew they would prove so inept? A bunch of worthless failures. Jaime smirked ironically. If they succeed, it would indeed be a miracle. Hodor should be left to me. I will personally slay him with my golden sword. Cersei laughed coldly. You were defeated by Hodor yet again during the lance tournament. Do you genuinely believe you can best him? Jaime's expression darkened. I merely had an off day during the lance tournament. In a true battle, I would undoubtedly prevail. That fool, Martin, has never seen a battlefield. Cersei warned. By the time you encounter Hodor on the battlefield, it will be too late. Hodor is making allies in King's Landing while Eddard studies the noble lineage of Maegor. And they have brought Robert's bastard to the Hand's Tower. I fear Duke Eddard may have already uncovered the true parentage of Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. He and Hodor will eventually expose us to Robert. Thus, we must eliminate them to secure our safety. The Kingslayer revealed a wolfish grin. Are you truly contemplating the murder of your own husband? When it comes to regicide, I am rather skilled. Cersei replied, once Robert is dead, Joffrey can ascend to the Iron Throne. When young Joffrey rules, disposing of Eddard and Hodor will be effortless. Pycelle, in his chamber, summoned a group of assistant scholars and apprentices, those sent by the Citadel to King's Landing to study under him. An apprentice remarked, Master Pycelle, I have heard that Sir Addo is to assist you in treating the poisoned assassin. Is Sir Addo, a warrior, truly capable of healing? Master Pycelle stroked his snowy beard. I have heard Duke Ed's mention of Addo. He grew up in a stable and has never studied medicine. Nevertheless, he relied on ancestral remedies to cure Duke Ed's son. The child, while climbing a tower, suffered a terrible fall and was near death. It was Addo's ancestral knowledge that saved him, and thus the Duke's family holds him in great gratitude. However, in my opinion, this is merely a case of blind chance. Addo possesses no real medical knowledge. It is shameless of him to present himself as a court advisor, leaving King Robert bewildered by his charlatanry. An assistant scholar interjected, Master Pycelle, if Addo truly lacks medical expertise but pretends to be a healer, as the king's chief advisor, it is your duty to expose him to his majesty. Master Pycelle replied, this presents a fine opportunity. I have examined 3 assassins. Their poisoning is too severe for salvation. Yet Addo deceives King Robert, claiming he can save them. I shall observe. Once these 3 assassins perish, I will see how Addo continues to mislead his majesty. Master Pycelle, accompanied by a group of apprentices and the assistant scholar, proceeded to an abandoned warehouse where the 3 Iron Islands assassins were confined, and Addo was assessing their condition. Master Pycelle stood nearby. Sir Addo, what is the situation? Addo responded, the circumstances are dire. I have administered emetics, but their poisoning is profound. One has already succumbed. Only 2 remain alive. Master Pycelle smiled. I recall Sir Addo boasting before King Robert that he could save these assassins. Look, I have brought many apprentices eager to witness your medical prowess. Yet, it seems, Sir Addo, you find yourself powerless. One apprentice chimed in. I have heard that Sir Addo was once merely a stable boy. While he may excel at mucking out stalls and feeding horses, medicine is an intricate craft. Without a decade of rigorous study, it is impossible to master it. Our Master Pycelle has served in King's Landing for many years, possessing vast medical experience. He is truly the greatest physician in the 7 kingdoms. The other apprentices nodded in agreement, and Master Pycelle smiled faintly. I cannot claim to be a great physician. However, I strive to heal and offer counsel to the kingdom with utmost diligence, which is precisely what King Robert appreciates in me. Before long, King Robert and Duke Ed entered the room. Master Pycelle promptly led the apprentices in a respectful bow. King Robert inquired, "What is the situation?" Addo reassured, "Your Majesty, rest assured, everything is under my control." Just then, one assassin coughed violently a few times and drew his last breath. Only one assassin remains. Chancellor Pycelle chuckled. Sir Addo, you assured His Majesty the King that you would revive these assassins. Now, 2 have perished, leaving but 1. What shall we do? Addo replied. We require only 1 assassin's confession, retaining just 1 suffices. If we were to revive all 3, their accounts would be inconsistent, creating unnecessary complications. Thus, I had already devised a plan. 3 assassins, leaving only 1. Pycelle scoffed. All 3 of these assassins were administered the same poison, in identical doses. 2 have succumbed, and I doubt this remaining 1 will last until sunset. Sir Addo, why waste time? Let the Silent Sisters come to collect the corpse. The room was shrouded in the atmosphere of death as the assassin lay on the bed, clinging to life in sheer terror. Memories of the poisoned wine handed to him by Lannister before the tournament flooded his mind, filling him with loathing for both Lannister and the Queen. Overwhelmed by negativity, he was unaware that Addo effortlessly siphoned his despair, transforming it into magic within himself. Addo gently patted the assassin's abdomen, sending a wave of healing energy coursing into his body. The assassin began to cough violently, and as Addo supported him, he expelled a mouthful of black blood. His previously pallid complexion began to regain its natural hue. Chancellor Pycelle was rendered speechless, his once drowsy eyes now wide with astonishment. The apprentice nearby was in awe. Sir Addo had miraculously revived this near-dead individual. How had he accomplished such a feat? The gentle pat on the assassin's abdomen surely belonged to a healing technique. Pycelle's eyes were filled with wonder. How could this be possible? Robert's laughter echoed like a storm. Pycelle, you have aged and become ineffectual. Your medical skills pale in comparison to Addo's. Perhaps you should relinquish your position to him. Originally, Cersei had commanded Pycelle to eliminate these assassins, and believing their demise was assured, he had readily complied. He summoned the apprentices, intending for the children of the academy to witness Addo's failure, but to his astonishment, Addo had revived the last assassin. Pycelle thought to himself, this is disastrous. We have left a survivor. How shall I report this to Queen Cersei? Addo addressed the assassin. Ironblood, the one who hired you to assassinate me has poisoned you. Surely, you are aware that you have been deceived. Tell me, who is the culprit? The assassin's eyes blazed with fury, emitting a guttural sound. Only then did Pycelle feel relieved. This man had become mute and could not confess. Sir Addo, leave him in my care, Pycelle said. Addo replied, I anticipated he would be unable to speak. With a wave of his hand, Halwyn presented paper and a pen, which Addo handed to the assassin. Write down the name of the murderer. The assassin began to write, but suddenly darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. Hodor felt a twinge of disappointment as Robert exclaimed, What are we to do? Hodor replied, The assassin is too weakened. Let him rest for a while. Robert commanded, Send him to the black cells, under strict watch. Chapter 39. The survivor of the assassins. Hodor managed to revive the assassin, yet he fell into a deep unconsciousness. Consequently, King Robert ordered that the assassin be cast into the black cells. Robert patted Hodor on the shoulder, assuring him, Do not worry, Hodor. Once this foolish assassin awakens, I shall personally interrogate him. I am determined to unearth the puppet master behind this plot. Among the 3 assassins from the Iron Islands, 1 had survived, and this news reached Cersei's ears. In the Red Keep's chamber, Cersei fumed. Lancel, what exactly did you convey to Pycelle? Lancel replied, Your Grace, I followed your instructions precisely. I instructed him to find an opportunity to eliminate the 3 assassins, and he assured me that none would survive. Nearby, Jaime scoffed. I hear Pycelle has taken numerous apprentices to attend to Hodor and the three assassins. It hardly seems like a plan to eliminate them. Cersei seethed, that fool Pycelle. Father claims he is a loyal ally of the Lannisters, but in truth, he is merely a faithful imbecile. I ought to persuade Robert to dismiss Pycelle. That old fool only brings calamity. At that moment, the imp entered. My dear sister, Robert will not dismiss Pycelle. You seem to have forgotten that the Grand Maesters are appointed by the Citadel. For the king to dismiss a Grand Maester lightly would only jeopardize the relationship between the crown and the Citadel. Cersei glared darkly at Tyrion. Did I invite you in? Tyrion, lounging in an ebony chair, gestured towards Lancel and Jaime. Sister, if Jaime and Lancel are permitted, why should I not be? I have come to offer counsel, lest you forget that father appointed me as your advisor. Cersei scoffed. Advisor? Do you truly believe Robert pays you any heed? He prefers the company of Ned and Hodor. He would rather favor the fool Hodor than you, the dwarf. Tyrion chuckled. With all due respect, Robert's disdain for me likely stems from your influence. Cersei, if you and Robert were harmonious, I would surely benefit as a relative. However, quite the contrary exists. Robert is ablaze, and you are ice. Your marital discord leaves me powerless. Cersei's expression darkened. So, father sent you to vex me. Tyrion smiled disarmingly. Sister, I genuinely wish to serve our family. Yet, I cannot fathom why you would arrange for Pycelle to eliminate those three assassins from the Iron Islands. Cersei looked down at Tyrion. Are you interrogating me? Tyrion replied. Even without your admission, I know it was you who hired those three assassins from the Iron Islands. You fear they might betray you, hence your murderous intent. Cersei, I must say, this is a most ill-conceived strategy. To engage the assassins from the Iron Islands is folly. Aside from pirates, what esteemed assassins have they to offer? To hire an assassin, one should venture to Braavos. Cersei remarked nonchalantly, by the time I send for an assassin from Braavos, the tournament will have concluded. And I shall have to make do. Lancel replied, those three from the Iron Islands are masters of the finger dance. Tyrion turned his gaze towards Lancel. Masters of the finger dance? Lancel, what is truly happening? Lancel looked at Tyrion with disdain. Why should I entertain your inquiries, you little imp? Tyrion responded with a smirk. Very well. When Lord Tywin inquires why the Lannisters faced ruin in King's Landing, I shall attribute the blame to you, Lancel. Fury flickered in Lancel's eyes. Where is the evidence of that? Cersei coolly interjected. Lancel, elucidate the situation to Tyrion, so he may relinquish his curiosity. Lancel stated, the queen instructed me to hire an assassin, and so I sought out these three Ironborn at the Flea Bottom. They claimed to wield battle axes capable of severing an enemy's eyebrows from 10 paces. Tyrion remarked, you went to Flea Bottom to hire them? This implies Varys must already be aware of their backgrounds. I have heard that Adwine is also in King's Landing, establishing his own network of information. Now, it seems the assassin has failed, and one has been revived by Adwine, currently imprisoned in the Black Cells, while Robert intends to personally interrogate him. Should the assassin divulge your involvement, what then? Jaime caressed his golden sword. Thus, this assassin must perish. Adwine returned to the Tower of the Hand, where Sansa's dire wolf, Arya's direwolf Nymeria, immediately surrounded him. Angui, Ser Jorah, and Gendry emerged to greet Adwine. Adwine patted Angui on the shoulder. How are you finding life in the Tower of the Hand? Angui nodded. With wine and meat, I am certainly pleased. The skilled archer Angui had joined the Kingsguard. In the courtyard, Arya was practicing with wooden swords under the guidance of Syrio Farrell, honing her skills in balancing on one foot and catching cats, her movements increasingly resembling those of a water dancer. Upon seeing Adwine, Arya rushed over. Adwine, I heard someone is trying to assassinate you. Is it true? Adwine replied. It is no longer a concern. I have captured all the assassins, 2 of whom are already dead, and 1 remains. Arya tightened her grip on the wooden sword. Once I become a true water dancer, I will be able to protect you. No assassin shall harm you. Nearby, Syrio Farrell, Ser Jorah, and Angui all chuckled. Syrio remarked, Arya, if it falls to you to protect Adwine, we may all find ourselves as prisoners. After dinner, Lord Eddard Stark summoned Sansa, Arya, and Adwine to his study. Lord Eddard stated, Adwine has triumphed in the jousting, team competitions, and archery contests. However, it is audacious that someone dared to attempt an assassination during the team event. This bears witness to the looming crisis. Arya, Sansa, in the future, when there is nothing amiss, do not venture beyond the confines of the Hand's Tower. Only within its walls shall you find safety. It is permissible to keep your wolf by your side. Arya, diligently practicing swordplay with Syrio each day, seldom steps outside. And she readily agrees. However, Sansa appears somewhat reluctant. Father, Joffrey intends to take me riding by the Blackwater. and we plan to pray together at the great September of Baelor. I do not wish to disappoint him. Adoth interjects, Sansa, the situation is perilous. You must heed Lord Eddard's counsel and remain in the Hand's Tower. Sansa retorts, is it not permissible to walk within the Red Keep? Surely, the King's Guard, as sung in the ballads, provides protection and ensures safety. Adoth replies, Lady Sansa, among the King's Guard are many dangerous individuals. Not every man donned in a white cloak is sworn to safeguard the realm or you. Sansa asserts, they will certainly protect me, for I am Joffrey's betrothed. Once he ascends the throne, I shall be queen. The King's Guard would lay down their lives to protect a beautiful queen, as the songs proclaim. Lord Eddard sighs. Sansa, your betrothal to Joffrey is a grievous error. I shall find you a nobleman, brave and worthy, but it shall not be Joffrey. Sansa's complexion pales. Why? Are you suggesting that I should annul my engagement with Joffrey? Lord Eddard responds, for the time being, the engagement shall remain. However, you must prepare yourself mentally. Arya interjects. Joffrey's character is reprehensible. What good could come from marrying him? Mikey or Gendry would be far superior. Sansa, indignant, retorts. The filthy pig-keeper and the blacksmith's apprentice are hardly fit to be compared to the esteemed Prince Joffrey. I care not. I shall marry Joffrey. Fuming, Sansa departs, with Arya following suit. Lord Eddard remarks, Sansa is perpetually this naive. Grant her a few days, and she shall come to understand. Adoth adds, my lord. Queen Cersei is clearly manipulating Joffrey to ensnare Sansa. We must keep a close watch on her, lest some of our plans be divulged through Sansa. Remember, the innocent girl, enamored by ballads, is the most susceptible to deception. Adoth then visits Ser Hugh's chamber. During the tournament, Ser Hugh was nearly slain by the Mountain's fist, and it was Adoth who saved him. Now, he remains in bed, recuperating. Ser Hugh, are you feeling any better? Ser Hugh sits up. Much improved, Sir Adoth. Once I am fully healed, I shall serve you. Adoth smiles. No need to rush. Focus on your recovery. As Adoth exits, the captain of the guard, Jory, approaches in haste. Adoth, dire news. The last assassin has perished in the dungeons. Feigning surprise, Adoth responds, is that so? Chapter 40. Approaching the truth as Robert insisted on confining the assassin to the black cells under strict surveillance. Hodor understood that the last surviving assassin would not endure for long. The black cells appeared secure, yet the conditions were harsh. Although Hodor managed to revive this assassin, he remained exceedingly frail. Without needing to lay a finger on him, a few days of hunger could easily extinguish his life. Not to mention the well-meaning Lord Pycelle, who had expressed his eagerness to attend to the assassin in the black cells, a proposition that Robert wisely declined. However, Robert also rebuffed Hodor's suggestion to transfer the assassin to the Prime Minister's tower. While the surviving assassin might find sustenance there, the Prime Minister's tower belonged to Ed and Hodor. The credibility of any testimony extracted regarding Cersei from such a location would be questionable at best. Thus, Hodor had no choice but to allow Robert to dispatch the assassin to the black cells, and he specifically instructed his old friend, Eiland Payne, to look after the assassin. As the king's justice, Eiland was responsible for overseeing the dungeons of the Red Keep. Eiland, being mute, was an unreliable caretaker for another mute assassin, a fact Hodor was acutely aware of. In due course, the assassin indeed perished within the black cells. Hodor entered the study to find Duke Ed wearing a troubled expression. The last assassin was dead. Hodor nodded in affirmation. I heard from Jory, Ed remarked, closing the book he had been perusing, The Noble Lineage of the Meleys. We have been investigating the death of Jon Arryn. It must be the Lannisters who hired these killers to eliminate you. Now that the matter has come to light, they have dispatched someone to slay the assassin. Had we known, we should have brought the assassin back to the Prime Minister's tower. Hodor replied. Even if the assassin were in the Prime Minister's tower and implicated Cersei in the usurper, she would undoubtedly claim that we subjected him to coercive interrogation there. Such testimony would hold no weight with Robert. Duke Ed sighed. Regardless, the death of the assassin is a loss for us. Cersei must be behind this. Let us go to the black cells to examine the body. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. If we find evidence, we could accuse Cersei. Hodor chuckled. My lord, the assassin was already in a precarious state. It is hardly surprising that he perished in the black cells. As long as the culprit possesses even a modicum of intelligence, how could they possibly leave behind evidence for us? We should seek other leads. Have you discovered anything while perusing that tome of Meleys' noble lineage each day? Ed lamented. I have found nothing of significance. It is dreadfully tedious. Details of unions between the northern lords, the lords of the Riverlands, and the western lords, detailing their offspring's hair and eye colors, utterly monotonous. Meleys is to be cursed for penning such drivel. And Jon Arryn, how could he have spent his final moments poring over this? Hodor remarked. Sir Shuff has made a full recovery. He was the attendant of Lord Aelin during his lifetime, and surely we can glean some information from him. That night, Hodor lay in bed, inscribing the name of Jon Snow in his palm, entering Jon's dream. This was the dream-walking technique imparted to Hodor by the Green Prophet. In the dream, Hodor and Jon found themselves in the Black Castle. Jon, upon seeing Hodor, was taken aback. Hodor, I have dreamed of you once more. Hodor inquired, how is your uncle? Originally, Benjen intended to patrol the haunted forest, but Hodor, knowing that this venture would undoubtedly lead to his demise, seized Benjen's soul, causing him to suffer an epileptic seizure, thus canceling the mission and keeping him in the Black Castle. Jon replied, Uncle Benjen has recovered. He still wishes to serve as a ranger. However, Old Bear is concerned for his health and has advised him to remain at the Black Castle. Thankfully, Uncle Benjen did not go, for the knight Jeremy Lick, who replaced him, has not returned, and many believe that Lick and his men have perished in the wilderness. Hodor smiled and said, Benjen has been granted a second chance at life. Winter is coming, and with you and Benjen guarding the wall, the north is considerably safer. What of Samwell Tarly? Jon chuckled. Sam is quite foolish. He is timid and cowardly. Were it not for my protection, the rascals among the recruits would have bullied him long ago. Sir Alazar Thorne has taken to calling Sam Lord Pighead, sending people to beat him daily. It is I, along with Pip, Toad, and Gren, who have shielded Sam from the other brutes. Hodor remarked, You have done remarkably well. A shadow of sorrow crossed Jon's face. Alas, our training period for the recruits is nearing its end, and only the qualified will become full-fledged Night's Watchmen. Sam is unlikely to qualify and will need to continue his training. Those recruits will still torment Sam. Hodor replied, Sam may not be suited for wielding a sword, yet he possesses strengths such as literacy and scholarship. He could undoubtedly excel as a steward, particularly as an assistant to Maester Aemon. You might try to persuade Maester Aemon. If he is resistant, seek out your uncle. With Benjen's endorsement, Maester Aemon will surely acquiesce. Jon's eyes brightened. To have Sam assist Maester Aemon? What an excellent idea. The following day, Sir Shuff was able to rise from his bed. Duke Ed and Hodor promptly summoned him to the study. Duke Ed said, Sir Shuff, we wish to learn about the events surrounding Jon Aelin's final moments. Sir Shuff, filled with regret, responded, My Lord Ed, when you initially sent Jory to inquire of me, I had just been made a knight and was somewhat overwhelmed, which led me to refuse Jory's questions. Now that Sir Hodor has saved me, I shall answer all your inquiries without reservation. Hodor asked, Was there anything suspicious surrounding Jon Aelin's death? Sir Shuff remarked, The death of Lord Jon Arryn is indeed suspicious, for he had been in the company of Stannis just the day prior, exhibiting a vigor surpassing that of Stannis, who is decades his junior. Duke Eddard furrowed his brow. What business did Lord Arryn have with Stannis? Sir Shuff replied, Each time they conferred, no one was permitted to be present, so I am unaware of the particulars. However, I do know they were searching for King Robert's illegitimate offspring. Together, Lord Arryn and Stannis discovered a blacksmith's apprentice. I believe his name is Gendry. And they also located a bastardy girl in a brothel. Duke Eddard queried, Why would Lord Arryn seek out Robert's illegitimate children? Sir Shuff stated, That I cannot ascertain. Adwo interjected, Which brothel? After a moment's contemplation, Sir Shuff responded, It is a high-end establishment near the Red Keep, owned by a lady from the Summer Isles named Shataya. Duke Eddard inquired, Were you present when Lord Arryn passed? Sir Shuff replied, When Maester Coleman was tending to Lord Arryn, I, along with the Lord's steward and the captain of the guard, were all in attendance. In his final moments, Lord Arryn repeatedly called out for Robert, though it remains a mystery whether he was referring to his son or the king himself. He also lamented about the strength of the bloodline. At that time, King Robert was also present. However, once Maester Pycelle arrived, he ordered us all to depart, claiming Lord Arryn was too frail to endure any further agitation and insisted on administering the treatment himself. Adwo chuckled. As a result, Lord Arryn met his end even more swiftly. Duke Eddard waved his hand dismissively at Sir Shuff. You may take your leave. Once Sir Shuff had exited, only Eddard and Adwo remained in the chamber. Duke Eddard expressed his ire. There is no doubt that Pycelle is a pawn of the Lannisters. This must be the doing of Queen Cersei. It was she who initially poisoned Lord Arryn. Adwo countered with a smile. While Cersei surely desired Lord Arryn's demise, she may not have been the one to administer the poison. Duke Eddard appeared perplexed. Yet, Lysa's letter explicitly states that Cersei murdered Lord Arryn. Adwo responded, Lady Lysa's children have long suffered from illness, plagued by seizures, and she has endured multiple miscarriages in recent years. Her nature is already fraught with paranoia, thus, her words cannot be wholly trusted. We must seek solid evidence. Lord John Arryn was fervently searching for Robert's illegitimate son before his death. We have located Gendry. And if we can find the illegitimate girl from the brothel, we may uncover new evidence. What did Lord Arryn mean by his cries about the strength of the bloodline? Adwell began to hint wildly. Eddard sighed. If only Stannis were here. I have dispatched several letters to Dragonstone, yet alas, they have all vanished into silence. Chapter 41. Open strife and subtle rivalry. Adu shone brilliantly at the King's Hand tournament, triumphing in the lance competition, archery contest, and team events, thereby securing a prize of 70,000 gold dragons. With this fortune, Adu resolved to further his alliances in King's Landing. Presently, he has established an intricate intelligence network within the city, enlisting the aid of various informants, including Romy, the butcher's apprentice Michael, and countless orphans and impoverished children who gather information for him in the Flea Bottom, Cobbler's Square, and the Fish Market. Recently, a rotund lad named Ropai has joined Adu's intelligence team. Ropai and Romy frequently visit the Hands Tower to relay news and have quickly grown close to Arya, forming a solid friendship. Adu has begun to infiltrate the city guard, and now, the captain of the Gold Cloaks at the River Gate, Jesslyn Bywater, has become his ally. The Handes Guard is replete with skilled individuals, including the esteemed swordsman Celio Frel from Bravos, who served as the chief swordsman under the Sea Lord for many years, as well as the likes of Soros of Myr, Prince Jalabar of the Summer Isles, the renowned archer Angui from Dorne, and Sir Velaworth from Harrenhal. Furthermore, Robert's illegitimate son, Jandrai, is also serving in the Handes Guard. When Duke Eddard first arrived in King's Landing, he had only 50 guards from Winterfell. Now, Adu has increased their number to 150. Moreover, Adu is diligently cultivating friendships within the Red Keep, befriending figures such as Barristan Selmy, Beric Dondarrion, Sandor Clegane, the Royal Enforcer Island Payne, and the Training Master Alan Santagar, as well as Lancel, all of whom have become close confidants. Recently, prominent lords from the Vale, including Bronze Yone, Jason Mallister of the Riverlands, and Hodor of House Redwine from the Arbor, have also graced the Hands Tower as esteemed guests. These friends often gather at the Hands Tower to drink and revel, but when the Lannisters and Starks inevitably clash, can they be relied upon? In times of dire peril, true allies may be few and far between. In the study of the Hands Tower, Adu approached Duke Eddard. My lord, I intend to invite Janos Slynt to visit the Hands Tower. Duke Eddard raised an eyebrow. He is a greedy little man. Adu chuckled. He is the commander of the city guard, overseeing 5,000 gold cloaks, and that number may yet grow. With unrest looming in King's Landing, we require the gold cloaks. Duke Eddard furrowed his brow. Will matters truly deteriorate to such an extent? Adu replied, if it is ascertained that Cersei is involved in the deaths of John Arryn. Do you believe the Lannisters will simply stand down? Duke Eddard responded, we have Robert. As long as he commands, the gold cloaks will surely fight for the king. Adu countered, provided that Robert remains safe. Let us not forget that Cersei made an attempt on Robert's life during the team competition. Duke Eddard sighed deeply. Is the peace of the realm to be entrusted to the likes of Janos Slynt? Very well. Let us extend an invitation to him. Adwo dispatched the captain of the guard, Jory, to summon Janos Slynt. Jory returned shortly, reporting that Lord Janos claimed he was unavailable and would come to visit another day. At present, Janos was engaged in revelry with Tyrion and Jaime, accompanied by several attendants of House Lannister. Adwo cast a glance towards Lord Eddard. My Lord Eddard, though you disdain to associate with Janos, he has been preemptively courted by the Lannisters. Lord Eddard replied, the Lannisters have begun to conspire with the gold cloaks. Can it be that Cersei truly intends to rebel? Adwo responded, while the Lannisters seek to win over the upper echelons of the gold cloaks, we must garner the support of the common soldiers. Moreover, the common folk, my Lord Eddard, hold a significant sway in King's Landing. Lord Eddard retorted, the commoners are not gold cloaks. Adwo countered, indeed, the commoners are not gold cloaks, yet within Flea Bottom, Steel Street, and Cobbler's Square reside the wives, lovers, parents, and children of the gold cloaks. Janos Slynt may have numerous sycophants among the gold cloaks, yet his reputation among the lower-ranking soldiers is quite meager. His greed, exemplified by withholding pay, could be his downfall. If we earn the soldiers' loyalty, we could replace Janos. The following day, Lord Eddard and the two royal ministers, Robert and Adwo, arrived at the camps of the City Watch in King's Landing. The City Watch had two major encampments in King's Landing, one adjacent to the Dragon Gate and the other near Cobbler's Square. Rarely did royal ministers visit military camps, which is why, upon the arrival of Prime Minister Lord Eddard and Councillor Adwo, they were met with enthusiastic welcomes from the gold cloaks. The Prime Minister's retinue unloaded barrels of Dornish red wine, honeyed wine, and beer, along with beef jerky, lemon cakes, and new boots, distributing these provisions to the soldiers of the city watch. Every soldier in the eastern and western camps received gifts from Adwo and Lord Eddard. Subsequently, Adwo and Lord Eddard purchased an inn in Flea Bottom, where they began to dispense food freely to the impoverished. Flea Bottom, a haven for the destitute, was rife with small establishments serving brown stew, where the needy could exchange spoiled vegetables and the carcasses of dead animals for a bowl of stew. Although the ingredients for these stews were of poor quality, they still drew many to their warmth. The establishment founded by Adwo, the North Giant Inn, boasted far superior sanitary conditions and attracted long lines of the impoverished. Word of this initiative swiftly reached Cersei in the towers of the Red Keep. Cersei glared furiously at her little brother. Father sent you to deal with Adwo, yet you merely stand by as he wins the hearts of the people in Flea Bottom. Not only does he conspire with Eddard to buy off the soldiers in the camps, but he has also opened a free eatery in Flea Bottom. Tyrion chuckled. Sister, you have never regarded the poor with any measure of respect. Why are you so agitated now? Cersei scolded. You foolish idiot. Cannot you perceive that Adao seeks to exploit the citizens of King's Landing against us? Tyrion replied. The people of King's Landing have never held the Lannisters in high regard. What can be done? The memory of my father's brutal conquest, where he ravaged the city and slaughtered the innocent, remains fresh in their minds. Adao was actively courting the populace, reportedly spending his days in the flea pit, gambling with the impoverished and engaging in rat fights. Cersei scoffed at the notion. Adao, the foolish stable boy, attracted the poor with his scent of horse manure, while he found their flea-ridden state somewhat endearing. Tyrion remarked, I hear Adao has opened a free tavern for the Northman giants in the flea pit. Perhaps I could establish a little demon's tavern next door. Sister, if you would deign to visit the flea pit and distribute food to the needy, the common folk would surely adore us. Cersei retorted, those commoners evidently prefer the fool Adao. We need not compete with a simpleton for the affections of another group of simpletons. The commoners are merely sheep. How can a lion consort with sheep? Tyrion, I need you to recruit more mercenaries in King's Landing. They are the most reliable. Tyrion chuckled. It seems you remain unaware of mercenaries. They follow only gold, siding with whoever pays the highest. Fortunately, the Lannisters are not lacking in gold, so I shall promptly seek out mercenaries. In the following days, Prime Minister Targaryen and the Lannisters began to vie for the mercenaries of King's Landing, leading even the most destitute vagabond warriors to find employment. Many mercenaries hailed from the free trade city-states across the narrow sea. Adao's Prime Minister Targaryen included the likes of Soros, Jalabazar, and Celio, all foreigners, which became a distinct advantage for him. Soon, Soros recruited several from Lys, Pintos, and Tyrosh, while Prince Jalaba returned with a contingent of black mercenaries from the Summer Isles, and Celio brought back swordsmen from Bravos. Local mercenaries from the Seven Kingdoms became highly sought after. Sir Verward introduced Adao to Osmond Ketblack, a seasoned mercenary with 2 brothers. The trio boasted extensive connections in the mercenary market of King's Landing. Although Adao harbored distrust towards mercenaries, he still offered Ketblack and his brothers a price, merely to inflate the bidding, resulting in the Lannisters parting with more gold for mercenaries devoid of loyalty. Chapter 42. The Assassination of Daenerys in the Red Keep's council chamber. Tyrion and Cersei stood before the window, gazing at the distant Great September of Baelor atop the Visenya Hills. Tyrion remarked, Have you heard? King Robert will attend today's small council meeting. Cersei smiled. Is that so? How delightful. Ever since Lord Eddard and Adao's arrival in King's Landing, King Robert has been preoccupied with hunting, feasting, and indulging in the company of beautiful women, leaving the affairs of the realm to the hand of the king and the small council. During the tenure of the former Prime Minister Jon Arryn, Robert seldom attended the council meetings. Cersei remarked, What has stirred our good Robert to lower himself and attend the council in person? Tyrion snapped his fingers. I heard from Varys that Daenerys, the Stormborn, is with child across the narrow sea. Robert has always been determined to eradicate the Targaryens, relentlessly sending assassins after Daenerys and her brother Viserys. After all these years, both Daenerys and Viserys remain alive, and now Daenerys is set to bear a new Targaryen, which must infuriate Robert. Cersei's emerald green eyes flickered. That eunuch is actually willing to share intelligence with you? I remind you, Varys is not to be trusted. Tyrion nodded. I am well aware that the spider is untrustworthy. However, Varys possesses intelligence that spans the 7 kingdoms and even the lands across the narrow sea. His little birds are everywhere. We need Varys. Cersei scoffed. Cannot you train loyal little birds for House Lannister? You fool. I wager that even Addo is superior to you. I hear he has spies scattered throughout King's Landing. Tyrion replied, Addo may not even realize that many of his hires are Varys's people. Attempting to weave a web beneath the spider is futile. Cersei stated, Robert has recently grown increasingly trusting of Lord Eddard and Addo. The only Lannister present in the council is you, the dwarf. Can you manage it? If it were Jaime, Stark would never hold sway over us Lannisters in the council. Tyrion chuckled. Now, we have an opportunity to drive a wedge between Robert and the Starks. Cersei regarded the imp with suspicion. What opportunity? Tyrion replied. If Daenerys is indeed with child, Robert will certainly send assassins to eliminate her. Our Lord Eddard is a man of honor. To preserve his precious honor, he would surely oppose such actions. Lord Eddard values the protection of women and children above all. When he confronts Robert, I can stoke the flames. And Stark may very well lose his position as Hand of the King. Cersei's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, Lord Eddard would never tarnish his honor. He might truly engage in a quarrel with Robert. Once Robert dismisses Lord Eddard, I shall persuade him to appoint Jaime as the new hand. In the hand study, Addo sat opposite Lord Eddard. My lord, Varys has shared a piece of intelligence with me. Daenerys is with child. Lord Eddard furrowed his brow. This news may provoke Robert. If the mother of dragons bears a child, she could indeed cross the sea with her Dothraki cavalry. Addo remarked, I surmise that our Robert will undoubtedly send assassins to eliminate Daenerys. Lord Eddard looked astonished. Impossible. Robert is not that kind of man. How could he harm the unborn child? Addo chuckled. My Lord Eddard, you are acquainted with the Robert of yore, who, despite his penchant for championing the weak, would undoubtedly send an assassin to eliminate Daenerys' child, a spawn of the malevolent dragon, should it pose a threat to his Iron Throne. Eddard clenched his fist and struck the table. This is a stain upon honor. I must prevent him, Adon. When the council convenes, you shall join me in thwarting this. Adon replied, My Lord Eddard, when it pertains to your cherished honor, you become agitated unnecessarily. I have repeatedly urged you not to overly cherish your own reputation. Eddard, with a stern expression, retorted, This is not mere vanity. It is a matter of principle. Did I not rise against the Mad King alongside Robert to halt the slaughter of innocents? Now, Robert seeks to murder women and children. I cannot abide by such actions. Adon cautioned, You must recognize that when Robert once rallied to oppose the Targaryens, slaying Rhaegar and toppling the true dragon's throne, he was filled with youthful vigor, a dragon-slaying youth. Yet now, our Robert sits upon the Iron Throne forged from the blood and iron of Aegon the Conqueror. And that dragon-slaying youth has morphed into a malevolent dragon himself. You must tread carefully in his company. Should you confront Robert before the likes of Lysa, Peter, Varys, and Tyrion at court, he may be compelled to dismiss you from your position as Hand of the King to uphold the dignity of the crown. Eddard scoffed. If he dares to act thus, I would not care to remain Hand any longer. If Robert seeks accomplices, let him find others. Adon pressed, My lord. Do you truly wish to protect the innocent child within Daenerys? Eddard affirmed, I wish to safeguard every innocent child. Leaning forward, Adon lowered his voice. Then you must act as I advise. We should raise our hands in support of Robert's plan to dispatch an assassin to eliminate Daenerys. Eddard's eyes widened in disbelief. Would we not then become accomplices? The Hand of the King ought to provide the most loyal counsel. Otherwise, it would be dereliction of duty and complicity in wrongdoing. Adon chuckled heartily. We should maintain vigilance against the worldly and mercenary nature of life, while also learning to navigate within it. My lord, a wise course of action would be to consent to the assassination plan, thereby demanding that Robert entrust its execution to you. Currently, Daenerys is far away in Westeros. You may protract the assassination plan indefinitely. This way, the attempt will never succeed, thus protecting the innocent child within her. Eddard fell into contemplation. Is this truly a sound course? Adon replied, To sacrifice personal honor for the sake of an unknown fetus would surely evoke tears of compassion from the gods. Eddard nodded gravely. Very well, I agree. We shall proceed as you suggest. That day, in the council chamber, Robert rarely attended the royal meeting. Adel inquired, King Robert, what brings you to the council today? Robert, seated in his chair, replied, A dreadful event has transpired across the narrow sea. Tyrion chuckled. What occurrence could possibly instill fear in our brave King Robert? Robert declared, That wretched Daenerys is with child. Bearing the offspring of the Horse Lord, she must be dealt with. Duke Eddard and Sir Barristan exchanged perplexed glances. Many esteemed members of the council had already received the news, while Renly remained composed, seemingly unaffected. Maester Pycelle leaned back in his chair, lacking energy. Adel asked, Your Majesty, what do you intend to do about it? Robert surveyed the assembly. Naturally, we shall hire an assassin to eliminate the threat. Barristan's expression darkened. Your Majesty, if I may speak candidly, to murder an unborn child is devoid of honor. Robert responded. Daenerys is undoubtedly whispering in the Horse Lord's ear, inciting him to unleash his Dothraki cavalry against the Seven Kingdoms. To protect the realm from the scourge of war, I have no choice but to act decisively. The imp cast a glance at Duke Eddard. Your Grace. The murder of a child is something even the gods cannot abide. Wouldn't such an act tarnish our honor? I do not believe Duke Eddard would consent to this. Our noble Eddard has always held honor in the highest regard. Littlefinger, Varys, and Pycelle regarded Eddard with amused expressions. Anticipating a confrontation with the king, Eddard stated, personal honor pales in comparison to the peace of the realm. I stand in support of Robert's plan. The smiles on Littlefinger, Pycelle, and Varys quickly evaporated. While Tyrion wore a look of shock, even Robert appeared taken aback. Eddard, I expected you to oppose this. When it comes to honor, you tend to be rather pedantic. Eddard chuckled. As the hand of the king, I must learn to adapt. Littlefinger forced a smile. My lord, we are discussing a grave matter. The murder of a child, which both the old and new gods are watching over us. Varys exaggeratedly shrugged. Indeed, it is quite dreadful. Eddard continued. Gentlemen, we, who have dared to govern, must prioritize the realm and its people before our personal honor. I ask you, if Daenerys and the Horse Lord's army were to cross the sea and land in the Vale, the North, or Storm's End, how many innocent children would perish? The Dothraki leave no survivors in their wake. Tyrion glanced at Adel, realizing that Adel had influenced Eddard's perspective, and felt a sense of frustration. Robert laughed heartily. Eddard, your thick skull has finally grasped the situation. I have not misjudged you. Eddard responded. I sacrifice my personal honor solely for your sake and the kingdom's. Your Majesty, I request the task of arranging the assassination of Daenerys. Varys interjected. The operation across the narrow sea has always been under my purview. Duke Ed, I mean no offense, but you may not fully comprehend the circumstances across the narrow sea. I was born and raised on that side, leaving my very essence behind. Adal remarked. Duke Ed is certainly aware. Many in our Prime Minister's guard hail from the Summer Isles, Bravos, and Meereen, and there are even Dothraki among them. Robert stated. Let this matter be entrusted to Ed. Chapter 43. Espionage and Intelligence. Robert surveyed the individuals gathered around the conference table. The assassination of Daenerys is a topic even Duke Ed has consented to. Who among you would dare to oppose? Varys lowered his gaze. Your Grace, vanquishing foes on the battlefield is a matter of honor, yet to assassinate an unborn child seems utterly beyond my support. Tyrion added. I have always felt sympathy for the grotesque and the disabled. I stand against the assassination of the child within Daenerys. Adal responded. I stand with Duke Ed and support the assassination plot. Duke Lisa chuckled. Daenerys should have been dealt with long ago. Pycelle interjected. I am in favor. I bear no malice towards Daenerys. However, should she return to the Seven Kingdoms with Dothraki cavalry, it would result in rivers of blood. Peter toyed with a quill. My only concern is the cost of the assassination. Varys kept his hands tucked away. For the good of the realm, I support the assassination. Yet I believe I should oversee it. Robert declared. This matter has already been entrusted to Duke Ed. It is settled. Varys offered an awkward smile. According to the latest intelligence, Daenerys has now reached the lands of the Dothraki. Assassinating her, there will not be an easy feat should Duke Ed delay the assassination plan. It would be quite unfortunate, would it not? Adal remarked. Lord Varys, I mean no disrespect, but for all these years, you have been responsible for pursuing the Beggar King and Daenerys without a single success. Perhaps it is time to let Duke Ed have a chance, as he may very well succeed. In truth, Varys' title is but a faade. He is not a lord of any domain. Robert nodded. It is rare for Ed to agree to an assassination plan. Varys, allow Ed to carry it out. Adal and Duke Ed returned to the Prime Minister's quarters. Duke Ed was in high spirits. Now that I am tasked with the assassination of Daenerys, both she and her child are, at last, safe. Adal, it seems that even lies can retain their honor. Adal stated, My Lord Ed, sometimes what we do matters less than why we do it. Did you not notice? When you supported the assassination plan, Peter, Varys, and the imp were utterly taken aback. These cunning old foxes had assumed you would oppose Robert and the king's assassination scheme. In this present moment, the likes of Littlefinger, Varys, and the imp find you increasingly elusive. When adversaries perceive you as unpredictable, you secure an advantage. Duke Eddard remarked. I once believed that intrigue and deceit were devoid of purpose. Yet, I am surprised to discover that they can indeed save lives. Within the Red Keep's tower, Jaime idly toyed with a golden sword, while Cersei seethed with anger. Tyrion, did you not assert that Duke Eddard would confront Robert and oppose the assassination of Daenerys? Yet now, he not only consents, but willingly takes charge of the assassination plot. Tyrion replied with resignation, I anticipated Eddard's actions, yet I did not foresee the involvement of Littlefinger. It must be Littlefinger who has persuaded Eddard to support this assassination. Eddard appears to acquiesce to the assassination while personally overseeing the operation. However, I suspect he has no intention of dispatching an assassin. This, in turn, would safeguard Daenerys and her unborn child. Jaime scoffed. So, our esteemed Lord Eddard is willing to tarnish his honor to curry favor with King Robert? Tyrion noted. With Littlefinger's assistance, the Stark has grown increasingly cunning. Cersei retorted, Eddard has learned the art of pleasing Robert. He is becoming ever more shameless and will eventually replace all those in the court and the small council with his own supporters. Father should never have allowed you to join the small council. You only caused the Lannisters to retreat before the Starks. Tyrion chuckled, Cersei, there is no need for such alarm. At least Eddard and Littlefinger have yet to show signs of targeting us. Cersei's eyes blazed with fury. Are you blind or merely foolish? Have you not seen? The imbecile Littlefinger has been infiltrating the city guard. He has established numerous free eateries at Flea Bottom, providing meals for the impoverished. Littlefinger is winning hearts and hiring mercenaries, tirelessly augmenting the guards of the hand. What is his ultimate aim? It is evident that he seeks power, and he harbors greater ambition than Eddard. Tyrion suggested, Cersei, you spend each day with Robert. You could easily whisper in his ear, cautioning him that Littlefinger is aggressively expanding his influence, forming factions. Robert might begin to harbor doubts. Cersei replied, do you think I have not warned Robert? Alas, that fool has never taken me seriously. He insists that he trusts Littlefinger to handle matters. Tyrion encouraged, you could make several attempts. It is bound to yield results. Cersei countered, rather than placing my hopes in Robert, I trust more in steel. I want you to hire mercenaries. What of the mercenaries you have recruited? Tyrion responded, I have enlisted the 3 brothers of the Catelyn family. Littlefinger has been snatching up these mercenaries. I have had to pay triple the price to secure just a handful. In truth, I understand that Littlefinger is merely inflating prices, but there is no alternative. To win over greedy mercenaries, one must be willing to spend. Jaime frowned. Once we clash with the hand, relying on such a meager force of mercenaries will be utterly futile. Tyrion remarked, brother, those mercenaries are utterly unreliable in critical moments. We must secure the allegiance of the city guard. Cersei's expression hardened. Did you not assert that Commander Janos Slint, clad in gold, is already one of us? Tyrion replied, Janos supports us temporarily, motivated solely by greed. He is a man of insatiable avarice. The most troubling aspect is that his reputation among the rank-and-file gold cloaks is dismal. Our interest in Janos stems from his command of several thousand gold cloaks. However, should he falter at a crucial juncture, what value does he hold for us? Jaime smirked. I have heard that Addo provides clothing and provisions to the gold cloaks at the major city gates and the 2 eastern military camps daily. The rank-and-file certainly favor him. Perhaps we, the Lannisters, should extend our warmth to the gold cloaks as well. Jaime, having spent his life among soldiers, knights, and warriors, understood the gold cloaks well. Cersei responded, with so many gold cloaks, how could we possibly satisfy their hunger? Let us focus on securing Lord Janos. That shall suffice. The imp interjected. Janos, too, is a ravenous wolf, insatiable in his hunger. I had greater hopes for the captain at the river gate, Ser Jane Baelish, but alas, he has already been ensnared by Addo. Cersei said, fortunately, I possess a sufficient number of spies. I was the first to learn of Addo's invitation to Ser Baelish. I am well aware of whom Addo invites each day and where he goes. My intelligence far surpasses Addo's, keeping him firmly under my control. A few sparrows perched quietly, listening to their conversation. These sparrows returned to the Hand's Tower and reported to Addo. The discourse of the Lannisters reached Addo's ears through the sparrows. In King's Landing, Addo's intelligence was suppressed by Varys, with even Cersei's and Littlefinger's spies outnumbering his. However, Addo was unconcerned. The initial establishment of an intelligence network was merely to feign strength before his adversaries. His true aim was to convince Varys, Cersei, and Littlefinger that victory was assured. Addo relied on sparrows, dragonflies, butterflies, mice, cockroaches, fleas, mosquitoes, and flies. These creatures summoned by his beast mastery for reconnaissance and eavesdropping, scattered throughout King's Landing. They provided a continuous stream of intelligence from the city gates, flea markets, docks, brothels, and the Red Keep's secret passages. Through the perspective of the mice in the Red Keep's passages, Addo glimpsed Varys in the company of a rotund man. Varys had donned makeup, affixed a false beard, and was clad in a helmet and leather armor. A master of disguise, Varys could effortlessly alter his appearance, scent, gait, and even his voice. The portly man, dressed in a velvet gown, epitomized the attire of a wealthy merchant from the free trade city-states. adorned with rings of various gemstones, including garnets, moonstones, sunstones, obsidian, and sapphires. The man was quite corpulent, yet moved with remarkable grace, resembling a dancer gliding upon water. Varys had donned his makeup in preparation for this clandestine meeting, and the moment Hodor laid eyes on the guest, his interest was piqued. Deep within the Prime Minister's chamber, Hodor activated his shapeshifter form and immediately possessed the body of a mouse in the secret passage. In the labyrinthine tunnels of the Red Keep, mice frequently scurried in and out, and Varys paid no heed to a solitary mouse lurking in the shadows. Hodor discerned the portly man's speech, thick with the accent of Pentos, and recognized him as Illyrio, the governor of Pentos. Chapter 44. Varys' conspiracy. It was indeed Illyrio who had persuaded Viserys to sell Daenerys to the Khal, and he was a close ally of Varys, another schemer. The 3 dragon eggs belonging to Daenerys were also a gift from Illyrio. In the past, the cruel Maegor had constructed the Red Keep, embedding numerous hidden passages within its walls. To keep the secrets of the Red Keep to himself, Maegor hosted a banquet for all the craftsmen upon its completion, only to have them all executed. Subsequently, each monarch of the Targaryen dynasty exercised great caution in utilizing these passages. During the reign of the Mad King Aerys II, paranoia took hold, and he ceased to trust those around him. At that time, both Varys and Illyrio were destitute, engaging in thievery in Pentos. Eventually, Varys realized that information was far more valuable than gold, silver, or gemstones. Thus, he began to steal intelligence, employing a group known as the Little Birds, which would later evolve into the feared network across the 7 kingdoms. In Pentos, Varys' reputation for intelligence gathering spread far and wide, prompting the Mad King to dispatch an envoy across the Narrow Sea to bring Varys to King's Landing. The Mad King placed immense trust in Varys, divulging all the secrets of the Red Keep's passages. Varys' little birds scoured the 7 kingdoms for information, which flowed continuously to him through the tunnels. After Robert overthrew the Mad King, Varys shifted his allegiance to Robert, maintaining exclusive access to the secrets of the Red Keep. With his rise to power through intelligence, Varys became a key advisor, serving as the master of whisperers, while his old companion Illyrio ascended to governorship in Pentos, joining the ranks of the nobility. Cersei, Littlefinger, and Tyrion all endeavored to undermine Varys' intelligence network. However, no matter how many spies they employed, they could not uncover the secrets of the Red Keep. This was the domain of the Spider. Of course, Varys was unaware that the tunnels had already become infested with Hodor's summoned entities. Hodor, inhabiting the mouse, observed Varys and Illyrio in the darkness of the passage. Illyrio caressed the gemstone ring upon his finger. "My old friends, Stark and Lannister, do not let your conflict erupt at this moment. Presently, Daenerys and Viserys are far away in V's Dothrak, and Khal Drogo has no intentions of mobilizing his forces. Our Dothraki army is not yet prepared. A clash between lions and direwolves would yield no advantage for us." Varys sighed deeply. "My friend, do you truly believe I possess the ability to conjure magic? Presently, Stark and Lannister stand on the precipice of conflict. What recourse do I have?" Illyrio chuckled. "In my eyes, you are nothing short of an omnipotent sorcerer." Varys leaned against the wall of the secret passage, a flickering torch casting shadows nearby. Even the most formidable magician cannot juggle multiple spheres suspended in midair indefinitely. Since Tyrion joined the council as an advisor, the Lannisters have become notably more formidable. And with the northern giant, Roderick, as an adversary, the stakes have risen. Not to mention Peter Baelish, who has been subtly inciting discord between the Lannisters and Starks. Lurking as a shadowy player, Duke Eddard has discovered Robert's illegitimate son and obtained the tome from Melisandre. It is only a matter of time before he uncovers the truth of Cersei's children. Illyrio remarked, "Once Duke Eddard unveils Cersei's secret, will not the direwolf immediately strike?" Varys replied, "I would have once concurred, but now, I am uncertain." Duke Eddard has always been a man of honor. However, with Roderick at his side, he seems to be growing increasingly astute in the game of power. Can you fathom it? Duke Eddard openly endorsed King Robert's plan to assassinate Daenerys in the council, even volunteering to oversee the execution. Illyrio's eyes widened. Surely, Duke Eddard does not intend to dispatch an assassin to eliminate Daenerys? Varys stated, "We can only hope that Eddard and Roderick are merely posturing. You ought to caution Daenerys to exercise vigilance. After all, Eddard's men, including Ser Jorah and Selmy, hail from across the Narrow Sea and are well acquainted with the continent of Essos. The most pressing concern is Robert. Cersei attempted to assassinate him during the tournament. I leaked the information to Roderick, who persuaded Robert to forego participating in the melee, thereby allowing him to evade disaster." Illyrio inquired, "Will Cersei abandon her plot against Robert?" Varys shook his head. No, eventually Duke Eddard will realize that Cersei's children are not the king's, in self-preservation. Cersei will assuredly eliminate Robert to secure Joffrey's ascent to the throne. Upon Robert's demise, it will be the moment when lions and dire wolves roar in fury. Illyrio moved gracefully, like a water dancer, gliding silently. Yet, the conflict between Stark and Lannister offers us no advantage. Daenerys has yet to persuade Khal Drogo to march on Westeros. Currently, they remain in V's Dothrak, awaiting the prophecy from the wise woman. And if the prophecy suggests that an advance on Westeros is favorable, Drogo may indeed take immediate action. Varys advised, "You must urge Daenerys. If Drogo is reluctant to deploy his forces, once the chaos between the lions and direwolves subsides, the Dothraki horde will find it exceedingly difficult to seize territory in Westeros." Adu and the Little Demon exerted all their efforts to win over the city guard. Not to mention that the Littlefinger was still concocting his schemes, while Stannis retreated back to Dragonstone. I sensed that a great battle could erupt at any moment. Varys and Illyrio delved deeper into the secret passage, their voices dwindling until they ultimately vanished. Adu's spirit returned from the body of a mouse to his own form. One day, Ser Hugh brought Duke Ed to a brothel owned by Shattaya. Clad in a brown gown, Shattaya's skin, the color of ebony, exuded nobility and elegance, adorned with a string of mother-of-pearl around her neck. Ser Hugh remarked, "Duke Ed wishes to see the child." Without needing further clarification, Shattaya understood precisely which child was meant. She responded, "My lord, I had thought you had forgotten this child." Shortly thereafter, a young woman emerged, cradling an infant still and swaddling. Adu noticed that the woman had light red hair, yet the child, Robert's illegitimate daughter, possessed the same dark hair as her father. This resilience mirrored Jon Arryn's dying words. Duke Ed accepted the child, gently caressing her black tresses, strikingly reminiscent of Robert. The young woman introduced herself as Meany. She implored, "My lord, please inform the king that this child is named Bara. Tell his majesty that I have been waiting for him, along with my daughter. I do not desire his gold or silver. I only wish for his presence, even if it means serving as a maid in his court." Duke Ed nodded solemnly, assuring her, "Rest assured, I guarantee that Bara will never want for sustenance." Adu pulled Duke Ed aside and cautioned, "My lord, rather than concern over sustenance, I fear our visit may bring peril to these two women." Duke Ed looked astonished. "How could that be?" Adu lowered his voice. "Let us not forget that after Jon Arryn visited this brothel to see Meany and Bara, he met his demise. I suspect that this mother and daughter bear evidence that instills fear in our enemies. We should relocate them to the Prime Minister's tower, much like we did with Jandaree." Duke Ed concurred and summoned Shattaya. "Madam, I wish to purchase Meany." Shattaya chuckled. "Ah, Duke Ed, your discernment is commendable. Meany is young, beautiful, and adept at pleasing men. Acquiring her would be a wise investment." Duke Ed's expression darkened. "I intend to take Meany back as a maid, not for the purposes you might imagine." Shattaya nodded awkwardly. "Being a maid is acceptable. Meany is quite capable. In truth, the Prime Minister and Ser Adu's presence at our establishment should not warrant payment. However, when Meany's father sold her to us, I paid a hefty sum of 2 golden dragons. Adu then tossed 4 golden dragons onto the table. "I will give you double. I wish to take Meany and her child with me." Meany, overwhelmed by the responsibilities of caring for her child, found herself utterly unable to entertain guests. The child frequently demanded financial support from Shattaya, who had long harbored the desire to send Meany and her daughter away. Now that she had received the funds, Shattaya joyfully ushered Meany and Bara out the door. Adu and Duke Ed arrived at the Prime Minister's tower, where Adu arranged for a residence to accommodate Meany and Bara. "From now on, you shall reside here, and you are forbidden to venture elsewhere. Rest assured, you will lack for nothing in terms of food and supplies," he declared. Meany inquired, "Will I be able to see the king?" Adu responded, "Not for the time being. As long as you remain in the Prime Minister's tower, you are safe. Beyond these walls, I cannot guarantee your security." At present, Adu held the illegitimate daughter of Robert, Bara, and his illegitimate son, Jandrai. Both possessed dark hair, while Cersei's children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, were all golden-haired. In the struggle for the claim to the throne, Robert's bastards would serve as compelling evidence. Duke Ed remained engrossed in examining the noble lineage records of Maryland. Adu remarked, "My Lord Ed, this tome discusses the unions among nobility. The intricacies of noble bloodlines are quite fascinating. Observe Robert's illegitimate children, all dark-haired." Duke Ed chuckled. Indeed, Robert's first illegitimate daughter in the Vale, known as Mia, also sported dark hair. Adu continued, "I have heard that the illegitimate child, Edric Storm, remaining at Storm's End, shares the same dark locks." remarkably similar to Robert. Duke Ed lowered his gaze back to the book. Discussing bastards won't unravel the mystery surrounding Jon Arryn's death. I shall continue my reading. Chapter 45. Ed discovers the truth. Edu's fervent insinuations regarding the dark hair of Robert's bastards failed to prompt Duke Ed to consider the implications regarding Cersei's children's lineage. Perhaps a man of Ed's honor could scarcely fathom the audacity of Cersei to deceive Robert. Ed persisted in his diligent study of Maryland's noble bloodline records, hoping to discern clues regarding the enigma of Jon Arryn's demise. Unbeknownst to him, the truth behind Jon Arryn's death lay right before him, within the very bastards of Robert. Currently, Edu had brought Robert's illegitimate daughter, Bara, back to the Prime Minister's tower, fully aware that the news would soon reach Cersei's ears. When that time came, Cersei might very well take drastic measures to assassinate Robert and elevate Joffrey to the Iron Throne. Time was of the essence. Edu had to ensure that Duke Ed comprehended the gravity of the situation. Exiting the study, he found Sansa playing in the courtyard with her dire wolf, Lady. At present, Sansa and Arya's two dire wolves, Lady and Nymeria, brought from Winterfell, had grown considerably, now comparable in size to calves, and they would continue to grow. The three dire wolves remaining in Winterfell, Robb's Grey Wind, Bran's Summer, and Rickon's Shaggy Dog, had also matured. Jon Snow's dire wolf, Ghost, exhibited an impressive stature at the wall. Edu reminisced about the day he and Robb, along with Jon, discovered the dire wolf by the riverbank amidst the snow, and a sense of nostalgia washed over him. Sansa, what are you doing here? He inquired. Sansa wore a look of dejection. Joffrey invited me to pray at the Great September of Baelor, but my father refused. Edu, he wouldn't he truly annul my betrothal to Joffrey, would he? Edu replied, Joffrey is a monster. He feigns politeness, yet harbors a cruel heart. Sansa flared her nostrils. What right do you have to judge Joffrey? He is a noble prince, my gallant knight, the prince of the ballads. Edu chuckled. So, you are resolute in your intent to marry Joffrey? Sansa nodded. Of course, I shall wed him, and then Joffrey will ascend the Iron Throne. I can support him in ushering in a golden age, and we shall rule the Seven Kingdoms splendidly. I can bear him many children. It is a pity, however, that my father disapproves of Joffrey. It must be your doing. You are always whispering in his ear about Joffrey's faults, failing to see his true nature. Edu stated. Lord Eddard can clearly discern that Joffrey is not a good man. My words are unnecessary. Sansa appeared somewhat saddened. Back then, when you triumphed in the jousting tournament, if you had crowned me with the crown of love and beauty as in the ballads, I would have surely found true love. Yet, you chose to crown Arya instead. How could Arya ever rival my beauty? Upon reflection, it makes sense. She bears a horse's visage, and you were born in the stables, naturally drawn to her. Meanwhile, Arya remained in the Hall of the Hand, practicing with her wooden sword under Sirio's tutelage, fervently aspiring to become a water dancer, sweating profusely from her daily drills. Edu remarked, Sansa, if you truly wish to marry Joffrey, you must first persuade Lord Eddard. I can teach you a method. Sansa's interest piqued immediately. What method? Edu pulled Sansa into a corner and lowered his voice. In truth, Lord Eddard worries that Joffrey, as he matures, may indulge in the vices of his forebear. Becoming a drunken fool. King Robert was once a valiant warrior, yet in his later years, he became a debauched drunkard. Lord Eddard fears that Joffrey may become another Robert. You have seen how Robert squandered his days, showing no consideration for Queen Cersei. Sansa believed his words. So that is the case. However, I feel Joffrey bears no resemblance to King Robert. Edu replied, You must tell Lord Eddard that Joffrey does not resemble Robert in the slightest. Inform him that Joffrey's golden locks are more akin to a lion than to a crowned stag. Sansa's eyes sparkled with realization. That is indeed a splendid idea. I shall go tell father at once. Edu urged, Lord Eddard is in his study. Go and speak with him. Remember, do not reveal that it was I who imparted this to you. Sansa skipped into the study. Father, I wish to seek out Joffrey and enjoy a day in King's Landing. Lord Eddard closed the book of Melian. How many times must I tell you to keep your distance from Joffrey? Your betrothal will inevitably be annulled. Sansa retorted angrily, On what grounds? I am destined to marry Joffrey. I shall bear him a brood of lion cubs and become his beautiful queen, like the renowned Queen Nisali or Queen Rhaenys from the songs. Lord Eddard chuckled softly. Joffrey is a crowned stag, not a lion. Sansa pouted. How can you say that? Look at Joffrey, with his golden hair. He bears no resemblance to his father. Joffrey is undoubtedly a lion of House Lannister, not a stag. The smile on Lord Eddard's face froze, as if gripped by a harsh winter. Father, what troubles you? Sansa inquired, her brow furrowing. Lord Eddard opened the book of Melian again and turned to the page about House Baratheon. It's nothing. You may leave now? Sansa hesitated. But can I still marry Joffrey? Lord Eddard replied nonchalantly. Step outside first. Should you vex me, I shall not consent to your union with Joffrey. Sansa approached the door, while Lord Eddard wore a grim expression. Summon Addo. Addo entered the study. Lord Eddard secured the door and drew the curtains. Addo feigned surprise. What is amiss? Lord Eddard lowered his voice. Addo, I have uncovered a staggering secret. Addo stroked his chin. What secret? Lord Eddard replied. I have discovered the cause of Jon Arryn's demise. Indeed, just as he called out Robert's name in his final moments, he proclaimed the strength of his lineage. Addo feigned confusion. What does strength of lineage mean? Lord Eddard opened the book of Melian once more. This is the reason for Jon Arryn's death. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are not of Robert's seed. It became clear why Jon Arryn had been poring over the noble lineage of Melian before his death, which recorded every union between the Baratheons and Lannisters. This tome detailed each coupling, where golden met black, yielding children whose hair was invariably dark. Cersei's children, Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella, all bore golden locks, indicating they could not possibly be Robert's progeny and thus lacked any claim to inheritance. When Jon Arryn allied with Stannis to locate Robert's bastards and prepared to act, Cersei orchestrated his murder, causing Stannis to flee back to Dragonstone, never to return to King's Landing. Addo's eyes widened in shock, desperately conveying his astonishment. Lord Eddard, your deductive prowess is truly remarkable. This explains everything. Gendry, Bara, Mia of the Vale, and Edric Storm of Storm's End all bear dark hair. Eddard remarked. The mothers of these children possess hair in hues of honey, red, brown, milk, and gold. Yet, the offspring born of Cersei and Robert are all raven-haired. Cersei's children bear not a trace of black hair. Their locks shine like golden suns, making it evident that they are not Robert's progeny. To conceal her scandal, Cersei orchestrated the demise of Jon Arryn. Now, we have discovered Robert's two bastards, and we possess evidence. Addo continued. Cersei was responsible for the death of the former Hand of the King. At the time, Jon Arryn had acquired Melisandre's tome and had also located Robert's illegitimate children. Presently, you have raised Robert's bastards within the Hand's tower. Cersei's next target is you. Duke Eddard declared. To cuckold Robert, both Cersei and her bastards shall face their doom. Victory is ours. Addo chuckled. Victory, you say? I dare say Jon Arryn thought the same before his untimely end, which was shrouded in mystery. In the game of power, one must never assume the upper hand, for such arrogance invites peril. Duke Eddard remained unconvinced. Upon seeing the evidence, Robert will undoubtedly execute Cersei. Even if Tywin Lannister marshals the forces of the Westerlands in rebellion, he cannot quell Robert's wrath. I fail to see how Cersei stands a chance. Addo replied. Cersei certainly possesses odds in her favor, such as eliminating Robert. Chapter 46. Cersei's conspiracy in the Red Keep's tower. Cersei leaned against the railing, gazing down at the sea. Eddard and the fool Addo had discovered one of Robert's illegitimate daughters, hiding her in the Hand's tower alongside the blacksmith's apprentice's bastard. Jaime fiddled with a pure white cloak. Do you think Eddard and Addo will inform the Drunken King? Cersei said, a hint of anger in her voice. Otherwise, why would he be so intent on seeking those bastards? They all have dark hair, starkly contrasting with Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella's golden locks. They aim to usurp Joffrey's claim to the throne. Jaime smirked. Regardless, Joffrey is not Robert's true heir. He has no claim to the throne. Cersei shot Jaime a venomous glare. If Joffrey cannot ascend the throne, he faces certain death. Is your mind filled with nothing but porridge? Jaime drew his golden sword, caressing the sharp blade with his fingers. The gold plating glimmered in the sunlight. Then I shall once more become a kingslayer and eliminate Robert. A flicker of malice danced in Cersei's emerald green eyes. Before dealing with Robert, we must first eliminate Eddard and Addo. These two are Robert's wings. Once we sever Robert's wings, slaying him will be effortless. However, the Hand's guard is formidable, and an assassination may prove challenging. Thus, I have resolved to first destroy the evidence in Addo's possession. Jaime regarded Cersei curiously. What evidence? Cersei remarked. It pertains to the esteemed tome by Melian, the genealogy and history of the major noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. This book has long been lost to time, with but a single copy remaining. It chronicles each noble union, detailing the hue of their offspring's hair and the color of their eyes. In essence, every alliance between the Lannisters and Baratheons is meticulously recorded. Originally, this manuscript was in the possession of Pycelle, that fool, who so carelessly lent it to Eddard. Now that Duke Eddard has discovered Robert's illegitimate son, combined with this book, we possess irrefutable evidence. If we eliminate Robert's bastard and destroy Melian's tome, Then Tywin shall be bereft of proof and incapable of threatening Joffrey's claim to the throne. Jaime replied, "This plan appears sound. However, I believe it prudent to consult Tyrion. Father sent Tyrion to the small council to assist us in dealing with the Starks, did he not?" Cersei grimaced, "I harbor no trust for that imp. The little monster only brings mischief. Moreover, Joffrey's lineage is a secret between us. How could we possibly involve Tyrion in such matters? This time, I shall devise a flawless plan to obliterate the noble lineage, eliminate the bastard, and subsequently confront Tywin and Eddard. In a seedy tavern, Lancel, through Osmond Kettleblack, unearthed several dangerous individuals well suited for the assassination plot. In the Prime Minister's study, Duke Eddard clasped his hands before his chest. With Baela, Gendry, and this tome presented to Robert, the evidence should suffice. Once Robert learns that his children are not of his blood, he will surely execute Cersei. And then with his war hammer, slay Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella. The children are innocent. Duke Eddard gazed at Tywin. Perhaps we ought to warn Cersei, allowing her to flee with the children to the free cities, the Stepstone Islands, wherever she desires. Tywin chuckled. Duke Eddard, you are indeed a saint. Should you proceed with that course, you shall be left to collect the remains of Sansa and Arya. To warn Cersei is to dig your own grave. The Lannisters show no mercy to the weak. Consider Rhaegar's children. Have you forgotten how Tywin's hound, the Mountain, and Amory Lorch slaughtered Rhaegar's progeny, laying their bodies draped in shrouds before the Iron Throne? Should you show mercy to Cersei, it will be Sansa and Arya who lie wrapped in those shrouds. And Cersei will shed no tears for your children. The mere thought of Sansa and Arya caused Duke Eddard to grow anxious. Regardless, I must protect my daughters. It seems I have no choice but to confront Cersei with full force. Once we present the evidence to Robert, he will undoubtedly send Cersei to the guillotine. Tywin surveyed the noble lineage before Eddard. I cannot be certain, my lord. Stannis is Robert's true brother. The evidence we have found, he must have discovered long ago. Why? After Jon Arryn's death, did he not reveal it to Robert? It is evident that Stannis harbors no confidence in Robert. He believes that even should Robert encounter the evidence, he may still refuse to accept that Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella are not his progeny. Duke Eddard raised an eyebrow in skepticism. Surely Robert cannot be so muddled? Adar interjected. That is difficult to ascertain. Robert clings to his bottle daily, and the alcohol has long since dulled his senses, rendering him irritable and sluggish. Even if Robert were to acknowledge our claims and deem Cersei's children as bastards without inheritance rights, would Cersei simply capitulate? She would undoubtedly strike at Robert with lethal intent. My current concern is that the Lannisters, feeling cornered, will resort to desperate measures. The commander of the city guard, Janos Slynt, is an ally of the imp, and in such a scenario, the Prime Minister's guard alone would be insufficient to counter the gold cloaks. Duke Eddard, if your indecision leads to Robert's demise, as well as the deaths of your daughters Sansa and Arya, and those loyal to you, Vaon, Holland, Jory, you will find yourself steeped in regret. Duke Eddard sighed. Your concerns are valid. The best course of action is to send Arya and Sansa back to the north before we take any further steps. Adar replied, if we can secure Renly's support, our chances would increase significantly. Storm's End is adjacent to King's Landing, and Renly's vassals would be the quickest to arrive. Storm's End has been the domain of House Baratheon for centuries, with the crowned stag reigning here. And the Lord of Storm's End has always been fiercely loyal to Robert and Renly. The Lannister forces in the Westerlands are far from King's Landing, unable to intervene in time. Once the army from Storm's End is at our gates, the Gold Cloaks would be powerless to halt them, and we would seize control of King's Landing. Duke Eddard remarked, Renly? He is a man of ostentation, affable at feasts and tournaments. However, in the face of a formidable adversary like the Lannisters, can Renly truly be relied upon as an ally? I harbor doubts. Perhaps we ought to place our hopes on Stannis. Upon his return to Dragonstone, he took with him the main force of the royal fleet. With Joffrey being a bastard, Stannis stands as the next rightful heir. We should extend an invitation to Stannis to return to King's Landing. Adar countered. We have been in King's Landing for quite some time, and Stannis has not shown himself. Do you truly expect him to arrive now? In the pit of Flea Bottom, the beast was locked in combat with a bulldog. Lancel held his nose, while Osmond Kettleblack stood nearby. The beast delivered a fatal blow to the bulldog, erupting in a ghastly laugh. Lancel frowned. Is this man truly suited for an assassination mission? Osmond replied, certainly. The beast possesses sufficient cruelty, and with his tongue severed, he is unlikely to speak much. However, he is but one man. I require at least 3 to accomplish the task. Osmond pointed to a noseless man nearby. That is Rorge. It was he who discovered the orphan beast and raised him. They are both synonymous with cruelty, even more sinister than the Dark Mountains. Relger was embracing a voluptuous woman, her face adorned with freckles, quite unsightly. This was Relger's mistress, Betty, hailing from the Valley tribes, a fearsome butcheress. Your task is entrusted to Relger, Sharp Fong, and Betty. It cannot go awry. Lancel revealed a smile. Excellent. Let them acquire the skills of a rat catcher. They shall be useful in a few days. Osmond frowned. A rat catcher? Where shall we strike? Lancel chuckled. To assassinate a blacksmith's apprentice, a female infant, and to burn a book. The location is the Prime Minister's Tower. Osmond grasped the implication. So it is the Prime Minister's Tower, a mission within the Red Keep. The price would be considerable. Lancel produced a gold dragon. We Lannisters have an abundance of gold. Chapter 47. Osmond's betrayal outside the North's giant soup kitchen in the Flea Bottom. A throng of impoverished souls awaited their free meals. Ever since Adu's soup kitchen opened, the business of the brown soup shop in Flea Bottom had suffered greatly, as the destitute flocked to the North's giant's kitchen for sustenance. Each time Adu visited Flea Bottom, he would elicit cheers from the residents. His popularity rivaled that of Prince Daeron, the former lord of Flea Bottom. Today, Adu was accompanied by the Red Priest Soros and Barrington Dillion, as the onlookers waved to him. Adu arrived at Michael's butcher shop, the first intelligence center he established in King's Landing, where orphans and impoverished children he employed brought him information. Hot Pie approached and leaned close to Adu, lowering his voice. Sir Adu, there is a mercenary who wishes to meet you. Adu inquired, who is it? Hot Pie replied, he claims to be named Osmond. In a dilapidated courtyard in Flea Bottom, Adu met with Osmond Caitlin Black. I recall that Tyrion hired you. What brings you to me? Osmond flashed a fox-like grin. I am a mercenary for the imp, not a lackey of the Lannisters. Sir Adu, do not blame me for not serving you. It was the imp who initially offered a higher price. Adu chuckled. So, the remuneration from the imp is insufficient for you, and you contemplate changing allegiances? Osmond replied. Not at the moment. Adu remarked. Then it is peculiar. Has Tyrion sent you to convey a message? Osmond shook his head. No, a mercenary cannot rely solely on commissions. As a diligent mercenary, I must occasionally seek additional earnings. In fact, I possess a piece of information to sell to you. Adu asked, what is your price? Osmond stated, 10 gold dragons. After hearing this news, you will surely find it worth every coin. Adu furrowed his brow. What news could possibly be worth 10 gold dragons? Osmond lowered his voice. Your enemies have dispatched an assassin to the Prime Minister's Tower. Sir Adair, if you are reluctant to part with your gold, you must brace yourself to confront the unseen adversaries. Adair produced 10 golden dragons and handed them to Osmond, who bit each coin before contentedly placing them into his pocket. Lancel, through my introduction, has engaged 3 assassins, Sharp Fong, Rolger, and Betty, who will, in 3 days, disguise themselves as rat catchers and infiltrate the Prime Minister's Tower. Adair inquired. Who is their target? Duke Ed? Osmond replied, I cannot say for certain, but these 3 are exceedingly experienced assassins. A smile graced Adair's face. Well done, Osmond. Should you acquire similar intelligence in the future, do share it with me. I possess ample gold. Osmond responded, Sir Adair, you are a trusted minister to the crown, a confidant of Robert. We shall have many opportunities for collaboration in the future. Tyrion favors Boron. He is even greedier than I. Perhaps, if our endeavors under the imp prove unsatisfactory, we might find ourselves serving in the Prime Minister's Tower. Adair chuckled. There will come a time when your skills will be of use. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's Tower, Adair found Duke Ed in his study. Where have you been? Adair, I have already dispatched Jory and Very to the port to seek a swift ship to White Harbor. The situation is urgent. Cersei may employ various treacherous schemes against us at any moment, and you still find time for aimless wandering? Adair pulled out a chair and sat across from Ed. Duke Ed, my visit to the flea pit yielded valuable information. Osmond shared a crucial piece of intelligence with me. Ed's face contorted in disdain. The Caitlin brothers are avaricious mercenaries, devoid of honor. It is best to minimize dealings with their kind. Adair forced a smile. If not for Osmond's greed, how would he have revealed Cersei's plot to me? Ed was taken aback. Cersei's plot? Adair explained. Lancel has hired 3 assassins at the flea pit, Sharp Fong, Rolger, and Betty, who will infiltrate the Prime Minister's Tower disguised as rat catchers and carry out an assassination in 3 days. Duke Ed appeared troubled. Are they to assassinate me or my children? Are Sansa and Arya in danger? Adair reassured him. There is no need for concern. Cersei's conspiracy has been laid bare before the light of day. We simply need to prepare our swords and wait for these assassins. Duke Ed pondered for a moment. How can you be so certain that the assassins sought by Lancel are part of Cersei's scheme? Could this not be Tyrion's design? Adair replied, impossible. The imp is not so foolish. He would resort to mercenaries only as a last resort, and he would never trust them. He could not possibly hire assassins from the flea pit through Osmond. Lancel is a pawn of Cersei, and he has always looked down upon Tyrion. Tyrion would never send this inexperienced youth to hire killers. I suspect the assassins may be targeting Gendry and Bera. My Lord Eddard. This is precisely why I insist on keeping them within the confines of the Tower of the Hand, because Cersei will inevitably seek to eliminate them. Duke Eddard let out a weary sigh. Cersei is truly despicable. Does House Lannister have any other assassination plots? Adwal remarked, even if we thwart this scheme, Cersei will orchestrate another. Let us not forget about Varys and Littlefinger. Once we obstruct their path to power, they too may turn against us with lethal intent. Minnie has been keeping watch over Baela in her chamber, and Adwoa has assigned 2 guards to ensure her safety around the clock. Gendry, a member of the King's Guard, is to perform his duty alongside the other soldiers, standing watch and patrolling. Adwoa replaced Gendry with Harwin and summoned him to his side. From this day forth, you shall take Harwin's place as my squire, and you are to accompany me daily. Gendry removed his horned helmet. Sir Adwoa, I prefer being a guard. As a guard, I can roam freely and observe Arya practicing her swordsmanship. Being a squire seems rather dull. Adwoa chuckled. My lad, this is for your protection. You must stay close to me. As dawn broke on the 3rd day, Adwoa summoned the Red Priest Sorsha, Jarl Baratheon, Ser Celio Fry, Ser Viriath, and Jory Castle. These are the elite members of the King's Guard. Today, 3 rat catchers will arrive at the Tower of the Hand, 2 men and 1 woman. Their target remains unclear, but I suspect they may aim for Duke Eddard, Gendry, and Baela. Keep a vigilant watch. The moment they exhibit any intent to assassinate, act immediately. I want them alive. Chapter 48. The trap at the Tower of the Hand in the Red Keep's bedchamber. Cersei sat before her vanity, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Are these 3 assassins reliable? Lancel smiled obsequiously. Absolutely reliable. You have yet to see these 3 monstrosities, each more hideous than the last. Sharp fangs, yellowed teeth, and no tongues. Rorge lacks a nose, and as for Bet, her face and neck are riddled with scars. They are bloodthirsty and kill without a flicker of hesitation. Osmond assures us that if commanded to slay infants for months, they would do so with ruthless efficiency. A smile graced Cersei's lips. They are perfectly suited for the task of eliminating Robert's bastard daughter. However, I fear the assassins may struggle to infiltrate the Tower of the Hand, as Adwoa places great importance on its security. Lancel responded, the hidden passages of the Red Keep are teeming with rats. How could Adwoa possibly refuse the rat catcher's entry to the tower? We shall provide the assassins with the sharpest daggers concealed within the rat traps, topped with a few bloody dead rats. The guards will hardly be in the mood to inquire. Cersei caressed Lancel's face. You truly are a clever little imp. My father allowing the imp Tyrion to attend the small council is an utter waste of a seat. It should have been you. Lancel, I deem you far more astute than Tyrion. Lancel beamed with a sycophantic smile. That is only natural. A little imp can hardly possess a grand intellect. The mind is simply insufficient. Fear not, my queen, for this time, Odair and Duke Ed can only watch helplessly as the illegitimate son of Robert, whom they have labored to find, perishes at the hands of our assassins. Cersei remarked, do not forget the tome by Melian. That yellowed parchment is the sole remaining copy in the world, and it must be destroyed. Lancel stroked his chin thoughtfully. Rolger, Betty, and Fong are each more ruthless than the last, yet they are illiterate. Should they mistakenly incinerate the wrong book, it would spell trouble. Cersei's expression darkened. They cannot even read? Let that not hinder my plans. Lancel forced a smile. The queen need not worry. Melian's book undoubtedly has distinguishing features. I shall instruct the assassins to memorize it, ensuring they remember the title. Cersei scoffed softly. The title of Melian's book is The Genealogy and History of the Major Nobles of the 7 Kingdoms. Are you certain your illiterate assassins will remember it? Lancel appeared perplexed. I struggle to remember it myself. My queen, does the book not possess any other distinctive traits? Cersei replied. I have seen it several times at the office of Chancellor Pysher. I recall vividly that Melian's name is embossed in gold, making it quite conspicuous. Ensure the assassins learn the spelling of Melian. The cover features a map of the 7 kingdoms. Instruct the assassins to memorize this map. The book bearing Melian's name is the one to be destroyed. Lancel smiled. The queen is astutely clever. I shall promptly inform the assassins to memorize the book's cover and learn the spelling of Melian. In the dark corner of the flea bottom, Lancel summoned Rolger, Fong, and Betty. Which of you has a good memory? Fong emitted a hissing sound. Lancel cast him a disdainful glance. You may as well refrain. You are barely capable of speech. Betty stepped forward. My memory serves me well. Back in the Vale, I competed with Zira for the title of the most beautiful in the Black Ear tribe. Counting the ears, I severed to a total of 6. Lancel smiled. Quite impressive. You can count. I shall teach you the spelling of Melian. Teaching the spelling consumed a significant portion of the day. Lancel provided Betty with a map of the 7 kingdoms, urging her to memorize it as thoroughly as possible. In the Prime Minister's Tower. The book with Melian's name on the cover is the one we must burn. Hodor had long been stationed with his subordinates, poised in the Prime Minister's Tower. After lunch, Fong, Betty, and Rolger indeed disguised themselves as rat catchers, appearing at the Prime Minister's Tower. Joricaso questioned them briefly, inspecting their tools before allowing them entry into the tower. Rolger gathered Betty and Fong into a shadowy corner, signaling for them to act separately. The 3 assassins had already conspired. Fong would eliminate the infant Bara. Rolger was tasked with assassinating Gendry, while Betty was to incinerate Melian's noble genealogy. Burning books is the most arduous task, for neither Sharp Fong, Royer, nor Betty can read. Lancel specifically taught Betty to recognize the spelling of the name Merlin and to examine the map of the 7 kingdoms. This substantial tome bears the name of Merlin on its cover, intricately engraved with the map of the 7 kingdoms. The rat catcher is responsible for capturing mice and, of course, can enter every room. Royer, Betty, and Sharpfong were delighted to discover that no Prime Minister's guards interfered with their endeavors. Sharpfong arrived at the chamber occupied by Meanie and her daughter, Bara, while Halwyn and Ellen stood guard outside the door. Sharpfong opened his mouth, his tongue severed, producing only a hissing sound as he brandished the rat trap and gestured towards the room. Ellen inquired, "Are you going to catch mice? Go on in." Sharpfong happily stepped through the door. Inside, Meanie held Bara, who was nursing. Sharpfong grinned maliciously as he approached, and from the trap emerged a sharp dagger. At that moment, a shadow darted out from behind a nearby wardrobe. It was the diminutive water dancer from Bravos, Silvio Farrell. Meanie, frightened, retreated to the corner of the room, clutching Bara. Sharpfong glared menacingly at Silvio, who wielded a wooden sword. Assassin, Silvio Farrell, has served as the chief swordsman under the Sea King for 11 years. You are no match for him. Surrender now. Sharpfong cackled as he lunged at Silvio. Silvio gracefully evaded him, swiftly striking Sharpfang's wrist with the wooden sword, causing his hand to shatter and the dagger to slip from his grasp. Before the battle could truly commence, Silvio, with lightning speed, struck Sharpfang's knee, causing him to cry out and collapse to the ground. Royer stumbled upon Jandry's chamber, where he found Jandry asleep. Drawing his dagger, he charged forward. The red-robed monk, Soros, emerged from the shadows, wielding a flaming sword. "O King of Light, protect us." Jandry leaped from his bed, and Royer was swiftly subdued. Betty entered the deserted study, her heart leaping at the sight of the substantial tome resting on the desk. Illiterate Betty, with great effort, spelled out the name and verified the map contained within. "This is the book." Betty poured oil from the rat trap and began to strike a spark. The door creaked open, and Adu and Jalaba entered. Jalaba aimed his golden bow at Betty. "Put down the book." Betty had already ignited the book, displaying a wicked grin. "The book is ablaze. Ha. The noble lineage of Merlin." Adu revealed the actual volume of Merlin, explaining that what lay on the desk was merely a counterfeit. "This is the book you sought. What you have burned is merely a map of the 7 kingdoms." Enraged, Betty drew her dagger and lunged at Adu. As the sound of the golden bowstring twanged, Prince Jalaba's arrow flew forth, piercing Betty's wrist. At that moment, Silio, accompanied by Sharpfong and Soros and Jandry, who were escorting Royer, arrived outside the study. Adu forcefully pushed Betty out, casting her onto the ground. Duke had approached. All 3 assassins had fallen into our grasp. "Now, Cersei, we are in deep trouble." Chapter 49. The Imp's Strategy. The clever imp, Tyrion, raised a silver goblet, savoring a sip of the golden wine within. To send an illiterate woman from a mountain clan to the Prime Minister's tower to burn books, and for her to actually locate the study. What a stroke of genius. Whose brilliant scheme is this? Lancel flared his nostrils. "This was commanded by the Queen," he said. Tyrion smiled as he approached Lancel, and with a sudden kick, he sent Lancel sprawling to the ground. In a state of panic, Lancel had yet to comprehend the situation when Tyrion splashed his drink across Lancel's face. "You called me an imp? I am your cousin. Were it not for Uncle Kevin, I would have had Boros slay you long ago." Boros, taking the matter seriously, caressed the hilt of his blade. Fearful, Lancel scrambled to his feet, casting a pleading glance towards Cersei. "Queen Cersei," she commanded, "Lancel, leave." Wiping his face with his hand, Lancel glared at Tyrion with malevolence, as if to imply that this matter was far from over. Cersei cast a disdainful glance at Boros. "You leave as well." Boros sauntered out nonchalantly. Only Tyrion and Cersei remained in the room. Jaime was in the throne hall, guarding King Robert alongside his Kingsguard brethren. Tyrion refilled his goblet from the table. "Sister, you dispatched assassins to the Prime Minister's tower without even a word to me. I feel utterly disregarded. Father sent me here precisely to prevent such reckless actions. Why did you send someone to destroy the genealogy of House Meryn?" Cersei replied stubbornly, "Because Adu intends to use that book to sow discord." Tyrion, with his mismatched eyes wide, retorted, "Sow discord? What kind of discord? Innocent as I am, I find myself quite bewildered." Cersei, with contempt, remarked, "You brainless dwarf. Adu and Duke Ed wish to exploit Meryn's genealogy to call into question Joffrey's lineage. Thus, they could wrest away Joffrey's claim to the throne." Tyrion, smirking, responded, "I have perused nearly every book, including Meryn's genealogy, which I found rather tedious, detailing noble intermarriages, the hair color and eye color of their progeny, and whether they thrived or perished. However, out of love for my family, I have specifically studied the section on the Lannisters. For instance, each child born of the union between Lannisters and Baratheons has always had the dark hair of the crowned stag, rather than Lannister gold." Cersei's expression darkened further. "You have even studied it in depth?" Tyrion took another sip of wine, contentedly burping. "It is indeed peculiar to ponder how you and Robert's offspring, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, bear no trace of dark hair. Could it be that Meleys records are flawed? You are aware, are you not, of the dreadful rumors circulating outside? They allege that King Robert's children are not his true blood, but rather the bastards you bore with wild men." Cersei, her skirts swirling, struck the wine cup from the hands of the imp, shattering it on the ground. "How dare you humiliate me to my face?" The imp feigned innocence. "To speak the truth, how can that be deemed humiliation?" "Cersei, there is no need to feign ignorance. We both know who Joffrey's father is. Stannis and Jon Arryn have uncovered Joffrey's lineage. You eliminated Lord Arryn and frightened off Stannis. Yet now, with Duke Eddard's arrival, alongside the troublesome Adath, one cannot continue to deceive oneself. Lord Eddard has retained all of Robert's illegitimate children at the Hand's Tower, armed with Meleys tomes. As long as Robert is not a fool, this is irrefutable evidence." Cersei retorted coldly, "Once Robert is eliminated and Joffrey ascends to the Iron Throne, Eddard and Adath's evidence will amount to naught." Tyrion chuckled hollowly. "A perfect plan, indeed. But how do you propose to conclude matters after you slay the king? Stannis and Renly are the rightful heirs to Robert's throne. Do you truly believe Stannis and Renly will relinquish their claims and kneel before the Iron Throne to kiss Joffrey's boots?" Cersei declared, "Should Joffrey lose his claim, he faces certain death. For my children, I must fight to the bitter end. Stannis, Renly, Adath, and Eddard, either they shall submit or await execution, their heads displayed upon the city walls." Tyrion replied, "You certainly possess the demeanor of a mother, but I believe Adath and Eddard will not simply surrender." From the moment Adath arrived in King's Landing, he began forging extensive connections with both nobles and commoners. The Hand's Guard is filled with skilled individuals, and Duke Eddard, under Adath's tutelage, is becoming increasingly cunning. They are tirelessly infiltrating the city guard, currying favor with the highborn in golden robes and the common soldiers alike. Even establishing free kitchens in King's Landing to win hearts, clearly preparing for the final confrontation. Cersei scoffed, "The commander of the city guard, Janos Slynt, is one of ours." Tyrion shrugged, "If he can be relied upon. In the absence of external armies, 5,000 gold cloaks can sway the fate of King's Landing. However, should Robert summon a large force from the Stormlands, Lord Janos would sell us out without a moment's hesitation." Cersei, growing angry, exclaimed, "Why did you not say this sooner? Had I known Janos was unreliable, we should have replaced him." Tyrion sneered, "And with whom? If Janos were to fall from grace, his successor would likely be Ser Jane Baelish from Riverrun. He is one of Adath's men." Cersei glared at Tyrion. "Is there truly no glimmer of hope for us?" Tyrion remarked, "Indeed, provided you refrain from reckless actions. If you continue down this path, not only will you lose your head, but both Jaime and I shall be buried alongside you." Cersei retorted, "Reckless? It is Addo and Eddard who have persistently provoked us. They seek Robert's bastards, study Melian's tomes, and recruit the gold cloaks to bolster the Kingsguard, all in pursuit of the Iron Throne, are they not? In the Game of Thrones, if you do not emerge victorious, the only alternative is death. Do you expect me to stand idly by as Joffrey's throne is usurped?" Tyrion responded, "Duke Eddard has long discovered Robert's bastards and obtained Melian's noble lineage. It is evident he harbors no ambition for the Iron Throne." Cersei retorted, "You blind, deformed little monkey. Of course, you cannot perceive Stark's ambitions. If he lacked ambition, why would he accept the position of Hand of the King? As for that Addo, His ambition knows no bounds. He was once a lowly stable hand, unfit even to be a groom. Confusedly, Robert knighted him, and since then, he has opposed the Lannisters at every turn. Once I have dealt with Addo, I shall preserve his head in pitch and send it on a grand tour to Highgarden, Harrenhal, the Eyrie, Winterfell, Old Town, and Salt Pans. Tyrion sighed in exasperation. One fears Addo may be rather fond of his head. Cersei, your grand tour plan, while splendid, is utterly impractical. Let us not forget that the advantage lies with Addo and Stark. With Mellion's noble lineage and Robert's bastard in Addo's possession, the situation is already dire for us. Furthermore, you sent 3 foolish assassins, all of whom were captured by Addo. Now he possesses both witness and evidence. All he needs do is inform Robert. Thus far, you have seen, Robert places tremendous trust in Addo. Cersei tossed her golden hair. I have my own means to deal with them. Tyrion raised an eyebrow. Do you have a plan? Cersei declared with pride. Why should I disclose it to you? I shall only share my plans with Jaime. Tyrion crossed his arms beneath his armpits. Very well, when Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella are all deceased, I shall collect their remains. As for you, prepare to let the crows feast. Cersei shot him a glare. It is no trouble to inform you. Regardless of what charges the hand of the king levies against the assassins they capture, I shall deny them, and then seek an opportunity to eliminate Robert. Tyrion replied. A splendid idea. You murder your husband and the king, only to be executed by the king's guard? Cersei flashed a beguiling smile. Do you take me for a fool? I intend for Robert to meet with an accident, just as Jon Arryn did. Tyrion cautioned, but you have failed too many times. In the melee, with the hand of the king, which assassination has succeeded, it would be wise to temporarily shelve your plans and lay low. I suspect Addo may take action, and relying on the city guard is not prudent. I shall write to Casterly Rock, urging Father to bring the forces of the Westerlands and find an opportunity to approach King's Landing. Cersei frowned, accompanied by the forces of the West. My father hastened to King's Landing. Is there still time? Tyrion remarked. Indeed, we are pressed for time. If Lord Eddard and Addo accuse, you must categorically deny it, and subsequently seek an opportunity to eliminate those 3 assassins. However, the existence of Robert's illegitimate offspring is an indelible fact. Even if you eliminate one, others remain. Only the gods above know how many bastards Robert has fathered. In truth, if you were to present Robert with a child, a dark-haired child, it would suffice to dispel all rumors. Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella, each with their golden tresses, pose quite the conundrum. Chapter 50. Addo strikes hard outside the throne room of the Red Keep. Addo encountered King Robert. Ser Jaime and Barristan, the royal guards, stood vigil at the king's side. Upon seeing Addo, Robert immediately embraced him warmly. Addo, today I plan to explore King's Landing. I have heard that a brothel near Shoemaker's Square has received a new batch of Lyseni girls, masters of various delights for men. I must partake in the revelry. Addo chuckled. Robert, I would like to request your presence at today's royal council meeting. The bond between Addo and Robert was strong. Each time Addo referred to him as Your Majesty or the King, Robert would scowl, insisting that Addo simply call him by his name to signify their closeness. Robert frowned. Isn't the royal council meeting presided over by Eddard? They are invariably dull affairs, all rather similar. I have no interest. Addo replied, this time is different. Yesterday, 3 assassins infiltrated the Tower of the Hand with the intent to murder, but we captured them. Ser Jaime immediately grew tense, instinctively gripping his golden sword tighter. Robert's eyes widened. Is this true? Who would dare attempt such audacity at the Tower of the Hand? Addo glanced at Jaime. We are still interrogating them. Robert, you must attend today's council meeting. Otherwise, both Eddard and I could fall victim to these assassins. Have you forgotten the last tournament, when the Iron Islands assassins sought to kill me? I suspect the infiltrators at the Tower of the Hand are hired by the same individual as the last time. Furious, Robert exclaimed, to dare infiltrate the Red Keep and attempt to assassinate my trusted allies and the hand of the king, I will pursue this matter to the very end. Come, let us proceed to the council chamber. In the chamber, Robert sat upon the throne, with Eddard seated to his right, in the position symbolizing the hand of the king. Renly chuckled. Robert, what brings you to the council meeting today? Robert gruffly replied. There are assassins in the Tower of the Hand seeking to murder Addo and Eddard. Naturally, I must preside over the council. Pycelle, bleary-eyed, widened his gaze to the size of an egg. Such a terrifying occurrence. My lord Eddard, are you unharmed? Eddard responded. Thank you for your concern, Grand Maester Pycelle. I am unscathed. No one was injured or killed during the assassination attempt at the tower. Tyrion feigned shock. What kind of fool would dare to attempt an assassination at the Tower of the Hand? Sir Odair is indeed the champion of the tournament. A knight sung of in ballads. Varys, with his hands tucked away, exudes an aroma of lilac and powder. Recently, the peace of King's Landing seems to have deteriorated somewhat. Littlefinger jested. People say that the Stark family is made of ice. Once past the neck, they are bound to melt. It appears, my Lord Eddard, that fortune has not favored you. Duke Eddard replied with a somber tone, winter is coming. I am far from melting. Hodor chimed in, Littlefinger, I fear you may be frozen, yet my Lord Eddard shall not succumb. Robb remarked, this time, Hodor has captured the assassin, who is now imprisoned in the Hand's Tower. Tyrion interjected, he should be locked in the dungeons beneath the Red Keep, under strict supervision. The Hand's Tower is no place for prisoners. Hodor responded, Lord Tyrion, I appreciate your kind suggestion. However, I recall that the last assassin from the Iron Islands was also closely guarded in the dungeons and met an untimely demise. Robb patted his beer belly. Do you think it unsafe to place the assassin in the dungeons? Hodor replied, Robb, under your rule, the common folk live in peace. And there are few prisoners in the dungeons. Yet, precisely for this reason, the prison system within the Red Keep is riddled with management flaws. The Minister of Justice, Lancel, could not remain silent. He was indeed responsible for the judiciary and prison oversight. Hodor, what do you imply? Under my stewardship, order in the Red Keep's dungeons has always been maintained. Hodor chuckled, Lord Lancel, I mean no offense. I merely speak the truth. Do you truly believe the Red Keep's dungeons are secure and reliable? Lancel asserted, naturally. Hodor pressed on, very well, if I can find 3 assassins in the dungeons. Can you assure me they will not be assassinated? They are crucial witnesses, and those who hired them would surely wish to eliminate them at once. Lancel awkwardly responded, who can guarantee against assassination? Duke Eddard stated, Lancel, since you cannot ensure the safety of the prisoners, the Hand's Tower must temporarily harbor them. Robb cast a glance at Lancel. Indeed, Lancel, the management of the Red Keep's dungeons is rather lacking. Do you have any solutions to improve the situation? Lancel pondered for a while, as this question seemed to perplex him. If only there were more personnel, management would certainly be easier. The current issue is the lack of guards. I am powerless in that regard. Robb frowned. The Night's Watch takes prisoners away to the wall. There are simply not that many prisoners in the dungeons to warrant such a number of guards. Robb turned to Hodor. Hodor, the Hand's Tower is not a suitable long-term prison. Send the assassins to the dungeons, where your guards can keep watch. I believe your guards are certainly more capable than the prison wardens. Hodor replied, however, the dungeons are under the jurisdiction of the Minister of Justice. If the guards from the Hand's Tower were to enter, would they not be obliged to heed the warden's commands? Robb countered, not at all. You may temporarily take over the dungeons and assist Lancel. Tyrion, Littlefinger, and Varys exchanged knowing glances, acutely aware that, as a consequence, the dungeons had fallen under the control of a Joe. A Joe remarked, Robert, I have faced a series of assassination attempts, and both the Duke of Eddard and I live in constant trepidation. We implore you to permit our return to the north. Littlefinger, Tyrion, and Varys discerned that a Joe was adopting a strategy of retreat to gain the upper hand. Robert, believing a Joe's plea to be genuine, hastily interjected, how can you leave? Eddard is the hand of the king, and you are his right hand. King's Landing cannot do without you, nor can I. You are not permitted to depart. If I, Robert I, were to be intimidated by a few assassins into retreating to the north, I would become a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. Instead, let us double the number of guards at the Hand's Tower. Tyrion chuckled awkwardly, Your Grace, if my memory serves me correctly. The current number of guards at the Hand's Tower is nearing 200. This may very well be the highest record of guards ever assigned to a Hand of the King. Littlefinger, naturally, did not wish to see the Hand's Guard further expanded, and promptly dissuaded. In the days of Bloodraven, Brandon Stark served as Hand of the King with unparalleled influence. Yet, even his Raven's Guard did not reach such an exaggerated figure. Maester Pycelle stroked his chain thoughtfully. Your Grace, if the Hand's Guard expands indiscriminately, it will lead the citizens of King's Landing to believe that the kingdom is no longer stable, inciting widespread unease. A Joe merely smiled. My lords, must we wait until assassins have struck down both Eddard and myself before you find satisfaction? Robert asserted. Now that assassins have infiltrated the Hand's Tower, it is imperative to bolster its security. I agree with the Joe's plan to augment the Hand's Guard. Littlefinger, prepare the funds. The treasury will cover this expense. With a smile, Littlefinger replied, Your Grace, the treasury is already depleted. The expenses from the recent tournament were funded through a loan from Lord Tywin. Robert chuckled. Then let us continue borrowing from the Lannisters. Tyrion added with a grin, A Joe expanding the Hand's Guard with Lannister gold will surely infuriate my father. A Joe interjected, Robert, perhaps we should reconsider. Even if the Hand's Guard is expanded, it will only secure the tower. The Red Keep remains vulnerable. Robert pondered for a moment. You are correct. Let us do this. Henceforth, command of the city guard in the Red Keep shall be entrusted to you. This arrangement would place the Red Keep entirely under Ajo's control. Tyrion quickly protested. This may not be prudent. The Gold Cloaks are nominally under the jurisdiction of the Master of Laws and traditionally answer directly to the king. Robert replied, Is there an issue with the king temporarily delegating command to Ajo? Ajo stated, This is merely a temporary measure. Once I uncover the true culprit behind these attempts, and they are delivered to the executioner's block, I shall naturally relinquish command and return to Winterfell. Tyrion understood that Ajo's statement regarding uncovering the culprit was directed at him, and he felt unable to refute it openly, given that the assassin was dispatched by Cersei. It is precisely because Cersei's evidence is tightly held by Hodor that Tyrion finds himself constrained at the royal council, deprived of any room to maneuver. The imp could not help but curse Cersei's folly, which had ensnared him in her troubles. In Chapter 51, the helplessness of the little imp unfolds. Hodor, through a single council meeting, achieved 3 significant objectives: augmenting the Prime Minister's guard, controlling the dungeons of the Red Keep, and assuming command of the fortress's defenses. Much to the chagrin of Tyrion, Petyr Baelish, and Varys, the royal council pressed on, devolving into tedious discussions about the safety of King's Landing, budget allocations, and sewer maintenance, causing King Robert to grow increasingly bored. Robert remarked, If there is nothing else, I may take my leave. My lady awaits. If Robert were to slip away, it might be ages before Tyrion could behold him again at the council. Thus, he swiftly intervened. Your Majesty, I have something of great import to share. Daenerys is with child across the narrow sea. This is indeed a remnant of the Targaryen dragons. Who knows if she might bear a Rhaegar? My father, Lord Tywin, has learned of this and is quite concerned. He is willing to march the forces of the Westerlands to Essos to eliminate the dragon's offspring. Robert chuckled. Is that so? I have long fretted over Daenerys and the Beggar King. If Tywin is willing to go, I shall personally see him off. Tyrion replied, When Lord Tywin arrives in King's Landing, Your Majesty will personally escort him to his ship. The forces of the Westerlands will surely strike fear across Essos. As the Westerlands' army gathered in King's Landing, once they stood at the gates, the Lannisters would regain complete control, leaving the Crowned Stag and the Dire Wolf with no choice but to submit. Petyr Baelish wore a cunning smile, while Hodor sensed danger. The journey for the Westerlands' army was long and arduous. Why divert them from their path to the east? It would be more prudent to mobilize the forces from the north, who could embark from White Harbor and sail south to King's Landing, where King Robert could personally address the troops before their expedition to Essos. Hodor exchanged a knowing glance with Eddard, who understood the implication. Indeed, as long as they could vanquish formidable foes and safeguard the realm, the northern army would be willing to serve the kingdom. Renly interjected, The Lords of Storm's End could also rally their forces to King's Landing. We are the closest. Varys laughed. Is it worth such an effort for a princess of a bygone dynasty? My lords, do not forget that Daenerys is far away in Vis Dothrak. When the expedition lands in Essos, Pentos, Myr, Tyrosh, or even Bravos, they will certainly unite in fear and drive us back to the sea. Robert responded, Varys, do you not have friends across the narrow sea? We could strike at Vis Dothrak, and perhaps the governors of the free cities would not impede us. Varys smiled. Even if the coastal free cities were to allow passage, Vis Dothrak lies inland. In the plains, our expedition may not stand a chance against the Dothraki cavalry. Pycelle failed to comprehend Tyrion's intentions, mistakenly believing that the expedition across the sea was indeed a genuine endeavor. Your Grace, he remarked, historically, Westeros has never achieved victory in Essos. We should exercise caution. After a thoughtful pause, Robert contemplated the matter. An expedition would undoubtedly be a great drain on resources. It would be far more prudent to hire an assassin. Eddard, have you dispatched the assassin to eliminate Daenerys? Duke Eddard replied, I had already sent him out. He is currently en route to Pentos. In truth, Duke Eddard had not sent any assassin at all. This was a ruse taught to him by Adwoa for dealing with Robert. With Adwoa's persuasion, Robert abandoned the thought of an expedition. Tyrion's plot to gather the armies of the West towards King's Landing under the guise of an expedition to Essos had unraveled before it even began, leaving the little imp quite disheartened. After the meeting concluded, Adwoa and Duke Eddard returned to the Prime Minister's study. Duke Eddard closed the door. We have apprehended the assassin sent by Cersei. With Robert's illegitimate son and the noble lineage of Melian, we possess ample evidence. When shall we present the charges against Cersei to Robert? Adwoa responded, The evidence is indeed sufficient. However, Cersei will undoubtedly deny the accusations outright. It was Lancel who sought out the assassin, and the intermediary was a deceitful mercenary named Osmond. Would Osmond be willing to testify for us? Unless every Lannister is dead, no mercenary would dare openly offend them. As for the 3 assassins we captured, Viper, Rorge, and Biter, who would believe such scum? The little imp was undoubtedly devising a counter-strategy. He would likely compel Cersei to demand a public trial, a proposition Robert would find hard to refuse. Duke Eddard remarked, Robert's 3 children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, bear no resemblance to him. They are clearly the offspring of illicit unions. Surely, Robert cannot be that blind. Adwa smiled. It is difficult to say. As you witnessed today, the little imp in the meeting hall requested the mobilization of the armies of the West to King's Landing, and Robert seemed inclined to acquiesce. He remains oblivious to the conspiracies and dangers lurking behind the scenes. The Robert who once fought alongside you to overthrow the Mad King and killed Rhaegar at the Trident has long since faded, lost in a haze of wine and women. Do not place your hopes in Robert, unless we seize control of the city guard and secure King's Landing and the Red Keep. We should not hastily confront Cersei or the little imp. Duke Eddard continued, Adwoa, during the council meeting. You effortlessly secured command of the dungeons of the Red Keep and the Gold Cloaks, as well as the authority to expand the Prime Minister's guard. Our position grows ever stronger. I wonder if we should consider bringing Robert's illegitimate son from Storms into King's Landing as well. The boy is named Edric Storm, along with Mia, the bastard daughter from the Vale. If Gendry, Bala, Edric Storm, and Mia, for children with dark hair, stand together, our evidence would be even more compelling. Adwoa pondered for a moment. Perhaps it is best to leave that be. Lancel Lannister perceives Edric as a trump card in his hand. Despite his jovial demeanor, Lancel harbors aspirations of claiming the Iron Throne for himself. As for Mira Stone, she resides in the Vale of Arryn, a distance far too great. If the Lannisters were to learn of our quest to find Robert's illegitimate daughter, they might very well dispatch assassins. Duke Ed has found himself in a state of perplexity. Reflecting upon it now, Lancel, Peter Baelish, Varys, Pycelle, and even Balon Greyjoy are all aware that Cersei's children are the product of infidelity. Yet, none have dared to disclose this obvious truth to Robert. On the journey to King's Landing, Robert lamented that his small council was filled with sycophants and fools. It now appears that fools and sycophants have conspired to deceive Robert, who continues to indulge in revelry like a simpleton. As Addo remarked, rumors spread across the realm, and the individuals involved are often the last to be informed. What is so strange about that? Robert and Cersei's offspring are bastards, rendering Robert devoid of legitimate heirs. And as bastards have no claim to inheritance, Stannis emerges as the primary heir, with Lancel following in succession. The Red Keep's maidens' quarters were once the prison of the 3 sisters by St. Baylor. Cersei leans against the window, sunlight illuminating her golden hair. Tyrion, you fool. How could you allow the simpleton Addo to effortlessly seize control of the dungeons and the gold cloaks of the Red Keep, while passively watching him expand the Kingsguard? Their father appointed you as a royal advisor to counter the Starks. And now, Addo and Ed have grown increasingly audacious. Father should never have permitted you to attend the small council, as you only bring shame upon the family. Tyrion replied with a smirk, Cersei, had you not sent those 3 imbeciles to assassinate Addo at the Hand's Tower, how could Addo have justifiably expanded the Kingsguard? If not for you, how would Addo have grounds to question the chaotic management of the dungeons after the Ironborn assassin you hired met his demise in the Black Cells? If not for your consecutive failed assassination attempts, how could Addo justify informing Robert of security flaws within the Red Keep? How could Robert possibly hand over command of the gold cloaks to Addo? Cersei's expression darkened. So, according to you, it is all my fault? Tyrion replied, still smiling. Is it not? Cersei, you must see clearly that you continually arm Addo, bestowing him with weapons and armor. As for me, I feel as though I am a naked man stepping into the arena to face Addo. The armor and weapons you have provided to Addo leave me with no room to maneuver in the small council. Cersei regarded him with disdain. In the face of adversity, instead of seeking to rectify the situation, you merely whine like a scorned woman. Have you been utterly defeated by the fool Addo? Have you lost your spirit? Tyrion asserted. I will certainly mount a counteroffensive. First and foremost, we must reclaim control of the gold cloaks within the Red Keep. I shall invite Yano Slint to bring the commander of the gold cloaks to protest to Robert. The Golden Cloaks have traditionally been under the command of the Lord Commander of the City Watch, directly responsible for the security of the capital. Now that they have entered the Red Keep, the command must be relinquished to Adora, much to the chagrin of Yano Slint. Cersei inquired, what about the dungeons? Tyrion replied, for now, we need not worry about the dungeons. The King's Justice, Island Payne, is one of ours. Cersei responded, Island Payne is a vassal of House Lannister. He has served as the captain of the Kingsguard since my father was Hand of the King in King's Landing. However, I am concerned. As he frequently drinks with the fool Adora, I suspect he may have betrayed us. Tyrion smirked. Are you worried they might converse too much? Island Payne is mute. He would not easily betray us. Cersei insisted. Regardless, I must send a raven to Casterly Rock to inform my father to prepare for war. Chapter 52. Taking control of the Red Keep and the dungeons. Adora commenced the takeover of the dungeons within the Red Keep, summoning Ser Varys and Angui from the King's Guard, accompanied by 10 soldiers, to confine the assassins Rorge, Biter, and Shaggy in the Black Cells. The Black Cells were guarded day and night by the King's Guard, thus eliminating Cersei's opportunity to eliminate these assassins. The King's Justice, Island Payne, initially harbored deep animosity towards these outsiders from the King's Guard. However, when Adora presented him with a jar of Dornish red wine and stayed with him to drink, Island Payne emitted a braying laugh, disregarding the King's Guard's takeover of the dungeons. The Golden Cloaks under new command faced numerous challenges. Early in the morning, Janos Slint arrived at the office of the Hand of the King. Janos, bald and stout with a frog-like face, was the son of a butcher and had risen from humble beginnings. During his election as commander of the Gold Cloaks, he garnered significant support from common soldiers, who believed that a leader from a modest background would better care for them. However, once in command, Janos became notorious for embezzling funds, eliminating rivals, and engaging in rampant corruption, far greedier than his predecessors. Standing before Adora, Janos's bald head flushed with anger. Sir Adora, the City Watch has always been tasked with protecting the Red Keep and ensuring the safety of the court, yet you have usurped the command of the Gold Cloaks. This is inappropriate. Adora replied, It is the King's command, Lord Janos. You have seen how your Gold Cloaks allowed assassins to infiltrate the King's Hand, nearly costing me and Lord Eddard our lives. Janos retorted, The Red Keep is vast, and the secret passages are controlled by Varys. Isolated incidents of assassins are inevitable. Adora countered, The appearance of 3 assassins at once renders the Gold Cloaks ineffective, allowing them to pass through the gates of the Red Keep without obstruction. Thus, King Robert has entrusted me with the command of the Gold Cloaks within the Red Keep. Janos, it is fortunate that King Robert has not pursued your negligence. Janos's gaze reflected his discontent. The Gold Cloaks of the Red Keep and those stationed at the city gates were in constant flux. Now, should you command the Gold Cloaks within the Red Keep, it would plunge the entire command system into disarray. Adu chuckled. If you do not wish to command the Gold Cloaks outside the Red Keep, relinquish them all to me, and I shall accept them without reservation. The eastern and western garrisons, the city gates, and the Red Keep will all be under my purview. This will ensure no chaos ensues. Janos's eyes widened in disbelief. Sir Adu, if you proceed in such a manner, would I not be rendered powerless as the commander of the capital's defense? I must protest to King Robert. Adu replied nonchalantly, Suit yourself. Robert is currently at a brothel in King's Landing, indulging with the whores of Lys. If you can locate that establishment, be swift in your visit. Seeing that the threat bore no fruit, Janos darkened his expression. Sir Adu, this matter is far from resolved. Janos Slint has many friends in King's Landing, including Queen Cersei, Tyrion, and Ser Jaime. Adu responded indifferently, a pack of Lannisters. I have long been aware of your close ties with them. However, I must remind you that when Robert entrusted me with command over the Gold Cloaks of the Red Keep, Lord Tyrion was present at the table, and I fear even he may not be able to assist you. Janos Slint departed with a reddened scalp. As Adu anticipated, Janos's complaints to Robert yielded no results. Instead, Robert urged Janos to cooperate with Adu. The first action Adu undertook was to alter the rotation of the Gold Cloaks at the Red Keep, converting them into a standing army. Ser Jaime Baelish, the Iron Hand, had always been Adu's ally, and Adu directly reassigned him from the position of captain at the River Gate to command the Gold Cloaks of the Red Keep. Many of the Gold Cloaks were former subordinates of Jaime Baelish from the River Gate. Adu did not leave the vacancy at the River Gate unattended. He commanded Desmond of the Kingsguard to take 20 soldiers and assume control of the River Gate. Desmond became the captain of the River Gate, succeeding Jaime Baelish. Under the strict management of the Iron Hand, the order within the Red Keep was revitalized, particularly around the vicinity of the Prime Minister, which became considerably safer. Initially, when Duke Eddard arrived in King's Landing, he was accompanied by only 50 guards. Adu continuously expanded the number of his escort, and now the Gold Cloaks of the Red Keep had also fallen under his command. At the windowsill of the Maiden's house, Cersei gazed at the Iron Hand Baelish patrolling in the distance with the Gold Cloaks. Tyrion stood beside Cersei, chewing on grapes. Cersei remarked, Robert pays no heed to Janos's protests. Now that Adu has transferred the Iron Hand to the Red Keep, we have completely lost control over it. You useless dwarf have placed us in a vulnerable position. Tyrion spat out grape skins. Cersei, The initiative has always been in your hands. By sharing Robert's bed each night and nurturing your marital relationship, his compliance with your wishes renders ado a mere trifle. Cersei coldly remarked. Robert has recently become infatuated with the whore from Lys. Men are all of this ilk. Robert will inevitably perish in the bed of a harlot. Tyrion smirked. Sometimes. Seeking the company of a young woman for a bit of merriment is indeed a pleasure. I can understand Robert. Cersei retorted sharply. Of course you can understand him. I've heard you often spend the night with a certain whore named Shae in the outer courtyard. Tyrion's expression darkened. Cersei continued. I almost forgot. Your little brother the dwarf has always had a penchant for whores. What was your wife's name again? Tysa? Wasn't she also a prostitute? I recall father spent his money to procure that whore for you, and yet you mistook it for true love. In the end, father utilized Tysa to impart a profound lesson to you. Tyrion forced a smile. Father does not concern himself with the women I associate with. Cersei laughed, indeed. But I wonder how Lord Tywin would feel knowing you squander your days with whores, leading the Lannisters to falter before that fool, Hodor. Tyrion frowned. Are you threatening me with Shae? Cersei replied. I am using whores as leverage against you. Tyrion, from the moment you were born, your mother perished in childbirth. Father, and I shall never forgive you. Had father been in King's Landing, Hodor and Stark would not have been so audacious. Sending you to the small council was a grave mistake. I only regret having harbored hope for you. Now that Hodor has gained control over the gold cloaks and the dungeons, you remain utterly unresponsive. Tyrion asked, what reaction do you wish for me? Hodor has neither made accusations, nor does he harbor any intent to assassinate a Lannister. Cersei lifted her chin defiantly. Must you wait until the guillotine is at your throat to awaken to reality? Hodor and Eddard seek to usurp Joffrey's inheritance and eliminate every Lannister. Tyrion struggled to contain his anger. The death of Jon Arryn, Bran's fall, and all that has transpired in King's Landing lately. I've long suspected that someone is inciting discord between the Lannisters and the Starks. In the Forest of Power, the lion and the dire wolf are not the sole beasts. Conspirators lurk in the shadows, attempting to incite a clash between them, and once they are weakened, they will slay both the lion and the wolf, crowning themselves as the king of the forest with their blood. Cersei furrowed her brow. What do you mean? Who was the puppet master? Tyrion replied, I am unsure, as I currently lack evidence. The conspirator could be Varys, Littlefinger, or hiding in Highgarden, Dorne, or the Iron Islands. I sense Hodor has also deduced the identity of the puppet master, which is why he is yet to launch an attack against the Lannisters. He possesses sufficient evidence to confront Robert, yet he refrains from doing so. Cersei sneered, I do not believe your nonsense. A lion does not concern itself with small creatures lurking in the dark. When the dire wolf arrives, it will first eliminate its foe. Chapter 53. The conspiracy of Wildfire. In a tower beside the drawbridge of the Red Keep, Cersei sat gracefully in a rosewood chair, toying with a potted rose on the table. Have you located the alchemist? Asked Lancel. Your Majesty, everything is arranged. The alchemist's name is Harlan. He received guidance from the wise Politer during the reign of the Mad King and is skilled in handling wildfire. Harlan also mentioned his expertise in pyrotechnics. No firework or firecracker poses a challenge for him. If you are willing to sponsor him, he can present you with a formula for turning stone into gold. Cersei plucked a rose and inhaled its fragrance. Turning stone into gold. If he truly possessed such knowledge, would he still require my gold for support? He wouldn't even deceive properly. However, as a Lannister, I am never short of gold. Harlan's trick of turning stone into gold can be dismissed. Tell this alchemist that as long as he aids me in burning Adu and Ned to death, I will grant him a lifetime of infinite gold. Beside her, Jaime furrowed his brow. Must we rely on the alchemist's nonsense to eliminate Stark and the full Adu? Cersei shot him a disdainful glance. The alchemist's nonsense is far more useful than the golden sword you wield. Jaime scoffed. I would rather resolve our enemies with blade and steel than resort to arson and murder. Cersei, you do not comprehend wildfire. It can spiral out of control. Cersei flared her nostrils. Do you possess great knowledge of wildfire? As long as it can incinerate our foes, I would gladly burn down an entire flea market. Jaime contended. What if the great September of Baelor on the Visenya Hills, the Dragon's Lair on the Rhaenys Hills, and the Red Keep on Aegon's Hill all perish in the alchemist's wildfire? Cersei smiled, her eyes glinting with malice. If Joffrey loses his claim to the Iron Throne, both you and I are doomed. Rather than that, taking the people of King's Landing down with us would not be without its dignity. Jaime swung his pure white cloak. You have completely lost your mind. He descended the tower, the sound of his iron boots gradually fading away, leaving Lancel bewildered as he looked at Cersei. Do not mind Jaime. Continue with your plan, Cersei commanded. Lancel replied, I followed Harlan to the cellar where the wildfire is stored, located near Shoemaker's Square. There are 10 jars of wildfire. 10 jars. Is that all? Cersei expressed her disappointment. Lancel reassured her, Your Majesty, 10 jars are sufficient. You must understand. This wildfire is not ordinary. It can burn on water. If too much wildfire accumulates, it can explode, causing catastrophic tremors. According to Harlan, many places in King's Landing are buried with wildfire, remnants from the Mad King's reign. The Mad King delighted in burning people. 10 jars of wildfire igniting in the cellar would be enough to instantly turn Ned and Adu to ash. Cersei smiled. That is acceptable. Duke Ned's father, Ricard, was burned alive, and now Ned will meet his father in the same manner. That is fitting. Lancel displayed a sycophantic grin. It is said that the Starks are made of ice, and they will melt the moment they cross the neck. Though Eddard has managed to endure this long without melting, thanks to the assistance of Addo, he is bound to meet his demise when confronted with wildfire. As for that foolish Addo, he is destined to become a roasted pig. A simple-minded stable boy, instead of tending to horses and clearing manure, dares to provoke the Lannisters in King's Landing, and this is the consequence. Cersei remarked. The pressing issue now is how to lure Eddard and Addo into the cellar. Lancel responded, The quantity of wildfire is a closely guarded secret of the Alchemists' Guild. During the reign of the Mad King, most alchemists either perished in the chaos of war or were executed. Nowadays, the number of alchemists in King's Landing is scarce, and they are unaware of the current stock of wildfire. Since the time of Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King has demanded that alchemists compile the inventory and report all hiding places of wildfire. Most alchemists who concealed the wildfire back then have met grim fates, leaving much of it unaccounted for. We shall instruct Harlan to falsely claim he has discovered a substantial amount of wildfire, enticing Eddard and Addo to inspect it. Cersei's eyes brightened. Once that fool Addo and Eddard arrive, we can successfully eliminate both of them. Lancel smiled. Accidents often befall alchemists when handling wildfire, leading to their fiery demise. Harlan has assured me he will make this incident appear as an unfortunate accident. Cersei inquired, Is this alchemist reliable? Lancel reassured her, My queen, rest assured. Harlan is a greedy old man. As long as we provide sufficient gold, he will gladly assist us in ensuring that Duke Eddard and Addo meet their end in this misfortune. Cersei revealed a knowing smile. I believe it would be prudent for Harlan to perish in this incident as well. Lancel was taken aback. Your Majesty means, Cersei lowered her voice, you will accompany Harlan. Hiding outside the cellar. Wait for him to lead Eddard and Addo inside, and then simply toss a torch into the cellar. The alchemist Harlan, along with Eddard and Addo, will burn to death, making it appear as an unfortunate accident. If Harlan survives while Eddard and Addo perish, it would surely raise suspicions. Lancel nodded. Indeed. The Queen's meticulous plan is commendable. I shall proceed as you instruct. The Alchemists' Guild once flourished during the reign of the Mad King Aerys II, attracting nobles from the Seven Kingdoms and merchants from free trade cities. At that time, Aerys was infatuated with fire, and alchemists were held in high regard. The prominent alchemist Rosard even served as the Mad King's hand during the final moments of the Targaryen dynasty. However, now the Alchemists' Guild faces neglect. Regarded by the citizens of King's Landing as the Mad King's lackeys, as many alchemists acted as accomplices in the Mad King's cruel burnings of the innocent. Once favored by the Mad King, the alchemists now find themselves shunned by King Robert, with the guild receiving little financial support and struggling to survive, nearly becoming a mere shadow of its former self. The Alchemist Guild stood before a tangle of weeds. Its hall, once vibrant, lay charred and unrenovated. The roof a shadowy expanse, cloaked in dust. Harlan's complexion was ashen. He had donned his finest attire to receive Lancel, yet in the presence of the impeccably dressed attendants, he appeared quite shabby. Lancel inquired, Are you prepared to incinerate the Icefawn Wolf and the Fool Squire? Harlan lowered his voice. If you can assure me that the Lannisters will sponsor the Alchemist Guild, aiding us in perpetuating the flame and the art of alchemy, I am most willing. Even death would be a trivial price to pay. My Lord Lancel, it is not avarice that drives me. Rather, I fear for the continuity of our craft. My lineage has been steeped in alchemy for generations. Now, we can scarcely afford the materials for fireworks, let alone the creation of wildfire. Lancel chuckled, Rest assured. Joffrey will inevitably ascend to the throne. Our Duke Tywin can turn excrement into gold. Do you truly believe he would lack for such trifles? If you assist us in vanquishing the Wolf King and the Foolish Squire, the Alchemist Guild shall become a great benefactor to the Lannisters. We can facilitate the establishment of a branch in Lannisport and revive the glory of the Alchemist Guild in King's Landing. A smile graced Harlan's lips. As long as the secrets of alchemy and wildfire endure, even my demise would be worthwhile. Lancel queried, Do you know how to approach the Wolf King and the Fool? Harlan replied, I shall claim to have discovered a cache of wildfire and seek the presence of Lord Eddard and Ser Addo for an investigation. However, I fear Ser Addo. In his valor, might perceive my intentions and slay me." Lancel laughed. "You need not worry. I shall hide in the cellar and assist you." Chapter 54. The incarnation of the flame demon. Prior to his visit to the Prime Minister's tower, alchemist Harlan, seeking courage, purchased a bottle of mead from the flea bottom. After imbibing, he set forth towards the Red Keep atop Aegon's Hill, passing through the bustling hall of the Northmen's Great Hall. Established by Addo and Flea Bottom as a free dining hall, he noted its cleanliness and quality of ingredients far surpassed that of the brown soup establishment, earning the affection of the impoverished. In tribute, a statue of Addo wielding a warhammer graced the entrance, and gazing upon it, Harlan felt a pang of guilt. In the days when he barely had enough to eat, he had frequented this very place. Now, he was to take the life of the beloved Northman. There was no alternative. It was all for the preservation of the alchemical arts, he reassured himself. With a heart full of trepidation, Harlan arrived at the Red Keep. Since Addo had assumed command of its defenses, the Golden Cloaks had become the domain of Addo and his appointed Iron Hand, Jesslyn Bywater, enforcing a far stricter security than before. At the first gate, Harlan was subjected to a thorough search. As he navigated through the successive gates of the Red Keep, he finally arrived at the Prime Minister's tower, where the sentinel at the door was none other than the enigmatic Soros of Meereen. The Red Priest Soros, a follower of the Lightbringer Lawler, has never been wholly devout. He revels in wine, brawling, and the company of women. Upon his arrival in King's Landing, Soros sought to demonstrate a miracle to the Mad King in hopes of persuading him to embrace the faith of the Lightbringer. However, Soros's greatest talent lay in igniting his long sword with a mere flick of his hand, believing this spectacle would astonish the Mad King. Yet, accustomed to the wildfires, the Mad King dismissed Soros's flaming sword as mere child's play and swiftly set him aside. Despite failing to garner followers for the Lightbringer in King's Landing, Soros remained, aligning himself with Robert during the War of the Usurper. As Robert ascended the Iron Throne, Soros found himself in close proximity to the king, though this was merely due to their shared penchant for revelry and participation in tournaments. Robert was never a man of deep faith. He could scarcely recall the prayers to the Seven and paid little heed to Soros's Red God. Frustrated by his lack of success, Soros sought solace in drink, during which time he encountered the alchemist Harlan. At that moment, the Alchemist Guild was in utter decline, and Harlan was destitute. He quickly bonded with Soros, and the two often drank together, discussing the nature of fire. Presently, Soros serves at the side of Prime Minister Hodor, sharing daily libations with him and seldom crossing paths with Harlan. Upon spotting Harlan, the Red Priest exclaimed, "Old friend, what brings you here?" Harlan replied, "I seek the Duke of Eddard to report a matter concerning wildfire." Soros playfully embraced Harlan, jesting, "I must check you for hidden weapons. There are those queuing up to assassinate Duke Eddard and Ser Addo." Initially a jest, Soros's words sent Harlan into a panic, beads of sweat forming on his pale brow. Devoid of color, "You mustn't speak such nonsense. Who would dare to assassinate the Prime Minister?" Soros, grinning mischievously, replied, "Just a jest. Why are you so frightened? Come with me." Harlan followed Soros into the courtyard, where Arya was practicing swordplay with Sirios Farrell. The dire wolf ladies, Nymeria and Lady, were basking in the sun. Upon Harlan's arrival, they seemed to sense something and pounced on him, knocking him to the ground. Soros and Sirios hurried to shoo the wolves away, while Arya helped Harlan to his feet. "Are you all right?" she inquired, as Harlan, still shaken, placed a hand over his heart. "That was terrifying. I had heard tales of the dire wolves at the Prime Minister's tower, but I never imagined they would be so large." Arya chuckled. "They will continue to grow. Nymeria and Lady have never bitten anyone. I wonder why they singled you out." At that moment, Sirios and Soros returned, having ushered the wolves into the backyard. Soros then led Harlan up the spiral staircase towards the study on the second floor. "Wait for me at the door," he instructed, knocking before entering. Inside, Hodor and Eddard were engaged in conversation. "Is there something you require?" Eddard inquired. Soros remarked, "My lord Eddard, alchemist Harlan seeks an audience. He claims to have discovered a cache of hidden wildfire." Eddard turned his gaze towards Adao. "I have heard Vari speak of the many wildfires concealed during the reign of the Mad King, their whereabouts long shrouded in mystery, hidden throughout King's Landing." Adao responded, "If that is the case, let this alchemist enter." Soros ushered Harlan into the room. Harlan spoke, "Sir Adao, Duke Eddard, I have unearthed a significant quantity of wildfire. Yet I am at a loss on how to manage it. It conceals many secrets. I hope you can accompany me for an inspection to determine how to properly secure this wildfire." Intrigued by the wildfire, Adao declared, I shall accompany you. Harlan smiled ingratiatingly. That would indeed be splendid, but it would be even better if Duke Eddard were to join us. Such a quantity of wildfire can only be authorized by the Prime Minister. Duke Eddard responded. Adao is also a principal minister. He possesses the authority to handle the wildfire. Observing Eddard's reluctance to attend, Harlan hastily concocted a reason. In the cellar, a substantial amount of gold dragons has been discovered, and some jars of wildfire have leaked. Soaking the gold dragons. If Duke Eddard does not attend, it will be quite difficult to manage. Adao, noticing Harlan's destitution, immediately sensed something amiss. Harlan, you wait downstairs while Duke Eddard and I prepare to join you. Harlan, overjoyed, exited the room. Adao lowered his voice. This fellow seeks to deceive us. Eddard and Soros looked on in surprise, with Eddard saying, How do you know? I perceive Harlan as a man of integrity. Soros replied, I have known Harlan for over a decade. He is my drinking companion, and his character is quite commendable. Adao chuckled softly. Harlan is lying. The Alchemist's Guild is in decline, and he is utterly impoverished. If memory serves, I encountered him at a free soup kitchen in the flea market. If there were truly gold dragons in that cellar, would he venture to report it to the Prime Minister? Soros suddenly understood. Indeed, Harlan has always been a miser. He hesitates for ages even to order a roasted chicken. The prospect of reporting the discovery of gold dragons is something he likely would not undertake. Adao stated, We shall follow him and act accordingly. Duke Eddard, it would be prudent for you to remain here. Duke Eddard expressed concern. Adao, it must be an assassination plot. You must not go. Adao smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I have my methods. Soros and Adao then made their exit. Harlan frowned and asked, Where's Lord Eddard? Adao replied, Lord Eddard is unwell and will not be joining us. Harlan, resigned, led Adao and Soros away from the Prime Minister's tower. Upon arriving at the flea market, Adao's presence immediately incited a commotion, with the citizens of King's Landing chanting the titles of the North's giant, the withering flowers, and the birth of the stables, all of which are Adao's monikers. Adao smiled and waved to the crowd. As they passed a gambling den, the gamblers blocked Adao's path, insisting he partake in a wager. Adao frequently visited this casino, indulging in merriment alongside the common folk of Juneland. Consequently, he dismounted and engaged in a game of dice with the gamblers. The casino, a paradise of decadence, was rife with the gamblers' avarice and lethargy, the heart-stopping thrill when the dice were cast, and the fury following a loss. These negative emotions were absorbed into Adao's being, transforming into magic. He discovered that as long as he mingled with the crowd, he seldom lacked for magical energy. For the people around him, burdened by the rigors of life, were always steeped in negativity. Hallen led Adao and Soros to a dilapidated courtyard near the cobbler's square, stopping before a cellar. Right here. Gentlemen, follow me down. Adao proclaimed. Let us go see the golden dragon with Hallen. Soros insisted on accompanying them, but Hallen, unwilling to witness the demise of his old friend, urged, Soros, the cellar is cramped. You should stay above. This only intensified Adao's suspicions. Blazer, lurking in a nearby yard, was perturbed to see Hallen had not deceived Duke Aid but instead brought Adao and a red-robed monk. Upon hearing Hallen instruct Soros to remain at the cellar entrance, Blazer's concern grew. If Soros stood guard at the entrance, Blazer's plan to set fire from outside would be thwarted. Having witnessed Soros's prowess during the tournament, Blazer knew he stood no chance against the red-robed monk. I'll go down too and play with a couple of golden dragons, Soros declared, stepping in first, followed by Adao, leaving Hallen with no choice but to follow. At the cellar entrance, Hallen removed a lantern, which was sealed with copper wire to prevent flames from escaping. They descended the narrow passage into the pitch darkness. Gentlemen, follow my lead. In the cellar, jars of wildfire were spaced a few meters apart, some spilling over with a viscous green liquid. In the darkness, only the glow of Hallen's lantern illuminated a few meters ahead. Adao, where are the golden dragons you mentioned? Adao inquired. Patience, we shall walk a bit further. They are at the end. Oh, by the way, there is an iron door ahead. And I forgot to bring the key. I shall retrieve it. Please wait a moment, Hallen replied, handing the lantern to Adao. Hallen intended to escape and set fire at the entrance, completely oblivious that Blazer had already earmarked him for the sacrificial list. At that moment, Blazer approached the cellar entrance and tossed a torch into the darkness. The torch landed amidst the wildfires, igniting the spilling green liquid. In an instant, the entire cellar was illuminated in an eerie green light. Hallen, may you perish alongside them. Haha. Blazer cackled as he vanished from the entrance. Hallen stood frozen in shock, while Soros gripped his longsword tightly, relieved that it had not caught fire. O King of Light, illuminate my path forward. The wildfires surged, resembling green fire demons, rushing towards Adu, Soros, and Holland, the heat rising tumultuously. Adu stood before Soros and Holland, taking refuge behind me. Adu was enveloped in a surge of magic as he summoned the abilities of the Flame Demon. The Flame Demon, capable of wielding fire, burning mana, and even provoking volcanic eruptions, commanded all flames as its progeny. The menacing wildfires before Adu seemed to freeze in place. Subsequently, Adu's shadow cast a colossal silhouette against the flames as he began to cough, expelling fierce sparks. Soros and Holland were left dumbfounded, witnessing a blaze igniting within Adu's mind. The surrounding green flames appeared as still as a frozen river, motionless and silent. Adu's eyes began to melt, spewing forth lava, smoke, and fire. As he stood amidst the inferno, Adu had transformed into the Flame Demon, bathed in fire. The red-robed Soros mistook this for the arrival of the King of Light, kneeling in terror as the burning sword in his hand ignited. Holland, believing it to be the wisdom of an alchemist, hastily bowed his head. The flames around them seemed to submit, and in that moment, Adu became the sovereign of the Palace of Flames, with the surrounding fires as his willing consorts. Chapter 55. A fruitless joy in the cellar. 10 jars of wildfires blazed fiercely, filling the space with thick smoke, flames, and waves of heat. The high temperatures, dense smoke, and fire alone could extinguish any life within the cellar. However, Adu, possessed by the Flame Demon, shielded Soros and Holland. Both Soros and Holland knelt reverently before Adu, whose entire being was engulfed in flames, with lava flowing from his eyes and nostrils. Adu pointed his hand, and the wildfires receded like a retreating tide, ultimately settling into silence in the darkness of the cellar. The ground lay scorched. Soros' burning sword began to tremble as he gazed at Adu, his throat churning with excitement. This must be the arrival of the King of Light. Holland's eyes glistened. No, this was the supreme wisdom of an alchemist. As the flames surrounding Adu dissipated, his eyes ceased to spew lava, returning to their bright clarity. Soros, astonished, grasped Adu's hand, feeling the lingering heat. I thought the flames had torn you apart. No, the flames are merely a part of my being, Adu replied with serene composure. Soros declared, You must be the King of Light, Laro. Adu shook his head. I am not. Soros insisted, I witnessed you reborn from the fire. If you are not Laro, you must be the earthly representative of the King of Light. By the light of Soros' burning sword, Adu turned to Holland, who recoiled in fear. Adu seized him firmly. Alchemist, do you intend to incinerate us with wildfires in this cellar? Holland bowed his head in submission. Sir Adu, it was all at the behest of Lancel. He claimed that if I burned you and Duke A to death, the Lannisters would fund me to perpetuate the alchemical arts. Lancel and I have an agreement. He will assist me outside the cellar. I intend to bring you in, to emerge from the cellar and set it ablaze. Who could have anticipated that the treacherous Lancel would betray me, igniting the fire outside the cellar? He sought to incinerate both you and me. Adu released Holland. If you burn us to death, a living witness would remain as a liability for the Lannisters. If you perish alongside us, it would leave no evidence. Holland knelt upon the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Sir Adu, the Alchemist Guild is becoming increasingly impoverished, unable to even support apprentices. My family has been comprised of alchemists for generations. I acted foolishly under Lancel's deception, striving to preserve the legacy of alchemy. Had I known you could wield wildfire, I would never have dared to attempt to eliminate you. Adu remarked, I have heard that the alchemists of King's Landing are incapable of transmuting base metals into gold. They only dabble in wildfire, fireworks, and firecrackers. How do they qualify as alchemists? Holland responded, Sir Adu, if you grant me resources and time, I shall develop the secret formula for transmuting base metals into gold and present it to you. In my past, I studied alchemy under the wise Politer. The elders in the guild, Rosart, Gorgos, and Bellies, all claimed that when the dragons still roamed the earth, the adept alchemists could indeed transmute base metals into gold. After the dragon's demise, the magic of this world began to wane, and the art of transmutation was lost. Adu casually picked up a stone from the ground and handed it to Holland. Do you see this as merely a stone? Holland examined it closely. It was indeed a stone. Adu declared, the technique for transmuting base metals into gold has not vanished. It is simply that you alchemists lack the skill. Open your eyes wide. Adu's magic surged within him, and he invoked the alchemical skill of transmutation from the beasts. Instantly, the stone in Holland's hand exploded, transforming into a weighty gold coin. Gazing at the gold before him, Holland was left in a state of astonishment. Soros took the gold, bit into it, and was further bewildered. Holland exclaimed, Sir Adu, you are the true supreme sage. I implore you, share this skill with me. I am aware that I cannot escape the death penalty for murdering Cersei. If, before my demise, I could learn the secret of transmutation, I would die without regrets. Adu replied, your obsession with alchemy renders you susceptible to Lancel's manipulation. You are a fool, and I shall not take your life. Harlan stated, Lancel has deceived me. Sir Adu, I shall never serve the Lannisters again. I request to dedicate myself to you. Adu responded, very well. How many members remain in your alchemist guild? Harlan pondered. The alchemist guild has fallen into decline, including apprentices and assistants. There are scarcely 100. Among the sages, the formal members number fewer than 10. Sir Adu, the alchemist guild possesses profound mysteries, secrets, and magic, particularly excelling in the creation of wildfire. It would be a grave loss should these techniques fall into oblivion. Adu declared, I require all of your members, be they seasoned sages or apprentices and assistants. Harlan was filled with excitement. Sir Adair, you are an exceptional alchemist, and we are willing to pledge our lives to follow you. Soros pulled Adair aside. Harlan's boastful magic and secrets may not be genuine. I have known him for a long time. Aside from his talent for conjuring wildfires, he possesses no remarkable skills. Adair replied, alchemists certainly have their uses. Harlan and Soros followed Adair towards the exit of the cellar. Adair instructed, do not mention today's events in the cellar to anyone. At that moment, Soros and Harlan revered Adair as a deity and quickly agreed. Lancel returned to the Red Keep, where Cersei awaited him. The queen is dead, Cersei exclaimed with a smile. Seizing Lancel, is Duke Eddard dead? Lancel shook his head. Duke Eddard is not dead. Cersei's expression darkened as she pushed Lancel away. Then why are you making such a fuss? Lancel replied with a forced smile, Your Grace, although Duke Eddard is alive, Adair is dead. Cersei's face brightened once more. Really? As long as the fool Adair is dead, Eddard cannot last much longer. Are you certain he's dead? Lancel affirmed. He is as dead as can be. At that moment, Harlan led Adair and Soros into the cellar. I quickly reached the cellar's entrance and dropped my torch. Then, the cellar was engulfed in green flames, and thick smoke billowed high. The heat rising from the ground could roast a chicken. Cersei burst into laughter. Huh, the fool Adair has finally died at my hands. Neither the imp nor Jaime could prevail over Adair, yet I have succeeded. Lancel continued. Now Adair, Soros, and Harlan have all turned to ash. Duke Eddard, having lost Adair, is no match for the Lannisters. Cersei declared with pride, what about the imp? What about Jaime? Call them to me at once. I wish to personally announce this joyous news to them, so the imp and Jaime know that what they could not accomplish, I have achieved. Lancel quickly summoned Tyrion, and Jaime soon arrived. On the balcony, Cersei vividly recounted the events to them, and as Tyrion listened, his expression grew increasingly grave, while Jaime's face darkened. Tyrion asked, so, Adair was truly burned to death by wildfire? Cersei replied with a laugh, is there any doubt? The wildfire burned in the cellar. Where could he escape? There will be no remains, and this is the price of opposing the Lannisters. Jaime scoffed. You even burned the alchemist who was your accomplice. Harlan only realized his betrayal at the end. Tyrion, who had been on good terms with Adair, felt deeply disheartened by the news of his death. Killing someone beloved by the people of King's Landing and favored by the king. If Duke Eddard raises accusations, the situation will turn against us. Cersei flashed an alluring smile. How could Eddard accuse us? What evidence does he possess? All evidence has been consumed by wildfire. Jaime caressed his golden sword. I would rather slay Adu with my own hands. Alas, he is deceased, and my golden sword can no longer drink the blood of the giants from the north. Cersei remarked with a smile. In any case, Adu is dead, slain by my hand. What you all failed to accomplish, I have succeeded in. At that moment, Adu, accompanied by Harlan and Soros, whistled as they passed below the balcony. The smile on Cersei's face resembled curdled milk, frozen in place, her features beginning to twitch. How could this be? Jaime was utterly perplexed, and Lancel bore a look of shock as if he had seen a ghost. Tyrion stood in stunned silence before bursting into hearty laughter. Cersei, where did things go awry? Are we witnessing apparitions? Adu waved at Cersei and Tyrion from the second-floor balcony. Are you sunbathing here? Tyrion inquired. Sir Adu, where have you been? Adu replied, Harlan discovered a cache of wildfire, and I went to inspect it. Wildfire is exceedingly perilous. Yet with Harlan's assistance, I shall manage it properly. Adu, Soros, and Harlan made their way toward the Prime Minister's tower. Cersei's face appeared as if coated in frost, shrouded in gloom. Jaime remarked, what a fine wildfire to burn giants. Do you think me a mere fool? Cersei struck Lancel across the face. Dare you deceive me? Lancel covered his face. Your Majesty, I swear I tossed a torch into the cellar, and the wildfire ignited. I do not know how they escaped. Cersei seethed. You still dare to spin lies? Get out. Tyrion gazed contemplatively at Edu's retreating figure. Chapter 56. The takeover of the Alchemist Guild. Duke Eddard breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Edu return safely. I am glad you are unharmed. I feared Harlan sought to harm you. Edu replied nonchalantly. Harlan did conspire against me, but he ultimately failed. Duke Eddard was taken aback. Is such a thing possible? Edu explained. Harlan is merely Cersei's pawn. Initially, he intended to deceive us into entering. Then he would escape the cellar and set it ablaze. Who could have anticipated that Lancel, stationed at the cellar's entrance, would betray Harlan? When Harlan accompanied us into the cellar, Lancel began to ignite the fire. Duke Eddard broke into a cold sweat. You were not consumed by the flames? Edu responded. The cellar has a back door. We escaped through it. Edu deemed it unnecessary to elaborate to Duke Eddard about how he harnessed the infernal spirit to repel the wildfire, for such a revelation would only bewilder him further. Duke Eddard stated, It is well that you have returned safely. Since Harlan's assassination attempt has failed, we must interrogate him and confine him to the dungeons. Edu remarked. Harlan merely sought to preserve the alchemical legacy. His fervor for flames was exploited by the Lannisters, leading him to act foolishly. However, when Lancel attempted to incinerate Harlan, along with myself and Soros, Harlan's hatred for the Lannisters was ignited, and now he is one of us. Duke Eddard frowned. Harlan's attempted murder reflects a complete lack of honor. Keeping such a person close would only bring calamity. Eddard reassured, Rest assured, Harlan is utterly devoted to me. Harlan is the leader of the Alchemist Guild, and as the number of alchemists dwindles, so too does the wisdom of those adept in the art of wildfire. There are many hidden caches of wildfire throughout King's Landing, remnants from the era of the Mad King, and only the wise can handle such flames. Assistants and apprentices of the Alchemist Guild lack the capability. With Harlan and his guild members aligning with us, we would seize control of the wildfire. I plan to fund the alchemists to reconstruct the guild hall in the Reniss Hills. Duke Aid expressed his discontent, stating, Alchemists were the lackeys of the Mad King. My father, Rickard, was burned to death by them. Eddard replied, All those alchemists from that time have perished. Moreover, it was the Mad King Illyris who ordered the execution of Duke Rickard. The alchemists merely followed orders. Duke Aid retorted, It is not that I bear a grudge. I simply believe that sustaining these alchemists serves no purpose. They claim mastery over fire magic and the profound arts, boasting of their ability to summon fiery creatures and transmute stone into gold. Apart from wildfire, their other promises are mere bluster. Eddard countered. Even just the wildfire makes them quite useful. Wildfire possesses formidable power in sieges, defense, and naval warfare. In time, as mastery over wildfire is achieved, it may even serve domestic purposes such as cooking and heating. My Lord Aid, winter is approaching. During the relentless snowstorms in the north, wildfire may prove invaluable. Duke Aid pondered momentarily. Could it indeed assist the denizens of the north during the harsh winter? Very well, it is worth a try. However, I fear Robert may not be pleased. He despises everything associated with the Targaryen dynasty. He even discarded the dragon bones in the throne room into a dark corner. Robert would certainly not forget that the alchemists were once the favored servants of the Mad King Illyris. Eddard replied, Rest assured, I will persuade Robert. In the throne room, Eddard encountered Robert, with Maester Pycelle standing by. You wish to aid the Alchemist Guild? Those individuals are nothing but the Mad King's pets, Robert remarked, visibly perplexed. Eddard responded, The alchemists from that era are all dead. Robert scoffed, I have not forgotten that the Mad King used the alchemist's wildfire to burn Rickard alive. He was the father of Aid and Lyanna. Eddard clarified, Wildfire is indeed perilous, but its danger lies in its application. Just as with fire, while the Mad King played with it to his own demise, under the reign of a wise king like Robert I, it can be harnessed to provide warmth. Robert laughed heartily. Though I know you flatter me, I appreciate it. Pycelle interjected, Sir Eddard, wildfire is far from ordinary flame. Should it be produced on a large scale and ignite uncontrollably, King's Landing would suffer the consequences. Eddard remarked, I do not intend to conjure wildfire. Rather, I aim to eliminate the wildfire that the Mad King concealed beneath King's Landing, to dispose of it once and for all. Pacier caressed his collar. The so-called Alchemist Guild, though ancient, has long since lost its former glory and cannot possibly rival the Citadel. Their alleged mastery of the arcane, particularly fire magic, is nothing but a deception. The Alchemist Guild was favored during the Mad King's reign, reaching its zenith, while Iris disregarded my counsel as chief advisor, favoring sycophants like Rosard and Hygos. Consequently, the era of Iris marked the darkest chapter for the Seven Kingdoms. It was only through the wisdom of the scholars from the Citadel that King Robert and the local lords gradually pulled the kingdom from the mire of the Mad King's tyranny. Do you wish to reinstate the alchemists, hoping to relive the calamity of the past? Adu chuckled. Pace here, our good Robert is no mad king. However, we must uncover the wildfire hidden in King's Landing. I suspect it lies near the Red Keep, the Great September of Baylor, or the garrison of the City Watch. Shall we allow the wildfire to remain buried? Robert pondered. Indeed, that is perilously dangerous. Adu, he commanded, bring the alchemists and promptly locate this wildfire. If they perform commendably, the court may consider funding them. The news swiftly reached Tyrion's ears, prompting him to summon Lancel. The alchemist guild had fallen into Adu's hands. Lancel, did you indeed set the fire in the cellar that day? Lancel replied, looking aggrieved. I certainly did set the fire, though I am perplexed as to how they managed to escape. It must have been old Harlan who left a back door in the cellar. Tyrion sneered. Regardless, your attempt to incinerate Harlan was futile. He remains steadfastly loyal to Adu. Your and Cersei's foolish actions continually gift our allies to Adu. Lancel retorted. What could I have done? I was merely following Cersei's orders. Yet, I find it strange that Adu surely knows I started the fire. Yet he has not reported me to Robert. Tyrion replied, because Adu does not rely on Robert to overthrow us. He intends to do so on his own. Adu, accompanied by the Red Priest Soros and 20 soldiers, arrived at the Alchemist Guild. Nestled beneath the Rennies Hills, the guild had fallen into disrepair. Adu employed servants to rejuvenate the premises, replacing the entrance with a new door and carpeting the hall. Harlan summoned all apprentices, assistants, and the few wise ones to pledge their loyalty to Adu. Harlan proclaimed, Sir Adu is not only an exceptional warrior, but also the greatest alchemist. Henceforth, he shall be our guild's most esteemed sage. He even possesses the secret of turning stone to gold. The wise, assistants, and apprentices erupted in a flurry of excitement. Adu declared, devote yourselves to the creation of wildfire. I shall not shortchange you. Harlan led Adu on a tour of the guild hall's chambers, stating, this is where we concoct the wildfire. Harlan pointed towards a series of desolate compartments. Sir Odair, he remarked, wildfire can ignite at a mere spark, at times. Even the most intense sunlight suffices to set it ablaze. Once ignited, it proves exceedingly difficult to extinguish. For this reason, the process of creating wildfire is both intricate and perilous. A moment's carelessness could incinerate the entire hall. Hence, we employ compartments. Odair observed that the compartments were heaped with sand. What purpose does this sand serve? He inquired. Harlan explained. In the event of an explosive ignition during the creation of wildfire, the fragile ceiling may collapse, and the sand above will fall, smothering the flames. Odair replied. But wouldn't that also spell doom for those working with wildfire in the compartments? Harlan chuckled lightly. Better to be crushed by sand than consumed by wildfire. In the pursuit of alchemy, casualties are inevitable. Those who actually create wildfire are typically assistants or apprentices, while the wise impart their skills to them. During the reign of the Mad King, a vast quantity of wildfire was concealed. The guild leader Rosat never divulged the locations of these hidden caches, which is why one can occasionally find wildfire in abandoned warehouses and yards throughout King's Landing. Odair remarked, that sounds exceedingly dangerous. Harlan shrugged. It is what it is. The creation of wildfire is troublesome, and disposing of it is equally challenging. The assistants cannot manage wildfire alone, and our current sages are dwindling. Many are elderly, and some have perished. The guild hall houses a significant amount of wildfire, yet the temperature remains unusually frigid. In the guild cellar, Odair discovered hundreds of jars of wildfire piled together, densely packed. Harlan stated, this is merely the wildfire found in King's Landing over the past few years. The secrets of other caches have been buried alongside Rosat and the Mad King Ares. For now, we need not create more wildfire. Uncovering the treasures left behind by the Mad King will suffice for our needs. Chapter 57. The Wildfire Incident. After taking over the Alchemist Guild, Odair assumed the role of guildmaster. Harlan and several alchemists began working at the Prime Minister's tower, marking what was perceived as a significant signal of the guild's resurgence. Archmaester Passerl sent a raven to Old Town, warning them that the Alchemist Guild was beginning to establish a foothold in the court of King's Landing. Each day, Harlan reported to Odair in the study of the Prime Minister's tower, respectfully addressing him as the wise. Arya overheard this and expressed her confusion. Odair, what makes you a wise man? Odair replied, in the Alchemist Guild, formal members refer to one another as the wise. I am now an alchemist. Arya playfully tapped Odair's shoulder with a wooden sword. You are an alchemist? Teach me alchemy, one to you? Odair responded. You have yet to complete half of your training as a water dancer, and you wish to become an alchemist already? Recently, Arya had been training daily with Sirios Farrell. Growing increasingly agile, her movements becoming light and graceful, embodying the essence of a water dancer. Hodor then summoned Harlan. Harlan, transport 300 barrels of wildfire out of King's Landing overnight. At the dock, there is a merchant ship from White Harbor. Its captain is one of our own, ready to load the cargo directly onto the vessel. Harlan furrowed his brow. Wildfire on board? For what purpose? Hodor replied. We intend to establish a branch of the Alchemist Guild in White Harbor, and naturally, we must take some wildfire to the north. Select 2/3 of the sages, apprentices, and assistants to embark for the north. Count Wyman Mandrell will establish a new guild hall for them in White Harbor. A smile spread across Harlan's face. Sir Hodor, your efforts to bolster the Alchemist Guild are indeed swift. Since tensions escalated in King's Landing, under Hodor's suggestion, Duke Ed wrote to Count Wyman Mandrell in White Harbor, requesting that the merchant ships maintain a constant route to King's Landing. White Harbor is the only city in the north, and its vessels depart southward, passing through Seagull Town, King's Landing, Dragonstone, and rounding the Dornish coast to Old Town and Lannisport for trade. When the fleet departs White Harbor, it is laden with timber, grain, livestock, and upon return, it carries southern fruits, Dornish red wine, and other delicacies. The ships from White Harbor frequently appear in King's Landing, though not on a fixed schedule. Now, under Duke Ed's orders, at least 2 ships from White Harbor are guaranteed to be present daily in the waters of Blackwater Bay outside King's Landing. They appear to be trading, yet in reality, they remain on standby. The wildfire was stored in the ship's hold, covered with a thick layer of sand. Hodor planned to secretly transport this wildfire to White Harbor, concealing it in the north for future use. Accompanying him were 5 sages from the Alchemist Guild, along with over 100 assistants and apprentices. Upon their arrival in the north, the art of wildfire would be passed down. Varys's little birds swiftly conveyed this news to his ears. In the meeting hall, Duke Ed presided over a council, with Robert still absent. Duke Varys, with his powder-puffed hand, caressed his cheek, exuding the scents of lilac and floral water. Sir Hodor, I hear you have recently assumed the role of president of the Alchemist Guild, mingling daily with the alchemists. Hodor responded, Robert has tasked me with overseeing the acquisition and relocation of wildfire in King's Landing. Varys emitted a cackling laugh reminiscent of a hen. So, it is also Robert's desire to load the wildfire onto ships and transport it? Tyrion, taken aback, noted that while they too possessed an intelligence network, it paled in comparison to Varys's little birds. Lord Baelish and Master Pycelle exchanged astonished glances. Hodor had anticipated that he could not hide this from the spider and was prepared with his explanation. Wildfire is exceedingly dangerous. Transporting it out of King's Landing seems reasonable to me. A sly smile crept upon Baelish's face. However, this wildfire is the legacy of the mad King Aerys, costly indeed. Sir Hodor, have you secured King Robert's consent for its removal? Adro remarked, Rob once stated that I could dispose of the wildfire scattered throughout King's Landing. This was said in the throne room, and Master Pycelle can attest to it. Master Pycelle nodded slightly in affirmation. Indeed, that was the case. However, I believe King Rob's intention was for you to destroy the wildfire, not merely to relocate it. Adro replied, that is precisely destruction. Eradicating wildfire is a daunting task. A moment's carelessness could lead to an explosion. Hence, I have arranged for ships to transport it to a deserted island for obliteration. Tyrion chuckled. Adro, I should have known I was destined to be the head of the Alchemist Guild. Then I could have simply moved the wildfire. I would secrete it away in the deep mountains near Casterly Rock, and if Lord Tywin ever berated me again, I would ignite it and send Casterly Rock skyward. Master Pycelle immediately interjected. Though Lord Tyrion speaks in jest, he has articulated a truth. The potency of wildfire is immense. While it poses a challenge in times of peace, it is a coveted resource during warfare. Sir Adro, you did not seek King Rob's counsel before transferring the wildfire. If it had been destroyed, that would be one matter. But what if you sold it or concealed it elsewhere? How could we ascertain? Adro responded nonchalantly. Master Pycelle, I recall that the Citadel has always looked down upon alchemists. As a learned scholar, you must regard their craft with disdain. Why, then, do you now place such value on the wildfire produced by alchemists? Master Pycelle was rendered speechless. Littlefinger interjected, wildfire in King's Landing is akin to the refuse of alchemists, yet across the narrow sea, among the devotees of the Red God Lawler. It is a prized commodity for which they would pay handsomely. Varys said, Sir Adro, with no intention to offend, I believe that such a substantial quantity of wildfire, whose whereabouts are unknown, should at the very least be reported to King Rob. The imp glanced at Barristan. In the council, the commander of the King's Guard was often the most reticent. Ser Barristan, what is your opinion? Ser Barristan had long anticipated that they would eventually draw him into their dispute. I believe that if Adro can prove that the wildfire loaded onto the ships was indeed destroyed, there would be no issue. However, if he cannot provide such proof, it would be prudent to consult King Robb. Duke Eddard remained silent, toying with the quill in his hand. Adro said, "My lords, if you harbor such distrust in my capabilities, you are welcome to take over the wildfire operations. I can present to you the current inventory of wildfire and its storage locations, and you may oversee its destruction." Varys, hands clasped, replied, "I am merely the master of whisperers. The task of destroying wildfire is not within my purview." Both Littlefinger and the imp were perplexed by Adro's readiness to relinquish control over the wildfire. They sensed it could be a poisoned gift, leaving them hesitant. However, Master Pycelle perceived this as a fortuitous opportunity to undermine Adro and the Alchemist's Guild, promptly exclaiming, "Leave it to me." Duke Eddard finally spoke. "Lord Paisiel, given your advanced age, how can you possibly be entrusted with the task of managing wildfires?" Lord Paisiel proudly displayed his necklace, crafted from various metals, symbolizing his extraordinary knowledge across diverse fields. "The Academy is far older than the Alchemist Guild and infinitely more pragmatic. In the realms of lightning, medicine, mysticism, metallurgy, and flame, our Academy far surpasses the secrets of alchemy and the so-called fire magic. Allow me to handle these wildfires. I have a group of apprentices and assistant scholars at my disposal, and together we shall extinguish the flames." Adu chuckled. "Very well, Lord Paisiel. I hope you can conquer the wildfires." Lord Paisiel replied, "Once I have dealt with the flames, I wish for all these alchemists from Harren to vanish from King's Landing, and the Alchemist Guild to close its doors." He took the wildfire documentation from Adu, his first task being to address the wildfires near the dragon's lair. The lair, situated in the Rhaenys Hills, was once used by the Targaryen family to rear dragon hatchlings during the Age of Dragons, but it had long since fallen into disrepair. Standing outside the dragon's lair, Lord Paisiel gathered his apprentices as rain began to fall. Members of the Alchemist Guild praised Adu as an alchemist, and Adu found it utterly ridiculous that only alchemists could manage wildfires. "Children, apply all the knowledge of fire you have learned at the Academy. This is merely the refuse of alchemists, and we shall surely prevail." After his impassioned speech, dozens of apprentices began to work, managing the wildfire containers in the downpour. The choice of such weather was made purely for safety. Despite Lord Paisiel's overflowing confidence, he could not help but lament the challenges of operating outside one's expertise. Even assistants who had spent years mingling among the Alchemist Guild struggled to manage wildfires without the guidance of a sage, let alone these Academy apprentices. During the transportation process, some wildfire inevitably leaked. Initially unperturbed by the rain, the apprentices soon faced calamity when, after the storm passed, an assistant scholar's necklace sparked, igniting a thick green liquid that erupted into flames, engulfing 5 apprentices and the assistant scholar in an instant. Fortunately, gold-clad guards were stationed nearby. They quickly used sand to smother the wildfire. After inflicting burns upon several guards, the wildfire was finally extinguished, leaving Lord Paisiel covered in soot and smoke. Reluctantly, he returned to the Prime Minister's tower, handing the wildfire accounts back to Adu. Adu laughed. "Lord Paisiel, do you no longer wish to manage the wildfires?" With a weary shake of his head, Lord Paisiel replied, "The wildfires are far too perilous. I would prefer to remain in my study than to handle that repugnant green liquid." Chapter 58, Cersei's Choice in the Tower of the Red Keep. Cersei gazed out at the ships coming and going in Blackwater Bay. Foolish Hodor has secretly transported wildfire aboard a ship to the north, indicating that he and Eddard are certainly preparing for war. Who, one wonders, are those flames intended to combat? Undoubtedly, it is the Lannisters. Cersei turned and glared at Tyrion. "You, imbecile, have allowed foolish Hodor to effortlessly seize control of the Alchemist Guild. It is evidently you who has handed the guild over to him." Tyrion, incensed, unconsciously raised his voice. "You are the one who dispatched the fool Lancel to exploit Harren's intention to incinerate Hodor, yet you betrayed Harren at the last moment, intending to burn him too. Thus, Harren became unwaveringly devoted to Hodor." Fury flickered in Cersei's emerald green eyes. "How was I to know that Lancel would falter?" Tyrion chuckled coldly. "You ought to have foreseen it, for from the skilled finger dancers of the Iron Islands in the melee to the likes of Viper, Rorge, and Biter infiltrating the Hand-S Tower, and then to the Wildfire Cellar, you have failed each time. With every one of your blunders, Hodor has amassed more evidence. He has taken control of the Red Keep, the dungeons, and has continuously expanded the guard. Now, he has further seized control of the Alchemists Guild and the Wildfire." Cersei remained unconvinced. Hodor's clandestine removal of wildfire is a significant issue, and as the royal family's largest creditor, the Lannisters must be concerned. Although wildfire is a remnant of the Mad King Aerys, it still belongs to the crown. As the king's advisor, you should protest to Robert. Tyrion smirked, saying, Robert is not in the council chamber. I hear he has been frequenting brothels, consorting with some common women. In truth, you could address this matter with Robert. For Hodor's actions concerning the clandestine transport of wildfire are indeed unscrupulous. Cersei remarked, I have heard that foolish Hodor is willing to relinquish the wildfire affair. Why do you not take charge? With patience, Tyrion explained. At that moment, Littlefinger was eager to take on the wildfire task, but ultimately refrained. For both he and I recognize the complications involved. Taking over the management of wildfire is nothing short of a disaster. The wise men, assistants, and apprentices within the alchemists are all loyal to Hodor. It is rumored that many apprentices and assistants have vanished at sea while escorting the wildfire, likely never to return. Only Heron and a few wise men, along with a handful of assistants and apprentices, remain in King's Landing. How could Hodor possibly entrust these individuals to our command? Cersei tossed her head back defiantly. Is it impossible to move wildfire once one leaves the alchemists? Did not Pycelle take apprentices from the Citadel? Pycelle, though advanced in age, possesses more courage than you. You merely wait for Hodor to set the grand web before you dive in. At that moment, Lancel entered. Grand Maester Pycelle has returned to the Red Keep with his apprentices. Cersei beamed with delight. Has Pycelle completed the wildfire task in the Dragon Vault? Lancel shook his head. No, it is said that due to mishandling, the wildfire exploded, resulting in the deaths of several apprentices and assistant maesters. Numerous gold cloaks have also been injured in the attempts to extinguish the flames. Tyrion chuckled, Cersei, it seems your plans with Pycelle to manage the wildfire have met with failure. Cersei retorted with a scowl, you, dwarf, can only mock me. You should assist Pycelle in dealing with the wildfire. Lancel interjected, Your Grace, Grand Maester Pycelle has returned the wildfire ledger to Aldo, vowing never to meddle with it again. Tyrion replied with a smirk, I anticipated this. Without the wisdom of an alchemist, Pycelle would have been utterly incapable of managing the wildfire. Cersei's expression darkened. Incompetence. All of it. Duke Tywin assured me that Pycelle was one of the Lannisters, and alongside you, Tyrion. We would have been formidable in the small council against the fool Aldo and Eddard. And now, look at this dismal failure. It appears that in critical moments, I must rely on myself. Cersei turned to leave, and Tyrion remarked, You wouldn't be concocting another radical scheme, would you? Cersei replied, Of course I am. Tyrion sneered. Who do you plan to hire this time to assassinate Aldo? A finger-dancing Ironborn? The scum of Flea Bottom Arena? Or perhaps an alchemist? Cersei, I implore you. Take a moment to reconsider. Can you not see? Each of your assassinations has provided Aldo with reasons to seize power in King's Landing. Cersei huffed dismissively. I have no desire to share my plans with you. However, I can assure you that I will not allow that fool Aldo to take away Joffrey's birthright. Her footsteps echoed as she descended the stairs. In a hidden chamber of the maiden's house, the chirping of sparrows reached Cersei's ears as she summoned Lancel. Speaking in hushed tones, Have the faceless men from Bravos arrived? Lancel replied, They have arrived. He is staying at an inn by the Blackwater. When Lord Eddard began his search for Robert's bastards and delved into the writings of Maegor the Cruel, Cersei was filled with dread, and she discreetly contacted the faceless men. The Lannisters possessed ample gold, yet the exorbitant fees of the faceless men caused Cersei some distress. Their pricing was contingent upon the identity of the target. Cersei's targets were Eddard, Aldo, and Robert. The price for the assassination of any one of these three, one a king of the Seven Kingdoms, one the hand of the king, and the other a high-ranking official, was sufficient to hire an entire mercenary company. Lancel stated, Your Grace, as soon as you give the order, the faceless men will set out immediately. Currently, Robert lies intoxicated in a brothel. The faceless men could surely eliminate him. Cersei inquired, What of the assassin from Tyrosh? Lancel responded, The Tyroshi woman is also prepared. This was an assassin he had hired from the docks of King's Landing, skilled in dispatching her victims within brothels, and reputed to have never failed a mission. The greatest advantage was that the Tyroshi woman was far less expensive than the faceless men, only demanding 1,000 golden dragons. Lancel asked, Your Grace, whom shall we send? Cersei was lost in thought. You wait outside. I need to deliberate. Lancel closed the door, waiting outside. Cersei began to contemplate. Once Robert was slain, Joffrey would ascend to the Iron Throne, and Cersei would become the regent, joyfully mourning Robert's death. The first decree of Cersei's regency would be to appoint Jaime as the hand of the king, ensuring that the imp would be sent packing. This was the culmination of Cersei's aspirations. She gazed out at the golden cloaks outside. Now, within the Red Keep, the golden cloaks were under the command of Addo, who wielded military power and even controlled the dungeons. Cersei turned her attention to the Hand's Tower, where the howls of dire wolves echoed, those of Sansa and Arya. Should Robert perish, Lord Eddard would surely mobilize the northern forces to avenge his dear brother, and the Westerlands would face the combined armies of the Riverlands and the North. With the Riverlands being the ancestral home of Catelyn Tully, Stannis had retreated to Dragonstone, taking with him the bulk of the royal fleet, another formidable adversary for Joffrey. Once Robert was dead, Stannis might return from Dragonstone to assert his claim to the Iron Throne. Would the Golden Cloak suffice to fend off Stannis? Cersei harbored grave doubts. Killing Robert entailed substantial peril, yet remaining passive would eventually expose the lineage of Joffrey, Tommen, and Myrcella. Addo had left Robert's bastard in the Hand's Tower. Cersei envisioned Joffrey's demise upon the Iron Throne, adorned with a bloodied lion crown. In that moment, her resolve solidified. Lancel, the assassin, could proceed. Lancel inquired, Bravos or Tyrosh? This was his way of asking Cersei whether to send the faceless men from Bravos or the female assassin from Tyrosh. Cersei replied, Tyrosh, the one for the king. And Bravos is reserved for Addo. The incessant chirping of sparrows from outside continued. Chapter 59, Assassination of Robert in the Streets of King's Landing. Addo and Harlan arrived at a derelict courtyard overgrown with weeds, appearing long abandoned. Harlan remarked, Sir Addo, we discovered over 80 jars of wildfire beneath a dried-up well in this courtyard. Recently, with the assistance of the Hand's Tower guards and others, the alchemists have uncovered increasing quantities of wildfire hidden underground since the reign of the Mad King. Addo approached the ancient well, where a sage was meticulously guiding an assistant in retrieving jars of wildfire from the depths, a task requiring utmost caution and time. Transfer all this wildfire to the guild hall, Addo commanded. He surveyed the surrounding guards. Where's Soros? Fat Tom replied. Soros said he was off to have a drink. Addo responded, with his flask always in hand. Where could he be drinking? Harlan lowered his voice. He went to a brothel. He mentioned that a new establishment has attracted many girls from Liss. Addo chuckled. No wonder Soros preferred hunting wildfire in the streets over standing guard at the Hand's Tower. It seems he has found himself in the company of courtesans. Which brothel is it? Fat Tom remarked. It's just down the next street. The establishment with the griffin statue at the entrance. It is an upscale venue, generally unaffordable for the less fortunate. Harlan added. Recently, Soros has been at the flea market casino, amassing quite a fortune and busy spending it. On his way back to the Red Keep, Addo chanced upon the brothel marked by the griffin statue at the entrance. He dismounted and entered. Given its high-end nature, the hall was sparsely populated, yet a few patrons recognized Addo. A beautiful woman, who had been playfully draped over a client's lap, stood up upon seeing him. Sir Addo, what brings you here? You truly are a rare guest, she exclaimed. Addo replied, I am here to find someone. The woman smiled and said, Are you here to find me, Sir Addo? As the champion of the tournament. Will you crown me as your queen of love and beauty? Addo chuckled. At the next tournament, I shall certainly crown you. However, I am in search of a red-robed monk. The woman inquired, You mean Soros? He has already departed. He always seeks out Rosie when he visits. Upon hearing that Soros had left, Addo turned to exit, but the woman stopped him. Sir Addo, you must at least have a drink before you go. Although Soros is gone, we still have esteemed guests here. Addo, intrigued, asked, What esteemed guests? The woman leaned closer to Addo's ear and whispered, Of course, the Crowned Stag. The Crowned Stag is the sigil of House Baratheon of Storm's End. Among the 7 kingdoms, the 3 renowned Crowned Stags are Robert, Stannis, and Renly Baratheon. Renly is notoriously uninterested in women, preferring the company of Ser Loras, the Knight of Flowers. Ever since Addo triumphed over Loras at the tournament, earning the moniker the Withering Flower, Loras has been despondent, dedicating himself to rigorous training at the Red Keep's practice yard. Each time Loras returned home, drenched in sweat and shedding his heavy armor, Renly would offer him solace, comforting the fragile heart of the Withering Flower. As for Stannis, he is currently absent from King's Landing. Even if he were present, Stannis would never frequent a brothel. The only exception was when he accompanied Jon Arryn to a brothel in Shitaya to visit Robert's bastard daughter, Bara. Stannis had previously suggested to Robert that he expel all prostitutes from King's Landing and ban all brothel activities. This measure, akin to a decree from St. Baylor, once incited panic in the city, but Robert steadfastly rejected it, countering Stannis's proposal by questioning if the next step would be to prohibit using the privy, childbirth, or drinking as well. Addo understood that the only royal likely to be found in a brothel was King Robert. Indeed, he spotted Robert upstairs, where Ser Boros, a member of the King's Guard, was engaged in flirtation with a courtesan. Meanwhile, another King's Guard, Ser Mandon Moore, pretended not to notice the kisses exchanged by the woman beside him. Although the Kingsguard swore to remain celibate and childless, they too sought amusement in their leisure time. Robb typically ventured out with only 2 Kingsguard, despite the Duke of Edmure's advice to take at least 4. Robb, however, paid no heed to such counsel. Adow was acutely aware that members of the Kingsguard, such as Meryn Trant and Barrows Blunt, had long been swayed by the Lannisters. In a moment of peril, it seemed that only Barristan and Ser Allen would steadfastly defend the king. From above, a raucous laughter akin to a tempest echoed, and Adow discerned that it belonged to Robb. Exiting the brothel, he encountered Soros, who was sipping mead from a flask. "I had anticipated finding you within," Adow remarked. "The women inside mentioned that you often seek out a girl named Rosie." Soros chuckled. "I have known Rosie since my days in Myr." "Then why have you not offered solace to your old flame today?" Adow inquired. Soros replied, "Did you not see the Kingsguard? King Robb is inside." "Oddly enough, I ran into Lancel as I was leaving." Adow responded, "Lancel is the king's squire. It's not unusual for him to be here." Soros continued, "The issue lies in the fact that he was accompanied by a woman upon entering, a striking beauty with honey-colored hair. Lancel claimed she was Mia, a courtesan from Old Town. I overheard her speaking in a clear Tyroshi accent. I cannot fathom why Lancel would lie." Soros hailed from Myr, a city known for its trade, and was well versed in the accents of Tyrosh, Myr, and Lys due to their proximity and ongoing conflicts. Adow's suspicions began to rise. "Where's this Mia?" he asked. "Certainly in Robb's chamber," Soros replied. "Do you think Lancel dares to keep her for himself?" Adow gazed at the griffin statue at the entrance of the brothel, a wave of concern washing over him. His instincts warned him that Lancel's so-called courtesan from Old Town was undoubtedly suspicious. "Soros, you should investigate the wildfire in the courtyard." "I need a moment to rest," Adow instructed. As Soros departed, Adow promptly made his way to an inn across the street from the brothel. The establishment was rather quiet, and upon recognizing the renowned figure of the North, the plump innkeeper promptly emerged from behind the counter to greet him. "Sir Adow, what brings you here? Would you care for a meal?" "Our venison is the finest," she offered. Adow produced several silver stags and handed them to the innkeeper. "I require no food. I merely wish to borrow a room upstairs for a brief respite." The innkeeper quickly led him upstairs, and Adow requested a room facing the brothel, providing him with a perfect vantage point to observe the second floor of the establishment. During the day, this upscale brothel had few patrons, with most rooms displaying open curtains, revealing their emptiness. Only one room had its curtains drawn, from which the tempestuous laughter of Robb could be distinctly heard. The curtains obscured Adow's view, and just as he was feeling despondent, a white cat appeared atop the brothel's roof. Adow's spirits lifted instantly. He sat up in bed, gazing intently at the feline. Rolling his eyes, his soul merged with the cat, a skill possessed by shapeshifters, allowing them to effortlessly inhabit creatures such as cats, dogs, and wolves. As Adow's essence entered the white cat, he gained its perspective and swiftly leapt through the skylight into the brothel. In the distance, a languid courtesan approached, and Adow stealthily slipped past her, landing on the railing of the corridor. The window on this side of the corridor was ajar, through which Adow spotted Robert enjoying drinks with a honey-haired beauty, none other than Mia, the assassin from Tyros. The white cat leapt through the window, unnoticed by either Robert or Mia. Robert's face was flushed, clearly inebriated. Mia remarked, "You're drunk. You should rest." Robert embraced Mia and reclined on the velvet bed, soon snoring thunderously. A malevolent smile crept across Mia's face as she produced a silk ribbon, tightening it around Robert's neck. At that moment, Adow, whose soul resided within the white cat, was struck with alarm and lunged towards Mia. Just as she was about to strangle Robert, the white cat, hissing fiercely, pounced at her, startling her greatly. The cat's claws grazed her brow, igniting her fury. In retaliation, Mia drew a dagger from her skirt and thrust it towards the white cat. Although the cat evaded the blade, Mia's fist landed a powerful blow, sending the cat crashing into a chair with a pained yowl. Adow's soul was violently expelled from the white cat, returning to his own body across the street from the brothel, his head throbbing painfully. At that moment, Mandenuel, stationed in the corridor of the brothel, heard the commotion and opened the door. "What is happening?" he inquired. Just then, the injured white cat leapt out of the window, and Mia, forcing a smile, replied, "It's nothing, just a white cat." Mandenuel closed the door and departed, deeming it inappropriate to linger while the king sought pleasure. Adow, filled with urgency, dashed from his room across the street. The madam stared in bewilderment as he sprinted away. Just then, Soros and Fat Tom happened by. "Come with me to save Robert," Adow commanded. Soros and Fat Tom, initially shocked, nevertheless followed. Adow stormed into the brothel, making his way to the second floor. Bran stood at the staircase, engaged in conversation with a woman, and upon seeing Adu, wore a look of astonishment. "Sir Adu, the King Robert is here. Seek your amusement elsewhere." Adu retorted, "The king has been attacked." Before Brolos could process his words, Adu barreled past him. Mandinmuel attempted to intervene, but was also shoved aside. As Adu kicked open the door, he beheld Mia desperately tightening the satin ribbon around Robert's neck, whose face had already turned dark. Startled, Mia released her grip, and Adu seized a vase from the doorway, hurling it at her. Mia deftly dodged, the vase behind her shattering against the wall. Adair had already lunged towards her, prompting Mia to draw her dagger and thrust it at him. Adair evaded the blade's assault, and with a swift sweep of her leg, the Northman giant was knocked to the ground by the seemingly delicate beauty, crashing into Soros and Fat Tom behind him. Mia's dagger aimed for Adair's eye, but he seized her wrist, squeezing it with such force that a cry escaped her lips, and the dagger slipped from her grasp. At that moment, Soros had already pressed his sword against Mia's throat. Adair chuckled, "Another assassin." Chapter 60. The assassination fails. The Lyseni assassin Mia tightened a silk cloth around Robert's neck, leaving the inebriated Robert utterly helpless. Had it been an ordinary man, the prolonged strangulation would have surely resulted in suffocation. But Robert's broad chest and ample lung capacity allowed him to survive this assassination attempt. Awakening on the bed of a brothel, Robert was oblivious to the events that had transpired, only aware of a throbbing headache. The room was crowded with people. Adair and Duke Ed stood by the bed, while the Red Priest Soros and Jory Castle stood nearby. Captain Barristan Selmy of the Kingsguard was present, accompanied by 7 Kingsguard members: Alice Karstark, Mandon Moore, Jaime Lannister, Boros Blunt, Mandon Moore, and Princeton Greenfield, all squeezed into the room. Confusion etched on Robert's face. He asked, "What are you all doing here?" Duke Ed replied, "Robert, you nearly died. A Lyseni assassin attempted to take your life." Robert laughed. "Impossible. I recall being drunk, in the company of a courtesan from Old Town, someone named Mia." Adair interjected, "Mia is the assassin. She attempted to strangle you with silk, and she has been imprisoned in the dungeon." As Robert glanced at the vanity beside the bed, noticing the bruises on his neck, the gravity of the situation dawned on him. To nearly perish on a brothel's bed, at the hands of a woman. Damn it. "I almost died disgracefully," Duke Ed stated. "Had it not been for Adair's timely arrival, Robert, you would have truly perished." Robert lightly tapped Adair's chest with his fist. "Adair, you saved my life. When I first saw you in Winterfell, I should have recruited you into the Kingsguard." He surveyed the white-cloaked Kingsguard, then glanced at his own guards, who appeared to be nothing more than drunken louts, a mockery of the glory of the 7. Sir Barristan remarked, "Your Majesty, those who accompanied you to the brothel were Mandon Moore and Boros Blunt." Mandon's face remained impassive. The one responsible for guarding the stairs was Boros. Boros scowled in anger. Mandon was the one patrolling the corridor. "Your Majesty." Mandon was so close to the room, yet failed to detect the assassin's plot. Robert's expression darkened. "You fools. When trouble arises, you merely shift blame. If Adair had not saved me, you would all be accompanying the king to his grave." Duke Ed spoke. "Robert, there is no need to lament the Kingsguard. I have long advised you to keep at least 4 of them by your side." Robert replied, "If someone wishes to assassinate me, bringing so many guards would only betray weakness to the enemy. Absolutely not. I shall carry a war hammer. No, that would be too heavy. I shall replace it with a sword. Yes, a sword at my side. Should an assassin approach, I will engage him in a one-on-one duel, just as I did with Rhaegar by the Trident, dispatching one killer after another. If they possess the skill to kill me, then let them come." Robert added Adu, "While this may seem heroic, your foes will not confront you directly. They will resort to poison, concealed weapons, and various insidious tricks to bring about your demise. Mia from Tyrosh was merely the first. Who knows whom they might send next?" Robert clenched his fists. "I shall personally interrogate this Mia." Upon returning to the Red Keep, Robert convened an audience in the council chamber. Varys, his hands perfumed, remarked, "I have heard, Your Grace, that you narrowly escaped assassination in a brothel. It is truly horrifying." Lancel's expression turned grave. "The perpetrator must be severely punished. It is said to be a woman from Tyrosh." Littlefinger twirled the quill in his hand. "I am quite curious as to who commissioned this Tyroshi assassin." Tyrion remained silent, aware that this was yet another of Cersei's schemes. During the tournament, she had hired an assassin from the Iron Islands, attempting to eliminate Robert. After Robert withdrew from the competition, Cersei ordered the Ironborn to assassinate Adu during the team event, which ultimately failed. Cersei then hired the notorious assassins Fong, Rorge, and Biter to infiltrate the Hand's tower and kill Robert's illegitimate son, yet Adu thwarted them as well. Adu even framed the assassination attempt on Robert's bastard as one against himself and Duke Ed, seamlessly taking over the Red Keep's defenses and expanding the Hand's Guard. Unwilling to accept defeat, Cersei attempted to employ the alchemist Holland to incinerate Adu, but he narrowly escaped death. This time, she set her sights on Robert, only to be thwarted once again by Adu. Tyrion mused that Adu was indeed a formidable adversary, while Cersei was a most vexing ally. Pycelle cleared his throat, stroking his snowy beard. Your Grace, I believe it is the Lord of Tyrosh who has hired the female assassin. It is well known that Tyrosh has long coveted the Stepstones. Should they succeed in assassinating his Grace, they could set their plan to annex the islands into motion. Adu chuckled. Maester Pycelle, Tyrosh's ambitions for the Stepstones have been evident for centuries. How could they possibly send an assassin to eliminate the king of the Seven Kingdoms for the sake of a few pirate islands? Presently, in King's Landing, Old Town, White Harbor, Seaguard, and many other ports, Tyroshi merchant ships abound. The Lord of Tyrosh has profited immensely from trade with Westeros. Why would he jeopardize that by assassinating Robert? Duke Eddard remarked, I suspect that a noble from King's Landing may be orchestrating this assassination. Varys exaggeratedly shrugged. My Lord Eddard, such an accusation is indeed grave. Robert declared, I shall personally interrogate Mia to uncover the mastermind behind the attempt on my life. By the gods, when my time comes, I should be surrounded by valiant warriors, brandishing their hammers and cursing, ultimately bleeding out in a fierce battle. Instead, I nearly met my demise at the hands of a woman with silken threads aboard a brothel ship. I must unearth the true puppeteer. Tyrion interjected, Your Majesty. A mere female assassin would be better suited for examination by the court's esteemed officials. I would gladly interrogate this Tyroshi woman. Robert promptly dismissed the notion. You are ill-suited for this task. Ajo suggested, Allow me to handle it. Robert, my subordinates, Soros and Celio Frel, have both traversed Tyrosh and possess considerable knowledge about it, which will aid me in extracting the truth from this Tyroshi woman. Robert nodded. Ajo, you saved me from the Tyroshi woman. This matter is now entrusted to you. In the maiden's secret chamber, Lancel gently pushed open the door, finding Cersei awaiting him. Lancel's face was stricken with fear. Your Grace, you must flee with Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen at once. The plot has been revealed. Ajo intends to personally interrogate Mia of Tyrosh. She will inevitably expose us. Cersei replied calmly, Why the panic? From the moment we dispatched the assassin, I understood that it was either ascendancy or ruin. We still have an ace up our sleeve. Alert the faceless man to prepare for action. Lancel was taken aback. Is it the drunkard or the giant from the north? The drunkard referred to Robert, while the giant was Ajo. Foolish stable boy, Cersei's expression darkened. If it weren't for Ajo, the Tyroshi assassin would have long since eliminated Robert. He is far more perilous than Robert. Lancel, at an inn by the Blackwater River, encountered Jaqen H'ghar. Lancel inquired, Jaqen H'ghar is surely a pseudonym. What is your true name? A nameless one. Chapter 61. Ajo versus the faceless man. Ajo and the Soros of Mill arrived at the dungeons beneath the Red Keep. Guarded by Sayer Virawad, a knight recruited by Ajo during the tournament. Virawad produced a key and unlocked the dungeon door. The cells lay beneath the Red Keep, illuminated only by the flickering torches along the passage. In a cramped cell, the sharp-toothed Rolge began to scream and curse upon seeing Ajo. The clanswoman Betty was confined in the adjacent room, vigorously shaking the iron bars upon spotting Ajo. Foolish stable boy, either release us or end our misery with a swift blade. Leaving us to rot in this damp, dark dungeon is utterly unreasonable. Ajo chuckled. You shall remain here to decay. The individual Ajo sought was imprisoned at the far end of the dungeon. The Tyroshi assassin Mia, shackled with leg irons and handcuffs, was escorted into the interrogation room. Adora inquired, Mia, who sent you to assassinate King Robert? Mia coldly retorted, This was my first substantial contract. Although it went awry, I will not betray my employer. Whether you choose to kill or torture me is of no consequence. I shall remain silent. Do not waste your time. Adora remarked. You truly exhibit a commendable professionalism as a killer. Should I ever require an assassin again, I would certainly consider employing you. Soros from Mill interjected. I saw you with Lancel at the brothel. A chill ran through Mia, and she scoffed. Who is Lancel? Adora responded. There is no need to feign ignorance. Lancel is the king's squire, with sandy brown hair, a Lannister. Mia asserted, I do not know any Lancel. Verret suggested, Sir Adora, perhaps we should employ branding irons, whips, nails, and ropes to make this lady endure some hardship. Adora replied, to torture such a beautiful lady? Sir Verret, that would be quite unseemly. We ought to cherish her. Soros continued, Mia, like you, I hail from across the narrow sea. I am from Mill, while you come from Tyrosh. I understand the plight of foreigners in King's Landing. Surely, you resorted to assassination out of desperation and financial need. If you refuse to confess, your fate will be sealed." Mia laughed. "I have already failed in my attempt to murder the king. Regardless, my path leads to death. Yet I fear not. The three-headed god of Tyrosh, one head devours the dead. The third head gives birth anew. Death is merely the commencement of my rebirth." After a fruitless interrogation, Adora lost his patience and departed the dark prison. Outside the dungeon, he admonished Vered to keep a close watch on the four notorious prisoners. Adora and the Red Priest Soros exited the dungeon and returned to the Prime Minister's tower. Sansa sat beneath a pear tree in the courtyard, weeping. Adora asked, "What troubles you?" Sansa sobbed, "Father refuses to allow me to see Joffrey. It seems he is resolute in breaking off the engagement. Yet, I love Joffrey. I am destined to be his queen." Adora responded helplessly, "You still harbor feelings for Joffrey." The sorrowful girl appeared utterly despondent, while in the distance, the sound of Arya practicing her swordplay could be heard. "Father has Arya catching cats, training her with swords, letting her roam like a wild child. Why can't I be with Joffrey? He is the prince of the songs." At that moment, a man in golden robes entered. "Sir Adora, we have finally located you. Varys informed us that a significant amount of wildfire has been discovered in the secret passages, posing great danger." Adora was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated the presence of wildfire in the tunnels. The spider, Varys, was most knowledgeable about the secret passages of the Red Keep, and Adora often summoned rats and cockroaches to scout the dimly lit tunnels. However, the cruel maze-like secret passages of the Red Keep, crafted by Maegor, are replete with numerous shadowy corners that Adair has yet to encounter, leading him to suspect that Varys has never ventured there either. The discovery of wildfire within the passages poses an immense danger, as a careless misstep could ignite or even cause an explosion. Adair directed his attention towards Soros. "You go to the Prime Minister's tower and inform Harland to gather assistants and apprentices at the Alchemist Guild Hall, instructing them to remain on standby at the Prime Minister's tower." As Adair turned to leave, Sansa grasped his arm. "Adair, please listen to my woes." Adair, feeling a twinge of impatience, was reluctant to delve into Sansa's troubles concerning Joffrey. "Sansa, we shall converse upon my return." Heartbroken, Sansa watched as Adair departed. Following the man clad in gold robes, Adair entered the secret passage from a concealed chamber within Maegor's holdfast. The gold-robed figure retrieved a torch at the entrance, and they descended the spiral staircase, venturing deeper into the darkened passages. The surroundings grew increasingly shrouded in darkness, with the sole source of light emanating from the torch held by the gold-robed figure. Upon reaching the passage's end, they found themselves surrounded by walls. Adair surveyed his surroundings. Were there any hidden mechanisms in the walls? Unless there were secret doors, there was no other exit. The gold-robed figure removed his helmet, revealing a mane of hair, half white and half red. This was none other than the faceless man, Jaqen H'ghar, employed by Cersei. "Sir Adair, you have arrived at the culmination of your journey." Adair became alert, his hand resting on the hilt of his long sword. His warhammer was too cumbersome. He typically relied on his sword for defense. "Who are you?" Jaqen chuckled. "A nameless one." Adair, taken aback, exclaimed, "You are a faceless man from Bravos?" Jaqen brandished his longsword. "Indeed. The giants of the north are well versed in the ways of the world." Adair scoffed. "Cersei sent you, did she? I wonder how much gold she has paid you." Jaqen replied, "All mortals must face death. Once a name is uttered, death descends. Perhaps on the morrow, perhaps in a month, perhaps in a year. Death shall remain ever close." In an instant, the torch in Jaqen's hand extinguished, leaving them engulfed in darkness, rendering Adair unable to see. Jaqen, hailing from Bravos and trained in the House of Black and White, had long since adapted to slaying in the dark. Within the shadows of the secret passage, deprived of sight, Adair was at a disadvantage, yet Jaqen, relying on his other senses, hearing, taste, smell, and touch, could still discern the location of his adversary. Adair was a formidable warrior, having shone brightly in the King's Landing melee tournament, clinching victories in the lance competition, team melee, and archery. A rival as powerful as Adair warranted thorough study from Jaqen, who perceived the risk of a frontal assault leading to a potential counterattack. He deliberately chose the cover of darkness within the passage. In such obscurity, no matter how strong a warrior, once stripped of vision, could not hope to match the prowess of a faceless man. Jaqen's assassin's blade sliced through the air with a deadly arc. Adair evaded with all his might. Yet in the darkness, the blade of the faceless man found its mark upon his arm. This assassin's blade, though not much thicker than Arya's sewing needle, bore an exceptionally sharp point. Adu felt the warm spray of blood erupting from his arm before he could fully comprehend the situation. Once more, Jaqen struck, this time piercing his thigh, sending a jolt of excruciating pain coursing through him. Was he truly to perish within this hidden passage, isolated from the outside world? Adu found it impossible to absorb any negative emotions, sensing that he had exhausted his magical reserves. The wounds on his body continued to bleed, yet as he focused, he felt the stirrings of magic within him. It was due to Sansa's presence. In the courtyard, the sorrowful Sansa poured her heart out to Adu, her negative emotions seeping into him. The heartbroken young woman, consumed by anger, sadness, and despair over Lord Eddard's decision, unknowingly provided Adu with the magic he so desperately needed. From the shadows, Jaqen's voice pierced the silence. Today marks your demise. Adu summoned the skills of a beast master, channeling the powers of a troll mage. A wave of healing energy coursing through him, staunching the flow of blood and rejuvenating his strength. Alas, today it is you who shall perish, he declared. Jaqen lunged towards the source of the voice in the darkness, this time aiming for Adu's heart. He anticipated the sound of steel-piercing flesh, yet his sword merely met the void. How could this be? Doubt crept into Jaqen's mind as he questioned his senses for the first time in the enveloping gloom. In that fleeting moment, Adu deftly evaded the approaching blade, empowered by a surge of magic that granted him the agility and instincts akin to a demon hunter, easily sidestepping Jaqen's assault. The demon hunters, legendary heroes among the night elves, were led by Illidan, who, despite being blind, could still navigate the darkness and eliminate foes through their formidable sixth sense, enhanced hearing, and acute awareness. Jaqen struck 3 times with his blade, only to have each attack deftly dodged by Adu. With a cold smirk, Adu taunted, "Faceless one, it seems your sword has lost its edge. Now, it is my turn." Adu's magical energy ignited, enveloping him in a cloak of flames, casting an orange glow that left Jaqen momentarily awestruck. What manner of magic is this? The temperature around them began to rise. Adu's sword splintered, transforming into 2 battle blades as he charged at Jaqen. Jaqen skillfully evaded Adu's onslaught, turning to counter with a sweeping strike, only to find his blade firmly parried by Adu's weapons. Flames erupted from Adu's blades, licking up Jaqen's assassin's sword, causing it to sear with heat. The Faceless ones possessed remarkable endurance to pain. Despite the agony in his palm, Jaqen steadfastly gripped his sword. Though Jaqen's strikes were as swift as lightning, Adu effortlessly avoided them, the intensity of Adu's burning magic becoming increasingly unbearable for Jaqen. Just as Adu's magical flames began to flicker and fade, Jaqen lunged for Adu's neck. Yet, a shield of holy light materialized before Adu, illuminating the dark passageway. In the realm of the holy light, the old and new deities of Westeros, the Triad of Tyrosh, the god of love of Lys, the black goat of Kohor, the supreme shepherd of the Lazarene, the red god Lawler, the drowning god, and the night lion of the Reach, appeared intermittently. Jaqen was taken aback, his longsword clattering to the ground. Could you truly be the embodiment of the god of many faces? Chapter 62, Prelude to War in a Tower of the Maegor's Holdfast. Cersei summoned Jaime and Tyrion. Tyrion inquired, "What do you want from us? Have you devised another scheme against Addo?" Cersei revealed a gentle smile. "The fool, Meryn, is dead, and we need no longer be troubled by Addo." Jaime and Tyrion exchanged shocked glances, with Jaime exclaiming, "Impossible. I saw him this morning." Cersei replied nonchalantly, "Addo is now a corpse." Tyrion asked, "What have you done?" Cersei responded, "I contacted an assassin from Braavos months ago, today. That assassin lured Addo into the Red Keep's secret passages, and now he lies dead within." Jaime remarked, "The faceless men of Braavos? That must have cost a fortune." Cersei scoffed, "The crown owes our Lannisters 600,000 golden dragons. Do you think father would hesitate to pay for a faceless man? As long as Addo is eliminated, it is all worthwhile." Tyrion felt a chill run through him. The imp and Addo were adversaries in the small council, yet also close friends. With Addo slain by a faceless man, Lord Eddard would surely seek retribution, and Robert would investigate thoroughly. Cersei displayed a malicious grin. "Without Addo, Eddard and Robert are no threat. I have always held Robert in my grasp, and as for Eddard, he is encumbered by his own honor." Suddenly, Lancel entered in a fluster. Cersei smiled. "Lancel, you too played a part in Addo's demise." Lancel offered an awkward smile. "Your Grace, Addo is not dead. He has returned to the Tower of the Hand." Cersei was taken aback. "How can this be? Did you not say the faceless man brought Addo into the passage?" Jaime frowned, while Tyrion burst into laughter. "Cersei, is Addo dead or not? I thought you had seen the body yourself." Lancel explained. "The faceless man did bring Addo to the passage, claiming that once inside, he would strike deep within, ensuring Addo's demise. Tyrion chuckled. It seems it is the faceless man who has met his end. Tell me, Cersei, from where did you hire this faceless man? In these times, impostors pretending to be faceless men have even made it to the Red Keep? Jaime added, this is no faceless man. He is merely a man without a face. Cersei glared at Lancel. Where is the faceless man? Lancel replied, I did not see the faceless man. He is likely dead in the secret passages of the Red Keep. Or perhaps Addo has captured him and imprisoned him in the dungeons. A glimmer of amusement danced in Tyrion's mismatched eyes. In this light, yet another witness has emerged from the dungeon to accuse us. The faceless man from Braavos infiltrated the Red Keep to assassinate Hodor. It seems Hodor will soon implore Robert at the council to seize the royal mantle of King's Landing. Cersei exclaimed in anger, that faceless man must be an impostor. I cannot believe I was deceived out of so many golden dragons. I must persuade Robert to lead the royal fleet to Braavos and unmask that fraudulent faceless man. Tyrion interjected, use your wits, Cersei. The bulk of the royal fleet has followed Stannis back to Dragonstone. Will Stannis assist you? The crux of the matter is that if this faceless man is indeed a counterfeit, he could originate from Meereen, Norvos, Valyria, or even from the Seven Kingdoms. Why should Braavos be held accountable for an impostor? Lancel remarked, this faceless man claims to be from Loreth. Trained in the House of Black and White in Braavos to become a faceless man, Jaime questioned. Would a true faceless man fail in assassinating Hodor? This is clearly an impostor. I suspect he is merely a pawn of Hodor. Hodor surrounds himself with individuals from the Free Cities and the Summer Isles, including the dark-skinned Jalabazer, Soros from Meereen, and a dance instructor from Braavos. Cersei nodded vigorously in agreement. It must be so. It is undoubtedly Hodor who has sent this counterfeit faceless man to deceive me of my wealth and subsequently have him testify against me. Tyrion chuckled. I do not believe Hodor requires hired witnesses. Does he not already possess ample evidence? What is most pressing now is to ascertain whether that faceless man is still alive. If he is likely imprisoned in the Black Cells. We could inquire with Island Payne. Hodor has taken control of the dungeons, and presently, the only Lannister remaining there is Island Payne. Island Payne, the royal executioner, is in Robert's service, and his family has long been vassals of the Lannisters. Island served as the captain of the guards during Lord Tywin's tenure as Hand of the King under the Mad King. The Mad King, ever suspicious, was informed that Island claimed Lord Tywin was the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and thus he had Island's tongue removed with red-hot pincers. In the dungeon, Tyrion gleaned from Island's gestures that there were no new prisoners brought in today, which offered him a measure of relief. He returned to the royal chambers to find Cersei. The faceless man had not appeared in the dungeon, suggesting he may already be dead. Cersei stated, Hodor must have hidden Jaqen in the Hand's Tower. He will exploit Jaqen to initiate a new wave of defamation. Defamation? Tyrion smirked. To accuse our esteemed Queen Cersei of dispatching a faceless man to assassinate Hodor? Cersei, if I may be candid, stating the truth cannot be deemed defamation. It is merely an accusation. Cersei, filled with ire, retorted, are we to remain idle and do nothing? Tyrion remarked, you need not worry. Adro is hardly lacking in witnesses. Moreover, during the interrogation of the prisoner at the Prime Minister's tower, any accusations hold little weight. In the secret passage, Jaqen witnessed the apparitions of the Virgin, the Father, the Warrior, the Stranger, the Maiden, the Crone, the Smith, the Old Gods, the Drowned God, the High Septon, and the Black Goat amidst Adro's holy light, leading him to conclude that Adro is the embodiment of the many-faced god on earth. Adro forgave Jaqen and brought him to the Prime Minister's tower. That evening, Arya met Jaqen. Who is this man? She inquired. Adro responded, he is my newly recruited mercenary, a Braavosi named Jaqen Hagar. Later that night, after dinner, Jaqen observed Arya practicing swordplay with Syrio, occasionally offering her guidance. Arya took a great liking to Jaqen. In truth, she got along splendidly with every servant and guard at the Prime Minister's tower. Arya frequently trained in archery with Ongai, practiced swordsmanship with the Red Priestess, Soros, assisted Jalabazer in arranging feather cloaks, and taught Jandari to wield a long sword. Occasionally, Arya would bask in the sun alongside Robert's illegitimate daughter, Bella, while Naemilia and the lady stood guard nearby. When Romy, Micah, and Jopai arrived at the Prime Minister's tower with news, Arya would stealthily pilfer bread and jerky from the kitchen to share with them. To Cersei's astonishment, Adro did not raise any accusations regarding the faceless men's assassination attempt at the royal council, lifting a weight from her heart. One day, Jopai and Romy came to the Prime Minister's tower to meet with Adro. Jopai stated, My Lord Adro, Whispers abound in the port of King's Landing that Duke Tywin is amassing an army in the Westerlands. Though Tywin resided far away in Casterly Rock, he was well aware of the situation in King's Landing. Adro had long anticipated that Tywin would eventually gather forces to contest Joffrey's claim to the Iron Throne. To legitimize the Western Army's march towards King's Landing, the imp concocted a pretext. He asserted that Duke Tywin intended to cross the sea to confront the beggar king, Viserys, and Daenerys, requesting that the Western forces assemble in King's Landing and set sail. Once tens of thousands of troops from the Westerlands arrived at the gates of the city, they would seize the opportunity to take control. Adro saw through the imp's scheme and promptly proposed that the northern forces set out from White Harbor to converge on King's Landing, participating in the expedition against Daenerys. Ultimately, the so-called expedition against Daenerys turned into a farce, unraveling Tyrion's plan. However, the army from the Westerlands would inevitably come. Romy remarked. Lancel has been recruiting mercenaries in droves through Osmond, even enlisting inexperienced youths who have never seen battle. It seems Cersei is truly desperate. But the mercenaries recruited through Osmond will surely be ineffectual and devoid of loyalty. Adro rewarded Jopai and Romy with 2 silver stags each. Continue to keep watch on the streets, and if you hear any news, be sure to inform me. After Romy and Jopai departed, Adro immediately relayed the information to Duke Ed. Duke Tywin amassed his forces, and the Tully family's lands along the Riverlands were the first to bear the brunt of this impending conflict. I must promptly inform Edmure. Alas, Lord Hostert Tully has long been bedridden. Had he been in good health, the situation in the Riverlands would be considerably more stable. Edmure, without a doubt, stands no chance against Tywin. He is the brother-in-law of Duke Ed, and the sibling of Catelyn Tully, possessing neither remarkable martial prowess nor exceptional administrative skills. Hostert Tully, however, is a different matter entirely. In years past, he orchestrated the marriages of his daughters, Catelyn and Lisa, to Eddard Stark and Jon Arryn, thereby solidifying alliances among the Stormlands, the North, the Vale, and the Riverlands. Throughout the War of the Usurper, Hostert Tully faced numerous trials of war, emerging with considerable experience. Adro suggested, we must immediately send ravens to Riverrun, alerting Edmure to bolster defenses. Additionally, dispatch another raven to Winterfell, informing Robb and Catelyn to mobilize 500 archers from Deepwood Motte and Torrance Square to march south to the Weeping Bay. With the addition of the men from the Neck, 500 archers stationed at Weeping Bay would suffice to repel any enemy assault. Chapter 63. Peter's Machinations. Duke Ed released 2 ravens, one bound for Riverrun and the other for Winterfell, urging them to prepare for battle. The Alchemist Guild's Heron continued to load the wildfire discovered in King's Landing onto ships destined for White Harbor. Adro had established a branch of the Alchemist Guild in White Harbor, where he set up a wildfire manufacturing facility. In the dead of night, Adro lay in his chamber, inscribing Bran's name with a spell. This was the skill of a dreamwalker. As long as Adro wrote the name of his target, he could enter their dreams. Thus, he found himself within Bran's dream. Since his fall, Bran had lost all feeling in his legs and could no longer walk. Fortunately, Adro had crafted a mechanical chair for Bran, resembling a spider with 8 legs, capable of traversing uneven terrain and climbing stairs. This contraption allowed Bran to move freely, akin to a normal person. In the dream, Bran encountered Adro, still seated in his mechanical chair, adorned with a teleportation stone gifted by Adro on his wrist. Upon seeing Adro, Bran's face lit up with joy. Adro, when did you return to Winterfell? Adro replied, I have not returned to Winterfell. We are merely in a dream. Bran felt a tinge of disappointment. Oh, so it is a dream. I wish this dream never to end. Adro, I miss you dearly in Winterfell, as well as Sansa, Arya, Father, and Jon. Adro reassured him. In Winterfell, you are accompanied by Robb, Lady Catelyn, Maester Luwin, and Ser Roderick. Are you not content? Bran recounted, a few days ago, while riding in the forest, they secured me to my horse with a special saddle. A group of Night's Watch deserters and wildlings ambushed me. Fortunately, my direwolf Summer and Robb's direwolf Greywind killed them. Theon shot one wildling, and ultimately, we captured the last one, a wildling woman named Osha, who we brought back to Winterfell. Robb contemplated the act of taking her life. Yet Maester Luwin suggested that this wild woman might possess valuable information regarding the king beyond the wall, leaving Robb uncertain about his course of action. Let us spare Osha, Ajo urged. She is a woman cornered by fate, and keeping her in Winterfell may prove beneficial in the future. I come bearing news for you, to relay to Robb. Lady Catelyn, Lord Tywin gathers his forces in the Westerlands, demanding the assembly of 500 crossbowmen to bolster the defenses at the Whispering Bay. Bran, perplexed, inquired, Are the matters spoken of in dreams to be trusted? Joe affirmed, certainly. The raven still soars toward Winterfell. It shall arrive in a few days. And you will find the contents of the letter aligned perfectly with what I revealed to you in the dream. With that, Joe departed from Bran's dream and entered Rob's, imparting the crucial information regarding the fortification of Whispering Bay. The following morning, Robb and Bran shared a meal in the Great Hall. Bran recounted, Robb, I had a peculiar dream last night. Joe instructed you to dispatch 500 crossbowmen to enhance the defenses at Whispering Bay. Robb replied, Joe visited my dream as well, speaking of the very same reinforcement. Furthermore, Joe suggested that we spare the wildling Osha's life, allowing her to remain in Winterfell as a servant. Bran's emotions swirled between astonishment and joy. It seems true. Joe informed me that the Raven is en route to Winterfell. Robb promptly requested Ser Roderick to mobilize troops. For after Lord Eddard departed Winterfell, heading south to King's Landing, Ser Roderick would assume the role of acting lord. Roderick furrowed his brow. You would gather an army based on a dream? That is sheer madness. Both Bran and I dreamt of Joe, and he spoke of the same matter, Robb insisted. Beside them, Maester Luwin interjected, how can one take dreams at face value? You two brothers are merely friends of Joe. It is entirely normal to share dreams. Every night, people dream of myriad strange things. If we were to mobilize troops based on dreams, would we next declare war? Robb, you are no longer a child. Do not commit foolish acts. Bran countered. Your disbelief will soon fade when the Raven reaches Winterfell, and you see that neither Robb nor I have lied in our dreams. Days later, indeed, a Raven arrived, bringing a letter to Winterfell. The missive echoed Joe's warnings about assembling 500 crossbowmen to strengthen the defenses at Whispering Bay. Ser Roderick stroked his beard thoughtfully. It appears dreams can indeed foretell the future. Maester Luwin murmured, this is truly strange. Lady Catelyn regarded it as a miracle of the seven, a divine warning sent through Joe. Without delay, Robb dispatched 500 crossbowmen from Deepwood Motte and Torrance Square, advancing down the King's Road to fortify Whispering Bay. Meanwhile, Edmure Tully of Riverrun began to rally his forces in response to the gathering army in the Westerlands. In the western realm of the kingdom, tensions rise as the Riverlands and the North stand on the brink of conflict. The common folk, under the rule of their lords, whisper rumors of impending war. Tyrion and Jaime stand atop the battlements of Maegor's Holdfast, gazing down at the dry moat below, which glistens with sharpened blades under the sun. Tyrion remarks, Father is gathering the troops, and Riverrun is assembling its forces as well. Is war truly upon us? Jaime responds, the actions of Aldo and Duke Edmure leave us with no alternative. Tyrion replies, if this continues, the Seven Kingdoms will be drenched in blood. I wish to speak with Aldo. Everything must be done for the sake of peace. Jaime's smile is sharp as a blade. What is there to discuss? Only swords and blood forge peace. Tyrion insists, we must at least make an attempt. I plan to arrange a meeting with Aldo outside. Jaime questions, you meet during the council sessions. Why not converse there? Tyrion surveys the surroundings. This place is riddled with the eyes of Varys, Cersei, and Littlefinger. A clandestine meeting here would be no different from a public address. Jaime cautions, be wary. Aldo is a dangerous man. Tyrion chuckles, fear not. I do not intend to brawl with Aldo. Tyrion sends Podrick to the Prime Minister's tower. Podrick stands before Aldo. Aldo, Tyrion wishes to see you tonight at the Flea Bottoms Bee and Honey Tavern. Aldo has passed by that dilapidated establishment a few times. Why choose that place? Podrick grins. You would have to ask the imp. In a shadowy corner of the Flea Bottom Inn, Littlefinger and Rosso Bronn sit together. Rosso Bronn, having distinguished himself at the tournament held to celebrate Duke Edmure's appointment as Prime Minister, has been employed by Littlefinger. Littlefinger sips his drink. The lion and the wolf have yet to clash. The imp intends to negotiate with Aldo. It seems he seeks to transform into a harbinger of justice, striving for peace in the realm. Rosso Bronn remarks, I've heard Lord Tywin's cavalry has gathered at the Golden Tooth, poised to strike at the Riverlands. Littlefinger counters. Yet should the imp present terms to Aldo and he acquiesces, perhaps the crisis could be averted, ushering peace to the Seven Kingdoms. Chaos is a ladder. I shall not allow the imp to thwart my plans. The imp is currently at the Bee and Honey Tavern awaiting Aldo. You must abduct him and confine him to the cellar. Rosso Bronn expresses concern. The imp's ally, a mercenary named Podrick, is not to be underestimated. Littlefinger smiles slyly. Rest assured, it was Osmond Kettleblack who betrayed the imp's meeting with Aldo. Osmond has been recruiting mercenaries for the Lannisters and extracted this information from Podrick. Mercenaries are notoriously fickle. As long as the gold flows, they are eager to betray their masters. According to Osmond, Podrick will be at the gaming house tonight. accompanied by the imp's squire, Jack. Throw the little imp into the cellar and leave him there for a few days. When our little demon emerges into the light of day, it is likely that King's Landing will be awash in blood. Chapter 64. The little imp is attacked. The flea bottom was particularly lively that night, with Tyrion seated in a corner of the Bee and Honey Tavern. Where has Podrick gone? Tyrion inquired of his attendant, Jaqen. Podrick has gone to the gambling den, Jaqen replied. A flicker of anger crossed Tyrion's face. Is it not enough that I have provided him with ample funds? The tavern was renowned for its honeyed wine, yet the quality was lamentably poor, emitting a rancid odor, which accounted for the sparse clientele. Tyrion had chosen this obscure establishment precisely for its lack of patrons and secluded location, as it afforded him a greater sense of security for clandestine discussions. However, Tyrion's distinctive appearance made him easily recognizable. Anyone in King's Landing who was not blind would know that Queen Cersei's brother was a dwarf. Without Podrick by his side, Tyrion felt significantly less secure. He trusted that Addo would not betray him, but he could not extend the same assurance to seemingly benign adversaries like Varys and Littlefinger. As Addo still failed to appear, doubt began to creep in regarding the wisdom of this meeting. Just a few blocks away was Addo's Northern Giant Soup Kitchen, where the impoverished of Flea Bottom could receive free bread and soup. Addo was surrounded by friends in the Flea Bottom, gamblers, rogues, whores, and petty merchants, many of whom were regular patrons of his kitchen. Historically, only Prince Darren of Flea Bottom could rival Addo's popularity in this area. Rumors circulated throughout the streets of King's Landing that Duke Tywin was amassing an army. The northern forces were gathering at the Bay of Crabs, and the Tully family of Riverrun was summoning their vassals. The people of Flea Bottom were well aware that Addo was an enemy of the Lannisters. Should Tyrion be recognized, there was a real possibility of an attack, as the reputation of the little imp was far from favorable on the streets of King's Landing, especially when compared to the northern giants. Tyrion gazed out at the street. If Addo does not arrive soon, we shall take our leave. At that moment, several figures entered the tavern. Tyrion initially assumed it was Addo, but instead, four cloaked individuals clad in black approached, their faces obscured by their hoods, each wielding a sword and heading directly for Tyrion and Jaqen. Tyrion immediately sensed danger, and Jaqen drew his sword without hesitation. Who are you? Tyrion urgently interjected. Jaqen, where has your courtesy gone? These friends may merely wish to enjoy a drink. Despite Jaqen's bravery, he stood no chance against four swordsmen. Tyrion forced a smile. Gentlemen, would you care for some wine? The leader of the group replied, Little imp, we are here on orders to kill you. Lord Addo has placed a bounty of 10,000 gold dragons on your head. Jaqen unsheathed his sword once more, striking at the leader of the black-clad men. But the assailant drew his sword with the swiftness of lightning. The clash of steel echoed, and in a matter of moments, the black-clad man pierced Jaqen's chest, a bloom of crimson blossoming before him. Warm blood rained down upon the little demon, as a cloaked figure kicked him, causing his surroundings to spin into a dark abyss. On the streets of the Flea's Nest, Adu accompanied Ongai and the red-robed Soros towards the Bee Tavern. Upon noticing the tavern shrouded in darkness, Soros raised an eyebrow. Surely, the tavern has not closed for the night. All the lights are extinguished. Ongai chuckled. Truly, a devoted follower of the King of Light, able to discern from such a distance that the tavern lacks a candle. Soros lifted a jug and took a sip of wine. I am not blind. Adu remarked, strange. Has the little demon not arrived? As Adu, Ongai, and Soros entered the tavern, they were enveloped in impenetrable darkness. Ongai exclaimed, Soros, it is far too dark here. Hasten to invoke your King of Light to illuminate our path. Soros drew his longsword, and with a mere gesture, it ignited in flames. It was then that Adu noticed a figure sprawled on a table in the corner, blood pooling around him. Adu approached to investigate. It was Jack, Tyrion's attendant, lifeless. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside as a squad of city guards rushed in. The captain, holding a torch, recognized Adu. Sir Adu, what brings you here? We received a report of a stabbing at the Bee Tavern. Adu replied, someone has perished here. I recognize him as Tyrion's attendant. Upon hearing that it was a Lannister servant, the captain grew tense. Who killed him? Sir Adu responded, we are uncertain. He was already dead upon our arrival. I had arranged to meet Tyrion here, yet his attendant lies dead, and Tyrion is nowhere to be found. Doubt crept into Adu's mind. Had Tyrion even come? With his attendant slain, Tyrion was likely in grave peril. After all, he was the brother of Queen Cersei. The patrol captain, upon learning of Tyrion's disappearance, promptly dispatched a rider to inform the city guard commander, Janos Slint. Adu attempted to leave, but was halted by the patrol captain. Sir Adu, with Lord Tyrion missing and his attendant brutally slain, as well as the tavern owner unaccounted for, You cannot depart. Soros interjected, we have not seen Tyrion. Do you wish to tarnish Adu's name? Let us not forget that Adu is a trusted advisor to the king. The patrol captain replied, we would never dare to slander. But with Tyrion's fate uncertain, we must wait for Lord Janos Slynt to arrive. Once we ascertain the facts, you may leave. Ongai retorted. Janos Slynt is in no position to detain Adu. Adu cautioned, Ongai, do not quarrel with them. Swiftly return to the Prime Minister's tower and inform Duke Ed. Understanding the urgency, Ongai mounted his horse and sped towards the Red Keep. Upon learning that Adu was being detained by the gold cloaks in the Flea's Nest, Duke Ed commanded Ser Ilan Payne to secure the Prime Minister's tower with guards, while he, accompanied by Jorah Mormont, Bran, and over 100 men, made his way to the Flea's Nest. Janos Slynt has arrived, leading 100 men from the City Watch, encircling the Bee and Honey Tavern. Janos Slynt declared, Sir Adwell, Lord Tyrion is missing. His subordinate, Podrick, has confirmed that Tyrion arranged to meet you here, yet he has been attacked. Might you first surrender, Lord Tyrion? Adwell responded. By the time I arrived, Tyrion was already gone, and his attendant is dead. I have no knowledge of Tyrion's whereabouts. Janos Slynt's bald head glistened under the moonlight. Sir Adwell, your words can only be substantiated by your own men, lacking in persuasiveness. I fear I must trouble you to accompany us. The voice of Duke Eddard echoed. Who dares to lay a hand on Adwell? Riding forth were Duke Eddard, Jorah, and others, galloping fiercely. Upon witnessing the arrival of over 100 cavalry and infantry, Janos Slynt was momentarily stunned. Adwell stated, Lord Slynt, if your golden cloaks can defeat the guards of the Hand, I shall accompany you. Janos Slynt, with a forced smile, replied, How could I dare to engage the Hand's guards, Sir Adwell? We merely wish for your cooperation. Once we locate Tyrion, we shall certainly release you. Adwell countered, If you wish to find Tyrion, you should not waste time on me, for I have not seen him at all. As the City Watch arrived, the crowd of onlookers from Flea Bottom swelled, with Mikey, Rami, and Hot Pie among them. Janos Slynt had no choice but to release Adwell. Just then, a cacophony of hoofbeats echoed from afar. Sir Jaime, clad in gilded armor with a white cloak billowing behind him, led the charge, blocking their path, accompanied by 100 Lannister guards in crimson cloaks. Upon receiving news, Janos Slynt had immediately dispatched a messenger to the Red Keep to inform Cersei and Jaime. Adwell inquired, What is your purpose, Sir Jaime? Jaime replied haughtily, Adwell, I had always considered you a man of integrity, yet you have resorted to abducting my brother. Surely you must recognize Tyrion, short in stature, not conventionally handsome. Adwell responded, I have not seen Tyrion. Jaime continued, This morning, Tyrion told me he intended to meet you. I cautioned him to be wary of your schemes, yet alas, he has encountered misfortune. What have you done with his attendant, and where have you concealed Tyrion? Duke Eddard interjected, Regicide, do not slander without cause. Adwell knows not where Tyrion has gone. Jaime scoffed, The Westerlands are mustering their forces. You in the north and Riverrun are rallying your bannermen. Surely, you intend to seize Tyrion as leverage. Do you think that in a place like Flea Bottom, you can operate in murky waters? Whether you have imprisoned Tyrion or taken his life, you shall pay the price. With that, Jaime drew his sword, and the Lannister soldiers behind him followed suit, their blades glinting ominously in the moonlight. Chapter 65, The Battle of Flea Bottom. Jaime, alongside the red-cloaked Lannister knights, brandished their swords. Adu and Duke Ed, unwilling to be outdone, unsheathed their own blades, while the guards of the Hand of the King followed suit. Nearby, Commander Janos Slynt of the City Watch sneered as he stepped aside, his gold-cloaked men retreating to the sides of the street, striving to push the onlookers of Flea Bottom away. Since arriving in King's Landing, Adu had been tirelessly expanding his guard and recruiting capable men, anticipating this moment of conflict. Surrounding Adu were the Red Priest Soros, Angui, and Jorah Mormont, all skilled fighters from the Hand's Guard. On the Lannister side, apart from Jaime, there were no other notable warriors. The Hound was absent from their ranks, currently safeguarding Joffrey in the Red Keep. Although the Lannister guards were outnumbered by the Hand's soldiers, the presence of the gold cloaks significantly bolstered their numbers, far surpassing those of the Hand. Commander Janos Slynt had long since become a pawn of the Lannisters, and Adu had no doubt that, should conflict arise between the Starks and Lannisters, the gold cloaks would align themselves with the latter. Adu addressed Jaime, stating, Should blood be shed, it will be too late for your regrets. I suspect that Tyrion's disappearance is a conspiracy designed to incite a clash between the Lannisters and the Hand. Jaime coldly retorted, Do you truly believe I would entertain your nonsense? You have abducted Tyrion, yet dare not confess it. Foolish squire, I must slay you today. Let my golden blade drink deeply of your blood. And you, Duke Ed, A voice from the crowd cried out, "Kingslayer, you are no match for the Northwest giants." It was a woman's voice. "Indeed, Adu is the nightmare of the Kingslayer," an elder responded. "Kill the Kingslayer." Instantly, the crowd in Flea Bottom erupted, chanting the name of the Northwest giants. Adu, having won the favor of the impoverished residents through his free meals, was revered as the Knight of Flea Bottom, beloved by the common folk. In stark contrast, the reputation of House Lannister among King's Landing's populace was far from favorable. The citizens would not forget how Lord Tywin had opened the city gates, unleashing chaos and death upon the innocent, with many falling to Lannister's swords. "Help Sir Adu defeat the Lannisters," a voice screamed among the crowd. "That's right, kill them." More and more commoners began to shout, their voices rising from the streets, the second-floor windows and alleyways, as if to topple the very essence of Flea Bottom. The citizens pressed forward recklessly, forcing the gold cloaks to form a barricade, pushing the encroaching masses back. Janos Slint's bald head flushed with rage as he drew his sword. "Whoever dares to take a step forward, I shall slay him." Though he fawned over the Lannisters like a submissive sheep, before the common people, Slint was the embodiment of a ravenous wolf. This is an opportunity to ingratiate oneself with the Lannisters, and Janos Slint certainly does not wish for this rabble of commoners to thwart his ambitions. His subordinate, Jarl Dym, frequently resorts to beating the townsfolk in the Flea Bottom, instilling fear of Janos Slint among the populace. As soon as Janos spoke, the crowd began to quiet down, and he reveled in his authority. "Soldiers, let anyone who dares to cause trouble be slain," he declared. "This rabble believes their numbers can shield them from the king's justice." But Janos Slint is not one to be intimidated. Suddenly, a foul egg was hurled by a commoner named Romy, splattering its contents over Janos's head and face, provoking laughter from the denizens of Flea Bottom. Enraged, Janos searched the crowd for the assailant. "Bring me the one who threw that egg. I shall have his life," he bellowed. Before he could finish, tomatoes, rotten vegetables, and even bricks were flung at him. The situation spiraled into chaos as the citizens of Flea Bottom seized whatever they could find, stones, moldy bread, chicken bones, and hurled them at the gold cloaks. Seeing the escalating turmoil, Jaime Lannister brandished his gilded sword and charged towards Adro. The Lannister guards, clad in crimson cloaks, clashed with the Prime Minister's guards. Duke Eddard felled a Lannister attendant, while Ser Jorah swung his flaming sword, cutting down foes with the ferocity of a raging inferno. Bran wielded a war hammer, toppling a Lannister cavalryman, who, cursing, struggled to rise, only to be slain by Jorah's swift blade. In the rear, Angui unleashed arrows, bringing down Lannister's servants one by one. The commoners relentlessly bombarded the golden-robed soldiers. A stone struck Janos Slint on the brow, drawing blood, forcing him to shield his face and retreat with the aid of his fellow gold cloaks through the narrow streets. Once the commander of the city guard departed, the gold cloaks began to scatter, quickly vanishing into the night. Some commoners turned their aggression towards the red-cloaked Lannister soldiers, leading to a swift demise for many of Jaime's men, either killed or lying on the ground, groaning in agony. Jaime, mounted and wielding his golden sword, struck at Adro but failed to claim his life. At that moment, the red-cloaked Ser Jorah and Jorah Baratheon charged in, surrounding Jaime. Unable to withstand their assault, he urged his steed forward and galloped westward, disappearing into the shadows. Duke Eddard remarked, "We must capture the regicide." "He has fled towards the Lion's Gate or the Gates of the Gods," Adro replied. "There, the gold cloaks are loyal to Janos Slint. It is best not to pursue him." As Duke Eddard tallied the casualties, he noted that the Prime Minister's guards had lost 7 men and sustained several injuries, while the Lannisters had suffered over 30 deaths and more than 20 severe injuries. After the battle concluded, the civilians who had gathered in Flea Bottom vanished like summer snow, returning to their alleys, taverns, inns, and dilapidated homes. Not a single candle was lit, and the entire area seemed to fall into an instant slumber. Early the next morning, Queen Cersei, upon exiting her chamber, encountered Lancel. With great urgency, Lancel informed her that the imp had gone missing while on his way to meet with Adwine, and his attendant, Jack, had been slain. Sir Jaime had ventured to Flea Bottom the previous night, accompanied by Lannister guards, to apprehend Adwine, only to clash with the forces of the Hand of the King. Jaime demanded Adwine surrender the imp, but Adwine claimed he had never seen Tyrion, leading to a confrontation. Cersei furrowed her brow in concern. "Is this true? Why was I not informed?" Lancel replied, "I only learned of it in the early hours of the morning, by which time you were already asleep." "And Jaime?" Cersei's primary concern lay solely with Jaime. The fate of the imp seemed of little consequence to her. Lancel responded, "Jaime has fled. I heard from the gold cloaks that he departed from the Lion's Gate in the dead of night, heading west along the Gold Road, presumably to reunite with Lord Tywin. Although Jaime had initially commanded a sizable contingent of Lannister guards, Lord Edmure had since arrived with an even larger force from the Hand. Over 30 Lannister guards perished, with more than 20 sustaining severe injuries, while the Hand suffered fewer casualties. The Lannister guards, recruited from Lannisport, were fiercely loyal to House Lannister. And the loss of so many weighed heavily on Cersei's heart. How could so many have died? Lancel explained, at that time. Ser Genos Slint's gold cloaks were also in Flea Bottom. When the civilians began to attack them, Genos was injured and fled with the gold cloaks. Following that, the situation spiraled out of control, resulting in a conflict between the Lannisters and the Hand. Fury flickered in Cersei's emerald eyes. The loss of so many lives for the sake of an imp seemed utterly unjustifiable. Nonetheless, he was a member of the family. And the Lannisters would collect their debts. Adwine and the Starks would pay the price. Chapter 66. Cersei's accusation. Lord Edmure and Adwine stood before a window in the Hand's tower. In the courtyard below, Silent Sisters were loading the bodies of the fallen Hand soldiers onto wagons. These remains would be cremated at the docks and transported aboard ships to White Harbor, destined for Winterfell. Clenching his fists, Edmure declared, "I shall demand that Robert issue a warrant for the regicide. It is the regicides who have caused the deaths of so many innocent soldiers." Adwine remarked, "The casualties among the Lannisters are even greater. Cersei will undoubtedly accuse us before Robert, claiming we are the true culprits." Edmure asserted, "It was Jaime who struck first. Robert will surely support our cause." Adwine chuckled, "Let us hope Robert does not disappoint us. I am quite curious about who it was that abducted the imp." It is evident that the perpetrator abducted the imp at the Bee and the Bounty, where he arranged to meet Tyrion and murdered the imp's attendant. Their intention was to frame me and incite discord between the Lannisters and the Tower of the Hand. Duke Eddard remarked that it could very well be a prank by the imp, who deliberately played missing to provide Jaime with a pretext to attack us. Ser Addo countered that it was impossible. The imp would never jeopardize the life of his own attendant, and it must be that someone had kidnapped him. In the courtyard, Syrio Farrell and Jaqen Hagar were practicing swordplay with Arya, while Sansa stood on the balcony of the second floor. The Red Priest, Thuras, along with Prince Jorah Mormont, Ser Gendry, and Ser Angui were stationed in the courtyard. Witnessing such formidable guardians surrounding the Tower of the Hand, Duke Eddard felt considerably reassured. "Addo, thanks to your recruitment of these guards," he said. "When we first arrived in King's Landing, we had merely 50 men from Winterfell. Had we relied solely on those 50 to confront the Kingslayer's Lannister guards, we would surely have met with disaster. It was indeed through the prowess of Thuras, Jorah, and Angui that the Tower's guard triumphed over the Lannister forces at Flea Bottom, forcing the Kingslayer to flee in disgrace." The royal steward arrived at the Tower of the Hand. "Duke Eddard, Ser Addo, King Robert summons you to the council chamber for an audience." Addo chuckled. "It seems Cersei has begun to accuse others first." In the Red Keep's council chamber, the Hand of the King, Renly Baratheon, Master of Coin Peter Baelish, Grand Maester Pycelle, and the Master of Whisperers Varys had all assembled. King Robert reclined in his chair, with Cersei standing beside him, her face a mask of fury. "Addo, you have kidnapped Tyrion and dared to assault Jaime." Addo replied, "Your Grace, you must be mistaken. I was on my way to Flea Bottom to meet Tyrion, but I found him absent." Duke Eddard added, and then the Kingslayer surrounded Addo with Lannister guards. Cersei retorted, "It is clear you, accompanied by the Tower's guard, assaulted Jaime. You even incited the rabble of Flea Bottom to join in the attack." King Robert, filled with impatience, snapped, "Close your mouth, foul woman. Are you here to resolve matters, or to quarrel?" Cersei's eyes blazed with fury. "Eddard and Addo have kidnapped your wife's brother and driven away another. Yet you take the side of outsiders?" Robert responded, "Rest assured, the matter will be resolved." Cersei turned and exited the council chamber. Varys exuded the scent of lilacs. "It is truly dreadful. I have heard that last night, Flea Bottom ran red with blood, with both Lannister and Tower warriors suffering casualties." Addo stated, "Jaime and the Lannisters struck first, leaving us no choice but to retaliate." Peter Baelish wore his signature sly smile. The retaliation was indeed excessive. More than 20 Lannister guards perished. The esteemed Maester Pycelle remarked, "The Duke of Tywin will undoubtedly not tolerate such a grievous affront, Your Majesty. I fear we must demand that Lord Eddard surrender the perpetrator." Lord Eddard coldly replied, "Maester Pycelle, the true culprit is the regicide. He has fled in fear of his crimes." Lord Eddard then turned to Robert. "Robert, I implore you to issue an immediate warrant for the capture of the regicide." Robert sighed. "Eddard, let us not pursue this matter further. Even if it was Jaime who struck first, he has slain your men, and you have also taken his." Eddard was taken aback. "So many have perished, and we are to let it pass? Robert stated. I require you to reconcile with the Lannisters and cherish the peace. The priority now is to locate the imp. Renly interjected. To seek a man in King's Landing is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Especially one as diminutive as the imp. Robert responded. I have already dispatched the city watch to search for him. Eddard. You may send the guards from the Tower of the Hand to assist. Maester Pycelle continued. Your Majesty. The rabble from Flea Bottom attacked the Gold Cloaks and Lannister guards last night. They must be severely punished. Ser Addo interjected. In the darkness, only a few engaged in the fray, while the majority of the common folk were innocent. Maester Pycelle, with bleary eyes, retorted. A few? Ser Addo. I heard the cries of the mob echoing even to the great September of Baelor. The rabble even injured Commander Janos Slint of the City Watch. Addo chuckled. The people of Flea Bottom fear Janos Slint the most. There must be some misunderstanding. Moreover, there are thousands in Flea Bottom. Are they all to be deemed rabble? With all due respect, if we were to arrest them all, the Red Keep would not suffice to contain them. Robert, growing impatient, declared. What malice can the common folk harbor? This matter ends here. Enforce a curfew in Flea Bottom. No one shall be on the streets after supper. A few days of regulation will restore order. Lord Eddard asserted. Robert, Jaime must bear responsibility for all this. So many have died. Robert replied. Enough. This matter concludes here. Eddard and Addo returned to the Tower of the Hand. Eddard's face clouded with worry. I had believed Robert would seek justice for our fallen soldiers, yet he seems indifferent. Addo remarked. I have long said that Robert may not heed your wise counsel. Eddard continued. Yet Cersei is exceedingly arrogant. She is indeed the queen. But her children are bastards. If I were to reveal the truth to Robert, the heads of Cersei and Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen would be displayed upon the walls of King's Landing. Addo cautioned. Lord Eddard, now is not the time for confrontation. Unless we can secure victory without relying on Robert, we must not act rashly. Addo dispatched the guards from the Tower of the Hand to commence the search for Tyrion. In the vast expanse of King's Landing, locating Tyrion proved to be a formidable challenge, with the city guard in pursuit of him while Bronn's mercenaries sought him as well. Furthermore, Adon dispatched alchemists under the command of Harlan, along with apprentices and assistants from the Alchemist Guild, who had recently been scouring the city in search of hidden caches of wildfire from the reign of the Mad King. These individuals frequented numerous abandoned yards and warehouses. Days passed without any trace of Tyrion being discovered. News of his disappearance reached the Westerlands, prompting Duke Tywin to send the Mountain and Amory Lorch to commence raids on the villages near the Riverlands. The situation across the Seven Kingdoms began to escalate rapidly. Duke Eddard received a raven from Riverrun and promptly closed the door to his study to confer with Adon. It was evident that Duke Tywin had indeed begun his offensive against the Riverlands, employing his men to masquerade as bandits to attack the villages. It was likely that the Kingslayer had allied himself with Duke Tywin. What are your intentions? Adon inquired. Naturally, I shall beseech Robert to sanction Duke Tywin. Should Tywin dare to resist, Robert will undoubtedly ride out in person, Duke Eddard replied. You may find Robert to be a disappointment. He is no longer the man who felled Rhaegar, and he may not be inclined to act, especially since Tywin is his father-in-law, Adon cautioned. Duke Eddard lowered his voice. Once Robert discovers that Cersei's children are bastards, his marriage to her will inevitably crumble. Yet, I fear that Robert's wrath may drive him to madness, leading him to slay the innocent Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen. The children are blameless. Years ago, Robert and I overthrew the Mad King. Yet Tywin's hounds, the Mountain and Amory Lorch, murdered Prince Rhaegar's children, Princess Rhaenys and Prince Aegon, in cold blood. I vow that such a tragedy must not befall King's Landing again. Hence, I have resolved to warn Cersei, urging her to flee with her children. Adon chuckled. Duke Eddard, you are a man of honor indeed. While it is commendable to protect women and children, showing mercy to one's enemies is but cruelty to oneself. Before warning Cersei, you ought to swiftly eliminate Sansa and Arya to prevent Cersei from taking matters into her own hands. Additionally, prepare coffins for Lady Catelyn, Robb, Bran, and Little Rickon. Duke Eddard furrowed his brow. Are you suggesting that Cersei would resist to the bitter end? Not merely resist, but rather exterminate us all. Have you forgotten how the Lannisters treated Rhaegar's children? If you fail, not only will your children pay the price, but so too will your loyal companions, Pate, Desmond, Ellen, Jory, the steward Vaon, the stable master Holland, along with Soros, Celio, and Jandrai. All shall meet their demise alongside you. Not to mention the bloodshed that will engulf the Seven Kingdoms due to your misplaced mercy. How many innocent children will perish? Is it worth it? Duke Eddard's eyes widened in realization. It seems I have no choice but to confront Cersei with full force. Rest assured, Cersei's children may yet survive, Adon remarked. My lord Eddard, if you perceive this as a stain upon your honor, perhaps it would be best entrusted to my capable hands.